You were once the pride of the southern domain. But you have been trapped in a desolate place for 1,000 years because of the emergence of a great demon. Your former subordinates have all become sect leaders. And even your former junior sister apprentice is now a sect master. While your beloved has become someone else's wife. At this moment, the only way to prove that you are still alive is to erect a monument for the fallen leaves in the back mountain. You look at the monument in front of you and silently count. 99,999. This is your only pastime. As this place prohibits time, spiritual power, and laws, trapping your lifespan at 17 and halting your cultivation progress. At this moment, the sky twisted, and a thunderous roar resounded. As a 100-yang void crack appeared in the sky, your gaze suddenly focused, because you sensed the fluctuations of the formation from the crack. In order to leave this desperate situation, you disregarded everything and cast a secret technique, flying towards the crack as if afraid that it would disappear the next second. When you pass through the crack, the long-lost spiritual power and sunlight hit you. You stare blankly at the green mountain shadows in front of you, feeling a bit at a loss for a moment. You can no longer suppress the excitement in your heart and loudly express your inner joy. I finally came out. But at this moment, a long sword silently rests on your neck. Don't move. Your laughter abruptly stops. A woman in purple frowns slightly, carefully scrutinizing you from head to toe, and asks, "Which sect do you belong to? Why are you here?" You feel the icy sensation on your neck, still immersed in the joy of stepping out of the void, and say, "I am a senior disciple of the Ancient Spirit Sect." "Miss, which sect are you from?" "Ancient Spirit Sect?" The woman in purple clothes' pupils flashed imperceptibly, and the long sword in her hand moved closer to your neck. "Smooth talker, if you claim to be a wandering cultivator, I might believe you a little, but disciples of the Ancient Spirit Sect don't even have the qualifications to enter this place. If you don't start being honest, don't blame me for being ruthless." You suddenly froze. The Ancient Lingzong in your memory is the #1 sect in the southern region. How could you not have the qualification to enter this place? You suddenly remembered the appearance of the great demon in the world back then. So you asked, "There was a great demon appearing in this place. Do you know how long has passed since then?" The woman in purple clothes heard this inexplicable question and immediately thought of the disaster of the ancient immortals mentioned by the elders of the sect. She subconsciously responded, "It should have been 1,000 years. Why are you asking this? You haven't answered me yet." Before she could finish her words, she suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression erupting from the young man in front of her. The woman in purple clothes looked shocked, feeling a great force in her palm. Unable to react in time, the long sword in her hand suddenly split in half from the middle. You held the broken sword in your hand, pointing it directly at the woman in purple clothes' throat, and in a hoarse voice, you murmured, "Tell me, what happened to the ancient Lingzong in this 1,000 years? The young lady has shallow cultivation and does not know what happened to the ancient spirit sect." The woman in purple was shocked, and quickly continued, "I have only heard the elders of the sect say that the ancient spirit sect was besieged by the 3 major sects hundreds of years ago, and has since declined." The 3 major sects? Guiyuan sect, Yin Yang Valley, Tianfu Gate. You have not heard of these 3 major sects. Presumably they are emerging forces that have risen in the past millennium. You glanced at the pale-faced woman, waved your right hand, and the broken sword embedded directly into the nearby stone wall. Then you asked, "Which sect do you belong to?" "The junior's name is Xiaing, from the Ziyang sect." The woman in purple glanced at the broken sword embedded in the stone wall. Her heart skipped a beat, not daring to hide anything. "Don't be afraid. I am a good person and never harm the innocent. You should remember the Ziyang sect. It is a major sect that has existed in the southern region for 1,000 years. There were some connections back then, so there are acquaintances. Now that you know everything you wanted to know, you control your emotions, your smile becoming even brighter, and you say, "This time, the geniuses of the southern region sects have come here. Is it also for the Tao Foundation's opportunities? When can we leave?" Xia Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed suddenly, understanding the implication of your words. At this moment, she dared not have any other thoughts and immediately said anxiously, "Since the disaster of the ancient immortals 1,000 years ago, the sects of the southern region have restarted the teleportation array for the first time, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, regardless of whether anyone gains opportunities. The array for leaving will automatically open 1 month later. Do we have to wait another month?" Jiaying noticed the change in your eyes. Her body trembled suddenly, and she hurriedly said, "In the ancient books of our sect, there is a record that there is a red fairy lotus in a lake not far from here. And the purpose of this trip is also for the Duanmu Ling of the Tianfu Gate. If the senior wants to know about the 3 major sects, the little girl is willing to guide the senior." You look so embarrassed. Waved your hand. "If you don't say these things, I won't kill you to silence you." Senior is joking. Jia Ying's face became even paler, but she clearly sensed a faint but extremely pure killing intent just now. The wild and desolate aura rushed over, and in the distance, the mountains and forests faintly echoed with the roars of nameless ferocious beasts and a faint sense of pressure. Jia Ying cautiously shuttled between the huge ancient trees, with you following not too far behind, exchanging a few words here and there. After a while, a lake appeared before your eyes, with a gentle breeze blowing, creating shimmering ripples on the water surface. In the center of the lake grew a red lotus flower, emitting a faint red glow under the sunlight. In the blink of an eye, the figures around the lake all seemed to sense something and turned to look in unison. Jia Ying's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked towards a man dressed in the same purple Yang sect robe. Junior sister Jia, who is this person? Why is he accompanying you? Before she could speak, you couldn't wait to say, excuse me, is Duanmu Ling from the Tianfu sect here? I have a question to ask him. Upon hearing your words, without Jia Ying's identification, a thin young man had already opened his eyes and looked over. Who are you? A nobody? Not worth mentioning. A nobody? Do you realize that not everything is qualified to speak to me like that? Duanmu Ling interrupted Su Changqing with a cold snort. His mind was now on the red immortal lotus, and impatience was evident in his eyes. If you are talking nonsense, Tuan will make you regret coming here. The words just fell. There was a breeze over the lake. Su Changqing's smile remained the same, but his figure appeared in front of Duanmu Ling at an unknown time. He raised his right hand and pressed it towards Duanmu Ling's forehead. Duanmu Ling let out a cold smile, and the same killing chance came out in his eyes. However, Su Changqing was too fast for him to make any reaction, and a large hand zoomed infinitely in his eyes and pressed on his brow. Strong spiritual power instantly vented from Su Changqing's right hand. Duanmu Ling let out a muffled grunt, and his 5 internal organs collapsed in the violent impact of the spiritual energy, destroying them. His mind was rattled as if by a pair of large hands, and a scene belonging to the past went by. Su Changqing flipped through the fragments of Duanmu Ling's memories. Boom! Duanmu Ling's head seemed to be unable to withstand the impact of the spiritual power and burst open abruptly, scattering the sticky liquid all over the place. Su Changqing shook his head in dissatisfaction. The realm of nothingness did allow his cultivation to stay at chi condensation perfection. However, the physical body is not affected, and the arts can be practiced. As a highly favored shut-in great disciple from 1,000 years ago, Su Changqing knew an unknown number of secret arts. The method of soul-searching is exactly one of them. Any more stupid people, after 1,000 years of time, is also enough to cultivate a secret art to perfection. Not to mention Su Changqing honored as once the first heavenly pride, enlightenment, since needless to say, the many arts were perfected and expanded even more in his hands. This was also the reason why Su Changqing could easily defeat Ying Xie with the same chi condensation perfection cultivation level. It was only that soul-searching was a secret technique, and there were too many flaws to perform it with a chi condensation realm cultivation. Duanmu Ling's death is the downside, and the memories Su Changqing obtained were not complete. But there was one thing he could confirm. Ying Xie didn't lie. The change of the ancient spirit sect was indeed unrelated to the 3 major forces such as the Heavenly Mansion sect. Since it is relevant, Duanmu Ling's death would not have been unjust. Young disciples nowadays are so rude. If you don't want to talk about it, I'll have to do it myself. Su Changqing muttered to himself. He didn't pay attention to a shocked gaze around him, turning to look at Ying Xie, who was also frozen in place, as if it was not a great clan's heavenly pride that had died, but rather an ant. He smiled apologetically. Miss Xie, can you continue to guide me besides him? All around the lake, there was dead silence. Peri Xie's mind rumbled. She knew that Su Changqing was very strong, but she still didn't think that Duanmu Ling's death would be so hasty. This is a number of heavenly pride of the Heavenly Mansion sect. The look on Gu Rinyu's face along with the rest of the disciples from the various clans was no better than Ying Xie's. All of them had unbelievable horror in their eyes, especially Gu Rinyu. Thinking that he had thought of striking out at Su Changqing just now, endless fear grew in his heart in an instant, and his back was unconsciously drenched in cold sweat. Miss Xie? Seeing that no one responded to him, Su Changqing reminded out. No problem. Only then did Ying Xie come back to her senses, nodding frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. How could she dare to be the slightest bit disobedient when she met such a temperamental and crazy teenager? Thanks, Su Changqing responded politely. When he still wanted to say something, the calm lake suddenly rippled, and the light red dents spread out, rendering a side of the world. The red fairy lotus is ripe. This item can nourish the divine soul and is considered a great opportunity. That's a good one. Su Changqing's gaze fell on the red immortal lotus. In passing, the red immortal lotus was broken from the root and rolled into his hand. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the various clans had resentment in their hearts, but Duanmu Ling's corpse was still hot, and no one dared to act any differently. Peri Xie similarly held back the greed in her heart and quietly swallowed her saliva. Don't worry, I won't let you lead the way for nothing. Su Changqing knew the mood of the disciples of the surrounding clans like the back of his hand, and without thinking, He broke off a corner of the red immortal lotus and threw it to Xie, turning to leave. The footsteps did not stop as he passed by Gu Rinyu. You have a look in your eye that I don't like, but the lack of strikes is a bit of a surprise to me. Gu Rinyu's body stiffened violently when he heard the voice coming from his ears, and a bone-chilling chill spread from head to toe. The end of the sky was rendered into a dark red, like a painting that gradually spread out. Don't worry, Miss Xie. After everything is over, I will let you leave safely. Hearing the footsteps following behind him, Su Changqing gave a relieved cry without looking back. At this moment, he had already walked into the depths of the ancient forest. The sunset over the Senkaku ruins was beautiful. The afterglow drooped down through the layers of dead leaves, stretching Su Changqing's silhouette for a long, long time. Depressed and lonely, Su Changqing's eyes lowered. I don't know if the master and the little sister and the others are alive, and if they ever remembered themselves. Xie followed not far behind. She found herself completely unable to see past the teenager in front of her. Mysterious and powerful, killing and decisive. It seems like all the joys and sorrows are at your disposal. And it was really difficult for Xie to understand what kind of past and experience such a heavenly pride who was not weaker than Dao Zi had to show such sentimental emotions. Could this person really have an old relationship with the ancient spirit sect? No way. If that's true, how could the ancient spirit sect have fallen to its current state? When Xie's heart gave birth to many speculations, Su Changqing suddenly turned around and said rather solemnly, Miss Xie, we won't waste any more time. Directly take me to the present 100 Broken Mountains. Is it good? Duanmu Ling remembered too little about the ancient spirit sect. Perhaps only the pride of the three great sects at the Dao Sun level truly knew what kind of change had occurred. Xie was stunned. Fortunately, she had already gotten used to the eccentricity of Su Changqing's temperament, and immediately took out a jade talisman from her bosom and probed out her spiritual energy to check it out. Not much longer. Xie opened his eyes and sped off in another direction with Su Changqing, but just before leading the way, Xie ghosted an extra question. If you act like this, aren't you afraid that the three great sects will retaliate after you leave the immortal ancient ruins? Are you really not afraid of death? Chapter 4, The 100 Broken Mountains. Death is scary? Su Changqing responded seriously. Xie choked and only felt like talking to a cow, and without looking back, he sped off in the direction of the 100 Broken Mountains. If you seek death, I won't stop you, she thought darkly. The 100 Broken Mountains, situated in a huge plain of the immortal ancient ruins. The name 100 Breaks was given to the mountain because it rises up like a wall of black stone, as if growing out of the earth and into the clouds. On its sky-domed wall cliffs, there existed a large number of cracks due to the age. The narrowest of these cracks was several zhang, and the largest was more than 10 zhang, and it was pitch black inside, radiating a gust of chilly air. When Su Changqing came to this place under the guidance of Xie, several days had already passed. He raised his head to look at this large black mountain, and his heart was indescribably complicated. In the path of cultivation, qi condensation is the beginning. After the completion of qi condensation, one can open up the spiritual orifices in the body, thus stepping into the realm of dust opening. The dust opening realm was divided into 3 levels: human spirit, earth lack, and heavenly fate. The gap between each level is huge. For example, a human spirit Dao foundation of the dust opening realm cultivator can break through with only the aid of elixir. If you want to open up an earth deficient Dao foundation, you need the power of the earth's veins as a guide. As for the divine order to open the dust, only by virtue of their own spiritual power through the heavens and earth. Once accomplished, life expectancy of nearly 1,000. And can crush all the same realm of cultivation. It's just too hard to get the sky to open up the dust. There had never been a heavens mandate dust opener in the southern domain, and there were very few dust opener realms that possessed an earth deficient Dao foundation. This was also the reason why the southern region clans knew that the immortal ancient ruins were extremely risky, but they also wanted to send their heavenly pride here at any cost. The 100 Broken Mountains within the ancient ruins of Innocent. It contains the power of the earth's veins. 1,000 years ago, it was outside the 100 Breaks mountain that a great demon awakened, and the entire ancient spirit sex party was wiped out, with only Su Changqing escaping in a sorry state. He couldn't have imagined it in any way. After 1,000 years, the day has come when I can return to my homeland. Is this the 100 Broken Mountains? Xie's gaze landed on the large black mountain, and he similarly inhaled lightly. At this moment, on the outskirts of the 100 Breaks mountain, there were a dozen figures sitting on their knees, most of them at the late stage of the qi condensation realm, dressed in all shapes and sizes, and only a few disciples from the 7 southern domain sects. The arrival of Su Changqing and Xie instantly attracted some attention, but after just a glance, these casual cultivators stopped paying attention. The entrance to the 100 Broken Mountain Rift exists with a rich and chilly aura, and not everyone has the ability to step within it and obtain the power of the earth's veins. Patriarch explained, as if to confirm that this woman's words were not false. A crack outside the 100 Breaks Mountain suddenly had a dull whistling sound coming out, accompanied by a powerful cold storm. A middle-aged loose cultivator retreated quickly from within the crack. After moving away from the gloomy cold storm, this person spewed out blood with a wow sound, and the blood froze into black ice ballast before it even hit the ground. He also failed? It seems that the 100 Breaks Mountain's creations are only accessible to the great sect's pride. No wonder the 7 great sects were kind enough to give up their spots. This is to let us go out and spread the word, making the later ones know what to do. Seeing the middle-aged man's wretched appearance, the dozen or so people guarding the periphery's expressions kept changing. It was hard to see. He's cultivation was chi condensation perfection, and he was already considered to be the strongest besides the 7 great sects' heavenly pride. This person was still unable to break through the cold storm, and was even more terrified of them. Patriarch listened to the discussion not far away and turned around to look at Su Changqing. As you have heard, the disciples of the 3 great sects should have already entered the 100 Broken Mountains. The implication is clear. Su Changqing is not afraid of death. She's afraid. If you want to seek trouble from the disciples of the 3 great clans, just go in and find it yourself. Thank you for solving the girl. Su Changqing nodded his head and took a step towards the closest crack. Patriarch deeply exhaled a cloudy breath. Somehow, what she would think is that she has lost her value. But Su Changqing didn't kill her to silence her? In the meantime, as Su Changqing approached a crack, on the outskirts of the 100 Breaks Mountain, the gazes of a group of loose cultivators looked over in unison. Who is this person? Looking at his attire, he should also be a casual cultivator. Unconscionable. Can't he see that even He couldn't break through the cold storm? Mr. Yi bets that he will retreat in a sorry state in 10 breaths at most. 7 breaths at most. The clan's heavenly pride cultivates the scriptures profoundly. The battle power of the same cultivation level is far better than that of a casual cultivator such as me. This person is somewhat unaware of the sky and the earth. He heard the noisy voices around him and also noticed Su Changqing's movements. Turning around to look at him, Su Changqing ignored the surrounding gazes, and after arriving at the edge of the crack, he lifted his foot and stepped in without any hesitation. A dull whistling sound rolled out. The temperature around them plummeted, and wherever the gloomy cold storm passed, gusts of cold air rose, as if it was going to drill into the body and go freezing the blood. Su Changqing had a bashful face. During the 1,000 years in the realm of void, the refining of his fleshly body had similarly reached an appalling level. Such a degree of chilling aura did not even qualify Su Changqing to frown. Just a breath of time. Su Changqing's figure then entered the world within the 100 Broken Mountains. He made it? That fast? How is it possible? Mr. Yi remembers that the heavenly mansion Sex Daozi, praying for the sunlight to break through the cold storm, also took a full 3 breaths of time. Upon seeing this scene, the peripheral loose cultivators erupted into shouts of shock. He's face also became unnatural. A bunch of uneducated ones. Patriarch scoffed at this. She waited in place for half an hour before turning around and heading straight for another crack. The sky is brown. The earth is brown. This was the image Su Changqing saw after entering the 100 Breaks Mountain. And the most amazing thing was this side of the world in the mountains, with brown mountains undulating and dim rivers flowing, like an ink painting, illusory interspersed with reality. Is there no one? Su Changqing surveyed the spot for a while and left the entrance location. When he arrived at the nearest brown hill, it was only then that he realized why he had entered the 100 Broken Mountains and had not seen any sect disciples in the first place. Because this side of the world is too vast. The heavens and the earth were misty, not different from the real world. The deeper you go, the more brown it gets, especially in the direction of the end. The brown color has been transformed into a creepy pitch black, like an abyssal beast with its mouth wide open, choosing to devour people. Immortal ancient ruins. There are too many things that are not normal. Su Changqing was not surprised. He was just about to walk towards the inside, when suddenly his expression changed. His right hand joined his fingers like a sword, and he swung down and chopped to the side. There was the sound of dingo clashing. Fluctuations emanated from the void on Su Changqing's side, and an oddly ferocious beast appeared out of thin air. It was a good lizard-like being, only about the size of a foot, with no facial features. A pair of bone wings were borne on its spine, and its body was not covered by scale armor. Its brown rough skin was exposed and looked exceptionally hideous. Su Changqing's finger of sword chi only left a bloodstain at the location of its neck. Chapter 5, The Faceless Demon. Faceless creepy demon? Su Changqing whispered to himself. The 100 Broken Mountains were actually not real mountains, but rather the cohesion of the power of the earth's veins accumulated over millions of years. It's just that this mountain is too big. The power of the earth's veins was extremely manic. Not to mention chi condensation realm cultivators. Even if the ancestors of the various clans came, they would not be able to directly access the power of the earth's veins contained in the 100 Breaks Mountain itself. This fiendish beast called faceless guile demon was condensed from the power of the earth veins contained in the 100 broken mountains, extracting the power of the earth's veins contained in their bodies. There was the same chance that the earth's lack of Tao base could be condensed. While Su Changqing thought back, the faceless trickster demon's abdomen contracted and let out a sharp hiss, breaking the silence of the place. It left a residual shadow in its place and came straight at Su Changqing's face. It looked as if it wanted to follow Su Changqing's 7 orifices and drill into his body. Are you worthy? Instead of retreating, Su Changqing raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom! This punch directly smashed the faceless trickster demon out, and the location where the fist landed was clearly dented. Su Changqing rubbed his somewhat numb wrist. The figure shifted. As the faceless trickster demon reeled back, he closed in once more and his second punch landed. Immediately after. Third punch, fourth punch, fifth punch. After I don't know how many punches were smashed, the faceless creepy demon's body seemed to be like porcelain, cracking open with a touch of shocking gaps, and directly collapsing and bursting into a bloody mess. Yes, only then did Su Changqing stop moving, revealing a bright smile of satisfaction. It had been too long since he had stretched his muscles. The appearance of the faceless creepy demon. Very sweet. At this moment, with the death of the faceless creepy demon, its flesh and blood became twisted, and it was visible to the naked eye as it transformed into a wisp of brown gas that floated but did not disperse. This is the power of the earth's veins? Su Changqing directly opened his mouth and swallowed this strand of brown chi into his abdomen. The earth chakra enters the body and melts into the meridians. The spiritual energy in his body suddenly boiled up, as if it was being pulled, and immediately traveled quickly along the veins around his body, and the tearing sensation spread out from his internal organs. Su Changqing's face was calm. This severe pain was just that to him. When the ground vein power completely dissolved, the spiritual power in Su Changqing's body was like a tidal wave, constantly washing over the meridians, flesh, bones, and all areas of his entire body. Each person has a spiritual aperture in their body that contains a divine treasure. When the Human Spirit Taoist Foundation has found 80 spiritual apertures, it can proceed to ignite them one by one with its spiritual power, thus stepping into the realm of open dust. If you use the power of the earth's veins as a guide, you will be able to realize 90 spiritual apertures and more. However, one strand of earth vein power was clearly not enough to sustain it for too long. The tides of spiritual energy in Su Changqing's body gradually returned to normal. As for the hidden spiritual aperture, it seemed to be blocked by an indefinable diaphragm, unable to really peek into it. It seems that if you want the earth to lack open dust, you pretty much have to kill dozens of faceless trickster demons before you can do so. Su Changqing understood and continued to walk towards the depths of the 100 broken mountains. It was 3 days in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, he had only encountered 7 faceless creepy demons, and the tidal wave of spiritual energy pulled out by the power of the earth's veins was still a long way from realizing his own spiritual aperture. Until another half a day had passed forward, Su Changqing's footsteps stopped for the first time. Not far in front of him, there was a faceless trickster demon that was half a zhang in size, and it was frantically killing towards one of the surrounding figures. These figures were none other than the celestial pride from the southern region sect. There were a total of 5 of them, both male and female, not from the same clan, and they were currently teaming up to surround and kill this particular faceless guile demon. 3 of the men wearing black and white robes, killing intent in their eyes. The strike is even more ruthless, at a glance as the kind of ferocious generation. The other 2 are a brother and sister. There were fluctuations of the 5 elemental arts scattered when he struck out, and they were equally not bad. Su Changqing ignored these sect disciples and headed straight for the faceless creepy demon. The moment these sect disciples were about to continue striking, his figure had already approached the other side, directly raising his right hand and pressing it towards the faceless guile demon. The 5 men froze in unison. They didn't recognize Su Changqing, but they could tell that Su Changqing was not a disciple of the 7 sect through his clothes. It's already a fluke that the district's casual cultivator broke in here. Something that doesn't know how to die. Those 3 black and white Dao-robed men immediately had cold smiles and even more sneers at the corners of their mouths. They had fought with this faceless guile demon for many hours, and clearly knew the special, terrifyingly amazing strength of this faceless guile demon's fleshly body. As for the brother and sister appearance of a man and a woman, then in the surprise, quickly opened his mouth to stop. Be careful. This faceless trick demon is a middle-order demon beast. Far from other low-order trick demon can be compared to. Do not be alone. Not waiting for the last few words to be uttered, the siblings' entire bodies jolted. The other 3 also widened their eyes, their cold smiles frozen on their faces, revealing disbelief and horror. The faceless guile demon, who could only be evenly matched by their joint efforts, seemed to be struck by a huge mountain the moment he touched the right hand of the young man in front of him. A sharp hiss resounded. This half a zhang-sized faceless creepy demon didn't even have the slightest resistance, and was directly forced to the ground. Boom! The entire earth seemed to be shaken, sending out a roar. Who is this person? The power of his fleshly body is so strong, terrifying as hell. Those three men in black and white Dao robes, along with the pair of siblings in the other direction, all sucked in their breath, especially those three black and white Dao-robed men. While shocked, other thoughts immediately arose in their hearts. Su Evergreen is strong. However, the earth vein power contained in this faceless guile demon in front of him was enough to compare to an unusual 10. The three of them glanced at each other in tacit understanding, intending to take advantage of Su Changqing's entanglement with the faceless creepy demon to make a sudden move and kill them together when they suddenly froze once again. The tangle that a few people imagined didn't happen, only to see Su Changqing's 5 fingers exerting force, as if embedded in the body of the faceless creepy demon, smashing this one faceless creepy demon like a toy, in all directions fiercely. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. Each dull crashing sound was like heavenly thunder exploding in the minds of these 5 sect disciples. The earth was dusty and rubble was splattered, until the hissing faded and ended abruptly. Only then did Su Changqing let go of his hand and threw the dead beyond death faceless guile demon at his feet, along with the wisp of earth vein power that was far superior to the previous one. He also swallowed it into his stomach. 1 and done. Su Changqing felt the tidal wave of spiritual energy rolling within his body before he turned to look at his side. Meeting his gaze, the scalps of these 5 surrounding sect celestials were about to explode, including those 3 black and white Dao-robed men. They all swallowed hard saliva in unison, with indescribable fear and awe in their eyes. Su Changqing's gaze fell on these 3 people, smiled faintly and said politely, "I have something I want to ask. I wonder if a few of you can answer." Parisia had already presented the information of the 3 great sects in detail on the way to 100 Breaks Mountain. The black and white Taoist robe dress was the very symbol of Yin Yang Valley's identity. Hearing Su Changqing's words, these 3 Yin Yang Valley disciples glanced at each other, all seeing the incomprehension and fear in each other's eyes. A dry and thin youth at the head of the group stiffened his head and rushed Su Changqing to cup his fists and responded, "Former, senior, but there's no harm in speaking. Don't be nervous, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to ask." "Never mind, don't ask." Halfway through his words, Su Changqing suddenly sighed, as if remembering something and continued to speak. "By the way, did you 3 just try to make a move?" Chapter 6, The Truth About the Ancient Spirit Sect. Su Changqing's tone was calm, but the dry and thin young man's mind was rumbling. Without any hesitation, he backed up sharply, wanting to escape without any consideration. The other 2 Yin Yang Valley disciples did the same. If Su Changqing were to ask that pair of siblings with the same question, they would only open their mouths to explain. These 3 are different. They were already weak to the core the moment Su Changqing opened his mouth. Su Changqing quietly looked at the escape of the 3 people in front of him. Not rushing to catch up, he slowly raised his right hand and clenched it in the air. The 2 Yin Yang Valley disciples, who had already fled dozens of feet away, had a steep change in color. At some point in the duo's surroundings set off a cold wind, setting their bodies on fire. Screaming and wailing instantly echoed away. An outsider looking in would be shocked to realize that what is searing these 2 is black flame. Not long after, their corpses hung straight down to the ground, like 2 black ice sculptures, in pieces. Su Changqing's expression was subdued, and only then did he go straight to that dry and thin youth. The dry and thin youth had witnessed the bizarre deaths of 2 of his fellow disciples and had long been scared out of his wits. After seeing Su Changqing quickly chasing after him, he went crazy and threatened loudly, "I am Miao Gongyuan of Yin Yang Valley. You will absolutely not be able to walk out of Xiangu, if you kill me." Su Changqing's right hand pressed on the dry and thin man's brow, interrupting the rest of his words as much as he could, recklessly flipping through his memories. This dry and skinny youth obviously knew more than Duanmu Ling due to his esteemed status. About 300 years ago, the ancient spirit sect had occasionally obtained a strange supreme treasure, and after the news leaked out, it was strangled by the 3 major sects. The dry and thin man did not have the information of that one supreme treasure in his memory. He only knew the result of that battle. The ancient spirit patriarch died in battle. Many elders died for the most part. The casualties of the disciples were even more numerous. If it were not for the deep heritage of the ancient spirit sect, I am afraid that the mountain gate would have been destroyed and no one would have survived. No exaggeration. The rise of the 3 great sects was built on the white bones of the ancient spirit sect. As this Yin Yang Valley disciple's head exploded, Su Changqing slowly closed his eyes. The killing machine in his heart had reached the verge of erupting in the crush of millennia of years. Its anger, also all the guilt of the clan's crisis and his absence. For a long time, Su Changqing opened his eyes and turned to look at the pair of siblings, the robes on their bodies. This brother and sister duo were disciples of the 5U sect. Late Yao Lu Yang. I don't know what senior's orders are? Noticing Su Changqing's indifferent gaze, the man of the brother and sister duo hesitated a little, shielding his sister behind him and stiffly clasping his fists. It wasn't that Yao Luoyang hadn't thought of taking advantage of the gap between parties to leave. It was just that the fury emanating from Su Changqing's body was too appalling. He wouldn't dare. Do you two know where most of the disciples from the various sects who entered the 100 Breaks Mountain have gone? Su Changqing took a deep breath, and after calming his mind a bit, he slightly nodded his head in greeting. There's no specific direction, and the location where the faceless guile demon appeared cannot be deduced by the clan elders. Yao Luoyang hesitantly opened his mouth, seemingly afraid that his answer caused Su Changqing to be dissatisfied. He struggled for a while, then said, the 100 Breaks Mountain now seems to be somewhat different from the records of the various sects. The faceless trickster demon is much stronger. The deeper you go, the more so. Yao Luoyang's release of goodwill was not yet finished. Su Changqing was already like a stream of light, heading straight to the depths of the 100 Broken Mountains, until he figures away. Yao Luoyang fell limp on his butt, his back drenched in cold sweat. Brother, look how scared you are. Yao Lulu consciously wanted to tease a sentence. Who knows that the words unconsciously also stuttered a little. I didn't think that there was such a perverted chi condensation realm cultivator in the southern domain. If I'm not wrong, this person should have an old relationship with the ancient spirit sect. Ancient spirit sect? That's right, little sister. It's normal for you to not know since you worshipped the master too late. Yao Luoyang took a deep breath and looked again at the direction Su Changqing had left, before he opened his mouth with some uncertainty. Master was once close friends with an ancient spirit sect, Heavenly Pride. And during one of his preaching sessions his old man personally said that if the southern region sects were to compare the profundity of their scriptures, the 5U sect could be ranked among the top 3. However, if we are talking about artistry aptitudes, the ancient spirit sect's heavenly Xian seal of life and death is deservedly number 1. Rumor has it that the Tianxian seal of life and death has a total of 9 layers, and after cultivating it to perfection, the seal can be transformed into an indestructible divine fire that captures the spirit of heaven and earth. Black amazing white blaze. The black flames cast by that person just now are very much like the black amazement that Master said. Yao Lulu also thought of that touch of black flame that seemed to ignite spiritual energy at that moment and asked in surprise, Brother, could that person be a disciple of the ancient spirit sect? Unlikely. Yao Luoyang shook his head and sighed lightly. The ancient spirit sect has long been in decline, which is a pity to say. Unfortunately, what? Master had said that his dear friend, who started cultivating at the age of 17 and perfected chi condensation at 17, was the only demon he had ever seen in his life? Yao Luoyang was well aware of the terror of his master's cultivation. Can let the old man have such a high evaluation of the person. Naturally also in the invisible makes Yao Luoyang heart yearning. Can't wait to get acquainted with it. He stroked his little sister's head and said rather emotionally, it's just a pity that that person entered the immortal ancient ruins 1,000 years ago, coinciding with the immortal ancient disaster, and I'm afraid that he has long been dead for many years. Otherwise, why is the ancient spirit sect here? The brown sky and earth grew dim. Su Changqing didn't know that he had been recognized by Yao Luoyang's siblings the first time he performed the Tianxian life and death seal. Any faceless trickster demons he encountered along the way were transformed into a strand of nourishment for the black amazing in his fury, including the few Yin-Yang Valley disciples that they had met by chance. Just as Su Changqing was planning to catch up with all of them, one of them released harsh words through gritted teeth as he fled in haste. Kid, if you have the guts to wait for me, I, Yin-Yang Valley Daozi, will definitely not let you go. Su Changqing froze at his words and waited up in place. This man has a point. Most of the sect disciples look down on the scattered cultivators without backgrounds, and for the sake of their own face will only share the same enemy. In a sense, killing one person is no different from killing 100, both have made a deadly enemy. Instead of aimlessly searching for them on your own, you should wait for them to come to you of their own accord. Su Changqing looked at the vast brown heaven and earth, and seemed to feel that the one clan of disciples from Yin-Yang Valley was somewhat insufficient. The next day, after Su Changqing saw that some Guiyuan sect disciples were rounding up a Ziyang sect man for a faceless guile demon, he immediately rushed over. As it is, kill one, release one, until the 3rd day. Inside a mountain stream, a group of people from the Heavenly Mansion sect looked at the teenager who was inexplicably rushing towards them. All of them were as if they were on the ground, waiting in a strict stance. As Su Changqing raised his hand to kill the group, he prepared even more, only to see that before he approached, his voice had already spread in all directions. The Heavenly Mansion sect's people are all trash. I can suppress you so-called heavenly pride with one hand. What? No? Ha ha ha. If you have the guts to let the Taoist son of the Heavenly Mansion sect come in person, I'll be waiting at the top of the mountain 10 miles away. I'm afraid that you losers won't dare to come. The Heaven's House sect crowd. Chapter 7, A Small Gift. No honor. Have you heard? There was a nameless loose cultivator who killed everyone on sight. But fortunately, Meng Kuei of Yin-Yang Valley's cultivation was strong enough to escape from death. When Kuzhua was found by his fellow senior brothers, His mouth kept shouting that there was a madman hunting their Guile sect disciples. Your news is outdated. The Heavenly Mansion sect's group of 7 people encountered that nameless loose cultivator and only one survived. The survivor said that the man shouted out by name that Qi Yang Huan, the Taoist son of the Heavenly Mansion sect, was a name-dropper who could be destroyed with one hand. Su Changqing's appearance was like a stone thrown into the lake, causing the already competitive 100 Breaks Mountain to have additional variables that no one had anticipated. As disciples from each of the 3 great sects escaped their clutches, a rumor rose up. After the disciples of the 7 southern domain clans entered the 100 Broken Mountains, whether they joined forces or each had their own city, they were secretly in contact with each other. Just one day, the matter about the nameless loose cultivator was already known by the vast majority of the southern region's heavenly prides, an extremely secluded valley. It's him! Parisia had just searched for the Ziyang sect's premises with his front foot, and without waiting to catch his breath, he heard the murmuring voices of his fellow disciples, and his mind exploded with a loud bang. Except for Su Changqing, she really can't think of anyone else who would dare to act so wildly. Interesting, I didn't expect there to be such a loose cultivator within this 100 Broken Mountains. I'd like to see who this person is. At the same time that Ing Xiao was shocked, a buxom purple-clothed young man with some curiosity in his eyes slowly walked out of the valley. It was none other than the Daozi of the Ziyang sect, Pei Qingfeng. Not only did Pei Qingfeng think this way, but the Taoists of the 5 Yu zones likewise grew in anticipation. Stirring up? But this person is not wrong about one thing. Qi Yanghuan is indeed a waste. This was an unusual-looking youth, as plain as the name Chen Hai. The next person may not be able to remember its appearance, but the pair of pupils that contain the stars of the ocean is enough to be branded in the soul. The returning sect's doubtless son was there in person. However, there were nearly 90% of the disciples who heard about this and chose to turn around at the first opportunity. The Heaven's Mansion sect likewise didn't hesitate much. Qi Yanghuan put down a vicious sentence and led many disciples to rush out of the stationing place, eyeing the direction where Su Changqing was, killing him. Since the establishment of the sect, no one has ever dared to be so reckless. If this son doesn't die, how will my Heavenly Mansion sect gain a foothold in the southern region? The Yin Yang Valley Daozi was named Chang Sunyu. This was a woman with a delicate figure and a stunningly beautiful appearance. The power of the earth vein in her body was so dense that she was only 30% away from opening the earth-deficient Tao foundation, and she had not intended to pay attention to this matter. Nay, Su Changqing's move was a young plot. The more honored the status, the more insurmountable it is. As one of the 7 clans in the southern region, the Yin Yang Valley had the least shortage of self-proclaimed extraordinary celestial pride. Chang Sunyu is clear in her heart. If she is so provoked by a casual cultivator without any reaction, even if she did condense an earth-deficient Tao foundation, the identity of a Tao son would fearfully fall into disrepute. It's just as well that one clan left a survivor, but all 3 clans have disciples who escaped. Was it done on purpose? Chang Sunyu sighed quietly and finally took a step. Regardless of this person's purpose, it should be too late to seek the power of the earth's veins after his death. The Yin Yang Valley crowd behind her immediately followed in full. This day, aside from the Sword Mountain and the departing Fire God sect followers, who didn't have much of a reaction, the rest of the disciples from the 5 sects all came in shock due to Su Changqing's crazy actions. Su Changqing, who was located at the center of the storm, did not have the slightest awareness of what he had to face at this time. He was lying quietly on the top of a brown mountain, blowing in the breeze. As in the realm of nothingness, there were no waves in his heart. The Southern Region sect is really getting worse by the day. The news has been out for so long. It's still really inked. Time doesn't seem to matter so much at the moment. I don't know how much time has passed. Only then did Su Changqing stand up with an open mind and look up at the brown sky not far away. The moment he raised his head, a dozen figures linked up. The first to rush to this place were the Purple Sun sect disciples. These Purple Sun sect's pride did not approach, but stopped not far away. Just like a look of coming early. The show has not yet started. Peri Xie, after deep thought, was among the crowd. Although she had guessed earlier, after seeing the young man in front of her with her own eyes, it was still hard to believe that Su Changqing was really so bold. I'm Pei Qingfeng, the Dao son of the Violet Sun sect. I wonder how to address you. Pei Qingfeng didn't notice Ing Xie's expression as he laughed and spoke with a distant fist at Su Changqing. A casual cultivator. Don't mention it. Su Changqing's first impression of this person was good, and he responded perfunctorily despite his loss. Pei Qingfeng is quite an oddball. The interest in his eyes grew stronger. Not much longer. Chen Hai and the dozen or so disciples of the 5 Yu zones also appeared below the peak of the mountain. They first warmly greeted Pei Qingfeng and the other Purple Sun sect disciples before they looked with burning eyes at Su Changqing, who was standing on top of the mountain. Looking at what this youngster is doing, it seems like he's deliberately targeting the other 3 great sects. Just as everyone was waiting for something, Chen Hai's voice quietly fell into Pei Qingfeng's ears. What's that got to do with it? Then according to Brother Pei's high opinion, how long can he live? Although this person is a complete qi condensation, his qi and blood are extremely vigorous. He should be able to hold on for half an incense sticking time. You know this man? Why would I want to know someone who is going to die? Pei Qingfeng's smile remained unchanged and he responded with an unsurprising voice transmission. Also, but half an incense stick is a bit long. You're so confident in him? No. Mr. Pei is just looking down on those three great sects. Chen Hai nodded deeply. The 5U sect and the Purple Sun sect are both great sects that were famous in the southern region 1,000 years ago. And for the emerging forces such as the Yin-Yang Valley, there is a little disdain in their hearts. Right in the middle of these two Daozi's secret exchange, in several other directions, bursts of whistling sounds suddenly came out. The disciples of the Heavenly Mansion sect, the Guiyuan sect and the Yin-Yang Valley arrived as much as they could. Su Changqing immediately realized that a gaze that was eager to dismantle him was gazing at him from all directions. One of the most intense killing intent. It was Kaiyangwen. Su Changqing was unimpressed. His gaze swept one by one from all around him, lingering briefly for a moment on Changsun Yuan, a man at the head of the Guiyuan sect. These three were the strongest of the disciples of the three great clans that had entered the immortal ancient ruins. It was different from Qi Yangwan's violent anger. There was more of a scrutiny in the eyes of Changsun Yuan, the man from the Guiyuan sect. Su Changqing was very dissatisfied. He hadn't gone through all the trouble to have the disciples of the three great sects sizing himself up like monkeys. Rather, let everyone from the three great sects experience his monstrous wrath and then die in despair. The only way to fill some of the guilt over the clan's nurturing was to do so. Since you are all here, allow me to give you all a gift. I hope you guys could love it. Su Changqing smiled and opened his mouth, raising his hand. A strong wind was immediately lifted under his feet, dispersing the forest mists that had originally converged here. In the ancient forest, the corpses of the disciples of the three great sects, who had previously died at the hands of Su Changqing, were hanging from the roots and vines, swinging with the wind. Chapter 8, Black Amazing. The clamor of the disciples of the five great sects abruptly stopped, and a brief dead silence appeared. Their gazes landed on the corpses, chills growing from the bottom of their hearts, subconsciously wanting to stay away from Su Changqing. Pei Qingfeng and Chen Hai both exhaled a turbid breath at the same time, making similar assessments of Su Changqing. Crazy. Absolutely nuts. How was the behavior of the teenager in front of him different from riding on the heads of the disciples of the three great sects and ting on them? Brother Chen, I take back what I just said. This brat won't live for more than 3 breaths. Pei Qingfeng looked deeply at Su Changqing, who was atop the mountain with a calm face. How dare you provoke my three great sects like this? As he said, the disciples of the three major sects, including the Heavenly Mansion sect, laughed angrily at the sight of a corpse of their fellow disciples. Little brat, you're digging your own grave. If we don't skin and bone you today, we'll swear not to be human. Since I was a child, I've never seen anyone in the southern domain Earth dare to offend my Yin-Yang Valley so blatantly. Don't kill him so easily. I will make this person regret living in the world. It was difficult to suppress the killing and anger that erupted. All the disciples of the three great sects hissed and tried to rush towards Su Changqing. However, faster than the three sect disciples were the three Qi Yanghuan at the head of the group. Qi Yanghuan's eyes showed a ferocious aura. He raised his hand and pinched his knob, and a 3-foot fire dragon roared out, the scorching temperature causing the surrounding space to distort and roll around the square. The man from the Guiyuan sect let out an equally furious rebuke. A long sword that radiated a golden yellow aura materialized, carrying his amazing killing intent and stabbing at Su Changqing. If this son doesn't die, the three southern domain clans will only be reduced to the laughingstock of the world. Even the most cautious Changsun Yu was no longer calm at this time. Behind her, there were 2 crescent arcs, one white and one black, such as outlining around a black and white sun, which bombarded the top of the mountain and suppressed it. If it's personal, according to the nature of the great clan's pride, most will choose to face the battle alone. But the actions of the teenager at the top of the mountain in full view of the public had already touched the bottom line of the sect. The best way, that is, with an absolutely tough stance, he will be completely exterminated, leaving no bones or corpses behind. Su Changqing also understood this. If not, wouldn't it be boring? Facing a spell that was killing him from all over the sky, the corner of his mouth pulled out a crazy arc, and with a buzzing sound, his body catapulted and stormed up. It's been a long time, hasn't been this lively. Su Changqing appeared right in front of the fire dragon, and the hot air currents curled his long hair and scorched his already yellowish clothes. This real sizzling feeling, it's wonderful. Su Changqing let out a long laugh and raised his hand to blast out a fist. This punch directly shattered the artistic fire dragon, turning it into a rumbling wave of fire that spread throughout the sky. There's no stopping. Su Changqing's figure leapt out from the waves of fire and turned to meet that golden yellow long sword. Another punch wrapped in 1,000 pounds. As the Guiyuan sect man's sword intent technique then exploded, a wisp of escaping lingering sword light sliced a thin bloodstain in his right hand. Right at this moment, the black and white sun was already approaching. The power of this technique was far better than the fire dragon and sword mane, almost instantly covering Su Changqing, and the terrifying spirit pressure poured out, smashing his figure down to the earth. Boom! The brown ground was steeply smashed out of a deep pit with a booming sound, splashing rubble and dirt in all directions. The disciples of the various sects present saw Su Changqing simply fall, yet none of them showed disdain. Even the pride of the three great clans that hated Su Changqing to the bone are also like this. Everyone's gazes were dead set on the deep pit in the earth. Their hearts and minds shook, and the sound of inhalation rose and fell. This man is not crazy? He was using his physical body to resist the two Taoists' techniques. Could it be that he's a cultivator who specializes in body refining? If I'm not mistaken, this nameless loose cultivator seemed to be smiling before he was suppressed. You guys say it's Qi Yanghuan and the others who are too weak. Or is this person's flesh too strong? A shocked clamor of uncertainty emanated, and Pei Qingfeng and Chen Hai also looked at each other at this moment, their hearts rolling with huge waves. Ying Xie, who was hiding behind the crowd, likewise opened her mouth wide. The bystander is still the same, since there is no need to mention Qi Yanghuan, the man of the Guiyuan clan, and Shang Sunyu. These three people looked more unsightly than one another. The murmurs around them were tantamount to slapping these three in the face. Their rare joint efforts were actually resisted by a nameless person with his physical body, and they were afraid that they would be laughed at if they were to spread the word. Just do not wait for Qi Yanghuan a few people to multiply the victory. Will Su Changqing completely destroyed? There was a creepy low sound that suddenly resounded from the deep pit in the ground. So this is what it feels like to be hurt. In the midst of an unbelievable gaze, a black flame suddenly rose from the deep pit. This fire looks like everything can be burned. The aura that actually radiated out was eerily chilly. Su Changqing's figure stood in the black amazement, from the lowest part of the deep pit, looking up at the three great sects' heavenly pride. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. What came out of his eyes was a heavenly battle intent that would make anyone's heart skip a beat if they saw it. Like a heart that has been silent for 1,000 years, it has begun to beat again. Exciting and crazy. Buzz. Su Changqing's figure suddenly disappeared in place. With the enhancement of the black amazing, the speed was unknown how many times faster than the party. In a flash his figure appeared in front of the man from the returning sect. Wisps of black flames rumbled and spread, as if there was a spirituality, and rolled straight toward the Guiyuan sect's pride. The man from the Guiyuan sect was just about to resist when he realized with horror that this strand of black amazement appeared to be tangible, but was actually rootless. It wasn't his body that ignited, but the spiritual energy and vitality. This is not a technique, but a avatar? The man from the Guiyuan sect's expression changed drastically. He couldn't imagine that there were cultivators of the Qi condensation realm who could cultivate divine powers in the southern region Earth. This matter was too appalling. It's just a shame. The moment the man from the Guiyuan sect came to his senses, the black amaze had already set his body ablaze, and the sinister coldness invaded his internal organs, and his vitality was wiped out altogether. After the surrounding crowd reacted, one by one, their scalps directly exploded, especially when he saw the body of the man from the Guiyuan sect fall to pieces like a black ice sculpture. A bone-chilling chill grew. This is just the beginning. Su Changqing's long-lost battle intent was aroused, and the identity of prey and hunter had been transformed. The black amazement didn't stay after devouring the vitality of the man from the Guiyuan sect, but transformed into a storm of black amazement that spread over the disciples of the three great sects in all directions. Tianshan seal of life and death. Take the killing attention. The more people the seal killed, the more powerful the black amazingness became, precisely because of its horror. So the ancient spirit sect honored as the southern region once the first clan. 10,000 years to really will this seal cultivation perfect only two people. One of them is the founder of the ancient spirit sect. The second man. It's an unparalleled demon trapped in the realm of nothingness for 1,000 years. Su Evergreen. Chapter 9, The King of the Creepy Demons. All the disciples of the five sects trembled, looking at Su Changqing who stood in the black amazement of nothingness. There were some disciples who were familiar with the ancient books of the southern domain, recalling the hidden secrets they had once heard, 1,000 years ago. There was also such a heavenly pride who alone suppressed the entire southern region's cultivators of the same generation. History trance reenacted. Only in the change of the years, the once demon was as gentle as jade, and the young man in front of him was as crazy as a demon. Wherever Su Changqing passed, the disciples of the three great sects died one after another from the roiling black amazement. Tiger in the flock. The disciples of the three sects hissed as they cast their respective techniques, but they were unable to shake the black amazing in the slightest. and people were constantly being wiped out of existence. Su Changqing's gaze finally fixed on the duo of Qi Yanghuan and Chang Sunyu. Qi Yanghuan, eyes through the color of panic, decisively chose to give up behind the same door, turned around to escape. Chang Sunyu similarly ignored the deaths of the Yin Yang Valley disciples. However, when Su Changqing looked at her, her beautiful eyes were permeated with a touch of pure battle intent while she was shocked. This battle intent, not killing. It had nothing to do with the identity of the Yin Yang Valley's Dao Sun. It was the rivalry and arrogance that belonged to the same heavenly pride. If it is said that after learning of Su Changqing's move, Chang Sunyu came to this place as passive, then right now after seeing the amazing cultivation of Su Changqing, she didn't mind initiating a fight. Su Changqing swept his gaze over Chang Sunyu, raised his hand and waved it, and the black amazement rolled straight towards Qi Yanghuan, who had a timid heart. 9-candle Inferno Dragon. Qi Yanghuan felt the aura of death behind him and shouted defiantly. There was a roar coming out from all around him, and the area of dozens of feet in a circle instantly transformed into dots of flames, and a fire dragon coalesced at a rapid pace. The fluctuations emanating from each fire dragon were enough to be comparable to an ordinary Qi condensation perfection cultivator, yet it was all in vain. The black amazement is not extinguished. It can burn the spirit of all things. The 9 fire dragons were all swallowed by the black amaze. Along with the despairing Qi Yanghuan in his eyes, they disappeared in the same place. Su Changqing gathered as much of the surrounding black amazement around his body before he looked at the Yin Yang Valley Daozi, who was also looking at him, and put away his madness. In Chang Sunyu's eyes, it was as if he saw himself 1,000 years ago. Su Changqing calmly said, "Because you didn't escape, I can let you die a quicker death. I also want to leave. But it's just that even though the 100 broken mountains are big, where can I run to?" Chang Sunyu deeply sized up Su Changqing and smiled instead of being angry. "Though I don't know why we have offended you. Is this your respect?" Su Changqing did not continue to respond. Giving the Yin Yang Valley disciples a chance to speak was already his greatest kindness. Wisps of black amazement swept out once again, carrying the sinister cold of harvesting life as it whistled toward Chang Sunyu. Chang Sunyu's eyebrows were furrowed. The dark and cold aura contained by the black amazing gave her chills, and the shadow of death loomed over her heart. Strangely enough, Chang Sunyu's face could not see the slightest bit of despair. Behind her, there is black and white dense fog, such as the transformation of a yin and yang fish pattern. Roaring operation even took the initiative to meet the sky black amazement. It was like trying to unleash one's strongest battle power at the moment before death, breaking through the limits of the fight to the death. Su Changqing was a bit surprised, but it stopped there. Death? Satisfaction is. He lifted his right hand in the air. Wisps of black amazement instantly condensed into a black storm, enveloping Chang Sunyu from all directions. Chang Sunyu's yin and yang method was indeed not bad. It was just that her realm of cultivating this divine ability was far inferior to that of Su Changqing, and she was only able to support herself for 3 breaths of time in the storm that the black amazement had transformed into. I don't know if it's an illusion. The moment she was engulfed by the black amazingness, in her gaze towards Su Changqing, there was actually still a touch of wariness like in the very beginning. Immediately after, the yin and yang fish pattern crumbled. Chang Sunyu died. So far the disciples from the 3 great sects that had come rounding up were all wiped out. The Violet Sun sect and the 5U sect's Celestial Pride, who had witnessed a massacre, all kept retreating and trembling. Peri Xia's eyes were dull and his mind was blank. Pei Qingfeng was no longer subdued at this point. He looked at Su Changqing with a deadpan look, and a sense of powerlessness and panic arose along with his fear. A character like Su Changqing was a nightmare for all cultivators of his generation in the southern domain. Pei, brother Pei, you guessed correctly. The disciples of the 3 sects really lasted for half an incense burner. The stars in Chen Hai's eyes flickered. Going to the theater is for fun. He would be inexplicably clogged up inside. Su Changqing didn't have the time to pay attention to the varying looks around him. After collecting some interest, he was in a very good mood at the moment. The next step is simply to accumulate enough earth vein power to step into the dust opening realm. Go home. Su Changqing spoke softly. He gestured politely at Pei Qingfeng and Chen Hai and the others from afar, and turned around to leave. Just at this time, Su Changqing's heart suddenly trembled. Pei Qingfeng, Chen Hai, Ying Xie, and other heavenly prides of the 2 clans were all like this. One could only hear the unique shrill voice of the faceless guile demon coming from the darkness of the depths of the 100 broken mountains. If they had heard the guile demon hissing in the past, the clan celestials present would have only been excited, which meant that they had the opportunity to extract the power of the earth's veins. However, at this moment, all of the disciples of the 2 clans had their scalps numb. The beating of their hearts was tugged by the hissing sound, as if it had slowed down by half a beat, for the hissing that came out was not just one, but one after another, spreading into a swarm. It's dark? What's that? Someone looked deeper into the 100 broken mountains and spoke in horror. as far as the eye can see. At the end of the brown horizon, it appeared that a black storm had risen up and covered the sky, and was rolling in that direction. It was clearly the faceless trickster demon in the U.S., and at the very front, a faceless trickster demon covered in scale armor and 10 feet in size was charging at an unimaginable speed. What's going on? Oh my god. It's hard to find a trickster demon, but now they've all come out on their own. Something must have changed. Damn it, the Guile Demon King even took the initiative to come out of the 100 Breaks Mountains hinterland as well. The 5U sect and the Purple Sun sect's heavenly pride immediately sucked in their breaths, no longer able to pay attention to Su Changqing, and immediately flew away. Pei Qingfeng and Chen Hai similarly had their minds booming as they turned around and disappeared. Regarding the terror of the trickster Demon King, the Southern Domain sect's ancestors had all instructed them, avoid it immediately when you come across it. Never to be messed with. Just as the disciples of the two sects were scattering in panic, Su Changqing was already 100 feet away. Can't fight it. A pitch-black vertical pupil surfaced on the face of the Guile Demon King, as if he had just awakened, blankly sweeping over the sect disciples who were fleeing. When it looked at Su Changqing, a trace of divine splendor fluctuated within its pupils, and its huge body seemed like a moving mountain, charging straight towards Su Changqing. Pei Qingfeng, Chen Hai, Ying Xie, and the other one of the clan's heavenly prides also discovered something strange at this time. How many meanings? The faceless trickster demon doesn't seem to be following? Something's not right. The Guile Demon King seems to have gone after that loose cultivator. They turned to look back and realized that the black storm was fading away, and one looked at the other with dismay. Pei Qingfeng and the others were relieved. Su Changqing sensed the huge body getting closer behind him. The mind had already cursed. Chapter 10, The Second Green Copper. At me? Even though Su Changqing burst into a rush, he was unable to distance himself too much from the trickster Demon King in a short period of time. His eyes were slightly glazed over. The mind kept going back to a scene that had happened earlier. The faceless creepy demon was born from the cohesion of the power of the earth's veins, and it was impossible for a spirit to exist. There must be a reason for this to be directed at him right now. Could it be that I've killed too many people and the smell of blood attracted the Guile Demon King? No. There is already competition for the power of the earth vein, and there were already deaths and injuries here before I came. Can it be that the Guile Demon King can see that of the cultivators here? I am the most powerful? When Su Changqing thought so, the Demon King violently let out a shocking hiss, and his vertical pupils fell straight onto him, vaguely appearing as overlapping shadows. Su Changqing's mind was like a heavy blow for a moment. His sanity was about to blur, and his speed slowed down a lot. Eyes to catch up. A hot sensation suddenly came from his chest position, radiating a faint greenish aura. This is a piece of green copper I picked up in the realm of nothingness? Su Changqing breathed slightly. He was just about to take out the green copper to see what was so strange about this object when a shocking tugging force came violently from behind himself. The strength of the force was far beyond what a chi condensation realm cultivator could contend with. Just for a moment, Su Changqing's body rolled backwards and directly merged into the vertical pupil of the creepy Demon King, as if being swallowed. See this scene from afar. Pei Qingfeng's expression revealed a strange look, and Chen Hai's gaze was bright and uncertain. Along with one of the sect disciples behind the duo, they were also trembling inwardly at this moment, facing the strike of a trickster Demon King, not to mention a chi condensation realm cultivator. Even the elders of the clan would have a high chance of falling. Su Changqing was afraid that he would be powerless to return to heaven and die. It was only just now that the teenager who was still killing the four directions and fighting the three great sects' heavenly prides all by himself, suddenly die like that? Pei Qingfeng and the others all exhaled a cloudy breath, their eyes extraordinarily complicated. The path of cultivation is already full of ruggedness. Although I don't know why the Guile Demon King rushed at this person. Chen Hai sighed. He did not continue to speak. Everyone present was able to guess what this Violet Sun sect Daoist son was thinking. Su Changqing was too demonic. Such a person was a curse rather than a blessing for the southern region's pure cultivators. It's a shame to die. Again, it's a blessing. Only Ying Xie, after seeing Su Changqing being devoured by the Guile Demon King, her heart trembled, and from the beginning of unbelief, gradually gave birth to a bitterness that could not be explicitly described. Listen to me earlier. How nice. Her beautiful eyes lowered with more sadness as she thought about the conversation she had had. Not much longer. With the departure of the Guile Demon King, the 100 Breaks Mountain returned to business as usual. It's just that these first-hand experiencers are extremely clear. Su Changqing's brief appearance was like a brilliant starburst that crossed the firmament, stunning their hearts and minds. 3 days later, Pei Qingfeng had killed a dozen or so faceless trickster demons that had fallen in the fringe area, successfully opening up the earth-deficient Tao Foundation and shocking the 8 directions. Although Chen Hai was a step slower, he also stepped into the realm of open dust, and his spiritual power fluctuations swept across the square. There are several unassuming teenage girls who have also accumulated enough earth pulse power in one spell. Until most of the month, a shocking array fluctuation emanated from above the immortal ancient ruins, completely announcing the end of the trip. It's not the same as when it came. The elders of the various clans guarding outside the immortal ancient ruins were shocked to find that the faces of one clan junior did not have much excitement about stepping into the dust-opening realm. Many people shook their heads and sighed with a preoccupied look. The Heavenly Mansion sect, Yin Yang Valley and returning Yuan sect's powerhouses, even more so, seemed to have thousands of heavenly thunders rumbling in their minds when they saw the few sect heavenly prides in front of them. Where's Yanghuan? Where is the returning sect? How come my Yin Yang Valley Taoist son, Chang Sun Yu, didn't come out? They were full of murderous intent to question the bystanders. Knowing that the culprit had already been put to death, the eyes of the three great sect powerhouses erupted with fire, almost suffocating alive with rage that had nowhere to be vented. This day, the southern region was sensational. A nameless loose cultivator who didn't know his roots and bones instantly became a legend that everyone in the southern region was talking about. If this son hadn't died in the 100 Breaks Mountain, how lively the southern region would have been. Some people are skeptical. Some people are disdainful. Similarly, there are also people who are also casual cultivators who are convinced of this, and will see Su Changqing as the faith of the cultivation path. A dark sigh of regret. Where is this? Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes. Hiss. The sharp pain that drilled through his heart suddenly hit him. Su Changqing's forehead instantly seethed with cold sweat. Forcing himself to endure the severe pain and surveyed the surroundings, he was in a dark and damp narrow space, not far from an extremely dense fury aura that assiduously attacked him from all sides, enough to be fatal. The reason why he did not die immediately, it is because that piece of green copper, actually suspended in mid-air, scattered green aura will be separated from the Yin break. Still a real treasure? Su Changqing whispered, thinking back to the scene before I passed out, and associating it with my surroundings. If I'm not mistaken, he should be inside the trickster demon king. Was thinking. The green copper seemed to sense Su Changqing's awakening. Slightly trembling, the green aura flourished in dispersing some of the Insha, waiting in front of him to open a channel. Su Changqing froze. The shadowy aura at the end of the passageway lingered, outlining the likeness of a heart. The heart is like a prison. There is also a piece of green copper inside, which is constantly trembling and seems to want to detach from it. A shard of some kind of vessel. Su Changqing could tell at a glance that this second piece of green copper with jagged edges was different from his piece, and the two should be able to be interlaced and combined together. You saved my life. I'll help you once. It's not a loss. He looked down at the green copper in front of him, which was also lightly trembling, and raised his hand, a finger of sword energy, buzzing and chopping at the heart outlined by the Yin fury breath. 100 Broken Mountains hinterland. The guile demon king, who was perched in a valley, violently opened his vertical pupils and emitted a shocking hiss of pain. Hidden in the surrounding darkness, thousands of unusual faceless creepy demons awoke as much as they could and rushed to the creepy demon king. With the exception of the creepy demon king, these faceless creepy demons are all unintelligent. They didn't understand why their king was doing this, and hung their heads down in fear, as if on a pilgrimage, to show their submission. Seeing this scene, the guile demon king seemed to have an extra touch of nameless anger on top of his pain. If it had a mouth, it should have been cursed out in anger. I can't believe it didn't break? Su Changqing looked at the sword chi that was blocked by the Yin fury aura and frowned slightly. The green copper in front of him could only guarantee safety. If you want to break out of the heart-like cage, you can only do it on your own. Su Changqing no longer hesitated. An array of black amazement rose from the palm of his right hand. Just in case, his left hand likewise had a white flame breathing, transmitting a vigorous vitality different from the deathly chill. Precisely incandescence. Go. One word exit. The black amazement and white blaze rolled in unison, such as transforming into a foot of black and white vortex, carrying the power of the mystery of life and death, and ruthlessly smashing into the heart of the guile demon king. Chapter 11. Above the mandate of heaven. With an increasingly alarming hiss echoing, the king and their eyes collapsed to the ground under the wariness of a faceless trickster demon. Same time, Su Changqing looked at the heart that opened the gap, not waiting for him to make a move. That piece of green copper had long been impatient to take the initiative to rush out. Crisp sounds echoed. Two palm-sized pieces of green copper spliced together. There was an indescribable feeling of barbaric vicissitudes that burst up in the sky. This aura was harmless to Su Changqing, but the guile demon king could not be spared, and his huge body instantly crumbled into a sky of flesh and blood. With the two pieces of green copper as the core, boom ripples rolled like a tidal wave, and all the faceless trickster demons within this one valley melted like snow in a hissing sound. The 100 broken hills are shaking, yet this is only the beginning. The area that Su Changqing couldn't see, the depths of the immortal ancient ruins. In a space filled with lava, a volcano erupted, and while ash spread out in the sky, a piece of green copper rushed out from the bottom of the volcano. Within a space where heaven and earth were upside down, below a river that ran through the sky, mud and sand surged, and a piece of green copper shot up like streams of light. Inside a space filled with yellow sand. A moment. In Su Changqing's dumbfounded stupefaction, a piece of green copper kept piecing together, and in the blink of an eye it formed a 3-foot bronze sword. Su Changqing breathed slightly sharply. He looked back at the end of the void where a piece of green copper appeared, somewhat indistinguishable. Whether this bronze sword was broken, or was it sealed in various parts of the immortal ancient ruins? All the most precious treasures have spirits. Su Changqing adjusted his mindset, and was about to hold the hilt of the sword in a self-satisfied manner when the bronze sword suddenly trembled lightly. Voices indistinguishable from those of men and women came from his head. It seemed like a long time since he had spoken, and his words were somewhat broken. Thou hast helped me to return to my place. Nay, too weak. With the spirit as a guide, 3 swords may be allowed. Su Changqing's right hand paused in midair. The bronze sword bred a rare spirit. These words seemed to be repaying the favor not false. Clearly also contained a source of pride in the bones. It is like admonishing him that with its current cultivation level, it is only worthy of using this bronze sword 3 times. Su Changqing still wanted to say something. The bronze sword rushed straight into his body and quietly hovered in the Dantian location. No matter how much you call out, there is no more movement. Bronze sword. I'll call you green from now on? Su Changqing's face darkened and he muttered secretly. Strike that. 2. 3 swords is 3 swords. It's better than nothing. He turned to look around at the wreckage. The bronze sword had nearly shattered all the faceless trickster demons in a square circle, and on the brown flesh and blood all over the ground, a strand of earth vein power was slowly escaping. It's kind of an extra great gift. Su Changqing's face regained its smile, opening his mouth and sucking in. The power of the nearby earth veins instantly surged in, and the tide of spiritual energy rose again, tumbling as it flew around the circumference of the sky. The spirit orifices in his body were like a candle flame in the darkness of the night, revealing themselves one after another. 1st, 10th, 50th. Only 1 incense burner. The number of spirit orifices in Su Changqing's body had already stepped past the limit of the human spirit Tao Foundation, reaching 90. If he was willing to do so at this time, he would immediately be able to use his thick spiritual energy to break open the first spiritual aperture, thus stepping into the realm of open dust. 100 faceless guile demons can open up the Earth's missing Tao Foundation, and there are tens of thousands here. There's even a guile demon king. To only sense 90 spirit orifices is too much of a loss. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. His eyes fell on the body of the guile demon king, and he dove headfirst into the earth vein power that was as thick as mist. His whole body was like being squeezed in an instant, and an unspeakable feeling of suffocation hit his face. If not for his strong physical body, he was afraid that he would have been crushed by this thick force in a split second. Even so, Su Changqing's body was also somewhat unable to withstand it, and clicking sounds came out. He forced himself to endure the severe pain, and his eyes gradually closed. Not long after, the number of spirit orifices reached a staggering 99 under the heavy pressure. One step further, it was the 100 orifices Tao Foundation that only the heavenly fate open dust was qualified to open, and the power of the earth's veins could no longer satisfy. Only 1 trick short of metamorphosis. It's too much of a loss before it's too late. Su Changqing once again raised his eyebrows. He did not pay attention to the power of the earth's veins that was as thick as a sea of fog around him, but instead, the spiritual power in his body was truly complete dispersal. In the realm of heaven's destiny, thick and thin and out-of-body creations are indispensable. Just right. Su Evergreen has both. The 99 spirit orifices came from a constant stream of earth vein power, an ocean of earth veins that even the southern domain ancestors could not extract. As for the thick and thin, 1,000 years of cultivation had settled down, and he was the only one in the world, accompanied by a boom of spiritual power fluctuations that far exceeded the same realm. A strong feeling of expansion appeared within Su Changqing's body. The body seemed to be infinitely propped up, wanting to test the heights with the sky. Su Changqing took advantage of this moment to finally see that 100th spirit orifice. This orifice is his heart. He who penetrates heaven and earth with himself is the order of heaven. So it is. At the same time that Su Changqing realized, he suddenly gave birth to the illusion. It seemed that 100 spiritual orifices was not the true limit. He was just about to touch the higher realms when his heart was inexplicably creeped out, only to see a shocking rejection violently emanating from the surroundings, as if it wanted to completely crush Su Changqing. This feeling is like heaven and earth may allow the existence of the heavenly ordained dust opener. Above the mandate of heaven, it is not allowed. Su Changqing gave birth to uneasiness, and was just about to put away the thought of continuing to sense the spirit orifices, when the originally silent bronze sword buzzed and trembled lightly. The cold hum of a human being dispersed all the surrounding dissimilarities. The 101st spiritual aperture in his body opened up. Now that's a supreme treasure. Su Changqing froze. The ghostly emotion that had just been looking down on the bronze sword disappeared with it. With a burst of energy, the spiritual energy around him formed a new tidal wave, as if transforming into a roaring vortex, igniting the first spiritual orifice. To this point, step into the realm of open dust. Su Changqing took a deep breath. His heart rippled quite a bit. With the intervention of the bronze sword, he could feel the uniqueness of his own dust-opening realm. Even the rare heaven's mandate to open the dust seems to have become unusual, because only the middle stage of the dust-opening realm cultivation can be condensed out of the Dharma body. He only lit a spirit orifice. He could actually manifest it. A blessing and a curse. This is also considered to be a compensation for the 1,000 years I have wasted in the underworld. Su Changqing thanked the bronze sword suspended in his dantian in his heart. All is well. It's time to get the hell out of here. A long-lost excitement appeared on his face, and the moment he took a step, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Waiting for the meeting? How could no one notice such a big commotion happening in the hinterland of the 100 Broken Mountains? This is how long I've been here. The formations for the southern region's clans to leave wouldn't have been opened already. Su Changqing thumped inwardly, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. He was fast over the mountains, but everything was already too late. The 100 Broken Mountains no longer had any breath of life, and the immortal ancient ruins had returned to the dead silence they once had. Su Changqing looked at the empty heaven and earth, and was silent for a full dozen breaths. Done. It seems to be trapped again and can't get out. Chapter 12, Things are not what they used to be. Little Green, do you have a way to leave the immortal ancient ruins? Su Changqing asked uncertainly. A few wisps of cold wind blew by, and the bronze sword was very quiet. That's just it. Su Changqing sighed and decisively rushed out of the 100 Breaks Mountain, looking at the outside sky. Since the immortal ancient ruins was a party of forbidden space, then a sufficiently powerful force could certainly open up the gap. With a slight hesitation, he slowly raised his right hand. With the spirit as a guide, 3 swords may be allowed. Let me see how powerful this sword of yours is, Su Changqing muttered, pouring the vast spiritual energy in his body into the bronze sword. Next moment, he was clearly not holding a sword in his hand. However, there seemed to be a sword that could not be seen by the naked eye, and with the move of waving his hand, he chopped and fell, soundless. And yet, it's amazing, the sky of the immortal ancient ruins suddenly darkened, and when it regained its clarity, an indescribable gaping sword scar appeared in the void high above. It seemed like this sword had torn open the heavens. A passageway connecting the southern domain was cut out hard. Su Changqing's heart was shocked, but not surprised. Right at the moment the gap appeared, he erupted into a rush, his figure burrowing straight into it. The immortal ancient ruins were located in the extreme north of the southern domain, a mountain range covered by unknown mists that contained a dry land within. With the departure of the people from the 7 great clans a month ago, the outskirts of the misty mountain range had long since been emptied of people, and it was difficult to see any more cultivators. The moment the mist above the mountain range suddenly rolled, seemingly plucked by a pair of invisible hands, Su Changqing's figure slowly walked out. It's been 1,000 years. With a sigh of emotion, he turned back and took one last look at the lifelong immortal ancient ruins, rushing into the distant sky like a stream of light. The southern region of heaven and earth was vast and boundless. Even though the dust-opening realm was already able to travel in the air for a long period of time, it was still impractical to cross over the southern region. Luckily, the location of the ancient spirit sect was not far from the immortal ancient ruins, located in the Chiang mountain range in the northern part of the southern domain. Even so, Su Changqing all the way to fly, until after half a month time, which can only be seen to the end of the sky, that a seemingly heavenly moat like Chiang mountain range, until another 3 days, his figure finally appeared in a city on the outskirts of the Chiang mountain range. This city, named Qingyun, perhaps due to the impact of the ancient spirit sect's decline, Qingyun city had also gradually lost its previous clamor over the past few hundred years. Su Changqing looked at the towering city gates and felt quite emotional inside. The void knows no years. The world is already 1,000 years old. For the world of cultivators, the period of time he had been trapped was long, but it wasn't a sea change. The red world is different. As spring goes by and fall comes and goes, the mortals living in Qingyun city, I'm afraid that I don't know how many generations have already changed. I wonder if some of the places I remember are still there. Su Changqing took a deep breath and stepped inside Qingyun city. It is reasonable to say that even if Qingyun city is no longer as noisy as it once was, it is at least a big city. He walked down the main street, yet most of the people he saw were casual cultivators with not so weak cultivation levels. Su Changqing frowned slightly, and through questioning this he learned, Ever since the ancient spirit sect gradually fell out of favor during the siege by the three major sects, the Green Lotus sect, which was also located in the Chiang mountain range, would compete for cultivation resources from time to time. Half a month ago, the Green Lotus sect put out the news that not long from now it will even send out the clan's heavenly pride to pay a visit, nominally a peer-to-peer exchange. But anyone who wasn't stupid could see that this was another blatant provocation by the Green Lotus sect against the ancient spirit sect. If it was put before, the ancient spirit sect would be fearless. But now, I've heard that the people of the Green Lotus sect are only doing this because they were once an ancient spirit sect affiliated sect. It's deliberately vindictive and insulting. A middle-aged looking man had a complicated expression as he explained to Su Changqing. Anyone who saw that the once number one clan in the southern region had fallen to such a state would have inexplicable emotions. This is to destroy the ancient spirit sect's hopes of re-emerging. The middle-aged man sighed and then laughed. Little brother, could it be that you came to Qingyun City out of desperation? Wanting to take advantage of the conflict between the two sects to gain some benefits? Aha! Su Changqing nodded. This person was right. The Green Lotus sect was indeed just a subsidiary sect of the ancient spirit sect, exchanging cultivation resources for shelter, and now it had even turned against the Big Dipper. After he clasped his fists in farewell, he didn't linger any longer and rushed straight in the direction of the mountain gate he remembered. Sunset slant. About half an hour. After 1,000 years, Su Changqing finally saw the ancient spirit mountain gate that he had been thinking about day and night once again. The first sect of the southern region, which once occupied the land of 7 peaks, now had only one main peak left, sitting alone in the heavens and earth. Immediately upon Su Changqing's approach, a protector disciple noticed and stopped him in his tracks. Who's coming? This is the boundary of the ancient spirit sect. Come on, stop. These were a few young men and women with chi condensation realm cultivation, with hostility in their eyes. Not waiting for Su Changqing to open his mouth, they quietly surrounded him in the center. Looking at their demeanor, if Su Changqing dared to do anything different, they would definitely strike at the first opportunity. The reason why he has developed this character is because the current ancient spirit sect can be said to be surviving in the southern region. These ancient spirit sect disciples had to be careful to face any unfamiliar faces. Su Changqing understood this, so he was somewhat silent. He looked at these strange young men and women, and suffered so much that he didn't know how to speak for a while. Right at this moment, a woman whose age was similar to Su Changqing's, her beautiful eyes suddenly stared, revealing an unbelievable shock. This woman's name was Ji Pei'er, and she was the disciple of the contemporary patriarch. She clearly remembered seeing a portrait in the back hall of the main peak one day when her master was passing on the Dharma. The person in the painting was exactly the same as the teenager in front of him. The master once said that a senior brother disappeared 1,000 years ago, and that painting was exactly what she painted to remember him. How could this person be so similar to the master's elder brother? Like this? Ji Pei'er's heart was flooded with rolling waves. Her beautiful eyes flickered uncertainly, and she did not directly point out, but looked straight at Su Changqing, inquiring out uncertainly. You, what's your name? Su Changqing. Su Changqing sighed lightly. The moment she heard these 3 words, Ji Pei'er's mind buzzed, and her entire body was stunned straight in place. Ji Pei'er, you know this person? When the rest of the ancient spirit sect disciples saw this, they all looked at Ji Pei'er oddly. Ji Pei'er didn't pay attention to the strange eyes of her fellow disciples, as if she hadn't returned to her senses. The similarity in looks can be explained, but the young man in front of him was actually the same as his master's elder brother, with the same name. Is there really such a thing as coincidence? Ji Pei'er put away her hostility and asked one last question as she crushed a sound transmission jade talisman bestowed by her master. I wonder if fellow Taoist Su Senior has ever been to the immortal ancient ruins? Su Changqing nodded. Ji Pei'er saw the young man in front of her admit that even though it was still a bit unbelievable, there was no more doubt in her heart. She took a deep breath, and under the incredulous gazes of one of her fellow disciples, she decisively bowed to Su Changqing. Disciple Ji Pei'er, greetings, Master. Chapter 13 Status of the Ancient Spirit Sect. Shifu? What are you talking about, Jippy? The rest of the Ancient Spirit Sect's protector disciples were all stunned and looked at Ji Pei'er in shock. Ji Pei'er still maintained her salute posture. A chance could be an accident. Any info that matches the words, she would never guess wrong. Master? Your master is Sifu Lu? Su Changqing quietly looked at Ji Pei'er, and a green-clothed young girl who followed him and kept calling out for her senior brother appeared in his eyes in a trance. Report to master. Ji Pei'er was about to say the name of her master, when the main peak of the ancient spirit sect suddenly rushed out a stream of light and arrived in a flash. The person who came was none other than Su Changqing's little sister, also the patriarch today, Lu Shuyao. She stared blankly at Su Changqing outside the mountain gate, seeming to have 1,000 words, but fearing that it was her own illusion. Her lips trembled. unable to say a word, and ripples swirled in her eyes. Little sister, tough luck. Su Changqing spoke softly. This once cheerful young girl has grown up and stood upright. Her absolutely beautiful face is less tender and more a touch of age-carved traces. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Shuyao then came back to reality and carefully opened her mouth in a trembling voice. Elder brother, you're still alive. Aha. Su Changqing tenderly nodded his head, originally wanting to pat Lu Shuyao's head as he once did, suddenly remembering that the woman in front of him was already a unique ancient spirit sect leader. His right hand stopped in mid-air. Elder brother, I am now at the spirit transformation realm cultivation. Oh, you. Lu Shuyao snorted and laughed, but soon seemed to remember something. Her beautiful eyes showed endless sadness. How happy Master would be if he saw you had returned. Su Changqing was silent. He was already mentally prepared. His master was a strong person at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. If he didn't die, it was impossible for the ancient spirit sect to have fallen so far. Since the moment he learned of the ancient spirit sect's change of heart, Su Changqing had been exercising extreme restraint. At this moment, he heard Lu Shuyao speak the truth from her own mouth. Hope in his heart. Broken. Su Changqing slowly closed his eyes. Go back first. Good. Lu Shuyao nodded heavily. This was indeed not the place to chat. She glanced around at Ji Pei and the others who were in a state of shock, restoring the majesty that belonged to the patriarch. No one may spread the word about today's matter. Violators will have their cultivation wasted and be expelled from the clan. Saying that, Lu Shuyao led Su Changqing straight to the main peak of the ancient spirit, leaving behind only one of the ancient spirit sect disciples who were staring at each other in bewilderment, and it was difficult to come back to their senses for a long time. Lu Shuyao didn't tell any clan elders about Su Changqing's return, because even though she said, after the ancient spirit sect suffered a robbery the deceased died and ran away, I'm afraid that not many people can remember that there is such a disciple. It's harsh, but realistic. The moment. Ancient spirit sect's main peak, the back hall. Su Changqing looked at a spirit tablet in front of him, looked at the 3 words Feng Wanzi engraved on the tablet, and was silent. That day when the 3 great clans attacked, Master Teacher fought 7 spirit transformation realm powerhouses all by himself. Final. Self-destruct. Lu Shuyao stood behind him, whispering about what had passed, especially when she said the last 2 words. Her beautiful eyes contained tears and she forced herself not to cry out. If an onlooker saw this scene, it would be hard to believe. The ancient spirit sect has been alone for more than 300 years, and the womanly patriarch Lu will also have such a fragile and sentimental side. Before his death, the master's father was most uneasy about his elder brother. If there really is reincarnation and he sees his elder brother return unharmed, his old man will be very happy. Aha! Su Changqing nodded, his eyes revealing endless sadness. Trance. It seems to see the figure of the master reappeared, smiling and looking at himself, although his face has a majesty, but the meaning of comfort cannot be hidden to reveal. Feng Wanzi to him. He is also a teacher and a father. The Green Lotus sect will send someone here in a few days. Are you clear about this, junior sister? Su Changqing exhaled a cloudy breath, only feeling that his heart was like blocking a big stone. Depressing panic. The man is gone, and there is still a long road ahead. The ancient spirit sect was Feng Wanzi's entirety, and even more so, Lu Shuyao's steadfast belief. Since he had returned, the responsibility of guarding the clan could not be left to Lu Shuyao alone. Does elder brother know all about it? Lu Shuyao gently nodded her head, somewhat eager to speak. She actually had a lot of questions, such as what exactly happened at the immortal ancient ruins, and why Su Changqing had returned after 1,000 years, and how the years had not even left traces on his body. It was just that Lu Shuyao didn't dare to ask. In her mind her own big brother just need to come back safely was already the most worthwhile thing to be happy about in 300 years. Could there be a hidden agenda? Su Changqing could see Lu Shuyao's hesitation. The matter of the Green Lotus sect can be big or small. That is, Lu Shuyao knew that with Su Changqing's character, it was impossible to hide it from him, and after hesitating for a moment, she slowly said, until about an incense burner. Only then did Su Changqing truly know the situation of the ancient spirit sect, the once #1 sect in the southern region. Nowadays, other than Lu Shuyao whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the spiritualization realm, there were only 3 elders left at the early stage of the spiritualization realm, and the 3 elders are not united. In the face of the Green Lotus sect's repeated threats, there were 2 elders whose attitude was to seek peace. One of them even thought of offering cultivation resources to join the Green Lotus sect and become its affiliated force. If it wasn't for the last elder named Ouyang Ku, who stood firmly on Lu Shuyao's side, coupled with the fact that the ancient spirit sect had some reserves, perhaps the moment the Green Lotus sect really went to war with the ancient spirit sect, this once #1 sect in the southern region would already be in tatters. Is it a problem on the inside? Su Changqing's expression was calm, but his gaze was permeated with suppressed madness as if he had soul-searched the disciples of the three great clans. He turned to look at Lu Shuyao, whose beautiful eyes contained tears, and smiled in relief. Don't worry, little senior sister. I'll take care of everything next. It was hard to imagine how much difficulty and hardship Lu Shuyao had gone through when she chose to hold on to the sect and wait for him to return in such an environment. But senior brother has been trapped in the immortal ancient ruins for too long. Your cultivation. No harm done. Worry appeared on Lu Shuyao's face, and she was still about to say something else when suddenly, a monstrous boom violently emanated from outside the ancient spirit sect. Next moment, a spirit boat that was 100 feet in size slowly descended from above the sky. On the deck of the spirit boat, there stood a figure dressed in white, both male and female, each with a condescending and arrogant look on their face. At the forefront of these figures, there stood a middle-aged man with an old woman. At the same time that the spirit boat landed above the ancient spirit sect, that middle-aged man among them revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, took a step forward, and suddenly sent out a voice. The Green Lotus sect has arrived, so if you don't come out to welcome them, what are you waiting for? These words contained thick spiritual energy, like a muffled thunderbolt exploding from above the ancient spirit sect. The ancient spirit sect trembled in unison. All of the disciples looked up in shock, fear and anxiety showing in each of their eyes. The back hall of the main peak. Senior brother, no matter what happens, don't be impulsive. Senior sister, I can handle it. Lu Shuyao's face changed slightly when she heard the angry roar. She first gave Su Changqing a serious admonition before decisively walking towards the outside of the great hall. Su Changqing looked at Lu Shuyao's back, and was somewhat relieved despite his complexity. Sure has grown up. He followed slowly. Chapter 14, Deja Vu Provocation. At the same time when Su Changqing followed Lu Shuyao out of the back hall, the ancient spirit sect's disciples had already clamored endlessly. The people from the Green Lotus sect are indeed here. That's Wu Mukue? I heard that this person is an elder of the Green Lotus sect, and that he had already broken through the dust opening realm 3 years ago and birthed his own spirit sea. Heavens, the great elder of the Green Lotus sect has also come. Amidst the gusts of chatter, 3 figures also rushed out before and after the main peak's halfway point, arriving at the mid-air void. One of the angular middle-aged men saw the 2 figures in front of the 100-foot spirit boat, and his eyes gazed up. This person's name is Ouyang Ku. It was the only elder who chose to stick to the sect. According to Lu Shuyao, the other 1 man and 1 woman were 2 spirit transformation realm elders, whose names were Xia Changming and Shen Shi. When they saw the people from the Green Lotus sect coming, they immediately rushed in the direction of the spirit boat and clasped their fists remotely. Greetings, brother Wu. Elderly. Wu Mukue, indifferent look, did not give Xia Changming and Shen Shi the slightest face. Straight to the top of the main peak, is slowly out of the beautiful shadow. Behind him, the old woman surnamed Li similarly opened her cloudy eyes, and her gaze landed on Lu Shuyao. Patriarch Lu, you should already be clear about the purpose of our coming here today. Wu Mukue ignored Su Changqing behind Lu Shuyao and laughed out coldly. In the meantime, among the many disciples of the Green Lotus sect, a white-clothed young man slowly stepped out and slightly cupped his fists to the crowd of the ancient spirit sect. Chen Xiaoyun of the Green Lotus sect. Meet you all. There was no deference in his face, there was only a calm ease tinged with scorn. Chen Xiaoyun. I didn't expect that the Green Lotus sect's challenge to the door this time would be this person. The ancient spirit sect disciples had obviously heard of the name Chen Xiaoyun, and they all changed color. Ouyang Ku, Xia Changming, and the other 3 spirit transformation realm elders, their gazes looked towards the white-clothed teenager, and their expressions became somewhat unnatural, because Chen Xiaoyun was none other than the Green Lotus sect's most outstanding disciple in terms of natural talent over the past 100 years. At the mere age of 17, he had already stepped into the perfection of Qi condensation realm. This cultivation level might not be comparable to the 7 sect celestial pride, but for the ancient spirit sect, which was now green and yellow, it was already an insurmountable chasm. The comber is not good. Lu Shuyao's beautiful eyes were slightly wrinkled, and she did not pay attention to Chen Xiaoyun, looking towards Wu Mukue and that old woman surnamed Li. The Heavens Pride fight is a matter of course. It's just that all of you are going around putting out news and making a big fuss. I'm afraid it's not just for simple juniors. Patriarch Lu was overstating the case. This is a normal Heavens Pride competition, so I hope you won't excuse yourself. Wu Mukue interrupted Lu Shuyao's later words. The Green Lotus sect has lived under the ancient spirit sect for thousands of years, and if they weren't afraid that this once #1 sect in the southern region would fish out of water, they would have long since marched on the city. This time come, it was both testing and humiliating. Wu Mukue had a lot of confidence in Chen Yunzhao, and he believed that it wouldn't take long for the results of today's battle to spread throughout the entire Qiyang mountain range. Chen Xiaoyun took a step after Wu Mukue opened his mouth and laughed long and brightly. Chen Mao has long heard that the ancient spirit sect is a great sect in the southern region. It is hard to believe that this generation of young powerhouses do not even have the courage to fight with Chen Mao. Could it be that all of you are trash? Lu Shuyao's pretty face turned cold, secretly saying that it was not good. Fruity. Not waiting for her to continue to stop this unreasonable provocation, the ancient spirit sect disciples all had flames of anger in their eyes. They were at the age of blood and vigor. How could they stand such an insult? Patriarch, Hong Wushang is willing to fight with the disciples of the Green Lotus sect. Peng Yang requests to fight. Dong Koan. In just a few moments there were a dozen or so ancient spirit sect disciples shouting out, wanting to save the ancient spirit sect's face. Just at this time, a crisp word spread across the 8 directions, silencing the angry clamor of the crowd. Master, disciple is willing to face the battle on behalf of the sect. Ji Pei'er took a deep breath. After she respectfully cupped her fists to Lu Shuyao, her gaze landed on Chen Chaoyun, transmitting an aura of perseverance like that of her master. Ji Pei'er, is the patriarch himself? Chen Chaoyun laughed lightly in disdain. You're a little better than those who just roar in impotent rage. He raised his right hand to point at Ji Pei'er, bending it slightly. Come, as you wish. Ji Pei's gaze was grave, and a spiritual silk emerged around his body. Respected as Lu Shuyao's only disciple, her cultivation had already stepped into the 9th level of qi condensation half a year ago, and although it had not yet been perfected, it was not far off. The silk seemed to be coiled like a spirit snake, and it rushed towards Chen Chaoyun in a flash. Is this the extent of the ancient spirit sect's disciples? In the face of this strike, Chen Chaoyun's face did not change, and the irony in his eyes became even more intense as he crumbled Ji Pei'er's techniques in unison with just one punch. Ji Pei'er's expression changed slightly, and when she wanted to strike again, the corner of Chen Chaoyun's mouth raised in an arc as he slowly swung his right hand forward. In an instant, there was a wind blade that materialized out of thin air, buzzing as it chopped at Ji Pei'er from all directions. Ji Pei'er seemed to be locked by the wind blade. The skin all over her body vaguely tingled a little, and a strong crisis of life and death directly exploded in her heart. Tianqian seal of life and death. She immediately chirped and raised her hand to pinch. Black runes appeared in his palm, and a chilly aura filled the air, such as black lightning whistling out directly toward a wind blade. The technique is good, but you're too weak. Chen Chaoyun spoke faintly. Spirit wind destruction. As his words came out, the roiling wind blade instantly transformed into a crystalline thread that was hard to see with the naked eye, erupting with a killing power that was no weaker than the black runes. The black runes steeply crumbled under the strangulation of the wind's threads after only holding on for a breath. The Tianqian seal of life and death was an ancient spirit sect's untransmitted divine ability, and Ji Pei'er had only practiced the skin of it. As the black runes collapsed, the backlash from this divine ability immediately caused her body to spurt out a mouthful of blood as she retreated. Wow! A true disciple of the ancient spirit sect is so fragile and unbeatable. Mr. Chen is very disappointed. Knowing that he couldn't kill Ji Pei'er in front of Lu Shuyao and the others, Shen Yunzhao didn't take advantage of the situation at the moment, but continued to pass out humiliating words. Seeing this scene, Wu Mukue laughed openly, and the old woman surnamed Li nodded her head in relief. The disdainful gazes of one of the Green Lotus sect disciples on the spirit boat were even more like a sharp knife, ruthlessly piercing into the hearts of all the ancient spirit sect disciples. As the saying goes, take advantage of their soldiers. Chen Chaoyun looked at Wu Mukue behind him and did not stop after receiving a signal. That's just it. Since you guys are such losers, you might as well. He scanned the circle with cold eyes. How about coming together? This statement was made. Lu Shuyao's pretty face grew colder and colder. Ouyang Ke's eyes were similarly cold. The ancient spirit sect's disciples' expressions were all difficult to see to the extreme, and what came out of their gazes was the anger and resentment that they couldn't wait to dismantle Chen Chaoyun. Even Xia Changming and Shenxi, who were thinking of begging for peace, had a green and white face. Ancient spirit sect. It did come to an end, as these two spirit transformation realm elders took a step forward, intending to say some responsive and complimentary words to Wu Mukue. A calm voice broke the brief dead silence. Ancient spirit sect disciples together. Are you worthy? Chapter 15, Human Selfishness. The ancient spirit sect was quiet for a moment. A gaze stared from all directions. Elder brother. What are you? Lu Shuyao's pretty face was stunned. She didn't want Su Chongqing to get into this kind of thing just after he returned, and wanted to transmit her voice to stop it. Su Chongqing gently shook his head. One step forward. His figure swept past Lu Shuyao and appeared in the middle of everyone's gaze. Who is this teenager? Looking at this person's age, he should also be a disciple of the ancient spirit sect. Why have I never seen him before? A clamor lifted. Not only were the people of the Green Lotus sect in a state of bewilderment, the people of the ancient spirit sect were likewise somewhat caught off guard. Now that the ancient spirit sect was surviving in the southern region, apart from Lu Shuyao, Not many people knew Su Changqing anymore. As for Ji Pei and the other disciples who had seen Su Changqing before, while they were shocked to see this scene, they naturally wouldn't say anything more. Sure enough, there are hidden backstops. Wu Mukue only thought that Su Changqing was a disciple of the obscure ancient spirit sect, but strangely enough, he realized that he couldn't even tell Su Changqing's cultivation level. There's no harm in it. Chao Yun is fearless of any peer contenders except for the heavenly pride of the 7 great clans who are undefeated. Ing Ma Ke thought so. In fact, not to mention him, Su Changqing's open dust overrides the heavenly order. This is the southern domain and even the desolate state has never been touched by anyone in 10,000 years. Heaven's way to open dust. The old woman surnamed Li, at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, was similarly unable to see through Su Changqing's cultivation. Is it another self-defeating loser? Chen Xiaoyun sneered. He had come here on behalf of the Green Lotus sect, wanting more than a simple challenge, but to destroy the beliefs of the ancient spirit sect's current generation of disciples. Su Changqing's words caused this celestial pride of the Green Lotus sect to reveal his irritated killing intent for the first time. Chen Xiaoyun's cultivation exploded as much as he could, and a wind blade instantly rolled backwards, like forming an ocean of wind, immediately causing a burst of gasps. This is the true strength of the Green Lotus sect's #1 heavenly pride. Senior brother Chao Yun is angry. Ji Pei's face changed abruptly. If Chen Xiaoyun Fong had done so, she was afraid that she would die 10 deaths. Chen Xiaoyun ignored the gazes of the bystanders and looked at Su Changqing and opened his mouth indifferently. It seems that Mr. Chen had to stay his hand, letting some disciples of the ancient spirit sect who don't know the heights of heaven give birth to the illusion. And now I'll let you and the others see the real difference between us. Noisy. Su Changqing waved his hand to interrupt Chen Xiaoyun's chatter and calmly said, "Kneel down." 2-word exits. It seemed that the words came out of his mouth and contained the pressure of his heavenly Tao to open the dust. The ocean of wind collapsed in an instant. Chen Xiaoyun's cold smile solidified, such as being suppressed by heaven and earth. Bang fell to his knees with a bang. The strength of the ground made the ground smashed out 2 deep craters. Broken bones and blood scattered all over the place. How is that possible? Chen Xiaoyun wowed and sprayed out blood, his heart appalled. Not waiting for him to struggle, Su Changqing raised his right hand, 5 fingers downward, slightly exerting force. Chen Xiaoyun's pupils widened violently. His whole body immediately emitted a clicking sound. The blood reversed, even the bones seemed to have been crushed into pieces, and his vitality was wiped out in an instant. Too weak. Fighting you. I'm actually bullying the small with the big. Su Changqing meant what he said. However, this sentence fell into the ears of the bystanders, but it was like 1,000 thunderbolts, shocking everyone with their mouths wide open and their hearts and minds in fear. Borrowing the power of the heavens and the earth. This is a cultivation that only comes from the dust opening realm. This person has even opened the dust. Impossible. This kind of age of the dust opening realm. The 7 major clans in the southern domain are also only a handful. The ancient spirit sect has already declined. How can there be such a demon? Unbelief permeated through Wu Mukue's eyes, and his expression was as gloomy as water in an instant. Chauncey Jr. seeks death. He even directly disregarded the words of Heaven's Pride contest in his previous mouth. And with a sway of his figure, he wanted to go straight to Su Changqing and kill him. Earth scarcity open dust? No, the earth scarcity open dust doesn't have such an intimidating pressure either. The old woman surnamed Li's cloudy eyes also revealed a killing opportunity as she slowly stood up. With her late-stage spirit transformation realm, she could vaguely discern something special about Su Changqing's dust opening realm. I think it's you guys who are looking for death. Just as Wu Mukue rushed towards Su Changqing, Lu Shuyao coldly grunted and arrived in front of Su Changqing in an instant. The might of the spirit transformation blasting out, directly forcing him back. All of you must not forget that this is my ancient spirit sect's boundary. Lu Shuyao was the soft little senior sister in front of Su Changqing. In the eyes of outsiders she was the ancient spirit patriarch who was enough to make the 4 directions tremble. Ouyangku also dodged behind Lu Shuyao at this time. This middle-aged man smiled and nodded his head at Su Changqing. Then he looked coldly at Wu Mukue and the others, with the intention of fighting at the drop of a hat. Xia Changming and Shen Shi saw that the situation was somewhat out of control, and their expressions all changed. They came along too. The way these two looked at Su Changqing contained some inexplicable dissatisfaction. Patriarch Lu, this son hides his cultivation and intentionally kills my Green Lotus sect's heavenly pride. His heart is punishable, and you are so protective. Wu Mukue swept his gaze across the crowd, knowing that he was no match for Lu Shuyao. He could only suppress his killing intent and spoke in a cold voice. There's no fear that the Green Lotus sect and the Ancient Spirit sect will actually go to war. What if we go to war? Lu Shuyao's beautiful eyes were cold. If she had faced this kind of threat before, she would have tolerated it for the continuation of the Ancient Spirit sect. But, the separation of 1,000 years was Su Changqing's guilt, and how could it not be her regret? for the sake of his senior brother's safety, not to mention a single Wumukue. Even if the Green Lotus Patriarch came in person, the three great clans would come out together. Lu Shuyao would never take a step back either. However, Lu Shuyao's domineering remarks did not wait for Wumukue to respond. Xia Changming and Shen Shi were the first to sit down. The Patriarch Lu in their eyes was usually tough, but not so direct. Something seems different today. These two immediately looked at each other, fearing that Lu Shuyao's words would completely offend the Green Lotus sect, leaving them with no way back, and even refuted them in front of all the disciples. Patriarch Lu, this is not a good thing to say. Our two clans should make peace. That's right. This brat has a tight face and strikes viciously. Unlike my ancient spirit sect disciples, it's really not worth it to offend the Green Lotus sect for such a person. Unbridled. Ouyang spoke flatly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in anger, and he said in disdainful rage, "When Ji Pei'er was defeated and injured, why didn't I see the two of you speak out to persuade the people of the Green Lotus sect?" Saying that, he similarly protected in front of Su Changqing. Regardless of this son's identity, he is fighting for my ancient spirit sect. Xia Changming, Shen Shi, you guys are cowards before meeting the enemy and only target your own people. You are in vain as elders of the ancient spirit sect. Ha! Xia Changming choked back, his eyes flashing with sarcasm. The ancient spirit sect is no longer glorious, and to take the lives of nearly 1,000 disciples for a strange teenager, is this what you consider courage? Patriarch Lu, I still hope that the greater good will prevail. Shen Shi's eyes flickered, and obviously agreed with Xia Changming's view. How could they not see that Lu Shuyao seemed to have an old relationship with Su Changqing? But so what? Xia Changming and Shen Shi have long had the idea of submission, and in their eyes, Chen Xiaoyun's toughness is taken for granted. Su Changqing had dared to kill Chen Xiaoyun. If this angered the Green Lotus sect and implicated them to suffer an undeserved disaster, it was simply an unforgivable crime. There is nothing more selfish than human nature. Wumukue and the others from the Green Lotus sect laughed coldly, revealing a condescending look of watching the show. Look at the situation at hand. If Lu Shuyao tore her face off with the Green Lotus sect for the sake of Su Changqing, without the need for them to make a move, the only three remaining elders of the ancient spirit sect would first fall apart. Countless gazes of varying expressions. Lu Shuyao subconsciously clenched her jade hands, her chest undulating. It's anger. It is also a deep powerlessness over the divisions within the clan. Chapter 16, Heavenly Wood, Divine Spirit Flower. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Shuyao met everyone's gazes, took a deep breath, and made a decision in her heart. Xia Changming, Shen Shi, are the two of you teaching this clan to work? Patriarch, it must not be. Patriarch Lu, please also. Xia Changming and Shen Shi held themselves in high esteem and still wanted to force the time. Lu Shuyao instantly coldly snorted. Only the momentum will be Xia Changming. Shen Shi. Two people shocked back. This is her long ears. Only belongs to the superior Phoenix E posture. The unquestionably domineering words spread in all directions. This clan protects the certainty. If there is any disobedience, come and fight. Though, Xia Changming, Shen Shi. Two people look changed again. Faces suffocated red. Can only be reluctant to swallow back all the rebuttal words. Good one. Despite coming to fight, does Patriarch Lu still think that the ancient spirit sect is the once #1 sect in the southern region? Ing Mu K laughed angrily. The old woman surnamed Li was completely gloomy. The Green Lotus sect had been preparing for today for a long time. But they didn't expect that a strange boy would be killed suddenly, and they didn't expect that Lu Shuyao would risk disbelief to break the face with them. Yes or no? Just try it. Lu Shuyao's face remained unchanged, always protecting Su Changqing behind her, not moving an inch. Good, good, good. There will be a long time to come, and I hope that he, etc., will still be as tough-talking as he is today. The last words were spoken by the old woman surnamed Li. Her cultivation was also at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, her cloudy eyes transmitting gloom and coldness, and she decisively turned around and left after opening her mouth. Wumukue and the other Green Lotus sect disciples could only brush their sleeves away when they saw this. Right now was not the time to start a war, and they all looked at Su Changqing before they left, killing intent in their eyes. Today, the face of the Green Lotus sect is considered to have been lost, and staying here is nothing more than a further disgrace. Lu Shuyao hesitated for a moment, and likewise gave up the idea of leaving these people behind. Only when the crowd of the Green Lotus sect left did Ouyang and the others breathe a long sigh of relief, and then they looked at Lu Shuyao with exceptionally bright gazes. The woman in front of her who was pulling up the ground and leaning against the sky was the ancient spirit sect leader who was worthy of being followed by the likes of them. Su Changqing sighed lightly in his heart. He took in everyone's expressions, especially looking at Lu Shuyao, who was alone and facing everyone alone. With some heartache, this little sister really likes to show off as much as she once did. Disperse. Lu Shuyao exhaled a cloudy breath. After today, I'll trouble Elder Ouyang to protect the clan, and report immediately if there is any wind or grass. With those words, she turned around and headed for the back hall. Su Changqing followed in silence. By the sovereign's order. Although Ouyang Ku and the others had doubts about Su Changqing's identity at this time, they still respectfully received the order. The Green Lotus sect would definitely not be willing to stop after being defeated in such a big way, and it was imperative to plan for the worst in advance. Xia Changming and Shen Shi looked at each other with gloomy faces. They didn't dare to disobey the current Lu Shuyao too much, and could only land their anger on Su Changqing's body, their hearts giving birth to 10,000 grievances. The main peak, the back hall. Little sister, actually you. After Su Changqing returned here, he obviously noticed that Lu Shuyao's back was translucent with some fatigue. He was immediately interrupted before his words were fully spoken. Eldest brother, I don't care what happened to you with the immortal ancient ruins, but now that you're back, whether it's following the legacy of my master or my own ideas. Lu Shuyao turned around and smiled sweetly. You will be protected. Su Changqing was silent, a gush of warmth rising in his heart. The withering silence that has sustained 1,000 years has been worth it in this moment. After thinking about it, he still asked the query that he always wanted to know. What kind of supreme treasure did the ancient spirit sect obtain 300 years ago that made the three great sects go out of their way to join forces? Pale wood, divine flowers. Lu Shuyao was stunned at first, but she still told the truth after sighing. Cthulhu, divine spirit flower? Su Changqing's gaze flickered imperceptibly. These two names were the first time he had heard of them. That's right. Senior brother doesn't know. Lu Shuyao was not surprised by Su Changqing's reaction. Her beautiful eyes sank slightly, seemingly falling into memories as she slowly opened her mouth to explain. The wasteland state is vast, and the southern region is just a corner of the country. In the core frontier of the desolate prefecture, there was a forbidden area that was like a relic of the immortal ancients. Its name, Cthulhu. 300 years ago, when the Tsong Heavenly Wood opened, many of the southern region's outstanding people had also traveled there to search for creation. Su Changqing's master Fengwanzi was also among them. However, the core frontier of the desolate prefecture was not like the southern domain, with many demons and countless great powers, and the competition for the chance of the Tsong Heavenly Forbidden Zone was so fierce that it even caused a few great holy lands to take action. Fengwanzi had survived 9 deaths before obtaining a strange plant called the Divine Spirit Flower from within the Celestial Forbidden Zone. According to Fengwanzi's description, each divine flower is a natural manifestation of heaven and earth, regardless of human, demon, god or devil. Once swallowed and fused, all have a wonderful use. This matter was originally top secret, but for some reason, not long after Fengwanzi returned to the sect, it was known by the Heavenly Mansion sect and other forces. Before his death, Master said that the three great clans might also be mere puppets, and that behind them there were, inconvenient to personally strike at the holy land of the desolate state, or the shadow of other great powers. Lu Shuyao's beautiful eyes flickered uncertainly, eventually turning into a bitter sigh. The ancient spirit sect was honored as the #1 sect in the southern region. How could it simply be forced to such a state by 3 upstart sects? It's just that the southern region is too small and the wasteland state is too big. Even after 300 years had passed, Lu Shuyao had never been able to determine who exactly was behind the Heavenly Mansion sect and other forces, and could only keep a strand of the clan's flame alive. So much so that nowadays, the regional Green Lotus sect even dared to bully and insult the door in such an unseemly manner. So it is. After Su Chang saw the ancient spirit sect situation, he actually had such doubts, and after Lu Shuyao's explanation everything made sense. He looked towards the sorrowful-faced Lu Shuyao and opened his mouth with a light smile. Junior sister, your cultivation is much stronger than mine now, but you're still a bit soft-hearted. Xia Changming and Xin Shi should be damned 10,000 times over. But on the contrary, they have esteemed status and not bad cultivation, and they are considered to be the mainstay of the current ancient spirit sect. Lu Shuyao naturally knew the meaning of Su Changqing's words and frowned in response. For a clan to be strong, unity is more important than cultivation. Su Changqing shook his head. Furthermore, the Green Lotus sect is not invincible. Their move today was a test for the ancient spirit sect. How is my killing Chen Chaoyun not a test? Elder brother, I understand all these truths. It's just that your current cultivation is only open dust. If the Green Lotus sect really goes to war with the clan, you must be there by then. Lu Shuyao didn't expect Su Changqing to consider this level. It wasn't true that the ancient spirit sect was jealous of the Green Lotus sect, but how could the Green Lotus sect not be jealous of the ancient spirit sect? But she was still unwilling to let the current Su Changqing face these dangers. No harm done. Su Changqing waved his hand. Not guessed wrong if today's matter will soon spread. Outside the clan is afraid to be watching the show. Both so. Revitalizing the clan. Let's start with the Green Lotus sect. Chapter 17. Eldest senior brother. Shu Yao knows that you are trapped in the immortal ancient ruins, and your heart is not willing. Just now, Lu Shuyao's heart was bitter, carefully organizing her wording. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Su Changqing's ability. Things were different. Su Changqing had already missed too much time, and his former peers had already overridden him regardless of their cultivation or status. How easy is it to revitalize the clan? Su Changqing laughed lightly, not explaining too much. Lu Shuyao couldn't say anything more when she saw this. In her heart, she had already thought that if it really came to the unavoidable day, she would do everything to let Su Changqing be safe and sound. Not much longer. After Su Changqing bid farewell to Lu Shuyao, he didn't start cultivating directly, but slowly familiarized himself with everything in the sect as the sect leader's best friend, filling in the gaps that were once there. In the meantime, a rumor spread uncontrollably in this region, causing an uproar. Chen Xiaoyun is dead. The ancient spirit patriarch made a move to force back the two elders of the Green Lotus sect. Just like Wu Mukuei's threatening remarks that day, the world knew that the ancient spirit sect was weak and had long since ceased to be as glorious as it once was. Therefore, once these news came out, the entire Qiyang mountain range was completely no longer calm. Countless people cited Chen Xiaoyun's premature death in the ancient spirit sect as the Green Lotus sect's most gifted disciple of the current generation. There were also countless people who were shocked and emboldened by the sudden strength of the ancient spirit sect. It seems that the ancient spirit sect is finally unable to sit still after being bullied over and over again. The Green Lotus sect is not what it used to be. It has developed rapidly over the years, and it definitely won't just stop like this. When these remarks appeared on the second day, unsurprisingly, the Green Lotus sect immediately sent out a message ordering the ancient spirit sect to hand over the murderer within 7 days, or else don't blame them for not remembering their former love. The mountain rain is coming. Ouyang Ku and the others were shocked when they learned of the news, but fortunately, they were already prepared and immediately stood by. Xia Changming, Xinshi, two people do not die. They once again, together with a dozen or so high-level, together to force Lu Shuyao, want to make a big deal out of a small matter, yet the results remain the same. Until the 6th day, the Green Lotus sect had a full 7 spirit boats rushing out of the mountain gates in a whistling manner, crossing the clouds and speeding towards the direction of the ancient spirit sect with great vigor. The 8 parties were in an uproar. The other small forces in the Qiyang mountain range and some of the scattered cultivators were appalled and kept a constant eye on them in fear. The ancient spirit sect was similarly no better. I heard that this time, the Green Lotus patriarch himself, the 4 great elders have all arrived, and there is at most one more day before they will come to the outside of the mountain gate. It's not that we're greedy and afraid of death. It's just that there's a disparity in strength and we don't want to die for nothing. I'm sorry, disciple gone. Any force that has people like Ouyang Ku and Ji Pei'er who are not afraid of death is naturally not lacking in people who are greedy and afraid of death. Learning that the Green Lotus sect was coming in force, there was panic within the sect, and many disciples fled the sect in fear. What exactly is that little brat's relationship with the patriarch? The Green Lotus sect has already mobilized, and its patriarch is even coming in person, and will descend on the mountain gate in a matter of days. Is it possible that she really wants us to pay for her life? The ancient spirit sect's main peakside hall. Xia Changming, Xinshi and the two of them had a blue face. The dozen or so executives beside them similarly looked at each other. These people might have reverence for Lu Shuyao, but they still couldn't figure it out. The ancient spirit sect had already survived for hundreds of years. Why would they need to turn their backs on the flourishing Green Lotus sect for the sake of a youngster at the dust-opening realm? Elder Xia, why don't we go persuade the patriarch again? An old man with white hair hesitated for a moment and spoke hesitantly. Do you think there's any wiggle room at this point? Xia Changming coldly grunted. In fact, when the Green Lotus sect started to come, even if Lu Shuyao handed over Su Changqing at this time, it was already too late. Then what should we do? The Green Lotus sect's move is clearly leaving no room for détente. Once the war starts, according to the existing strength of the clan, I'm afraid, since that woman doesn't know how to behave, just let her die. Xia Changming took a deep breath. As things stood now, he didn't care about any patriarchs or not. Living peacefully was the priority. At those words, that old man's breathing stuttered, as if he hadn't expected Xia Changming to open his mouth in such a manner. But ultimately, still with Shen Shi and others, silence did not refute Xia Changming's treacherous remarks. Regarding the departure of the sect disciples, Lu Shuyao did not stop them. Xia Changming, Shen Shi and other high-level dissent. Lu Shuyao can likewise guess 1 or 2, putting death before life. These were the last words spoken by Su Changqing, and then he was as if he had disappeared without ever appearing. Lu Shuyao trusted Su Changqing, but her heart actually had no bottom. As most of the ancient spirit sect's reserves had been depleted over the years, perhaps there are still some backhanded, but with the old generation nearly dead from the battle back then, those remaining underpinnings have also long been submerged in the long years. unknown to others. However, that's not the point. What truly disappointed Lu Shuyao was the fact that she had endured endless pressure to guard the sect alone for hundreds of years. Never thought that when the real life and death calamity came, the clan was actually the first step in the fragmentation. The hearts of the people are difficult to be united. Elder brother is right. Perhaps I was really wrong in my previous ways. It's just that I don't know if the ancient spirit sect will still be around after this calamity. Lu Shuyao looked at the figures that left in a hurry one by one. Slightly lonely. Patriarch. Nearly 50% of the disciples have already fled. Just at this time, Ouyang came behind Lu Shuyao and spoke heavily. This middle-aged man with a passionate heart was also a bit despondent at the moment. Aha! Lu Shuyao collected her emotions and spoke faintly. Where are Elder Xia and the others? Xia Changming and Shen Shi and the others have sealed formations in the side halls, so I can't probe. Ouyang pondered slightly and said again, Patriarch, now that the survival of the clan is at stake, Xia Changming and the others are honored as elders and have enjoyed a lot of resources over the years. I'm afraid that they know that their status in the ancient spirit sect is not weak, and they can't protect themselves in a clear way if they just flee the sect. Let them be. Lu Shuyao shook her head, interrupting Ouyang's words. Speaking of which, it is also the fault of this clan. If I had not been bent on having my own way, I would not have caused the clan to suffer such a calamity. In fact, with your natural talent, you can live better by leaving the sect. Mr. O has been under the ancient spirit sect since he was young, and now he has been there for more than 100 years. No matter what the others do, Ouyang will definitely live and die with the sect. After 3 breaths of silence, Ouyang solemnly clasped his fists, his gaze extraordinarily firm. His response actually represented the attitude of the other part of the senior management besides Xia Changming and the others. Lu Shuyao was slightly relieved. Just as the ancient spirit sect's interior was torn apart by the green lotus sect's incoming attack, deep inside the main peak, outside a cave that very few people had set foot in and had grown over withered wood and weeds in the passage of years, Su Changqing quietly looked around the cave, his eyes flickering. This place, indeed, is still there. The moment he walked into the cave, his right hand clenched his fist and blasted out, smashing a deep pit straight into the cave, revealing a hidden hall inside. At the center of the hall, a 3 feet tall stone statue was holding a single knee kneeling posture, which was particularly noticeable. Chapter 18, The Start of the War. 3 feet of stone sculpture in the shape of a person, the face of no sadness and joy, scattered all over the body of the ancient sense of vicissitudes of life. Look at the fear. The last time Su Changqing saw this object was 1,000 years ago. A look of reminiscence passed through his eyes as his thoughts ebbed and flowed. Master, what is this? Tianxian War General. It looks so majestic. That's natural. The Tianxian War General was refined by the first ancestor of the clan. It was cast from 10,000 years of ink crystals, and was nurtured by formations. It could draw on the power of the heavens and the earth, and gave birth to its own spiritual intelligence. Oh evergreen. Remember, the only way to awaken the Tianxian War General is to cultivate the Tianxian seal of life and death to perfection. Today, my master will pass on this divine ability to you. A scene from the past comes to mind. Su Changqing took a light breath, thinking of Feng Wanzi's words. He slowly raised his hands, and the black amazement white blaze mistily transformed from the center of his palms, carrying the mysterious might of life and death towards the Tianxian War General. As a great disciple of the legacy from 1,000 years ago, and regarded by Feng Wanzi as the next patriarch, Su Changqing almost knew the vast majority of the ancient spirit sect's underpinnings. This was also why Su Changqing dared to directly kill Chen Chaoyun. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Unless the 3 great sects once again came out in unison, or the mysterious force behind them made a move. Otherwise, the ancient spirit sect, even if it fell into disrepute, was not an existence that could be bullied by anyone. Master, disciple will live up to his promise. The instant Su Changqing muttered, the black amazing white blaze momentarily merged into the eyes of the Tianxian War General. This stone sculpture that had been sleeping for an unknown period of time trembled lightly, swirling up mist and dust, pulling the entire hall to start trembling as well. This day, the earth shook and the sky was cloudless. At the same time that Su Changqing awakened the Tianxian War General, 700 feet spirit boats cut through the sky and rumbled down above the ancient spirit sect. A horrifying spiritual pressure whistled and rolled in all directions. The people from the Green Lotus sect finally came on the 7th day. With a ground-shaking rumble, in the foremost spirit boat, Wumu Kuei's figure stepped out. Ancient spirit sect's people listen. Hand over Chaoyun's murderer within 1 incense stick or suffer the consequences. Unlike his previous harboring, this Green Lotus sect elder was spirited at the moment. He raised his large hand and waved it, and a formation spread out the moment the spirit boat descended, firmly blocking the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate. After Wumu Kuei opened his mouth, the old woman surnamedly also slowly walked out. Beside the old woman surnamed Li there were two other people standing. One of them, a young man wearing a lotus flower Dao robe, had vicissitudes in his eyes, and with spiritual energies stirring around him, his cultivation was already infinitely close to spirit transformation perfection. It was none other than Green Lotus Patriarch Yi Luyun. The other person is an old man with white hair, although his cultivation is a little weaker, but the spirit power is clearly also in the late stage of spiritualization. Not only that, on this trip to descend to the ancient spirit sect, in addition to the three late-stage spirit transformation realm powerhouses of the Green Lotus sect arriving in unison, counting Duanmu Ling, there were 5 other spirit transformation realm elders. There were a full 8 spirit transformation realms. This could also be a glimpse of the importance that the Green Lotus sect placed on the once number 1 sect in the southern region. As Duanmu Ling's voice wrapped in spiritual energy spread in all directions, inside the mountain gate of the ancient spirit sect, Lu Shuyao brought Ouyang Ku and other senior officers, as well as all the disciples had long been on standby. Just a quick glance at, once nearly 1,000 ancient spirit sect repair, now only a few hundred left. People do birds and beasts gathered scattered, mostly are Ji Payer, Peng Yang and other cultivation is not high, but do not want to give up the disciples of the clan. Xia Changming, Xin Shi and others were among them and did not escape early. There's no need to twist and turn if you want to fight, so just fight. Lu Shuyao ignored Duanmu Ling and instead landed her gaze on Yi Luyun. This Green Lotus Patriarch was the one who truly scorned her. Formation up. Lu Shuyao spoke again. Outside the main peak, winds rose out of nowhere, forming invisible storms in the blink of an eye, like a hurricane swimming dragon, wrapped in killing opportunities and gathered in all directions. It was the ancient spirit sect's mountain protector formation. Stubborn. Yi Luyun calmly watched the scene and faintly coldly hummed. Since the Green Lotus sect dared to come in force, they naturally had long since gained an understanding of the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate formation. His hands manifested a green lotus, was sacrificed to the wind and rose. The petals scattered green aura, blink of an eye diffusion. Actually will be a hurricane made of swimming dragons all blocked. If this is all that is left of you and others, it is really disappointing to the sect. As soon as the words fell, Yi Luyun's figure suddenly rose. As he took the lead in rushing towards the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate, he laughed contemptuously. Next year's today will be the anniversary of the ancient spirit sect's death. Kill, 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 kill. Following Yi Luyun's footsteps, the old crone surnamed Li, the old man with white hair, Duanmu Ling, and the other 8 spirit transformation realm powerhouses rushed out. At the same time, the killing sounds on the other several spirit boats shook the sky, and one cultivator of the Green Lotus sect was like a stream of light, all rushing towards the ancient spirit sect in unison. Looking from afar, this once number 1 clan in the southern region was like a lamb to be slaughtered at this moment. However, some people also realized that the teenager who had made them return home in defeat last time didn't seem to be here. Yet these are no longer the point. Su Changqing's appearance is just a trigger. Things have developed to this point. He lies in or not in the ancient spirit clan, today's destruction have been doomed. Inside the mountain gate, Ouyang Ku, Ji Payer looked at the incoming Green Lotus sect's people with a somewhat pale expression. They actually had some in their hearts, although they were surprised at Su Changqing's sudden disappearance. But they were equally clear about this. Heavenly pride of the fight. Death and injury is unusual. Duanmu Ling's words but poor excuse just. They have chosen to stay. The heart has long been aware of. Swear to live and die with the clan. It is incumbent upon my generation to guard the clan. With Ouyang Ku as the leader, Ji Payer and the others spoke loudly as if they were cheering themselves up. In fact, anyone who faces death will be afraid, and fear will inevitably arise in their hearts. But these people who stayed behind are all full of pride. Perhaps, this is what elder brother said about not breaking. Lu Shuyao had an indescribable feeling when she heard the firm words around her and looked at the familiar faces that were resolute and not afraid of death, regardless of the outcome. This day, the Japanese clan would like to join you all, and go to the Yellow Springs together. For the first time, a heartfelt smile appeared on her absolutely beautiful face, and then she took a step, her dress swinging in the wind, and killed straight toward Yi Luyun. Kill! Ouyang Ku, Ji Payer and hundreds of other ancient spirit sect disciples followed in the footsteps of the patriarch and rushed out as many as they could, with an aura that was no weaker than that of the cultivators of the Green Lotus sect. Before the two sides could really get close, the ons of the arts were already shaking the sky, almost in an instant. Muffled grunts emanated from some unlucky disciples, and their figures were drowned by the roiling spiritual power fluctuations, their corpses and bones hard to survive. As for Lu Shuyao, who was the strongest person in the ancient spirit sect, the moment she had just rushed out, she was immediately surrounded by the trio of Yi Luyun, the old woman surnamed Li, and the old man with white hair. This clan has long wanted to see Patriarch lose cultivation, but Yi Luyun's expression was calm. and as he raised his hand and wrapped it in spiritual might to suppress Lu Shuyao, faint words came out. Not today. In the battle to destroy the clan, there weren't that many rules. What he wanted today was to use thunderous means to completely make the ancient spirit sect a thing of the past and let the Green Lotus sect dominate the Chiang mountain range exclusively from then on. Therefore, not only was Lu Shuyao caught up in the siege, Ouyang-ku and several other senior officers were likewise surrounded by Wu Mukue and the others at this time, and in a flash, they were at a disadvantage. Xia Changming, Shen Shi, and the dozen or so top brass glanced at each other and did not make the first move. The few of them who were hesitant at the beginning looked at the almost one-sided situation, and their eyes flashed with a different color at this moment. Chapter 19. Fellow officers, for the sake of a nameless junior, you should consider clearly whether to live or die. Xia Changming smiled grimly, and his icy words then fell into the ears of these dozen or so executives beside him. Upon hearing this, these high-ranking people who did not make a move fell silent. Some of them had intended to secretly capture Su Changqing before the attack of the Green Lotus sect and actively hand over to the people of the Green Lotus sect, but it was not to be. Su Changqing hadn't heard anything since a few days ago. Brother Xia deserves to know what we think. Shen Shi also glanced at the several people beside him at this time, and it was very timely to continue to speak. Meanwhile, in mid-air, Lu Shuyao's beautiful eyes didn't have the slightest bit of timidity when she faced the three strongest men who were at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm in terms of cultivation. Ling Ning, Feng Qi. As the cold rebuke came out, the array hurricane outside the main peak that had originally been dispersed suddenly gathered around Lu Shuyao once again, such as the seal of the wind, causing her cultivation to approach spirit transformation perfection in an instant. This was also one of the residual underpinnings of the ancient spirit sect. Using the mountain protection formation as a base, it could briefly increase the battle aptitude of the sect lord. The old woman surnamed Li and the old man with white hair breathed slightly sharply. It's just a dying struggle. If the skill stops here, it's not enough to worry about. Yi Luyun similarly frowned. As the head of a clan, he also had his own backbone. Divine techniques whistling up in no time, the Green Lotus transformed, and the spiritual might shook the heavens. Just when the battle between several people was white-hot, the battlefield below was likewise becoming more and more tragic, with miserable screams and killing noises rising and falling. Ouyang-ku was covered in blood and kept retreating under the combined efforts of Wu Mukue and the others. Ji Pei'er, Peng Yang, and the other disciples were pale, dead and injured. If it wasn't for the support of the faith that guarded the clan's immortality, I'm afraid it would have collapsed long ago. Just as everyone was struggling to support themselves, suddenly, in mid-air, Lu Shuyao seemed to be aware of something, and just when she wanted to continue to perform her divine ability, her eyes revealed unbelief and shock, because in this instant, Xia Changming, Shen Shi, along with the dozen or so senior officers all flew out. But the object of their strikes was clearly the same cultivator in front of them. The ancient spirit sect's mountain gate changed dramatically in an instant. Uncle Chen, what are you doing? Are you guys trying to rebel against the clan? Elder Xia, don't! A mournful scream suddenly came out, with anger and even more shock within the voice. Boom boom boom. The jutsu was interspersed with blood splattering in all directions. Nearly 30% of Ouyang-ku and the others, who were still barely able to support themselves, spewed out blood. Instead of dying at the hands of the Green Lotus sect, some of them were killed by their own people in a sneak attack. The remaining ancient spirit sect's cultivators, although they escaped the killing machine, but they are still trembling for Xia Changming and other people's defection. Unbelievable, but also the rage. The same is true for Lu Shuyao. She had thought that Xia Changming, Shen Shi and the others would defect to the Green Lotus sect in order to survive, but never thought that they would make a move on their fellow officers, and they were ruthless and left no room for error. Xia Changming, Shen Shi, my ancient spirit sect has treated you and others well. How dare you do this? How dare you? Lu Shuyao's mind buzzed as she saw one familiar face die, and her heart and soul shook intensely. Her beautiful eyes turned red for a split second, and a killing intent that she had never seen before filled her. Directly ignoring Yi Liuyun's trio and turning around to go straight to Xia Changming and the others to kill them. Seeing this, Yi Luyun was not surprised and immediately led the old woman surnamed Li and the old man with white hair to launch a more violent attack. This scene was seen by Xia Changming. A sneering cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth, and after lifting his hand to decapitate a young woman who had called him senior, he rushed straight towards Ouyang-ku, who was surrounded by Wu Mukue and the others. Lu Shuyao, the patriarch, Xia Changming actually existed in admiration within his heart, but for Ouyang-ku, who was also an elder, Xia Changming was extremely unimpressed on a regular basis. Today, it's time to settle the grudge with my own hands. After Xia Changming joined the battlefield, Ouyang-ku couldn't hold on any longer, and in just 3 breaths, His figure reeled back under a single spell and smashed down to the ground viciously. Ahem. Xia Changming, can you stand up to the cultivation of the clan and the care that Patriarch Lu usually takes care of you? Ouyang was shrouded by the shadow of death, yet he didn't show fear. Instead, after coughing out a mouthful of blood, he loudly and angrily rebuked Xia Changming's disloyalty. Every man for himself, and every man for himself. Xia Changming responded with a sardonic smile. Without waiting for Wu Mukuwei to make a move, he was the first to rush forward and was about to exterminate Wuyang. Xia Changming's such a desperate approach not only made Lu Shuyao, Ji Pei'er, and the other people of the ancient spirit sect completely cold-hearted. Even Wu Mukuwei, these cultivators of the Green Lotus sect, could not help but slightly side-eye them, but Ing Mok Kei and the others didn't stop it. The key to this battle to destroy the clan lay in the battlefield of the spirit transformation realm. Although Ouyang's cultivation was at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, he was at the peak of the early stage. If not for that, he wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long under the siege of several spirit transformation realms. Once this person died, Lu Shuyao would not be able to support herself alone, and would no longer have any possibility of turning over. Sessions. The entire ancient spirit sect is in their pocket. However, right at this moment, an invisible and cold wind instantly erupted from the main peak, rolling in all directions. What followed was an invisible sword blade. This sword was black in color, as if the sound of death from the underworld. The void lightly trembled, and wherever the sword blade passed, the spiritual energy was burned, as if heaven and earth had been opened up to a huge gap. Xia Changming, who was less than 10 feet away from Ouyang, only felt his scalp explode and fear grew uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. Patriarch Yi, save me! Xia Changming no longer had time to care about Ouyang's death, and as he backed up like a madman, he shouted at Yi Luyun and the others in midair. The next moment, the sword swept through. Xia Changming fell straight to the ground after stifling a grunt. Because Xia Changming was ultimately a cultivator of the ancient spirit sect, this sword condensed with black flames did not take his life, but rather vaporized the spirit sea in his body instantly, abolishing his cultivation. Xia Changming braced himself against the unprecedented weakness, and in a horrified trance, he vaguely saw through that black sword in the direction of the main peak, a 3-foot stone statue walking slowly. The sword it was this very statue that chopped out with the stone sword in its hand. However, that's not the point. What really made Xia Changming hard to believe was the familiar figure of a teenager in front of this 3-foot stone statue. How can that little brat? Xia Changming went from being unable to believe in the beginning, to being unwilling and regretful, until he sprayed blood in despair. Trying to get up was impossible, and it was a mess. His abolition, however, did not cause any other thoughts to flow from anyone's mind. Everyone's gazes all fell in the direction of the main peak, and one by one, they subconsciously backed up in the midst of their mind-blowing shock. The old woman surnamed Li, the old man with white hair, Wu Mukuwei, and the other strong men of the Green Lotus sect were all as if they were facing a great enemy, and their breathing began to shorten. Yi Luyun similarly sucked in his breath, his eyes extraordinarily grave. With just a sword light, if he had directly exterminated Xia Changming, he could have done so with his cultivation, but only the spirit sea is wasted, not the life. This kind of cultivation, the only one above the complete realization of the spirit realm, false realm passes to God. Chapter 20 Tianxian, War General. It was diametrically opposed to the oppression that the people of the Green Lotus sect were subjected to. Ji Pei'er and the others from the ancient spirit sect who had survived, all felt a gentle aura like a spring breeze in this moment, as if the gloomy cold of death was a nourishment of vitality for them. Boom, boom, boom. When the 3-foot stone sculpture appeared in everyone's eyes step by step, the unbelievable and horrified exclamations immediately spread in all directions. What is this? I once happened to read in a tome that this is sect's rumored Guardian Dao statue. The Guardian Dao statue, Tianxian War General. I've only heard about it from my master's mouth. I didn't think that eldest senior brother would be able to awaken it. Lu Shuyao's beautiful eyes were flowing with essence, and her gaze was the first to land on Su Changqing in front of the stone sculpture, especially after feeling the aura of the homologous Tianxian life and death seal. At this moment, how could she not be clear about Su Changqing's bottom line? Su Changqing nodded slightly at Lu Shuyao. Immediately afterward, he looked towards the tragic battlefield, his soft eyes momentarily cold. An aura that overrode the spirit transformation realm suddenly erupted from the Tianxian War General's body. This was a fluctuation that could sweep through the spirit transformation realm. This was a monstrous killing chance from the false realm Tongshan. Damn it! How come the people from the ancient spirit sect never mentioned this stone sculpture? Could it be that Lu Shuyao is purposely hiding the news just so that we can make a move and then kill them all in one fell swoop? The eyes of the old woman surnamed Li and the other people of the Green Lotus sect suddenly condensed, and they only felt that their bodies were locked by a terrifying power. Yao Lu was also whispering in horror in his heart at this moment, terrified and at the same time, he had remorse for today's battle. It was no fault of this Green Lotus patriarchs. The information he had received was not wrong, and the renegade clan of Xia Changming's few people had been communicated in advance, so this battle would have been a handful. If it wasn't for Su Changqing's sudden appearance, right now the ancient spirit sect might have actually been removed from the list. It's just that there's no such thing as an elixir of regret. Shenxi and the dozen or so senior officers who had also rebelled against the clan were even more trembling in the center of the Tianxian war general's aura, with extreme fear on their faces. They likewise didn't expect the sect to have such terrifying underpinnings in existence. If they knew that, if they borrowed 100 of these people's guts, they wouldn't dare to rebel against the clan, or strike out at people from the same clan. In the moment when this crowd was shocked by the Tianxian war general, the stone sculptor swung the large sword in his hand and already killed Yao Lu and the other Qinglian sect's cultivators. This sword was more and more earth-shattering. In just a moment, Yao Lu's surrounding green lotus collapsed in unison. His figure was like a lightning strike, and blinding blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. The old woman surnamed Li, the old man with white hair as even the shadow of the body rolled back. Not an enemy, these two people in the body of the spirit sea began to disorganize. The breath appeared to wither. This was the power of the pseudo-realm Tongshan. If there was no method of confrontation, then this 3-foot stone sculpture could make the Green Lotus sex plot instantly disintegrate, making Xia Changming's caste-like rebellion against the sect look like a joke. The Dao image has awakened. Our clan will win this battle. Seeing this, Lu Shuyao lightly raised her jade hand, and after the spiritual power hurricane gathered again, she immediately opened her mouth with a delicate rebuke. My clan will win. My clan will win. My clan will win. When Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er, and the other remaining ancient spirit sect cultivators saw the scene, they immediately reacted to it, and they all cheered up and shouted. The sounds of killing resounded once again, and the situation was steeply reversed. Su Changqing calmly looked at the picture at his feet. His heart withered without waves. From the beginning to the end, he did not place the Green Lotus sect in his eyes. At this moment, the Tianxian War Admiral made his move, and it was only a matter of time before the Green Lotus sect fell. His true enemy was the 3 great sects, the mysterious forces from the desolate state behind the 3 great sects. But it's better to be dead than alive. In order to truly rebuild the mountain, death cannot be avoided and some assholes need to be cleared out. The truth was as Su Changqing expected. Under one of Tianxian War General's sword awnings, the old woman surnamed Li was the first one who couldn't support herself, and her body was split in two while screaming miserably. Her remnant body was even burned to ashes by the black amazement on the way to the ground. Not long after, the old man with white hair was also in pieces in his wailing. What a Lu Shuyao! What a former #1 sect in the southern region! Yao Lu knew that the momentum was gone and unwillingly wanted to fight to the death. However, the absolute crushing of his strength caused him to hold on for just a dozen breaths. Blood spilled from the corner of this Green Lotus patriarch's mouth, and in a tragic smile, his head was chopped off with a sword, and his body fell to the earth, dying of gas. To this point, the Green Lotus sect's 3 late-stage spirit transformation realm powerhouses died out. Wumukue and the rest of the Green Lotus sect's cultivators had long been scared out of their wits when they saw Yi Liuyun's trio being obliterated by the Tianxian war general. As Lu Shuyao's beautiful eyes looked over, the hurricane whistled out like a swimming dragon, decapitating the remaining 4 people at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm such as Wumukue. Don't kill me. I'm willing to offer my soul blood and join the ancient spirit sect. We would like to subordinate to the ancient spirit sect and become an ancient spirit sect. Those Green Lotus sect disciples whose cultivation was less than the spirit transformation realm watched as the patriarchal elders died one by one, and some of them completely lost their fighting spirit and passed out words of panic. Those who invade our clan's mountain gates, not one of them will be left behind. Lu Shuyao interrupted the pleading remarks of these wallflowers and spoke in a cold voice. In fact, she didn't need to say that Ouyang Ku had survived the higher-ups as well as Ji Pei'er, the disciples who witnessed the deaths and injuries of their fellow disciples. They had long since killed Red-Eyed, and there was no way they would let any of the Green Lotus sect's people leave alive. After all, if there was no Tianxian war general, the ones who were killed now would be the ancient spirit sect's cultivators. Miserable screams and wails spread throughout the mountain gate square, and blood soaked the earth. About half an hour later, as the screams grew fainter and fainter, none of the Green Lotus sect's cultivators who had come to attack this time survived. Whether it was Ouyang Ku, or Ji Pei'er and the others, they didn't stop moving their hands. Instead, they all turned around and landed their eyes on Xia Changming, Shen Shi, and these rebels of the clan. With the Green Lotus sect, although it was an unshared blood feud, the people of the ancient spirit sect could understand. After all, the two clans were already at odds with each other. However, for these renegades who had struck out against their fellow sect members. The ancient spirit sect's cultivators who had survived had more of a monstrous hatred, facing a gaze that was eager to skin and bone them. The abolished Xia Changming and the dozen or so other senior officers, their faces instantly turned pale. Some of them tried to resist under the fear of despair, but they could not wait to strike before being suppressed by the aura of the Tianxian war general. The remaining 7 or 8 people panicked and fell to their knees in front of Lu Shuyao's body. These people who were still ruthless to their fellow disciples just now, at this moment, facing the threat of death, even one by one, they don't have the face to beg for forgiveness, praying for forgiveness. Lu, Patriarch Lu, we were coerced. Lord Sovereign, we are also trying to survive. Remembering the kindness of the past, spare our lives. Patriarch Lu, over the years the clan has been weak. We have done our share of hard work without merit. This is really a compulsion. Chapter 21 Lu Shuyao's shock. The pleas for mercy were loud and clear. It was not that Xin Shi and the others did not want to take advantage of the party's battle to escape. It was just that only they themselves knew that while the Tianxian war general was beheading Yi Luyun and the others, he also had an aura that locked this place. Once they made a move, they didn't need to wait until it was all over, for fear that they would be wiped out by the Tianxian war admiral along with them. And this was Su Changqing's handiwork. After he awakened the Tianxian war general to strike, he never moved his feet and merely watched the situation unfold. Su Changqing could only do so much. As for how to make things right, it was Lu Shuyao's test. Lu Shuyao ignored the pleas for mercy from Xia Changming and the others. She was silent as she looked towards Ouyang Ku, Ji Pair and the others whose faces were weary and dripping with murderous harshness. She saw too much after this battle. There were less than 300 ancient spirit sect cultivators left, but they were far superior to the 1,000 or so that had once been there. One more word with you is an insult. Lu Shuyao lightly exhaled turbid air. Then he looked down at Xia Changming, Shen Shi, these rebels of the clan, and coldly opened his mouth. Elder Ouyang, according to the rules of the sect, what should be done to a traitor who strikes out at a fellow sect member? Kill. Ouyang Ko responded hoarsely without hesitation. Xia Changming, Shen Shi and these people immediately lost their colors. When they still wanted to be saying something, they only saw Lu Shuyao nod her head, and her jade hand lifted up, wiping away their vitality in an instant. After all this was done, unquestionable words fell into the ears of the crowd. Elder Ouyang, continue to be on guard after today to prevent the small and petty people from fishing in troubled waters. Payer, count the number of people. Those who died in this battle will be buried thickly in the main peak. Anyone who is injured, all resources and pills, go directly to the Dan Pavilion to receive them. Protector Qian, reopen the Spirit Spring. Rest for 10 days. After 10 days, this clan will take you all and go to the Green Lotus Sect's mountain gate to get a statement. The blood of the people of my ancient spirit sect will not be shed in vain. Speaking the last few words, an intense killing chant erupted from Lu Shuyao's body, resonating with the rest of the ancient spirit sect's crowd, transforming into a madness that was suppressed to the extreme. Blood debt, blood payment. Putting aside the fact that the Green Lotus Sect's 7 spirit transformation realm deaths had long since caused a great deal of damage to its vitality, the mere awakening of the heavenly Xian war generals already made them qualified for such a thing. Su Changqing watched this scene from afar, revealing a pleased smile as he turned around and walked towards the main peak. Worthy of being his little sister. A few words would make the remaining 300 ancient spirit sect cultivators completely united. Su Changqing's appearance and departure did not cause too many ripples. As one of the ancient spirit sect's underpinnings, Tianxian War Admiral shone far more brightly than him. Other than Lu Shuyao, no one would associate him with the awakening of the Tianxian War General. As the battle between the two clans gradually came to an end, outside the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate, the large and small forces of the Chiang mountain range that were concerned about this matter soon learned of the ending through various channels. Countless people shook. No one would have expected that the lingering ancient spirit sect would exterminate all the people from the Green Lotus sect who had come to attack. Worthy of being the former #1 clan, even if it's not as brilliant as it was back then, it's still not something that ordinary forces can mess with. The Green Lotus patriarch is also a character, but it's a pity that he messed with the wrong person. Some lamented, some sighed. After today, the pattern of the Chiang mountain range would be turned upside down. There were also some old men who knew the inside story, and their eyes flickered uncertainly. The ancient spirit sect's weakening was caused by being besieged by the 3 great sects. Now that there are signs of resurgence, even if they are only slight signs, I'm afraid they will draw some wary eyes. But these are all afterthoughts. The back hall of the main peak. When Lu Shuyao finished pacifying the disciples of the ancient spirit sect and her figure appeared, she saw the figure standing in front of Feng Wan's spirit monument at a glance. Eldest brother, you're hiding really deep. Sloppy, the clan is properly accounted for? Aha. There was fatigue in Lu Shuyao's eyes, but his words were much more relaxed than a few days ago, and then spoke. Tianxian War General awakened. I think it won't take long for the news of today's battle to spread throughout the Qiang mountain range. She didn't bother to ask Su Changqing how he had awakened the heavenly Xian warlord. To Lu Shuyao, her eldest senior brother was still a dazzling celestial pride that wouldn't be drowned in glory by time, even if he had 1,000 years less. I hope so. Su Changqing frowned lightly and said, the Tianxian War General is based on the Tianxian seal of life and death. It's best not to awaken and strike until it's absolutely necessary. You should still be careful if you go far away from the Green Lotus sect on this trip. Don't worry, senior brother. Yi Lu Yun and other powerful people are dead. The Green Lotus sect is not enough to worry about. Lu Shuyao responded confidently. She understood the Green Lotus sect very well. As a subordinate force of the ancient spirit sect at one time, this sect gathered some people who tended to the trend, and the tree toppled from a sinking ship. Saying that, Lu Shuyao seemed to see something and spoke again. Eldest brother, you're leaving? Su Changqing nodded. Lu Shuyao was silent. She didn't expect Su Changqing to leave again after just coming back, and she was a bit afflicted for a while. It's just a temporary absence for a while. Su Changqing sensed Lu Shuyao's loss and spoke with a light smile. This is also a good thing for the sect today. Good thing? How can it be good? Lu Shuyao's words were ghostly. Eldest brother just came back from the immortal ancient ruins. What's missing is time. Although the sect is not as good as it was at the beginning, but eldest brother can completely use the sect's resources to raise his cultivation at the fastest speed. As she was saying this, she was first stunned, then her eyes widened. Just got back from the immortal ancient ruins? Hiss. Lu Shuyao sucked in her breath. She hadn't thought much about it before, but now that she heard Su Changqing's words, she immediately associated it with the matter of the immortal ancient ruins that had been rumored about some time ago. A month or so ago, the immortal ancient ruins reopened. The heavenly pride of the 7 southern region clans that entered the relics died and were heavily injured. There were even rumors that the disciples of the Yin-Yang Valley and the other 3 great clans were completely wiped out, all killed by a nameless loose cultivator. Although that unnamed loose cultivator has been buried in the ruins, Lu Shuyao stared blankly at Su Changqing, and with her mind, she couldn't help but breathe heavily. In the immortal ancient ruins, there was the strength to crush the southern region's clans' heavenly pride, and it was only for the 3 major clans. Who else could it be but the eldest brother before her? Don't look at me like that. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Su Changqing's expression was calm, not admitting or denying it. Seeing this, Lu Shuyao also tacitly did not continue this topic. Only her slightly heaving chest still spoke of the intense shock in her heart. The time wobbles. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since the battle between the 2 clans. The ancient spirit sect's 300 cultivators, in addition to the 100 or so who were injured and recuperating, the rest of the people, all of them rushed out from the mountain gate in a murderous rage. The person in the lead was none other than Lu Shuyao, and their destination was exactly where the Green Lotus sect was. Su Changqing was among them. However, after he traveled for a while to make sure there were no more changes, he chose to leave quietly when he passed by a city. In this regard, only a few core personnel of the ancient spirit sect, such as Lu Shuyao, knew about it. Looking at the fading backs of the crowd, Su Changqing was silent in place for a moment and turned around decisively. With the Tianxian War Admiral guarding him, the ancient spirit sect had no fear of any sect in the Qiang mountain range, and could maneuver in the face of the 3 major sects, so it was time for him to go and take care of some of his own business. The wind is howling and the white clouds are pale. There were no stops along the way, not much longer. Su Changqing's figure had already walked out of the Qiang mountain range, and his first stop is going to be exactly that, known as the most chaotic place in the southern region, South Heavenly City, to be precise. It was to meet a deceased member of the Southern Heavenly City. Chapter 22, Old Friends. The breeze sweeps by and the mountains rush by. After traveling forward for more than half a month, Su Changqing looked at the Nantian city in the mountains from afar. His heart was complicated and hard to understand. The South Heavenly City did not belong to any sect boundaries, and was a mixed bag of fish and dragons. One of the few unorganized places in the entire South Domain. Here the resources are barren. The spiritual veins are thin. Killers abound. But many cultivators in the southern region still tend to rush, because in the southern heavenly city, there was a mysterious Dan workshop. In this Dan workshop, there are only pairs of masters and disciples. His master's name was Heavenly Flame Shangren, and he was known as the #1 Dan master in the southern region. It is important to know that on the path of alchemy, the first line of pills is unusual, the second line is extraordinary, the third line is rare, and the fourth line and above can only be made by the great powers of the Dan Dao inheritance. And this heavenly flame superior had once refined a 7-stripe elixir. There is a steady stream of daily visitors. Even some forces from the desolate state had cultivators who traveled far and wide just to seek an elixir. However, the heavenly flame superior is withdrawn in nature and has a mysterious cultivation level, and is dedicated to seeking the great Tao of alchemy. Any cultivator who entered Nantian City, regardless of their status and cultivation, did not dare to be the least bit reckless. It's all about chance if you want to ask for a Dan. The purpose of Su Changqing's trip was precisely for a returning vessel pill that only heavenly flame superiors could refine. This elixir was of no benefit to the spirit transformation realm, but when a cultivator of the dust opening realm took it for the first time, it would be like an epiphany, instantly igniting a certain number of their own spiritual orifices. I wonder if the rules for seeking Dan remain the same. Su Changqing's figure shifted and headed straight for South Heavenly City. Thousands of years had passed, and the appearance of the South Heavenly City looked just like it once did, with the ancient vicissitudes of life and its grandeur. Outside the city gates, figures were weaving. Most of the people who come and go are in cultivation, and their cultivation is not weak. Not to say that the open dust realm can be seen everywhere, but also the difference is not far. In the meantime, there were 7 or 8 disciples wearing the Taoist robes of the Heavenly Mansion sect, who were striding into the city with high spirits, and wherever they passed, the unusual cultivators avoided them. That's Yao Lu of the Heavenly Mansion sect? I've heard that this person is the Heavenly Mansion sect's well-deserved heavenly pride of this generation, and has already stepped into the dust opening realm not long ago. Some cultivators recognized the identity of one of the Heavenly Mansion sect disciples, and immediately let out a gasp of surprise. Hearing these remarks, more people around them landed their gazes on a young man in the crowd of the Heavenly Mansion sect. This person had sword brows and starry eyes, with a bland nobility between his eyebrows, as if he was indifferent to everything in the outside world. Yao Lu, South Heavenly City is different from other realms. Don't stir up trouble. At the forefront of these Heavenly Mansion sect disciples, a middle-aged man frowned slightly as he turned back and rushed Yao Lu to bark out some instructions. Uncle Gu, disciple has his own measure. Yao Lu clasped his fists in response. The middle-aged man nodded slightly at his words. Ever since Qi Yang Huan, the Tao son of the Heavenly Mansion sect, died at the immortal ancient ruins, the younger generations of the Heavenly Mansion sect have been jumping at the chance to fight for the Tao Sun quota. Yao Lu was precisely the most promising disciple in his lineage. For this reason Gu Yongming had prepared for a long time, and had traveled thousands of miles to bring Yao Lu to South Heavenly City. Rumor has it that although the Heavenly Flame Superior rarely shows his face, his disciple's Dan Dao is equally amazing. If we see that the Heavenly Flame Superior is hopeless, with his help, a return to vertebrate Dan shouldn't be too difficult. He weighed the situation in his mind for a moment and gradually disappeared to the end of the street with Yao Lu and the others. Su Changqing silently withdrew his gaze. When he saw these Heavenly Mansion sect disciples, his first reaction was to kill them all. After thinking about it, I chose to give it up for now. That middle-aged man's cultivation had clearly reached the spirit transformation realm, and he was currently no match. That's fine. Let's go and meet our old friend first. I don't know if he still remembers me as a person after 1,000 years have passed, Su Changqing said, and a white-clothed young man immediately appeared in his mind. He had quite a few friends, but if he mentioned this white boy, there was only one sentence to describe him. Where there is a teacher, there is a disciple. This was one of the few people of the same generation that could make the Su Changqing of 1,000 years ago back off. Inside Nantian City, greenstone paved roads and rolling houses, perhaps because the reputation of the Heavenly Flame Superior is too prosperous, attracting a large number of cultivators. A glance at both sides of the street. Many stores are selling exotic treasures. Pills and magic weapons are countless. Many cultivators from all over the world who came here in admiration, knowing that there was no hope of seeking pills, traded up here. South Heavenly City seemed to have become a huge workshop. If Su Changqing remembered correctly, the so-called chance to seek Dan. First of all, one had to be qualified to find where the mysterious Dan workshop was located. This one step stops the vast majority of visitors. Luckily, he knew where the Dan workshop was. Without slanting his eyes, Su Changqing followed the direction he remembered and walked towards a remote thatched hut in the middle of the city. This one house, very ordinary, hadn't been cleaned for a long time, and didn't have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. Su Changqing was not surprised and pushed the door straight in. Crunch! After he walked into the house, he raised his hand and waved it, pinching a few dead leaves in the courtyard between his fingers and spilling them towards his feet, only to see these few pieces of dead leaves fall to the ground in a regular manner. And in no time at all, a Dan character was presented. Do it all. Su Changqing quietly waited in place. I don't know how long. A wind suddenly came, rolling up the house courtyard in the few withered leaves. Immediately after, distortions appeared violently around them, like a curtain of light being slowly unveiled. The original simple house, full of aura in an instant. Yellowed withered leaves also gradually stained with new green, such as a party hidden in the heavenly paradise, slowly revealed the real veil. Next moment, the wooden door to the backyard slowly opened, and surprised words followed. I didn't realize that after so many years, there was still someone who remembered the method of using words as a post. Come in. Hearing this voice, Su Changqing's witherless heart suddenly rippled. He took a light breath and stepped in. Inside the room, there was only a stone table and 2 stone benches. A young man was sitting on a stone bench against the inner side, surveying the visitor with interest. He was dressed in white, and if his eyes contained stars, anyone who saw them would subconsciously avoid their gaze and find it difficult to look directly at them. Upon seeing Su Changqing's face, this white-clothed young man first froze for a moment, and then violently stood up from the stone bench, as if he had seen the most unbelievable picture in the world. You, who are you? How come you look exactly like that dead guy? This statement was made. The deep and powerful feeling that had just been there was gone. Instead, a smile appeared on Su Changqing's face. It seems that after not seeing him for 1,000 years, this late friend has not changed much other than his cultivation. Brother Yun, long time no see. Su Changqing spoke with emotion. The white-clothed youth was once again stunned, and in the next breath his figure came directly in front of Su Changqing, his handsome face, and greeted him with a straight face. Su Changqing? Are you really Su Changqing? That's not right. You didn't die in the immortal ancient ruins. It's been more than 1,000 years. The body should have turned to ash. Could it be that I've been too tired from alchemy lately and I'm hallucinating? No not? Chapter 23 Enlightenment. The white-clothed youth muttered to himself, and as his eyes looked up and down, he actually went straight to his hands without avoiding it, trying to determine if the person in front of me is the same person from back then. Su Changqing's smile froze. He took a few steps back without leaving a trace and spoke solemnly. Yun Mengzi, this ugly habit of yours really hasn't changed at all. The white-clothed youth laughed and was just about to say something when he did. Outside the house, there is a renewed wind. A slightly reverent voice followed. Gu Yongming of the Heavenly Mansion sect, seeking an audience with Heavenly Flame Lord. Not available. The white-clothed youth responded without thinking. Su Changqing immediately noticed that the direction the voice came from suddenly stagnated, and the air all seemed to be filled with a few moments of embarrassment. The white-clothed youth didn't care. His eyes burned as he continued to look up and down at his old friend whom he hadn't seen in 1,000 years. Actually, not to mention Gu Yongming, even if the Heavenly Mansion sect master himself were to visit, he wouldn't dare to make any transgressions here, because the white-clothed youth was no one else but the only disciple of the Heavenly Flame Superior. Only to see Yun Mengzi's eyes flooding with light, staring at Su Changqing dead on, he continued with great uncertainty. Are you really Su Changqing? I haven't seen you for 1,000 years. Where is your invincible confidence? Su Changqing teasingly responded. Yeah, that's the attitude. That's the reaction. Yun Mengzi laughed. The shock in his heart did not diminish, but he still went forward to give Su Changqing a hug and said happily, Brother Su, so long time no see. You are dead to where? Your cultivation? At the end of his words, Yun Mengzi seemed to notice Su Changqing's current state, and his eyes erupted with essence. Immediately, Su Changqing detected an extremely strong divine sense covering him. This divine sense had no malicious intent, but it was still far stronger than anyone Su Changqing had ever encountered. In just a moment, he had the illusion that his entire body was being seen through. However, even though Yun Mengzi was strong, he was unable to see through the existence of the bronze sword. Brother Su, what exactly happened? After a moment of careful observation, his eyes showed some regret and surprise, and there was even a touch of hidden feigned killing intent, as if to say, if the abnormality in Su Changqing's cultivation was caused by a bystander, he would have immediately killed the door to avenge his brother's death. It's no wonder Yun Mengzi is like this. When he thought of that year, Su Changqing was the existence he admired the most among his generation. Regardless of his natural talent or cultivation, the two are rivals, but more than that, they are sympathetic friends. Now 1,000 years have passed. Although his appearance hadn't changed much, his cultivation had long since taken that step, condensing his Yuanshen and becoming a powerhouse of the Tongshan realm. Su Changqing is still in the open dust cultivation level? Yun Mengzi's heart tasted hard to understand, and the cheerfulness of seeing his best friend was also affected by this fall. It's all in the past, and what goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around. Su Changqing could see Yun Mengzi's thoughts and shook his head with a light smile of relief. As a matter of fact, every time he thought about the scene that happened at the immortal ancient ruins, he had a feeling of unreality. And even now that he had stepped out, sometimes when he closed his eyes, the withering silence of the 1,000 years of the realm of void would come to his mind. Enough about that. I came here this time to ask if you have a returning vessel pill here? Su Changqing then spoke. Naturally, Yun Mengzi was silent. Hearing Su Changqing's words, how could he not guess the purpose of this late friend's visit? But for some reason, looking at the once-spirited teenage pride's now forlorn appearance, Yun Mengzi was still a little hard to accept. In all fairness, if he had not exhausted his cultivation by the slightest bit after 1,000 years, he could not do what Su Changqing did so freely. I was thinking about your return from the immortal ancient ruins back then, in a good fight with you. Yun Mengzi sighed softly once again. Ahem, there's a chance for that later. Su Changqing subconsciously gave a dry cough. It was only his words that caused Yun Mengzi to be very upset. Chance? Get over it. I'm not being accused of bullying the small with the big. With your current cultivation, I can finger a large area to death with one finger. Although the words were a bit naked, Yun Mengzi quickly took out an elixir that emitted the scent of herbs, only to see that the return to vertebrate pill, which was coveted by others, was casually thrown in front of Su Changqing as if it was very worthless in his hands. Yun Mengzi thought for a moment, then added, is one enough? I have plenty here if not enough. Thanks. Su Changqing didn't make any pretense, and after pinching the returning vessel Dan on his fingertips for a moment, he decisively took it. The elixir melts in your mouth. Wisps of cool breath erupted and flowed down his limbs and toward the spirit orifices that had opened up in his body. Yun Mengzi raised his head on the side and spoke. Returning to the orifices, Dan uses the spirit to nourish the orifices. The moment it is taken, it will erupt into an extremely strong vortex of spiritual energy. Be sure to hold your breath and concentrate. There must not be the slightest hint of horse. While speaking, Su Changqing had already completely dissolved the efficacy of the returning vessel pill. However, after a full incense stick of time had passed, the spirit orifices within his body did not seem to have any other reaction. Returning to the body, pills sink stone cold. Yun Mengzi suddenly choked, the surprise of his pupils flickering away. Su Changqing's expression similarly stiffened. He could detect that his own spiritual orifices were not unresponsive, only that the spurt of spiritual energy was too weak. It was like a clay ox entering the sea, totally insufficient to pry the spiritual orifices into ignition. Su Changqing was silent for some time, turned to look at Yun Mengzi, thought about it but still stretched out his right hand. Brother Yun, didn't you say that there are more pills? Yun Mengzi's old face darkened. The returning vessel pill was of great value, and the refining of each one took a great deal of effort, and his words just now were just to brag about it in front of his best friend. But the words had already been put out, and Yun Mengzi could only puff up his face. A moment later, with the second return to vertebrate pill taken out, Su Changqing once again cleanly swallowed it. This time he waited even longer. The results are generic. The ignition of spirit orifices is harder than expected. Su Changqing sighed darkly and extended his right hand. What kind of monster are you? Although Yun Mengzi's face grew darker and darker, he still took out the third returning vessel pill. As a matter of fact, he was now curious as to just how many orifice-returning pills this late friend in front of him would need to ignite his spiritual orifices, and he also wanted to see where Su Changqing's limits were. The time wobbles. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, until the 10 or so returning vessel pills were all swallowed into Su Changqing's stomach. A flash of dissimilarity flashed under Su Changqing's eyes. The second spirit orifice in his body suddenly had a slight tremor. Boom! The second spirit orifice in Su Changqing's body finally hummed and exploded amidst the muffled thunder of the sinews. Next moment, inside the narrow house, a powerful tugging force came violently, seeming like a vortex of spiritual energy exiting and rushing like a river. Yun Mengzi sensed this movement, and the curiosity he had just felt suddenly turned into intense shock. With his cultivation and insight, he couldn't help but look at Su Changqing dead in the face at this moment, as if he had 1,000 words to say without spitting them out in the next moment. Chapter 24, The Tomb of the Gods. That's just it. It's a token of appreciation after all. Something is better than nothing. Su Changqing didn't know what Yun Mengzi was thinking. There was actually some disappointment in his mind, and he relieved himself internally. After all, he was the only one who knew that his dust-opening realm was different from the others. Above the heavens mandate, each small realm was extremely difficult to climb. Fortunately, Yun Mengzi was not clear about Su Changqing's thoughts, or else he was afraid that he would vomit blood on the spot. The return to the vessel Dan was a peak 2-stripe elixir, such as the crowd of Tianfu sect outside the room. To be able to beg for one was already a blessing to be cultivated. Who would be like Su Changqing eating beans? But, you're really an oddball. This Gongzi kind of wants to suppress his cultivation to the early stage of dust opening and then have a good fight with you again. Yun Mengzi muttered, all the words eventually becoming a leap of faith. Hearing this, Su Changqing waved his hands in succession. He was well aware of Yun Mengzi's nature. If that was the case, it would be fine if he lost, but if he won, he was afraid that he would have to have an extra dogpile around him. For example, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 7. and so on. By the way, what are your plans now that you're back? Yun Mengzi skimmed his lips and digressed. Intend to? To recover what was once lost as soon as possible. When Su Changqing responded, a bit of ice flashed in his eyes. Yun Mengzi hesitated for a moment and said again, I heard about the matter of the ancient spirit sect. It's just that at that time, my master was refining a 7-stripe elixir, and needed me to escort the law, so I didn't have the time to leave the South Heavenly City. No harm done. Su Changqing smiled. I will settle my own grudges myself. Don't be careless. I heard from my master that the matter of the ancient spirit sect is not only related to the great forces of the desolate state, but it also involves the forbidden Song Tian wood, the divine spirit flower. Seeing Su Changqing's confident look, Yun Mengzi immediately cautioned. What exactly is a divine spirit flower? Su Changqing frowned. Lu Shuyao had said the same thing, only that she was in the way of her cultivation and didn't really know much about it. The Songtian wood, which was once the tombstone of a god. Yun Mengzi's expression was serious as he slowly spoke. That is a true deity, with a level of life that overrides all living beings, comparable only to a true demon. Song Tianmu he actually does not know much about. Only in the mouth of his master heard some secret stories. The so-called divine spirit flower is the coalescence of the undissipated spirituality of God, with the divine bone as the base and the divine nature as the petals. Rumor has it that getting enough divine spirit flowers can even recreate a god. Don't you mind if I say something a bit harsh? Yun Mengzi patted Su Changqing's shoulder and comforted in his way. What happened to the ancient spirit sect was not unjust. Su Changqing was silent. Cough cough. Not to say these, if you need me words at any time to speak about the Song Tian would matter no way to get involved. But if other people bully my brother, then I do not agree. Yun Mengzi understood the reason for Su Changqing's silence and immediately laughed out loud, trying to ease the oppressive atmosphere. Next, the two talked some more about the past. Good wine accompanied them, and from the time they met 1,000 years ago to the time they are reunited now, a scene once surfaced in their mouths. After an unknown amount of time, under the constant emotion of Su Changqing and Yun Mengzi, Gu Changming's somewhat urgent voice once again came from outside the house. Gu Yongming of the Heavenly Mansion sect, seeking an audience with Heavenly Flame Lord. After a short period of silence, Yun Mengzi scat impatiently and turned to look apologetically at Su Changqing. There's no way. The rules set by master cannot be broken. Shall we meet together? No. I still have some things to do, so let's stop here today. Su Changqing shook his head. As he was about to say goodbye and leave, Yun Mengzi's words came from behind him. By the way, Brother Su, the legacy of the 9 prison peaks will be opened in 3 months. I heard that the 7 southern domain clans will all be there, and this Gongzi will also go to sneak around. If you want to raise your cultivation at the fastest speed, that's a good place to go. Thanks, Su Changqing said, and his figure had already disappeared. With a ripple, after Su Changqing appeared outside, at a glance, he saw the Tenfu sect crowd waiting outside with some anxiety. He walked straight out toward the outside of the compound without slanting his eyes. Who is he? Why is it in the place where the Heavenly Fire Lord lives? Could it be that we were just turned away from the door because of this person? The Heavenly Mansion sect's group of people similarly noticed Su Changqing, and immediately exchanged words in disgust. Among them, Gu Changming and Zhou Lin were able to tell that Su Changqing's cultivation was only at the early stage of dust opening, so they both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes after glancing at each other. Especially Gu Changming. He had been waiting outside the house for so long in his self-importance, and he was already harboring resentment in his heart. It wouldn't have mattered if Su Changqing was a high-ranking person, but it turned out to be only a strange dust-opening realm teenager, which immediately made his dissatisfaction deepen a lot. Just without waiting to think about it in detail, as Yun Mengzi's words rang out, Gu Changming and the others immediately regained respect on their faces and immediately led Zhou Lin and the others into the house. But their quest for the elixir was doomed to be fruitless. None of it. Yun Mengzi was out of the returning vessel pills on his body. Nantian City. Su Changqing took one last look at the courtyard behind him and turned around to walk into the crowd. The 3 great clans, the great powers of the deserted state. After he truly learned of the importance of the divine spirit flower, he already understood that revenge could not be rushed. Looks like there's no going back for a while. Su Changqing naturally knew the 9 prison peaks that Yun Mengzi was talking about. It was a secret realm located in the Lin Yuan land boundary, opened every 900 years, and he just missed it when the last inheritance was opened. It wasn't the 9 prison peaks that Su Changqing was hesitant about. It was Lin Yuan. A bit of reminiscence passed through his eyes. There is also a reason for the abyss, different from Yun Mengzi's nature. In his memory of that person, once was a set of thousands of light in one, piercing dazzling, such as the flower with thorns bone. The entire southern region of the same generation of people are not envious. 1,000 years have passed. I wonder if she is as graceful as she was then. Su Changqing exhaled a cloudy breath and pushed down the refuted thoughts. Regardless of the difference between that person and Yun Mengzi, obtaining the inheritance of the 9 prison peaks and becoming stronger as soon as possible was the most important thing he needed right now. As he thought so, Su Changqing's figure shifted and left the southern heavenly city. The Lin Yuan realm was quite far from the southern heavenly city. If one were to rush with the dust-opening realm cultivation, it would be difficult to rush there in 3 months' time. Therefore, after Su Changqing traveled forward for a period of time, he decisively reversed his direction and flew to the largest nearby city. This city, named Listen to the Rain City. The reason for choosing Hearing Rain City was because it was affiliated with the 5 Yazhongs and had an ancient teleportation array within it. 10 days went by in a flash. Early in the morning of this day, Su Changqing's silhouette appeared remotely outside of Listening Rain City. Unlike the special South Heavenly City, there were both cultivators and mortals outside of Hearing Rain City, and the atmosphere of the human world was extraordinarily rich. But in order to enter this city, one would need to surrender a certain amount of spirit stones to the 5 Yuzong city guard disciples. Su Changqing was just about to move forward to pay the spirit stones when he suddenly stared, his figure quickly blending into the crowd. The moment he put his breath away, 2 familiar figures came out from the crowd outside the city like stars. Chapter 25 Off Fire. Religious. Only to see the crowd of people slowly out of a man and a woman. They were dressed in 5 Yaozong Taoist robes, walking through the place where all people have to penetrate the respectful and kind smile. Yao Luoyang and Yao Lu had gentle smiles on their faces and were exchanging words as they greeted the people around them. Brother, it's really going to Lin Yuan. Of course, isn't the master's sect also letting us gain some insight? Moreover, the master teacher will also be present in person at that time, so the safety will not be in danger. You said the same thing the last time we went to the immortal ancient ruins. Ahem. As they spoke, the siblings entered the city gates under the watchful eyes of the crowd, leaving behind only a gush of whispered comments. For a long time, Su Changqing slowly walked out. He glanced at the way Yao Luoyang and his duo had left, and waited in the same spot for a while before choosing to surrender his spirit stones to set foot in Hearing Rain City. The teleportation array belonging to the 5 Yuzongs was located in the very center of the city. It was a large verdant stone formation that was 100 feet square. From a distance to see the coming and going cultivators in an endless stream, most of which are not weak, are qualified to use the transmission array of cultivators, the status of respect. When Su Changqing arrived here, he happened to see the figures of Yao Luoyang's siblings enveloped by the formation. Glorious green awns rushed to the sky, space fluctuations rippled up, and within the formation along with Yao Luoyang's siblings and dozens of other people, their silhouettes disappeared in place in an instant. Immediately after that, another group of cultivators stepped forward to step into the formation and surrendered their teleportation spirit stones. Su Changqing was the last of the group. There were about a dozen people, both male and female, who traveled with him. Most of them merely glanced at Su Changqing, realizing that they were only at the early stage of the dust-opening realm cultivation, and then they didn't pay too much attention to him. The transmission went well. As another burst of green aura erupted, there was a blur in Su Changqing's eyes, and when he regained clarity, he had already arrived at a city called Jinkai. This city, only 10 days away from the Lin Yuan land boundary. Su Changqing stayed here for 2 days, familiarizing himself with the environment, and then immediately rushed towards Lin Yuan. And during this time, there were countless cultivators like him who had teleported here. The 9 Prison Peaks legacy is initiated once every 900 years. The Lin Yuan land realm was now in the limelight. In addition to the 7 great clans of the southern domain, some moderate clans and cultivation families also caught wind of the situation, wanting to come to see some opportunities and get a piece of the pie. Therefore, with Lin Yuan as the center, there were dark currents in a 10,000 mile radius, and there was almost always an open and shut battle. The sky seemed to be somewhat cloudy as well as the name of the proverbial abyss. The time wobbles. 7 days later, Su Changqing's silhouette finally approached a barren ridge that stretched across the earth, lush and boundless. After stepping through it was the Lin Yuan, and if he went further, it was rumored to be where the 9 prison peaks were located. The moment, the eastern part of the barren ridge, inside a valley, the original lushness was dyed red with blood, becoming an eerie place where the scent of blood lingered for a long time. There were about dozens of black-robed cultivators, wearing hats on their heads and unable to see their faces. They searched for storage bags on the corpses in one place, and if they came across someone who still had some breath left, they would kill him with one blow. One of the black-robed men at the head of the group even raised his hand and offered a scarlet bead, devouring all the corpses. It was visible to the naked eye that after devouring many corpses, the scarlet blood beads became more and more radiant, seeming to be surrounded by a grievous soul that was not dispersed, transmitting a shocking fury. This black-robed man had some gloomy aura coming out from underneath his bucket hat, and turned around to look toward the back. In the place he was looking at, there was a black iron cage that was several feet in size, emitting a ghostly aura and floating away, with two figures trapped within it. It was clearly Yao Lu and Yao Lu who had arrived here first. This pair of siblings were currently pale and bloodstained, and had obviously been seriously injured. If it was not for the green aura radiating from his body constantly supporting him, he was afraid that he would have long been no different from the corpse on the ground. Even so, they were now trapped in an iron cage, and death was just a matter of time. How dare you all be reckless here? Our masters are in the Ling Yuan realm. It's not too late if we escape now. Noticing the black-robed man's gaze, Yao Luoyang immediately stopped in front of Yao Lu and roared loudly at the black-robed man. The black-robed man turned a blind eye to this. Even the dozens of black-robed cultivators on the side were similarly filled with indifference. Not reacting to this threat, Yao Luoyang instantly despaired. He had thought that this trip was just a long insight, but he didn't expect it to be too much more treacherous than the immortal ancient ruins. This is not to blame Yao Luoyang. After all, no one would have imagined that the Li Hua cultists, who had been uncontested for a long time, would suddenly appear in the deserted ridge, constantly hunting and killing the incoming and outgoing cultivators of the various sects in the shadows. Yao Lulu's thoughts at this time were not much different from Yao Luoyang's. Her beautiful eyes were lowered, and she didn't even have time to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth as she used all her spiritual energy to maintain the green aura. Protectorly, the blood spirit pearl is still a bit short. The black-robed cultivator ignored the brother and sister's dying struggles, and stepped out of the room as one of them rushed at the black-robed man and respectfully clasped his fists. Aha! The black-robed man responded indifferently, just as he put away the scarlet blood bead and was about to walk towards Yao Luoyang's siblings. Suddenly, a whistling sound suddenly came from the distant sky. Almost at the moment the voice appeared, the dozens of black-robed cultivators here looked at the black-robed man at the head. The black-robed man nodded lightly. Next moment, these dozens of black-robed cultivators went straight in the direction the voice came from without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Yao Luoyang's siblings couldn't help but secretly sigh. How could they not be clear that with another strike by these leaving Fire God sect members, the corpses in this place were afraid that there would be a few more. In the meantime, Su Changqing's figure had just arrived above the valley. His complexion suddenly changed. He only felt an intense crisis coming from the heavens, and without thinking his speed skyrocketed, sidestepping away from the original spot. Almost at the same instant, a collection of dozens of black-robed cultivators' spells landed in unison on the area where Su Changqing had just stood. The roaring sound echoed in the sky. Su Changqing quickly retreated backwards until he withdrew a dozen feet or so. Only then did he dissipate the impact of the spell that had gathered dozens of people in front of him. Without waiting for his figure to stabilize, all of these dozens of black-robed cultivators, in silence, once again quickly approached to kill. There's no bull asterisk. These black-robed cultivators were all at the early stage of the dust opening realm, and their strikes were extremely vicious, like a killing machine. Each strike was aimed at Su Changqing's life. A bunch of crazies? A cold aura appeared in Su Changqing's eyes. The sudden killing opportunity caused nameless anger to grow in his heart as well. The madness of the bones that had been suppressed due to returning to the ancient spirit sect, thus exploded once again. Killing for no reason? Then they're all going to die. Su Changqing's face was calm, and with only 2 spirit orifices of cultivation, he blasted out a terrifying pressure that crushed all the early stages of the dust opening realm. Just at the moment these black-robed cultivators approached, he raised his right hand and swung it forward violently. With this swing, no spells appeared, only a gust of fresh wind blew by. However, this wind, but with the dozens of black-robed cultivators rushed to set off the wind, in midair when encountered together, turned into a strong impact force. The closest few black-robed cultivators were unable to make any reaction in time, and were shocked by the storm, bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying of gas. These black-robed people, even if they had already ignited more spirit orifices, but facing Su Changqing who had opened the dust of the heavenly Tao, the spirit orifices in their bodies suddenly and subconsciously trembled, and their hearts and minds appeared to be even more horrified. They could not have expected that this strange young man, who had inadvertently intruded into their setup, would appear to be weak, but the actual terror seemed to be far beyond their imagination. Chapter 26 Open Dust Dharma Body. Su Changqing lightly grunted. The first step he took caused him to appear in front of a black-robed cultivator in a flash. Raising his hand, the person's face under the bucket hat turned pale, only feeling that there was no way to avoid it, and he could only cast a hard spell to return the attack, yet it was all in vain. Su Changqing's right hand landed on top of his head like lightning. The terrifying power of the heavenly Tao opening the dust directly collapsed his will and destroyed his physical body. The horror revealed in this black-robed cultivator's wide-open eyes. Until his death, he didn't understand why this teenager was so much more ruthless than them. Immediately after, Su Changqing's silhouette was like a ghost, once again appearing in front of another black-robed cultivator, his right leg knee lifted up, decisively crashing this person into bloody foam, without any extra moves. In an instant another person was approached by Su Changqing, his right hand probed out and directly broke his neck. It was at this time that all those remaining black-robed cultivators came back to their senses and surrounded Su Changqing in unison, not wanting to give him the chance to strike alone. Seeing this, Su Changqing ruthlessly stepped in the void. A wisp of black flame centered on him. He swept in all directions, like a black storm that instantly filled the sky. Enough people were drowned by the black amazement, and muffled grunts could hardly be transmitted. Their corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. When the remaining black-robed cultivators saw this creepy scene, one by one, their minds buzzed and their speed slowed down for the first time. Because dozens of black-robed cultivators? In a short time, only 9 people left. These 9 people looked at the teenager in front of them with horror, as if what was in front of them was not a cultivator, but a killing machine such as them. Who are you? Someone among the black-robed cultivators opened their mouths in a trembling voice, asking the words that should have been asked by Su Changqing. Su Changqing's full head of black hair was windless, facing the black amazement in the sky, bizarre and wild, especially that cold face and indifferent eyes. At this instant, it shook the hearts and minds of all the black-robed cultivators. He did not respond to the black-robed cultivator's question, because the moment these people took the initiative, they were already dead in Su Changqing's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed out a finger. The roiling black amazement instantly set off a storm, like a black river of the underworld, sweeping towards these black-robed cultivators. Even the surrounding valleys, as if they couldn't withstand such high temperatures, appeared to shatter and melt. Each of these black-robed cultivators' faces changed drastically, and thinking about the deaths of several people before, they didn't have any hesitation and immediately began to retreat. It was just that no matter how fast they were, they couldn't be faster than the spread of the black amazement. Just then, inside the valley, the black-robed man known as Li Protector seemed to have sensed something, and he had no time to care about the trapped Yao Lu young siblings as his brows suddenly tightened. Next moment, the black-robed man's figure suddenly arrived in mid-air, and at the same time, it brought with it a strong fury. Protector Li, save me, my lord. This sun is odd, not like an ordinary dust-opening cultivator. Seeing the black-robed man appear, the remaining black-robed cultivators shouted for help. The black-robed man ignored the several people who were drowned by the black amazement and indifferently gazed at Su Changqing, who was further away. Being gazed at by its gaze was like being hacked by a poisonous snake. The moment he saw Su Changqing, the black-robed man had already detected an extremely dangerous aura. Amidst the screams and wails, Su Changqing also saw the black-robed man and his gaze slightly condensed. He flipped his right hand, and the black amazement, after devouring those 9 people, violently reversed its direction and went straight towards this black-robed man to envelop him. The black-robed man's body appeared to take a slow step, but in reality, his speed was so fast that he actually set off a wind of spiritual energy, as if he wanted to rush from within the black amazement to Su Changqing in a raw manner. This was the first time Su Changqing had seen that someone could ignore the black amazing. It was more about his lack of cultivation. Because of the majesty displayed by this black-robed man, it was clear that he had already reached the late stage of the dust-opening realm. But, that's what makes it fun. Su Changqing took a deep breath. The battle intent in his eyes hadn't diminished in the slightest, and there was even more of an exuberance that made his blood spurt. He had never felt so hot since the heavenly Tao opened the dust. At the moment when the black-robed man rushed, Su Changqing's body also turned into a stump, not retreating but advancing. A fist wrapped in the might of 1,000 pounds smashed down fiercely. With this strike, Su Changqing fell back 7 feet. The black-robed man fell back 3 feet. The early stage of dust opening has such a cultivation level. I didn't realize that in the southern domain today, there are still heaven's mandate dust opening practitioners. The black-robed man laughed, his gaze under the bucket hat growing more and more excited. Yes, it's exactly the excitement. Like a hunter encountering a tasty prey, it was permeated with an unspeakable madness. The words are gone. The black-robed man's eyes flashed, and his body was like running thunder as he once again whistled towards Su Changqing. The speed exceeded those black-robed cultivators by too much, and it was simply not at the same level. For the sake of a quick battle, a blurry scorpion shadow the size of 9 zhang suddenly appeared behind him while he was attacking. This is the only dust-opening Dharma body that can be performed by igniting enough over spirit orifices. The scorpion shadow hissed up to the sky after it appeared, and a terrifying spiritual pressure that was completely above the ordinary dust-opening realm suddenly descended. Like the might of heaven and earth, the surrounding black amazement completely rewound, and it was difficult to approach the slightest bit more. Su Changqing was even in the hissing of the scorpion shadow. The spiritual energy in his body was like being frozen, and a horrible tearing sensation came from his internal organs. It is a pity. Meet this seat. Count, you should be extinct here. but this is also your luck, because you alone blood should be enough to make the blood spirit bead round. The black-robed man smiled coldly and raised his hand to grab towards Su Changqing. Dharma body, I have it too. Not waiting for the black-robed man to utter the last word, Su Changqing looked at the scorpion shadow behind the black-robed man and interrupted his words. Behind him, a 10-foot Dharma body rumbled and coalesced. Unlike the black-robed man, Su Changqing's dust-opening Dharma body was clearly his own appearance. Impossible. Although the heavenly destiny to open the dust can also condense the Dharma body at the early stage, but its own appearance. This, the black-robed man's face changed drastically for the first time, and there was even more incredulity in his eyes. He was honored as the protector of the departing fire god sect, and it was the first time he had seen a cultivator who could coalesce his own likeness of a Dharma body at the early stage of the dust opening, which was simply unheard of. Su Changqing ignored the black-robed man's shock as he slowly raised his right hand and landed a punch. The same was true of the Dharma body behind him. Lift your hand. Fist drop. Boom. Terrifying ripples erupted from the tip of the fist, seeming to roll around the square like spiritual energy boiling. The black-robed man's Dharma body, in the power of this punch, only lasted for 3 breaths before it suddenly collapsed and turned into a roiling black mist. What shattered together was also the black-robed man's body. Until the moment before he died, there was still unbelievable shock in his eyes, and even more indescribable unwillingness. Right about this time, Su Changqing suddenly had a strange look in his eyes and raised his hand, only to see that in the area where the black-robed man had died, a scarlet-red bead slowly floated down in his palm. A spirit weapon? Nope, more like a magic weapon. Su Changqing carefully scrutinized it for a moment before turning his gaze to the valley below. Fang had already seen that all these strange black-robed people had come out from there. Since he was already an enemy, Su Changqing didn't mind walking up to see if there were any leaks. Just as he rushed towards the valley, within the valley, the moment the black-robed man died, the iron cage that trapped Yao Lu's siblings had lost its color. Although the brother and sister did not know what was happening, when they saw this scene, they immediately wanted to use the last of their spiritual energy to forcefully break through the cage and escape. It just takes some time to break the cage. Just as they were going all out, the whistling sound rang out again. It's over. It's over. They're back. Brother, hurry up. Yao Lu sensed the difference above the valley, and despair suddenly penetrated his eyes. Yao Lulu's stunningly beautiful face was equally white. Chapter 27, The Secret of the Ancient Inheritance. The wind whistled and space rippled. After Su Changqing stepped into the valley, the first thing he saw was the Yao Lu siblings who wanted to escape from the cage. At this moment, Yao Luoyang was frantically trying to break open the cage, so he didn't bother to look at the others. Yao Lulu, on the other hand, looked up with a pale face. The moment she looked at the visitor, her entire body was stunned, as if she was struck by heavenly lightning and immediately froze in place. Brother, Yao Lulu stuttered and opened her mouth. Don't yell at me. Come on. It's so close to breaking this damn cage. Yao Luoyang ignored Yao Lulu's words, pouring in what was left of his spiritual energy to himself, going on to make the bleak cage more and more shaky. Brother, no, he. Yao Lulu rubbed her eyes and spoke out again. Yao Luoyang also seemed to have noticed his sister's abnormality at this time. He stopped moving and slowly looked up. Just a glance, ice-cold face, indifferent eyes, seems to put everything in the eyes of the bizarre crazy figure, such as opening the mind, broke through the barrier of memory, once again surfaced in the mind of Yao Luoyang. Next moment, Yao Luoyang was like being stepped on his tail and wild like a ghost. How is it possible that God, mysterious loose cultivator? You came out? Well, it's been a long time. Su Changqing smiled and greeted. The moment he saw the siblings, he was actually a bit surprised, but since they had already encountered it, there was no need to deliberately try to hide anything. Hearing the familiar voice in their memories, Yao Luoyang's siblings sucked in their breath. They actually forgot that they were still within the cage, and just dropped their gazes dead on Su Changqing, somewhat at a loss for words. It's no wonder they are so. In today's southern heavenly domain, who didn't know the terror of that mysterious loose cultivator during the battle at the immortal ancient ruins? It was the appalling battle performance of one person who had nearly slaughtered the 3 great sects' heavenly pride. If not for the fact that many people had witnessed Su Changqing being destroyed by the guile demon, it was feared that the entire southern heavenly domain would have changed drastically that day. But right now, he's not dead? Yao Luoyang's siblings quietly swallowed their saliva. They could already imagine what kind of monstrous changes would be caused if the 3 great clans knew that the mysterious loose cultivator in the immortal ancient ruins had come out alive. Over and out. Since this person walked out of the ruins alive, he must have known about the public opinion in the outside world. He's not going to kill anyone, is he? Yao Luoyang's face turned pale with a swish. This was a despair that was even more frightening than facing a black-robed cultivator. Yao Lu hadn't thought of this layer. Still, the violent rise and fall of her chest showed the shock within. Unable to return to her senses even now, Su Changqing noticed the change in the siblings' complexion, and he ignored it. Instead, he greeted them before looking down at the blood on the ground. It seems like those black-robed people aren't targeting me, but hunting every cultivator that comes and goes. Su Changqing looked at the tragic scene around him, and it couldn't help but remind him of that one blood-colored bead that was stained with many wrong souls. This sudden attack, I'm afraid it's not as simple as I thought. Dao, fellow Daoist, those people just now, those black-robed cultivators just now are members of the departing fire god sect. Seeing this scene, Yao Luoyang had wanted to ask how those fire-departing followers were doing, but thinking of Su Changqing's terror, he decisively gave up this query. So much for changing the subject, so much for showing goodwill. Without thinking, he secretly continued melting the cage while explaining. The departing fire god sect has not appeared within view for a long time, and this time its followers suddenly attack the people of our sect. There must be a reason. Disgruntled fellow Daoist, my master is the 5-years-old ancestor, Jiang Ichuan. His old man once said that the legacy of the 9 prison peaks has appeared in a total of 8 opening places throughout the ages, and that the appearance of each opening place would cause a sensation in the southern region. Any dust opening realm cultivator can step within the rules and gain the chance of creation, but no matter how one goes about exploring, belonging to the depths of the 9 prison peaks, that true inheritance has always been something no one is qualified to covet. To return to the cause, 9 for the poll. Only when that final 9th entrance opens will the masses of cultivators in the southern domain be qualified to peek into the true core inheritance. If I'm not mistaken, according to the time projection, this 9 prison peak inheritance will be the last one. The 9th entrance has a chance of appearing for the first time in the eyes of the world. The departing flame cultists appearing at this time. I'm afraid that there is a great relationship with the news of the 9th entrance. What Yao Luoyang had said were all hidden secrets belonging to the 7 great clans of the southern domain. At this moment, in order not to be silenced, he said as much as he could in his head. Yao Luoyang words content Su Changqing also knows some. Just 1,000 years in the past and he did know there is a slight difference. Is the 9th entrance about to open? No wonder the cloud dreamer, who is not concerned by worldly affairs, suddenly reminded me about the inheritance of the 9 prison peaks. Su Changqing frowned slightly. He pondered a bit and was about to say something when he glanced over and happened to see that Yao Luoyang's siblings had just broken through the cage and were cautiously about to sneak out. The air was steeply and deathly quiet. Fellow Daoist, our siblings have seen nothing, know nothing, are not clear about anything. Yao Luoyang was the first to react. He winced while his head immediately rattled. Yao Lu also saw some of her brother's oddities and coyly hid behind Yao Luoyang, not daring to say a word. Aha! Su Changqing nodded. Yao Luoyang was first stunned, but quickly reacted, hurriedly pulling his sister towards the distant dense forest and quickly fled as if leaving this ghost place. Damn! How can I be so unlucky? Fortunately I escaped last time during the immortal ancient ruins, and I escaped again this time. It was only until he left the valley by 100 miles that Yao Luoyang dared to take a long breath and spread his butt on the ground. He was also wondering when he was robbed of his life. Immortal ancient relics aside, according to his understanding of Su Changqing's character, such a ruthless and merciless cultivator, how could he let their siblings go so simply this time? Wasn't he afraid that they would spread the news that he had come out of the ruins alive? Yao Luoyang wanna break the head is afraid to think. Let Su Changqing change the idea of extermination. Not those hidden utterance. But, is Jiang Ichuan's disciple? You can see a bit of him in the way he acts. Su Changqing retracted his gaze in the direction of Yao Luoyang's siblings' departure, a slight trance appearing in his eyes. I didn't realize that the once defeated man, that little fanboy who constantly challenged him, had also become a clan elder and taken on a disciple. It is both the disciple of an old friend. It's really not a good idea to kill people to silence them. And the key thing was that Yao Luoyang's siblings didn't know his real identity, so it wouldn't hurt to let them go. Just as Su Changqing was also planning to leave and continue to run to the 9 prison peaks, suddenly, as if he sensed something, he violently took out that one blood-colored bead from his bosom. It was only as if this blood bead was summoned, and there was an indifferent voice that came out from within it. Li Jin, the inheritance will be initiated, and only one of the 9 blood spirit pearls is missing. Don't return yet. Chapter 28 does not practice the scriptures, but honors the gods. Return quickly. While the indifferent words echoed, the blood-colored beads lightly trembled, leaping as if they appeared to be guided by the underworld. Su Changqing paused. After about 3 breaths of silence, the corners of his mouth lifted into a wide smile. Let's put aside whether or not the appearance of these departed fire followers had anything to do with the 9th entrance. With just their inexplicable act of attacking and killing, Su Changqing wouldn't even let go of such an opportunity easily. Wilderness borderlands. A huge underground cavern was dotted with unknown ores, emitting a faint glow that was deep and treacherous. Between the fluctuation of spiritual energy, it might not be able to stop the cultivators who broke into this place, but it was enough to make them lose their way for a short period of time. The moment. In the deepest part of the cave, 8 black-robed figures were sitting cross-legged. Each of them had a cultivation level in the late stage of dust opening, and a blood-colored bead was silently suspended in front of them, radiating a light that caused the entire cavern to be filled with the color of blood. If one looked from a distance, one would find that these 8 blood spirit beads seemed to outline a pattern, guiding a direction in the Lin Yuan land boundary like a formation. It's just that the formation is vague and still missing a corner. Now it's just a matter of that one blood spirit pearl from Li Zhen. Don't worry, now that the strongest of the southern region's great clans have all moved off to Lin Yuan, I'm afraid that no one will be able to think that we're lurking at the lower levels of the desolate range. With Li Zhen's cultivation, it's impossible for an accident to happen. Once the blood spirit bead he melted is returned to its place, the location of the 9th entrance will be confirmed. And it's not impossible to use this to seize the true inheritance of the 9 prison peaks. 1,000 years of planning for our religion is at hand. Several people's voices echoed in the large cave space, and although their tone was cold, it was permeated with a devout fervor. Just as these 8 figures were talking, all of a sudden, a burst of violent art fluctuations came from outside the cavern. This was followed by a screaming wail mixed with roars of anger and fear. Not waiting for these 8 figures to be shocked, the end of the tunnel of the cave collapsed in a flash. These 8 people got up one after another, with shock in their eyes, and their gazes were even more deadly as they stared at the location where the rubble was flying. There, a man slowly emerged from the dust. Behind him, the corpses of the fire removalists were all over the place, setting off this person as if he was a god of killing, and for a time, it actually made all 8 black-robed figures fearful of their hearts. The person who came was none other than Su Changqing, who used the sensing of the blood spirit bead to find where this cave was. Finally, found your home base. Su Changqing raised his head to look at the 8 people whose status and cultivation were similar to Li Zhen's. He had intended to follow the observation of the observation, but as a result, he searched the soul of a fire devotee who was guarding outside and found that the strongest person here was only at the same level of cultivation as Li Zhen. So there was the scene at hand. Perhaps to an outsider, such a move would seem crazy. However, for Su Changqing's nature, there was neither a strong person of the spirit transformation realm, and he, who was invincible in the same realm, could just directly crush over in the face of these people, just as in the immortal ancient ruins. He, who was only at chi condensation perfection, faced the 3 great sect heavenly prides alone. Who are you? Where is Li Zhen? Could it be that he had an accident? What a waste! A cultivator at the late stage of the dust opening realm. Not to mention being decapitated by a kid at the early stage of the dust opening realm. He even used this to find his way here. In the face of Su Changqing's sudden appearance, these 8 people immediately reacted after their initial shock. The eyes under their bucket hats were instantly covered with intense killing intent. Although it was unclear why a youngster at the early stage of the dust opening realm dared to be so bold as to intrude into this place alone, but since they had the guts to dare to come, they didn't mind exterminating them and turning them into one of the grievous souls of the blood spirit pearl. Su Changqing grinned. There's no bull ********. He took a step, and behind him, the Dharma body belonging to the heavenly Tao of open dust then coalesced, wrapped in a mighty pressure that crushed all cultivators of the same rank and boomed. People don't offend me. I don't offend them. If a person commits an offense, he will be eliminated. This is the divine order to open the dust. No wonder Li Zhen is no match for this person. I didn't expect a Heaven's Destiny dust opener to appear in a place like the Southern Domain. The moment these 8 departing fire god sect protectors saw the Dharma body behind Su Changqing, their complexion changed in unison. Until now, only then did they understand why a tiny early dust opening realm cultivator dared to come here alone. However, it was too late. Just at the moment when the power of the Dharma body erupted, a wisp of black flame instantly seemed to be like a storm, actively sweeping towards these 8 guardians of the divine flame god sect. Not only that, for the sake of being foolproof, in this black flame storm, visible to the naked eye, a wisp of white flame also grew, black amazement and white blaze, like the yin and yang of life and death. In just a breath of time, the 3 closest fire protectors were enveloped by the black amazement white blaze, and even muffled grunts couldn't be transmitted in time, so their bodies and bones directly disappeared. Su Changqing's figure shifted, and the Dharma image behind him followed him like a shadow, pouncing on the other 5 like a ferocious beast out of its cage. With just a single punch, the technique of a leading flame protector was wiped away like a mantis, and along with it, his body also crumbled steeply, turning into a sky of blood mist. In the face of this nearly devastating situation, the only 4 remaining departing flame protectors were completely discolored. They never expected that a monster like Su Changqing would suddenly kill out when the eyes of the southern region's great sect powerhouses were all falling on Lin Yuan. The cultivation of only the early stage of the dust opening realm actually gave them the feeling of horror and oppression of facing a powerful person of the spirit transformation realm. After seeing that another person had been cut down by Su Changqing, the last 3 departing flame protectors were no longer able to relax, and as they backed up in unison, they simultaneously pinched their fingers. There were ancient ravings coming out of his mouth, obscure and pale. An eerie aura filled the air. For the first time, Su Changqing's color changed. Because of this kind of ravings, although he is not clear specific, but in the moment of hearing, or involuntarily back cold, a kind of palpitating feeling of suffocation. It's like from some kind of life-level oppression. And this feeling of oppression that originated from the level of life reminded him of what Jun Mengzi had said in the first place, that which exists in the deserted state, within the secret territory of the Tsungtian wood. God! Su Changqing's eyes flickered. He once again erupted into a rush, charging straight towards those 3 riverside flame protectors. They absolutely could not be allowed to cast this unheard of secret method. Right at this moment, all 3 of those rising flame protectors suddenly spurted out blood. Their pupils turned into the color of red and gold, and a hazy figure shrouded in blood mist even appeared behind them. The appearance of this figure caused the breath of the 3 of them to shrivel up almost instantly, so much so that these 3 departing flame protector figures became dried up, as if they had aged 100 years or 1,000 years in an instant. Cultivation is even fell open dust middle stage, open dust early stage, until the condensation of Qi realm. Next moment, the hazy, blood-colored figure's eyes slowly opened and closed. An indescribable vicissitude of ancient power filled the entire cavern space in an instant. For the first time, Su Changqing's figure was like a confinement, hardened and stopped in mid-air, and his breathing became rapid. Information about the departing fire god sect surfaced in his mind all of a sudden. The cultivators of the divine fire god cult all call themselves followers, and they do not practice the scriptures, only honor the gods. Chapter 29. The ninth entrance. Of the 7 sects in the southern region, the leading fire god sect was the most mysterious. This kind of mystery is not only that the divine fire god sect rarely reveals itself, but more about the various hidden secrets of this sect. Some people had said that the ancient gods were behind the cult of the leading fire. It had also been said that the people of the divine fire god sect were all servants of the gods, and that the meaning of their existence was sacrifice, for the sake of some kind of ultimate sacrifice. But everything is a rumor. Whether it was the former ancient spirit sect, or the current heavenly sword mountain, the 5U sect, and other forces, none of them were able to truly peek into the truth of the departing fire god sect. Feng Wanzi had to die 9 deaths, and only then did he obtain a strange plant called the divine spirit flower from within the Tsong heavenly forbidden zone. Rumor has it that getting enough divine spirit flowers can even recreate a god. There are unknown great powers behind the 3 great clans, and behind them there may be, or the shadows of other great powers. What happened to the ancient spirit sect is not unjust. With the appearance of the blood-colored hazy figure, Su Changqing's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. He suddenly felt that he had not only touched the tip of the iceberg of the leading fire god sect, even inadvertently peeked into some sort of truth about the ancient spirit sect's change of heart as well. This is not the time to think about it. The blood-colored figure's eyes opened and closed, and the aura of vicissitude in ancient life spread. If it was an ordinary dust-opening cultivator, even a peak dust-opening existence, he was afraid that he would be directly torn apart in this kind of life-level oppression. The heavenly Tao statue behind Su Changqing also seemed to have a slight tremor in this kind of pressure. However, soon after, the heavenly Tao Dharma body roared up to the heavens and actually directly shattered this confinement. The spiritual pressure belonging to the heavens path opening dust erupted once again. Only the heavenly Tao Dharma body was qualified to be able to resist this hazy blood shadow. Of course, the most crucial thing was that this blood-colored figure was only summoned by the 3 Riverside Fire Protectors' sacrifices. If the level was a bit higher, Su Changqing could not do anything about it at the moment. Next moment, Bloodshot moved. Almost instantly, it disappeared from its original spot and appeared in front of Su Changqing. Just a simple punch blasted out, and a power that made all of the dust-opening realm chilled came face to face. Feeling this pure power, Su Changqing's eyes were filled with crazy battle intent, and the same fist buzzed and trembled as it blasted out. Boom! Within the cave space, with Su Changqing and Blood Shadow as the center, the surrounding air seemed to be stripped away, ripples spreading out in all directions, revealing a large area of vacuum. The Blood Shadow gave a slight lurch and once again rushed towards Su Changqing. It doesn't seem to know any arts, but just by virtue of its physical strength, it is enough to kill most of the dust-opening cultivators. Su Changqing's arm was vaguely numb. However, his battle spirit did not diminish in the slightest, and he advanced instead of retreating. In an instant, the entire cavern space, the two figures between the lightning and fire, fists and feet like a blizzard, non-stop sound of collision, buzzing endlessly. Su Changqing's blood boiled. It was as if he had returned to the lofty days of 1,000 years ago, when he had fought against the same level of heavenly pride, the pride that was engraved in his bones. Even though he was slightly at a disadvantage from the blood shadow's attack and blood was spilling from the corners of his mouth, he did not use a technique all the same. As another blow collided, Su Changqing's figure retreated violently, his throat slightly astringent as he swallowed the blood. The blood shadow, on the other hand, seemed to possess endless power and could not see the slightest bit of decline. However, the three fire protectors who had sacrificed themselves to summon it were no longer able to hold on in the high-intensity duel. The ebony hair under their bucket hats became gray and white, their faces were vaguely visible as they aged, and the aura emanating from their bodies began to become rotten. The body of one of the fire separation protectors directly turned into flying ash as if it had been blown by the wind. Same time, the blood shadows were obviously getting hazier and hazier. It was, after all, just a shadow that had been summoned. So it is. Su Changqing's eyes showed a strange expression as he struck out again. After an incense stick of work, the second leaving flame protector's body dissipated, and his blood shadow became even more blurry, until half an hour had passed. As the last of the departing flame protectors lost their vitality, the blood shadow finally appeared with a reluctant and silent hiss, and cracks appeared on the surface of his body, as if he was being disintegrated. The feeling of oppression at that level of life was gone in an instant. The moment before it dissipated, the blood shadow's eyes looked deeply at Su Changqing. It seemed like he wanted to brand this mole-like teenager into his soul. The cave space returned to calm. Su Changqing lightly breathed a sigh of relief, and after looking at the direction where the blood shadow had dissipated, he paid no more attention to it, and dropped his gaze on the 8 blood spirit beads that were quietly suspended. An eye for an eye is one aspect. Having learned from Yao Lu's mouth that the blood spirit pearl was related to the 9th entrance, he naturally couldn't possibly let go of such an opportunity since he was here. Is there a corner of the formation missing? Su Changqing carefully examined it for a moment and decisively took out that last blood spirit pearl. Along with all 9 blood-colored beads returning to their positions, the formation tended to become complete, vaguely seeming to outline a pattern. The pattern is centered. It was an unnamed mountain range in the border of Lin Yuan land. It should be the last entrance to the 9 prison peaks legacy. I'm afraid that the Divine Flame sect would never have imagined that after planning for a long time, they would be plucked by Su Changqing. But that's normal. Nowadays, the attention of the rest of the great clans in the southern region was all in Lin Yuan. Even if a strong person unintentionally discovered the hidden secrets of this place, with the 8 protectors guarding the place, plus the awakenable blood-colored figure, anyone other than a strong person of the spirit transformation realm would have no way of returning favorably. Su Changqing was an anomaly. With a cultivation of only the early stage of the dust opening realm, the battle power that erupted could not be measured in terms of realms. After Su Changqing secretly memorized the location recorded in the formation, he raised his hand and pocketed all 9 blood spirit beads and turned around to leave. Time flies. The wilderness is as it once was, and there are no more waves. Cultivators from all clans in the southern region also rushed to Lin Yuan as usual, rushing to the 8 entrances of the 9 prison peaks that were guarded by the big clans. In the meantime, an unknown realm in Lin Yuan. From afar, the sky was gray and hazy, like an endless fog floating around, and the air reeked of sickening sulfur. When Su Changqing came here, the first thing he saw was the large ground with strange rocks and many bird and beast skeletons, not knowing how long they had been rotting. If only that were all. He also saw some human bones. Obviously, this place was once a Jedi. This is why the so-called 9th entrance has never been discovered. Su Changqing was silent, but soon, he still chose to dive headfirst into the mist, his figure disappearing in the blink of an eye, moving along with the fog. I don't know how much time passed. In front of Su Changqing, a huge dead volcano appeared. There was an entrance at the bottom of the volcano, overgrown with weeds, that hadn't been trodden on in a long time. After crossing, only then did Su Changqing realize that in the interior of the dead volcano, the hot lava had not dried up, but was secretly flowing under the ground, with high-temperature heat waves pounding on his face. Just for a moment as he approached, the originally calm lava suddenly appeared a burst of slight ripples. A strong crisis emerged, as if within that lava existed some kind of horror, is coldly casting a gaze. The feeling comes and goes quickly, so much so that Su Changqing thought it was some sort of illusion. Next moment, a roar echoed, and a green-colored altar suddenly rose from within the lava. The entire lava was tumbling, and one could see what appeared to be countless figures undulating, as if they were carrying the altar to pay for the lava. Bizarre and sacred. Immediately after, a cold and merciless vicissitude voice, as if it had directly appeared in Su Changqing's mind, boomed and reverberated. This statement is only 8 words long. The 9 prisons are the beginning. The ancient devil is in the sky. If that's all it was, it wouldn't hurt. What Su Changqing didn't know was that at the same time the altar appeared, the entire Lin Yuan land boundary. At this moment there are 8 places, actually all in this instant. At the same time erupted a shocking roaring sound, making the huge Lin Yuan sky, in a flash, become black. It's like the sky at the edge of the abyss, blacked out. This bizarre scene of images immediately caused a sensation throughout the southern region. All the cultivators from the southern region's various sects who had already arrived at the Lin Yuan, or who were rushing to the Lin Yuan, all raised their heads, and their hearts and minds appeared to be intensely shaken. What is this? Yao Luyan's siblings, who were already far away from the barren ridge, also looked up in horror from the crowd. Inexplicably, almost exactly the same time, the 7 great sects of the southern domain, all of them reacted at the first opportunity. After them, the rest of the clans that knew some of the inside information went crazy with them, and they all set out, rapidly teleporting in the direction of Lin Yuan, because they were clear that right now was not the time for the inheritance to begin. But with all the visions, the inheritance is clearly starting early, and there may be only one reason why the legacy is not turned on at a fixed time. The 9th entrance. Sought out. Chapter 30, Sensation in the Southern Region. The 9 Prison Peaks legacy is initiated once every 900 years. In the ancient canonical records of the southern domain, the only way to induce the inheritance to begin early was for an entrance that was not discovered to appear in the world. And with the early start of each inheritance, even though no one had gotten the real inheritance, the unusual chances for the southern region cultivators were likewise considered to be a creation. So as Su Changqing stepped into the 9th entrance, the entire southern domain was completely sensationalized. This is the opportunity to touch the true creation. At this very moment, as it got dark in Lin Yuan, at the first inheritance entrance, this was the realm where the most people came from each clan. A woman with a stunningly beautiful appearance and delicate figure slowly stood up from one of the highest peaks. The 9th entrance. Has it been discovered? After she spoke, ripples suddenly appeared in the space beside her. Within the ripples, a young man stepped out. It's no one else. It was none other than Yun Mengzi, who had just arrived at Lin Yuan not long ago. Shui Qianxian. Wasn't it only a matter of time before the 9th entrance was discovered? What's so surprising about that? Yun Mengzi waved his hand in disbelief. Inside he was actually a bit curious though. My lord has been waiting here for so long. Why hasn't that brat Su Changqing come yet? Could it be that he didn't listen to me and isn't going to come to Lin Yuan to make a scene? It's not right. He doesn't come to such a good thing. How come it doesn't look like his style? As Yun Mengzi thought darkly, his gaze subconsciously looked at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him, revealing an odd expression. The reason why he told Su Changqing about the 9 Prison Peak inheritance, more than anything else, he was eager to see Shui Qianxuan's expression when he saw Su Changqing, while others were not clear. Yun Mengzi could know it by heart. Don't look at the woman in front of you. Her cultivation is no different from his, and her identity is even more of a party of the Lin Yuan Earth Realm's old ancestor. But 1,000 years ago, it wasn't the little girl who followed that teenager. In the meantime, the gathering place of the southern domain clans located in Lin Yuan was equally noisy. The Ziyang sect flew out hundreds of long rainbows at the first opportunity, heading straight for the second inheritance entrance. These people, apart from the 2 elders whose cultivation was at the spirit transformation realm, there was a young man who was carrying his hands behind his back and staring into the distance with a burning gaze, with a confident look of being in control. It was none other than the Dao son of the Ziyang sect, Pei Qingfeng, regardless of who found the 9th entrance. This time, the greatest inheritance of the 9 prison peaks, Pei Mao wants it. In his words, Pei Qingfeng's scattered cultivation was clearly already open dust, and looking at the aura it exuded, it was clearly not an unusual human spirit open dust. Apparently during the time that they had left the immortal ancient ruins, the Violet Sun sect had hardened Pei Qingfeng's breakthrough to earth-deficient dust opening with their own reserves. Behind Pei Qingfeng, Ing Xia was also among them. Although this woman's cultivation has also stepped into the open dust, but looking at her breath, it is only the most ordinary human spirit open dust. She looked at the spirited Pei Qingfeng at the very front, her beautiful eyes showing a touch of complexity. Just as the Purple Sun sect moved out, the 5U sect likewise had hundreds of long rainbows that roared up. As the Dao son of Wu Yao Zong, Chen Hai had also stepped into the earth deficit dust opening realm not long ago. His purpose was the same as Pei Qingfeng's, both being the greatest legacy of the 9 prison peaks. In addition to these 2 great clans Ho-Hum, the Heavenly Sword Mountain came with only one young man other than a green-shirted old man who was protecting the path. This person had a solemn expression and a righteous face, with an ancient longsword at his feet, and when his cultivation spread out, He was clearly already in the middle stage of the dust-opening realm. Ding Fan. The 9 prison peaks are rumored to be related to the ancient devil, which is contrary to our sect's cultivation. This trip isn't for too much creation. It's more crucial to see the means of the rest of the sect's Dao Sun's heavenly pride. Don't worry, Master Teacher. Ding Fan has his heart in the right place. The youth nodded silently. The Heavenly Sword Mountain was different from forces such as the Purple Sun sect, which honored the sword. In their eyes, all chances of creation are external forces. Only those who had condensed their own sword intent Dao heart under the trials of life and death over and over again were truly strong. With the southern region's great clans out in force, the rising 3 great clans were no longer quiet. The returning sect Daozi looked like a teenager of only 16 or 17 years old, looking clean and pretty, but the fury hidden within his complexion was something that would make any person of the same generation tremble at the sight of it. When he was traveling to the 5th place of inheritance, even the people of the same clan did not dare to come too close. One of the other 2 sects, the Heavenly Mansion sect, due to Qi Yanguan's death at the immortal ancient ruins, it was obvious that there was some less unity among the celestial pride that walked out this time. There were a full 3 people representing each of the 3 major branches of the Heavenly Mansion sect. These 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, their cultivation is all open dust, are not weaker than Qi Yanguan's pride, and now they are also considered to have a chance to compete again for the name of the Dao Sun. As for the Valley of the Shades, the person at the head of this clan was an old crone with a vicissitude of face. Behind her stood, it was clearly the who had once already died in the hands of Su Changqing, Chang Sun Yu, this Yin Yang Valley Daozi, who was wearing a veil at the moment. Her beautiful eyes were filled with black and white meanings, and her cultivation had even reached the late stage of the dust-opening realm. Although I don't know exactly who found the 9th entrance, this time when the 9 prison peaks opens, there must be countless opportunities for creation within it. In the immortal ancient ruins your bilocation was exterminated by a mysterious loose cultivator, resulting in a delay in breaking through the Earth's deficiency and thus forging the heavenly fate Dao Foundation. Now it's time to make up for that day. Immediately after the crone opened her mouth, Chang Sun Yu's beautiful eyes transmitted a touch of icy coldness. Understands. It's just a pity that that person has already been buried in immortal ancient. If not for that, I would have really wanted to personally cut him down to avenge that day. The loss of the immortal ancient relic in the hands of Su Changqing was like a sharp thorn in her heart that could not be erased. All of the southern region's great clans have made moves. Throughout the sky of Lin Yuan, long rainbows could be seen in many places in the inertial air, heading towards the 8 opened entrances. However, at the moment when this inheritance was opened, the most mysterious departing fire god sect was strangely dead silent. Actually, it wasn't that the off-fire cult had fallen into silence. It was the instant Su Changqing stepped on the 9th entrance. Wilderness, caves. A black-robed teenager was standing quietly outside the cave at an unknown time. Your Holiness, have already checked. There is not a single living soul around. Li Protector and they are afraid that they have all been. Behind the black-robed teenager, several black-robed cultivators were half kneeling on the ground, not daring to breathe a single breath as they spoke. It's really interesting. There's even such a character in the southern domain. The black-robed teenager known as Lord Godfather shook his head and lost his smile. The gaze under the bucket hat also gradually became calmer from the initial shock. Just what was hidden underneath the calmness was a fear that made those leading fire devotees behind them nearly suffocate. Since this person knows about the 9th entrance, he will definitely not just give up. As the black-robed teenager spoke, he no longer looked at the corpses within the cave. Before he left, though, he passed out a few last orders. The cultivators of the southern region sect are all familiar to this seat. Guard the entire Lin Yuan. If he doesn't get that final inheritance then so be it. Once he gets it then this seat will personally strike. Like the present of the divine spirit flower that is, the ancient demonic inheritance of the 9 prison peaks can be killed by anyone except our religion. The winds are rising, and the southern region is in shock. Su Changqing, who started it all, knows nothing about it at the moment. He was located within the dead volcano, cautiously surveying the green-colored altar that appeared before him. The moment these 8 words, 9 prisons for enlightenment, ancient devil in the sky, echoed in his mind, a green portal suddenly appeared in the center of the green altar. The other side of the portal cannot see the specific, but the vague atmosphere, but as a world that is as old and heavy. Originally, I had wanted to take advantage of the opening of the 9 prison peak inheritance to meet my deceased friend, but now it seems that I can only wait for the next time. Su Changqing pondered slightly. After seeing nothing threatening, he lifted his foot and stepped into the 9th entrance. Chapter 31, Him, who is he? The moment he stepped into the portal, the imagined inheritance world did not appear. In front of Su Changqing was a mist. Not only Su Changqing, but any of the heavenly pride of the various sects that stepped through the green-colored portal. What appeared in their eyes was a mist. This was a verification. And it seemed that the only way to truly enter the 9 prison peaks was to break through this mist, and only then would one have the qualifications to obtain the 9 prison peaks inheritance. Su Changqing looked at the surrounding mists, his brows slightly furrowed. He did not perceive any crisis. Just as Su Changqing was planning to continue onward, suddenly, his body gave a violent lurch, only to see the mist in front of him roll up, and a picture actually emerged. The image was no other than the ancient spirit sect in Su Changqing's memory. Above the ancient spirit sect, there were countless war boats, streamers and flags, and countless cultivator figures were frantically charging towards the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate. Su Chang saw Lu Shuyao's figure. This junior sister of his own was still very young at this time. Her silver teeth clenched. She was fighting bitterly. Her body's clothes and skirts were full of blood, and her face was pale and pitiful. It is? Su Changqing's pupils plummeted, and his breath caught violently, because not only Lu Shuyao, he actually saw a genial middle-aged man within this image as well. Right at the moment when he saw that familiar face appear, it struck Su Changqing's soul straight like heavenly thunder. Master! Master! Su Changqing's eyes suddenly reddened, because in the picture, that middle-aged man who was standing on top of the sky was none other than Fengwanzi. The moment, Fengwanzi was being surrounded by countless figures. These figures were no one else but the strongest members of the 3 major sects, the Guiyuan sect, the Yin Yang Valley, and the Heavenly Mansion sect. War. The ancient spirit sect can be defeated, but not humiliated. Today, if you 3 great clans covet the divine spirit flower and go so far as to assassinate the patriarch and surround my ancient spirit sect, you will surely receive the same retribution in the future. In a low roar, Fengwanzi rushed towards those 3 great sects powerhouses as always, but it's hard to support a lone tree. Immediately followed by more ancient spirit sects cultivators. Each and every familiar face in Su Changqing's memory died one by one in the hands of the rest of the strongest people from the 3 major sects. This death was like a massacre in the crush of numbers and cultivation. The remaining people of the ancient spirit sect watched their fellow disciples die. Their bodies trembled, their eyes red as they let out bursts of low roars, but their rushing out only intensified the progress of death. Fengwanzi looked at the miserable state of the sect disciples at his feet. His body couldn't stop trembling as he sprayed out blood and laughed ruefully. A cruel smile hung on the corners of the mouths of the 3 great sects powerhouses as they still continued to harvest the lives of the ancient spirit sects people. Big brother, where are you? Miss you so much. Lu Shuyao collapsed into the hasty crowd, looking at the bloody scene alone. The feeling of watching one's former close friends, colleagues, masters, and relatives die one by one without being able to do anything about it made Lu Shuyao's heart tear apart. It made her cry with indescribable poignancy. The sky, it seemed, became red. The earth, too, was flooded with blood. Even at the first moment Su Changqing saw this image, he already knew that it was some sort of illusion. But his master's imminent death and Lu Shuyao's helpless desolation still made it difficult for his entire being to remain calm any longer. It seemed that the pain that had once been felt, the regrets that had once been felt, had descended to Su Changqing in such a bizarre way, and he was as trapped as he had been for those 1,000 years at the immortal ancient ruins. Still can only watch. It wasn't just Su Changqing. Any cultivator of the various sects that entered the gateway, Pei Qingfeng, Xiaing, Chen Hai, Chang Sunyu, Ding Fan, and other celestial pride. The images they saw in the mist were different, but they were all scenes that they were most unwilling to face within their hearts. This is the first hurdle of the 9 prison peaks inheritance. Ask the heart. For the strong-willed, this level is not difficult. This level is also not difficult if there are no attachments in the mind. But for sentient beings, what the mist sees is enough to confuse them, making it difficult to get out of what they once were, unable to escape their own nightmares in this life. In the meantime, at the Lin Yuan land boundary, where the other 8 entrances were located, tens of thousands of cultivators from various sects had already converged. The gazes of these people all fell on the portals on the green-colored altars at the various entrances. There was a picture in the green aura of each portal. The image was precisely the world inside the 9 prison peaks. It was only due to the obstruction of the mists that none of the heavenly prides of the various clans that had now entered the inheritance had their figures appear in the world of the 9 prison peaks yet. The 9 prison peak inheritance, a very different inheritance, can also be detected by those outside. I can't see the exact process, but I can sense some of it. It was also because of this reason that all the sects in the southern domain had an understanding of the mists that entered the 9 prison peaks. After thousands of years, the barrier of asking for hearts is still as lingering as ever. This time around, I'm afraid that 90% of the heavenly pride will be stuck within the misty illusion again. It's just that I don't know who will be the first to break out of the shackles and truly appear in the 9 prison peaks. In my opinion, the heavenly sword mountain is honored by the sword, and everything in the world does not fall into their eyes. so they should be the first to come out of the mist. At the 8 entrances to the southern domain, cultivators from the various sects looked at the temporarily empty world of the 9 prison peaks, and bursts of murmurs came out. Heavenly Sword Mountain is strong, but Yin Yang Valley isn't weak either. Hearing that old man speak with conviction, immediately a Yin Yang Valley cultivator spoke up to refute it. When this person's words came out, they immediately caused a burst of buzzing. Bull ********. My Guiyuan Sect's Dao Sun, Du Qian, is bound to be the first heavenly pride to step out of the mist and appear at the 9 prison peaks. Orphaned. You guys are unaware of the power of the Daozi of the Violet Sun sect. Rumor has it that Pei Qingfeng has long since cultivated the secret method of purple qi eastward to a small degree of success after the Earth's lack of open dust. The district asks for a heart. It's not enough, because the true heavenly pride of the southern region's great clans had already entered the 9 prison peaks through the 8 entrances. The cultivators who remained outside were extremely mixed. There were also casual cultivators, and some people who were not qualified to compete for the chance. Some of them were located in the same entrance boundary, and no one was convinced of anyone, and they all began to refute the people from other clans. Instead, such as the old crone from the Yin Yang Valley, the green-shirt old man from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, and the protecting ancestor of the guiding Tao of the returning Yuan sect, they were extraordinarily calm instead. Of course, if we are talking about the most relaxed, it is the Cloud Dreamer outside the first entrance. Alas, even if that fellow Su Changqing came at this time, it's already too late. The battles of the sects have already begun. He sighed and looked over at the stunning woman beside him. Yun Mengzi, you've been kooky since the party. Xue Qianxian frowned slightly, finally could not help but open his mouth. According to your nature, according to the inheritance of the 9 prison peaks, it should not be of much interest. Why did you show so much interest this time? Ahem, when it's time to know, you'll naturally know. Yun Mengzi made a harumph and decisively digressed. By the way, you reside in the Lin Yuan realm, so you know the 9 prison peaks very well. Who do you think will be the first of the southern region's clans' heavenly prides to actually set foot on the 9 prison peaks? The path of asking the heart has nothing to do with cultivation. Without thinking about it in detail, Snowchance began to analyze it after withdrawing her eyes. If I see it, the only ones who are qualified to be the first to step out are the Heavenly Sword Mountain and the Guiyuan sect. Before her last word was uttered, a burst of shocked cries instantly emanated from outside the first entrance below. It was only seen within the green aura that surfaced on the altar. The figure of a teenager slowly emerged. This figure was unable to see his face due to the influence of the 9 prison peaks, but looking at his makeup and temperament, it was clear that he didn't belong to any of the southern region great sects. Yun Mengzi got up violently, his eyes looking dead at that one figure. Just like when he first saw Su Changqing at the southern heavenly city, his mouth was wide open and his face was full of unbelief. Who is he? Snowchance didn't notice the look on the best friend's face. Her gaze also fell within the 9 prison peaks at this moment, her beautiful eyes flickering. Although it was difficult to see the specifics, through the green aura illusion, Xue Qianchuan could still detect that the teenager who appeared at the 9 prison peaks seemed to have an inexplicable familiarity about him. Chapter 32 Man-Made Visions. Him? Who? The same question surfaced in the minds of all the southern region cultivators outside every entrance as the first figure of the 9 prison peaks appeared, shouting and murmuring and clamoring. The old crone from the Yin Yang Valley, the green-shirt old man from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, the protecting ancestor from the guiding ancestor of the returning Yuan sect, and other powerful people had their brows furrowed. No one expected that the first one to come out of the mists would be a teenager with an unfamiliar scent. If the only one who can guess who that person is through their aura, it was also only Yun Mengzi who had just met Su Changqing not long ago. It doesn't make sense. All entrances I've probed with my divine sense. It's hard to believe that this kid went in through the 9th entrance? Hiss. As expected of him, even after losing 1,000 years, he's still so incredibly capable. Yun Mengzi took a deep breath. He suppressed the shock in his heart, and when he turned to look at the slightly frowning Xue Qianchuan, the anticipation and a certain mischief in his eyes intensified. Su Changqing didn't know that people from the outside world could spy on the images within the 9 prison peaks. His eyes lowered as he stepped out of the mist. The mind seemed to still be immersed in what it had seen and heard within the mists. Is it possible to ask your heart with the regrets you once had? Su Changqing smiled to himself. If it wasn't for the 1,000 years of loneliness that made his heart long ago as cold as a rock, I'm afraid that it would not have been easy to get out of that illusionary realm. What's past is past. The only thing he could do was to cherish the moment. Su Changqing exhaled a cloudy breath before he slowly raised his head and surveyed the environment he was in. Looking around, what appeared in front of him was clearly a mountain range that spread extremely far, with no end in sight. There were a total of 9 peaks in the undulating mountains, and the farther back they went, the higher the peaks became, and the last one even seemed to connect heaven and earth. It looks as some kind of ladder. He was now standing at the very periphery of the first staircase, and at the end of that ladder, that is, on top of the largest ninth peak, there was a huge cyan-colored altar floating. Throughout history, no one had ever been able to truly ascend the ninth peak and set foot on this green-colored altar. The 9 prison inheritance. Take only one. There are no rules in this place, no matter what method is used, trickery or with the help of the clan's power. The first person to ascend to the altar will receive the 9 prisons inheritance. If no one ascends to the 9th prison peak within 3 months, the inheritance will extinguish itself, only to be re-entered when the next one opens. That vicissitude in cold voice once again appeared in Su Changqing's mind. He thought about it and lifted his foot to step into the first prison peak in the true sense of the word. The moment he stepped onto this prison peak, the world in front of Su Changqing suddenly changed, such as walking into a small world. There are ruins hidden in the withered grass. The attic collapsed. The carvings become vicissitudes. A dead silence quiet. What's more, the spirituality of heaven and earth here was so thick that it was hard to describe, and there was a vague illusion that it had been transformed into a silky spiritual mist. Su Changqing took a deep breath, and a majestic aura was immediately rolled back. Just a dozen or so breaths had actually caused his cultivation to tremble a little. What a terrifying aura! Just this moment's effort alone has made my spiritual orifices tremble. If I can cultivate here for a while, I'm afraid that it won't be difficult for the third spirit orifice to ignite. Su Changqing's spirit was lifted. It was no wonder that the southern region's various sects were rushing towards the 9 prison peak inheritance, not to mention other chances. Just the current concentration of this aura in the first prison peak is enough to compare to some elixirs. Su Changqing pondered for a moment, and instead of moving on, he temporarily stayed at the first prison peak and explored. Time passed slowly, and it was half a day in the blink of an eye. Su Changqing's brows also gradually furrowed at this moment, because he realized that this first prison peak looked very much like a place where a clan had once been. There were some places where you could even see rotting puddles of spirit grass. At this very moment, just as Su Changqing was deeply exploring the first prison peak, the 8 entrance areas in the outside world, many cultivators in the southern region were also looking at the images within the green on. They could perceive the first figure to walk out of the mist, as if it had no direction, always staying at the first prison peak, clamoring once again to be the first to walk out of the illusionary realm. This person's cultivation is certainly not bad, but it's just, he doesn't even know the rules of the 9 prison peaks. Although the first prison peak isn't dangerous, there hasn't been much chance left in the various clans' heavenly prides exploring it one at a time for a long time. The so-called rich aura exists as a limit for dust-opening realm cultivators, making it difficult to raise their cultivation too much. The only way to obtain more creations is to climb higher prison peaks. He's wasting his time. Yes, this son is bound to be a casual cultivator, and I think it was the 9th entrance that he inadvertently sought out that caused the inheritance to open early, with the people in the outside world talking about it, as they had said so. The second figure outside the mist stepped out at this moment. Upon seeing this figure, the green-shirt old man from Heavenly Sword Mountain's eyes flickered, immediately recognizing that the person was none other than their Heavenly Sword Mountain's Ding Fan. Not the first to come out of the misty illusion, but not long enough to be considered Taoist. The green-shirt old man was secretly looking forward to it. Immediately after, Chan Sunyu from Yinyang Valley and Du Qian from Guiyuan sect appeared outside the first prison peak half an hour later. They were followed by Pei Qingfeng of the Purple Sun sect and Chen Hai of the 5U sect. Further back, there were the 3 people from the Heavenly Palace sect. As for the absolute majority of the disciples of the various sects such as Xie, a large portion of them were blocked by the misty illusion. Even if there were intruders, their speed lagged too far behind Ding Fan and the others. But without exception, the pride of these great clans walked out of the misty illusion realm without much stoppage, and all of them rushed straight to the location where the first prison peak and the second prison peak were connected. See this scene. The powerhouses of the various clans who had originally been wary and hostile towards Su Changqing due to him being the first one to step out of the illusionary realm, snickered. They stopped continuing to pay attention and focused on their own daozi. Su Changqing's appearance was a surprise to the sect ancestors, but now it was clear that he had lost his head start and was not enough to worry about. If anyone still kept their eyes on Su Changqing at all times, there was also only the frowning Shui Qianxian left, and the darkly murmuring Yun Mengzi. What does this kid want? The words just fell, only to see Su Changqing's figure, already sitting down on his knees in a collapsed hall deep within the first prison peak. Perhaps for other heavens pride of the dust-opening realm, there existed a limit to the absorption of aura, but Su Changqing was different. Only to see his body is like a bottomless pit, instantly will be nearby aura, swallowed up, the speed of the rapidity, so that the aura mist formed a tidal wave, turned into a huge vortex, as if a drop of water, dripping down a boiling hot frying pan, with Su Changqing as the center. The aura boomed in a radius of 1,000 feet. inducing the aura to boil further away. The movement was so great that it even caused all of the heaven and earth aura of the first prison peak to form some sort of resonance and start whistling and rewinding. Aside from Ding Fan, Chang Sun Yu, Du Qian, and the other Taoists who had already entered the second prison peak first, the rest of the great sect's disciples who were left behind suddenly had their hearts and minds trembling, after they sensed the disorder of the aura around them and looked at each other. The shock in their gazes instantly turned into a look of anticipation. Such an amazing vision? Could it be that? Could it be that the first prison peak still has unknown chances? Holding this thought, nearly half of these great sect disciples who were already hopelessly competing for the core inheritance turned around and headed straight in the direction of where Su Changqing was. Chapter 33, Naked Murder. The outside world was not known to Su Changqing, although he was not sure why the first prison peak was so rich in heaven and earth aura. The opportunity was only this once. He was going all out to absorb the aura. From afar, with Su Changqing as the core, the mist formed by the surrounding aura was gathering in a frenzy. It seemed to be transformed into an ocean of aura, and the moonlight was refined. It made the ruins under his feet seem like a spiritually forbidden area that was difficult to peer into. There! An urgent voice came from the distance, and the first ones to arrive at this place were the 5 disciples of the Guile sect. These 5 people, 3 males and 2 females, all had cultivation levels at the early stage of the dust opening realm. What a terrifying aura vortex! Can it be that there really is some kind of spiritual treasure artifact manifesting? Impossible. First Prison Peak. Our clan has explored every inch of the area long before the successive inheritance openings. This place should be a collapsed attic without any visions. The 9 prison peaks are mysterious Murphy. It's normal for the clan's records to have omissions. These 5 Guiyuan sect disciples glanced at each other, not waiting for them to scatter in all directions and surround the area. The whistling sound rang out again, and several more people approached quickly from afar. Immediately after, a long rainbow set off a roar in midair, and it could be vaguely seen that there were dozens of people in the more distant direction, all heading straight for this place. Among them were the pride of various clans. No one paid any attention to the 5 Guiyuan sect disciples who came first. These people floated in mid-air, their gazes gleaming as they landed on the ocean of aura on the ruins, on the place where Su Changqing was. Interesting, this kind of great momentum. Ha ha, it seems that Mr. Foam has gotten lucky. Now that Zhou Mo and these Daozi have entered the second prison peak, the chances of this place, the Ziyang sect, He Yanzhong wants it. At this moment, these 2 people, their cultivation has reached the middle stage of the dust opening realm. Although they are human spirit Taoist base, but they are also the strongest of these cultivators who have gathered around. 3 breaths of time. Everyone here in 1,000 feet get out of the way, or else, life or death. After He Yanzhong delivered his words, another woman chastised and coldly hummed. The moment they saw this woman, other than Feng Yan and He Yanzhong, the rest of the disciples from the various sects had their faces change once again, because the person who came was none other than Chang Jing of Tianfu Gate. It was also one of the 3 great heavenly prides that were qualified to compete for the Heavenly Mansion sect's new Dao Sun after Qi Yanhuan's death. Damn it, Chang Jing is even here. Why doesn't she go to the second prison peak? As the 3 middle stage dust opening realm heavenly pride, one after the other, voiced out their voices, all of them, including the 5 Guiyuan sect disciples who came here in the beginning, subconsciously backed away. Soon, there were 7 or 8 people who smiled bitterly and turned to leave. The remaining heavenly prides of the various sects, although they moved away from them, they did not really leave, stopping not far away, obviously not dying to pick up the pieces. Humph, a bunch of losers. Fellow Taoists, Mr. Foam will first take a look at what treasure it is for you. Feng Yan let out a cold smile, ignoring those people's petty thoughts, turning around and rushing towards He Yanzhong and Chang Jing as they spoke again, decisively rushing towards the aura vortex. Oh, big deal. He Yanzhong was the second to rush out. Chang Jing's eyes showed sarcasm and she was about to raise her feet. Right at this moment, the aura ocean above the ruins hummed and steeply erupted with a terrifying force of attraction. The speed was so fast that it caused the ocean of aura to turn into a whirlpool, and the vortex is still shrinking. In just a moment of concentration, the huge ocean of aura that had just been there dissipated in the twinkling of an eye. A gaze finally saw Su Changqing above the ruins. Who is this person? How did the vision disappear? Nope, I don't sense any treasure. Feng Yan, He Yanzhong and Chang Jing were stunned. Not far away, those disciples from the various sects were also having their heads blown off, each one staring wide-eyed. Damn it, can it be that he is the one who preceded us and pocketed the treasure? Feng Yan was the first to react. Looking at Su Changqing's eyes immediately penetrated with a strong killing intent, and even directly grabbed towards Su Changqing. Looking at him, if Su Changqing didn't give a statement, he didn't mind killing people to search their souls. He Yanzhong, Chang Jing too tacitly did not stop. Seeing that Feng Yan was only about 10 feet away from Su Changqing, Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes. At this moment the third, in his body the fourth spiritual orifice was ignited. Even the wall card of the fifth spirit orifice was shaking in tremors from the crazy impact of the aura. Although this breakthrough was unprecedented, Su Changqing was able to clearly detect that the richness of the surrounding aura was clearly slowly decreasing. It seems that the fifth spirit orifice cannot be ignited. Su Changqing let out a dark sigh and looked up at Feng Yan, who was already close at hand. The eyes of the two locked for a split second. Just a glance. Feng Yan's mind was instantly like being struck by heavenly thunder with a bombardment, and the more than 30 spiritual orifices lit up in his body were trembling in unison, as if they were meeting a king. To know, Su Changqing only ignited 4 spirit orifices. It was hard to imagine that when he ignited the 5th spiritual orifice, the 6th, and even the 101 spiritual orifices were fully opened. What kind of terrifying level of crushing would be reached for a dust-opening realm cultivator? Perhaps at that time, it wouldn't be impossible to go against the spirit transformation realm. This, then, is the heavenly way of opening the dust. Su Changqing thoughtfully, not waiting for Feng Yan to react. His right hand lifted up and pinched his neck with a fierce pinch. Feng Yan's eyes immediately bulged, revealing disbelief, and his neck directly shattered. Feng Yan died just like that? When He Yanzhong saw this scene, his scalp exploded and he was about to turn around and flee without thinking. Fellow Daoist is mistaken. I will leave now. Chang Jing's beautiful eyes also became extraordinarily grave as she backed up. What a joke. Feng Yan, who was in the middle stage of the dust-opening realm, was strangled to death like a baby chick? I'm afraid that there are only a few Daoists from various sects who can achieve this level. Go! Su Changqing's face remained unchanged. The killing intent in the eyes of the several people just now. He had seen it in his eyes. It's too late to leave now. When it was too late, Su Changqing's body swayed and headed straight for a few people. He Yanzhong screamed at the sight and immediately raised his hand to pinch. It was just that his resistance seemed so insignificant in front of Su Changqing. Nearly the moment Su Changqing flashed past, He Yanzhong's pupils had slowly dilated, turning into a corpse that fell from mid-air. In the meantime, Su Changqing had already arrived in front of Chang Jing. Without any nonsense, he raised his hand and pressed it on her brow. Some of the records about the 9 prison peaks in Chang Jing's memory gradually surfaced. However, the moment more information was exposed, suddenly, a furious pale chortle came violently from within her sea of consciousness, daring to soul-search my heavenly mansion sect's heavenly pride, looking for death. An indescribable divine sense suddenly erupted, reversing and rushing towards Su Changqing like a raging wind and rain, seemingly wanting to tear him into pieces. Su Changqing's brows furrowed as he quickly retreated when a white wall of flames surfaced in front of him. Boom! The white blaze collapsed precipitously under the roll of divine sense. Fortunately, that terrifying divine sense was only a wisp, gradually dissipating with unwillingness after another angry roar was emitted. Su Changqing secretly said it was a pity. He raised his hand and crushed the head of the eyeless Chang Jing before he turned to look not far away. The deaths of Chang Jing and the others had already caused the hearts and minds of the heavenly prides of the various clans that had gathered around to be terrified. Without waiting for Su Changqing to look, those disciples had already scattered. Every prison peak, all have cards, throughout the ages, not to mention the 9th prison peak. Even the 8th prison peak has never been broken into. Su Changqing recalled the scattered memories in Chang Jing's mind, and without any further stops, went straight to the 2nd prison peak, just because the soul search was interrupted. What he didn't know was, everything that happened within the 9 prison peaks, although the outside world couldn't see the specifics, they could still perceive a thing or two. Although many people's attention fell on the Taoists like Ding Fan, Du Qian, and Shang Sunyu who had already entered the 2nd prison peak and even the 3rd prison peak. However, scenes such as Chang Jing's death and her memory being searched for souls were still seen by some cultivators outside the 8 entrances. Chapter 34, Long Time No See. 7th entrance. Someone from the Tianfu sect who belonged to Chang Jing's lineage. They watched as Chang Jing was killed by the first teenager to come out of the mist, and their minds exploded like thunder. No matter who the son is, I want him to die without a burial place. In particular, Chang Jing's protector revealed an expression of disbelief as he stared at Su Changqing's blurred figure with a deadpan expression. Their reaction also caused more people to focus on Chang Jing's death. In less than half a day, the 5th entrance, the 3rd entrance, and so on, all the southern region cultivators were then sensationalized. There was no need to think about it to know what kind of anger Chang Jing's death would cause in the Heavenly Mansion sect. Perhaps the only ones who could still be happy for the time being were the people of the other 2 veins of the Heaven's Mansion sect. They looked at each other as if they had already seen the infinite future of their lineage. In Chang Jing's memory, there was no difference between the first 3 prison peaks, which were littered with broken walls. Most of the opportunities within it had already been explored by the southern region's great sects. It is only when you reach the fourth prison peak that you encounter a barrier obstacle. However, the second prison peak, the third prison peak's aura was not in any way below the first prison peak in terms of its richness. Su Changqing deliberately slowed down after realizing this. Waiting until most of the cultivators had gone to break into the fourth prison peak, he then stayed at the second prison peak, as he had done, and the third prison peak to absorb the aura. Although occasionally there were still some unenlightened southern region cultivators who came to poke around, as long as there was dissent, they became corpses without any surprise. As for his spiritual orifices, lit a full 11. Time flashed by, and it was 3 days in the blink of an eye. Su Changqing's figure appeared at the edge of the fourth prison peak. Hundreds of cultivators from various sects had already gathered here, and there was a constant stream of chatter. Everyone in the mists meets another self, with the same arts and the same cultivation. This level he is too perverted. There are so many people like us, and only a few dozen of us have broken through. As the words of these men spread, not far away, there was a patch of mist like the one he encountered when he first entered the 9 prison peaks. Amidst the whistling and rolling, some figures could be seen ascending to the fourth prison peak. Su Changqing's brief appearance didn't attract too much attention. Rushing into the mists like an unusual gatecrasher would, the fog tumbled with a boom. A long-haired young man whose appearance was no different from Su Changqing slowly coalesced. Beat me and you can enter the fourth prison peak. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes as Su Changqing spoke coldly. The words just fell. Su Changqing raised his right hand and landed a fist. This fist blasted out. The mist roared and tumbled, falling back rapidly in all directions. Interesting. Su Changqing's eyes flickered. This self in front of him was also at the early stage of the dust opening realm in cultivation, but the aura he emitted was enough to be comparable to the middle or even late stage of the dust opening realm. But compared to him, it was still too weak. It was clear that although the 9th prison peak was mysterious, it couldn't truly replicate the depths of the heavens path opening dust. Su Changqing similarly blasted out with a punch. Before he could approach, the mist around Su Changqing was torn apart in an instant, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood, his body suddenly collapsing as he retreated. The misty world is fragmented. When Su Changqing's eyes were clear, he was already located at the fourth prison peak. The fourth prison peak is even smaller, so much so that he could see at a glance. At the far end, the misty barrier that stretched beyond the fifth prison peak, and the buildings in this place were much more intact, and although they were still in disrepair, a number of them could still be seen in rough outline. Some of the slightly grand-looking halls and attics even emitted fluctuations of gusts of spells. Apparently there were people vying for their respective chances. Su Changqing swept his gaze around. He was just about to walk towards the fifth prison peak, when a petulant roar of fury violently emanated from the nearest dilapidated hall. Ho Chang! How dare you! Those who are capable of the 9 orifices Dan have learned that. What would Ho not dare to do? As the conversation came out, the spiritual pressure transformed into a storm and blasted out from the gap above the great hall, stirring up gusts of dust. Su Changqing's footsteps lurched. He was silent for about 3 breaths before turning and heading straight for the source of the sound. In the meantime, inside the dilapidated hall, 2 figures were chasing each other one after the other. The latter was a man, dressed in the Taoist robes of the Violet Sun sect, with a touch of shade and sarcasm in his eyes, and every strike was extraordinarily vicious. And the one who fled was clearly a Purple Sun sect disciple as well, and it was no one else. It was Perry Soul. Ho Chang, there are other opportunities here. Why are you staring at me? As Perry Xia fled, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was even paler. She tried her best to break into the fourth prison peak, originally thinking that she would use it to find the creation and be able to raise her cultivation to a higher level. Who would have thought that he had just found a sealed Dan furnace when he encountered Ho Chang, whose cultivation was at the early stage of dust opening realm perfection. Perry Xia's beautiful eyes were filled with bitterness and despair. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of other ways, but within the 9 prison peaks, faced with a chance that was enough to change one's life, there was no such thing as fellowship. There was only competition between you and me. Ho Chang laughed coldly, but his strikes were increasingly unforgiving. Just saw him raise his hand a little. A flying sword shot out. In midair is the illusion of dozens of handles, such as a sword snake pushed Ing. Perry Xia had already run out of gas at this time, and could not even avoid it, but could only watch the sword snake fall. Just in the nick of time, the sword snake suddenly buzzed and warbled, as if encountering an invisible wall. A flying sword stagnated and collapsed into fragments less than a foot away from Perry Solve. Perry Xia was stunned at first, but quickly turned to look. When she saw the visitor, her eyes widened violently and her mind exploded right out of her head with a loud bang. Who? Ho Chang also reacted and followed Ing Xia's gaze. Su Changqing, who walked into the main hall, ignored Ho Chang's shock and rushed at Ing Xia to greet him. It's been a long time. Perry Xia remained frozen in place. She didn't seem to have regained her senses. her eyes were still shocked, and her mind was even more in a trance. On the contrary, Ho Chang's eyes at the moment revealed killing opportunities, and his flying sword once again whistled, stabbing towards Su Changqing. A brat at the early stage of dust opening dares to meddle. You're asking for death. Noisy. Su Changqing frowned slightly and raised his hand. As the raining swords rolled backward, a wisp of black flame was even like a black swimming dragon, instantly submerging Ho Chang's body. His figure, too, came before Ing Xie at that moment. Thanks to. No need. Ing Xie just came back to his senses and wanted to thank him, when he was immediately interrupted by Su Changqing, who slowly stretched out his right hand and then spoke. What about the 9 orifices pill? It was followed by a long silence. Su Changqing frowned slightly and repeated another sentence. The reason why he chose to make a move just now was not only because he heard a familiar voice, but more so because the 9 orifices pill was something he had heard of before. This was an elixir that was of great help to the dust opening realm, and unlike the returning to the vessel elixir, once the elixir was completed, it would definitely be above the 3rd stripe. This Dan was what Su Changqing came here for. As for saving lives, it's just a matter of going along for the ride. If Ing Xie was unwilling to hand over the 9 orifices Dan, he didn't mind saving him once for nothing. Chapter 35, Luo Fei, Zhou Mo. If he said that he understood Su Changqing's current nature, Ing Xie definitely ranked at the top. After Su Changqing spoke for the second time, she bitterly took out the 9 orifices pill, which had led to the killing of her body, from within her Qiankuan ring, and smiled ruefully. I didn't expect you to not only leave the immortal ancient ruins alive, but you even dared to break into the 9 prison peaks. You know that people in the outside world can see everything that happens here. What did you say? Su Changqing froze. Could it be that you don't know? Parisia had come out of her shock by this time, and she looked at the 9 orifices Dan unwillingly, then said, the 8 entrances can all conjure up a vague scene of the interior of the 9 prison peaks. Every move we make, including who ascends to the 9th prison peak first, will be discovered first. But the 9 prison peaks is ultimately a place of inheritance. Outsiders can't see exactly who it is. And the old ancestors of the various sects are afraid that they'll only notice the Daozi celestial pride. People like me don't get deliberate attention. Speaking the last sentence, the bitterness in Parisia's eyes intensified. If not, how could Ho Chang have dared to strike at her openly and honestly? Can you see them all? Su Changqing did not hear Parisia's strings. He looked up thoughtfully, as if he had formed some sort of counterpoint across space with those southern region cultivators who were observing him from the outside. According to your cultivation, you shouldn't be here. If I'm not mistaken, demons at the Dao Sun level from various sects had now broken into the 5th prison peak, the 6th prison peak, and even beyond. One must know that since the 4th prison peak, every step forward, the chances within it will increase exponentially. While Parisia was still talking to himself, Su Changqing had already put away the 9 orifices Dan and turned around to walk towards the distance. Parisia's heart immediately grew more and more complicated. She hesitated for a long time, but still asked the question she wanted to ask back at the immortal ancient ruins. Senior, are you? You will know when it is time to know. The words are gone. Su Changqing's figure had already rushed out of the hall and disappeared at the end of Ing Xie's vision. Parisia took a deep breath and seemed to have made some kind of decision. Her beautiful eyes revealed a touch of determination that she had never seen before, and she actually chose to turn around and leave the 4th prison peak. 4th prison peak, Misty Edge. There were only a few dozen cultivators with unfamiliar faces who were qualified to walk here. Su Changqing had intended to absorb the aura of the 4th prison peak as he had done before, and then continue on his way. But after hearing Ing Xie's words, he gave up this idea. To the 9 prison peaks, auras were just the most unusual chance. If one were to lose the opportunity to seize the inheritance for the sake of these auras, it would be a bit of a small loss. Su Changqing took a deep breath and headed straight for the mists of the 4th prison peak, his figure instantly disappearing into it. His intrusion immediately caught the eyes of some people. Who is this man? Seeing that his cultivation is only at the early stage of the dust opening realm, it's already a miracle that he's able to walk here, but he still wants to break into the 5th prison peak? Murmurs set off. It was no wonder that these disciples of the various sects opened their mouths like this. After all, most of those who could make it this far were already at the middle stage of the dust opening realm. As for the ascent of the 5th prison peak, since the beginning of the 9 prison peaks legacy until now, there were only 11 people. Without exception, these 11 people were either Daos of great sects or earth-deficient dust-opening demons. 4th prison peak, Misty World. Su Changqing had just broken in, and in front of him, another him had suddenly appeared once again. If that was all, this barrier would not be enough to stop the vast majority of the southern region's celestial pride. What really made the disciples of the sects despair? This time the mist split into 2. These 2 Su Changqing's cultivation levels. although still at the early stage of the dust opening realm, had both ignited 11 spirit orifices. It was the same as Su Changqing's own elevated realm. Beat me and you can enter the 5th prison peak. The moment the same words were uttered, these two Su Changqing came straight at Su Changqing in unison to kill him. No wonder the world says that the inheritance of the 9 prison peaks is too difficult. Su Changqing whispered. And that's just the 5th prison peak level. If you break into the 6th prison peak and the 7th prison, wouldn't you have to face 3, 4 or even 5 or 6 of yourself with the same cultivation level? But, as long as the 9 prison peaks are unable to replicate the heaven's path to open dust, then these so-called obstacles will no longer be hurdles for me. A strange color came out of Su Changqing's eyes. The heavenly Tao Dharma body then manifested behind him, wrapping a terrifying spiritual pressure, suppressing and falling towards these two Su Changqing. As gusts of amazing fluctuations overflowed, the mists rolled backward and rolled. Not much longer. The world in Su Changqing's eyes fragmented. His silhouette was also at that moment, standing at the 5th prison peak. In the meantime, outside the 8 entrances, tens of thousands of cultivators surrounded, watching the scene within the green mango of the picture, set off a burst of buzzing voice of discussion. That strange teenager. How dare he break into the 5th prison peak so quickly? This person was able to decapitate Cheng Jing. So breaking into the 5th prison peak is shocking but reasonable. It's just that I don't know how far he can go. At this moment, with the passage of time, the inheritance of the 9 prison peaks had already come to the second half of the journey. Except for people from Cheng Jing's lineage and the Heavenly Palace sect. Outside of some other cultivators who had doubts about Su Changqing's identity, most people's gazes fell more on those people at the very front. These few people were also recognized by their respective old ancestors. I didn't expect that the one who went the furthest in this inheritance would be Du Qian of the Guiyuan sect. I've heard that this son has an extremely heavy baleful aura, and his killing methods are endless, so it's normal to be able to break through the misty world one after another and ascend to the 7th prison peak. It's just that I don't know if Du Qian can eventually obtain the inheritance. Now he's the most hopeful person. It's too early to draw any conclusions. Ding Fan of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, and the duo of Chang Sun Yu of the Yin Yang Valley, are also following close behind. Pei Qingfeng of the Violet Sun sect, Chen Hai of the 5U sect, all 3 of these people have also ascended to the 6th prison peak. The Heavenly Mansion sect is also one of the 7 southern region sects, and their sect's Daozi died tragically at the immortal ancient ruins. Nowadays, although the bottom is still there, the younger generation has clearly fallen behind, and is even still at the 5th prison peak. Strange to say, they should not be so weak compared to Daozi. Similar voices of discussion resounded from time to time at these 8 entrances. Hear these words. A smile appeared on the face of the Guiyuan sect's protector, and the old crone from Yin Yang Valley and the green-shirt old man from Heavenly Sword Mountain were silent. The Heaven's Mansion sect was different. Apart from Cheng Jing's line of elders who were murderous, the elders of the other 2 lines had smiles in their eyes. Actually, some people from these 2 veins were afraid that some gratitude existed in their hearts for Su Changqing, Luo Fei, Zhou Mo. The 2 of them are afraid that obtaining the inheritance is hopeless. However, as long as there were enough chances on this trip to impress the clan elders, becoming a Daoist son is not a waste of time. Just as these 2 vain elders were secretly thinking, the moment Su Changqing's figure appeared, Luo Fei and Zhou Mo, who were still stuck at the 5th prison peak, slowly turned around to look towards Su Changqing. Another person broke through the mists? Interesting. Now Du Qian and the others have gone further. Although it's hard for you and I to catch up, within the 5th prison peak, we are the sky. Who cares who the visitor is? If he or she has any thoughts of tainting the opportunity, just kill him or her. As the words came out, one could vaguely see that at the feet of the 2 of them, there were several corpses lying around, precisely those southern region celestial pride who had previously ascended the 5th prison peak. This was the reason why Luo Fei, Zhou Mo did not go to break into the 6th prison peak. They wants to monopolize the entire 5th prison peak. All the creations. Chapter 36 Desperation of the Heavenly Palace sect. Due to the fact that the 5th prison peak was even smaller, so it had just stepped in, not waiting to observe the surroundings. Su Changqing immediately noticed 2 gazes with killing intent gazing at him. His gaze moved slightly, and after seeing the corpses at the feet of Luo Fei, Zhou Mo and the 2 of them, he knew in his heart, that's not a bad idea. Su Changqing muttered and walked towards these 2. The other people who just entered the 5th prison peak. All of their faces changed in shock when they saw us, and some even retreated directly to the 4th prison peak. This person is interesting. Oh, either he's a newborn, or he's overly naive. Luo Fei and Zhou Mo exchanged glances, both seeing the teasing in their eyes. There were no weak cultivators who could ascend to the 5th prison peak. However, the 2 of them had the cultivation to break into the 6th prison peak, staying here only to hog the chances of the 5th prison peak. Fellow Daoist, Do you choose to leave? Or become a corpse under our feet? Give you 3 breaths of time. Rolf was the first to speak. Just before he could say the last word, his eyes violently erupted with intense killing intent. Because Su Changqing actually paid no attention to Luo Fei's threats, and was constantly surveying his surroundings as he walked towards this place on his own, looking for death. Without waiting for Luo Fei to make a move, Duanmu, who was beside him, had already struck out in a domineering manner. That's normal. Within the current 9 prison peaks, those who were stronger than the 2 of them had already traveled farther after such a long time had passed. Although Su Changqing looked a bit different from other early dust-opening realm cultivators, in the eyes of the 2 of them, it was just like that. As for the people in the outside world can see, respected as a true heavenly pride of the Heavenly Mansion sect, as long as he wasn't facing Du Qian, Chang Sun Yu, and others of the same status. What do they care what the onlookers think? I didn't go looking for the people of the 3 great sects, but they came to the door on their own. Seeing Zhou Mo's strike, Su Changqing slowly retracted his gaze that was surveying the surroundings and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already less than a foot away from Duanmu. What? Zhou Mo's face changed, and he immediately raised his hand to pinch. A black shadow appeared behind him, like an evil ghost from the underworld, opening its mouth and ruthlessly tearing towards Su Changqing. Boom! The black shadows instantly submerged Su Changqing's figure, sending waves of spiritual energy. The corner of Zhou Mo's mouth lifted in an arc. Just without waiting for his next move, Luo Fei's urgent voice suddenly came from not far away. Look out! The words just fell. Su Changqing's figure had already rushed out from within the spiritual ripples. He didn't have any injuries on his body, not to mention that he even raised his hand to curb Zhou Mo's throat in a swift and deadly manner. Zhou Mo's face was saucy, and fear and disbelief were evident in his eyes. Next moment, the spiritual pressure of the heavenly Tao opening dust was declared, directly shattering his internal organs with the impact of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Kid, don't you dare! Luo Fei immediately bared his teeth. Unlike Chang Jing's competitive relationship, he and Duanmu had grown up together since childhood, and they were both rivals and close friends. Seeing Duanmu die in Su Changqing's hands, Luo Fei immediately roared in anger. A spear formed by spiritual energy coalesced and stabbed towards Su Changqing in all directions. Even more Dharma bodies descended behind him. It was a blurred man clad in armor, holding a halberd, tearing through boiling aura with a piercing sound, whistling towards Su Changqing. The power of a single strike was comparable to an ordinary late stage of the dust-opening realm. Su Changqing raised his hand and flung Zhoumo's corpse out, and as he used his corpse to block the spiritual power spear, he merged his fingers like a sword and instantly chopped it down. The moment the swords and halberds collided, a shocking spiritual energy exploded with a buzzing sound. Luo Fei let out a muffled grunt, blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, and his Dharma body behind him also retreated a few feet at this moment. Su Changqing's expression was subdued, and his right hand was raised once again. Second sword, third sword, the sharp sword on, instantly dispersing a life-threatening piercing and hideous sound, flickered away from Luo Fei's body. The Dharma body behind Luo Fei collapsed with a loud bang. Together with his body, he became a corpse and his vitality became extinct. Su Changqing didn't even look at the dead Duanmu, Luo Fei and the 2 of them as he turned around and walked towards the misty barrier into the 6th prison peak. Almost at the same time that Luo Fei died, the 8 entrances to the outside world were steeply plunged into deathly silence. Immediately after, all the southern region cultivators who saw the scene within the 5th prison peak erupted into a heaven-shaking clamor, especially those from the other 2 veins of the Heavenly Palace sect. They knew the amazing cultivation of Su Changqing, so when they saw Luo Fei, Duanmu and the 2 of them killing Su Chang, their smiles froze on their faces. At this moment, seeing with their own eyes that the hope of their own lineage was also exterminated by that strange young man, they were all more than that. Their minds were booming and their eyes became red. If Chang Jing's death only caused the people of Chang Jing's lineage of the Heavenly Palace sect to be shocked and furious, then Luo Fei's and Zhoumo's deaths represented their younger generation, completely disconnected from the other great sects. While the entire Heavenly Mansion sect was enraged by this, a piece of news quickly spread out. This son deserves to die. At all costs, seek out the 9th entrance before the 9 prison peaks legacy ends. No matter what his identity is, the old man will make him beg for his life and beg for his death. The rest of the people from the southern region's various clans, at this moment, similarly flickered their gazes up one by one. There was shock in their hearts, but more than anything else, they were watching with the attitude of watching a show. The 3 quasi-Taoists who entered the 9 prison peaks were actually killed by one person. The Heavenly Mansion sect has been established for hundreds of years, but it has never suffered such a strange humiliation. You can't say that. Have you forgotten that not long ago in the immortal ancient ruins, wasn't their Tao son also slaughtered? Can that be the same? That mysterious loose cultivator from the immortal ancient ruins is dead, but the teenager from the 9 prison peaks is still alive and well, breaking into the 6th prison peak. Just as the various sects in the southern region were all sent into shock due to the deaths of the Heavenly Mansion sect's 3 great quasi-Taoists. First entrance. Yun Mengzi rushed at Su Changqing's back and gave a thumbs up. Great job. Snow Chance was puzzled. It's fine. It's fine. My lord just likes to be lively. Look, isn't the southern region about to receive a big earthquake? Yun Mengzi laughed and did not respond positively. Shui Qianxian knew Yun Mengzi's character well and was not surprised. So what if it's lively? Today's southern region will never return to the era like 1,000 years ago when demons rose up side by side. Said. Her beautiful eyes showed some memories. Yun Mengzi couldn't help but roll his eyes and inwardly bellyache. A time when demons rise up side by side? Wasn't that the unbearable years when one person dominated the entire flourishing world and all the heavenly prides could only look up to him? And it's only that one person you're remembering, isn't it? The sensation in the outside world. Su Changqing could vaguely guess some of it, but Su Changqing didn't care. What he was really looking forward to now was where his limits were. If the Misty Pass is all about the inability to visualize the heavenly Tao's dust-opening doppelganger, ascending the 9th prison peak doesn't seem to be as difficult as one might imagine. Su Changqing looked at the 3 Su Changqing in front of him and grinned. He took a step forward, his Dharma body manifesting behind him, charging straight towards those 3 Su Changqing. Just as Su Changqing broke into the misty world of the 6th prison peak, inside the 6th prison peak, Pei Qingfeng, Chen Hai and the two of them were looking at each other, because in front of them, Chang Sunyu, who was originally similarly stuck at the 6th prison peak, after entering the misty world once more, it never exited. Brother Chen, I'm having a hard time. Brother Pei, so do I. These two waited for a long time without seeing a response, revealing helpless smiles. It doesn't matter if that guy Ding Fan succeeds, after all, his sword heart is clear and his future is already unlimited. Chang Sunyu even, not having died in the immortal ancient ruins not to mention, his cultivation seems to be stronger than before. Chen Hai let out a ghostly sigh and then spoke. Du Qian, Ding Fan and Chang Sunyu are all ahead of us. Don't be discouraged. At the very least, among those who have entered the 9 prison peaks this time, other than those 3 guys, the 2 of us brothers have traveled the furthest. Pei Qingfeng was just about to say some words of relief when he suddenly seemed to notice something and turned to look at the misty barrier of the 5th prison peak behind him. Chen Hai's mind was shaken. He also followed Pei Qingfeng's gaze. The mist surged and spread. The moment he saw the person's appearance, Pei Qingfeng subconsciously rubbed his eyes, then was directly stunned in place, his mouth wide open. Chen Hai even had a buzzing sound in his head, and the beating of his heart seemed to have slowed down by half a beat. Chapter 37, The Final Trial. See, the hell with it? Brother Pei, did you see that? The two had not yet returned to their senses. Su Changqing also saw these 2 acquaintances from afar. He first smiled and greeted, and then he walked towards the misty barrier outside the 6th prison peak, until Su Changqing had already brushed past Chen Hai and Pei Qingfeng. These 2 people only shuddered, seemingly reacting as if they had reacted, and immediately let out a yell, avoiding far away. Dao, fellow Daoist, you're still alive? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That day I saw with my own eyes that you were swallowed by the Guile Demon King. Seeing is not always believing. Seeing the reaction of these 2, Su Changqing only found it amusing and responded with a smile. Immediately after, his figure shifted and he walked into the misty barrier of the 6th prison peak. Brother Chen, slap me and see. I suspect I'm too tired and am having some sort of hallucination. I was hoping you'd slap me. After Chen Hai stammered in response, he seemed to think of something and once again sucked in a breath of cold air. If the 3 great clans know he's still alive, hiss, I'm afraid the southern region is about to change. Long. Su Changqing's figure, like Chang Sunyu and Ding Fan, completely disappeared into the 6th prison peak. Pei Qingfeng and Chen Hai were not surprised by this. Because of the person in their memories, it was only worth wondering if he couldn't break into the 7th prison peak. Unlike the reaction of these 2, the 8 entrances to the outside world set off a never-before-seen buzz in this instant as Su Changqing brushed his shoulders from the 6th prison peak, thus choosing to ascend to the 7th prison peak once again. They looked shocked and even more incredulous. Half an incense burner. This person only used half an incense stick of time to ascend to the 6th prison peak. The most frightening thing is that he didn't even take any breaks and chose to go directly to ascend the 7th prison peak. Nowadays, the only ones ahead of him are Du Qian of the Guiyuan sect, Ding Fan of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, and Chang Sunyu of the Yin Yang Valley. If this person can still be this easy, even if he can't finally obtain the 9 prisons inheritance, it's still enough to become famous in the southern region. As the clamor continued to emanate, the 3 of them, the protector of the Guiyuan sect, the old crone of the Yin-Yang Valley, and the green-shirt old man of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, also frowned at this moment. With Su Changqing's easy ascent to the 6th prison peak, for the first time, they felt a hint of the threat of this inheritance in Su Changqing. What the hell is he? I will never believe that this son comes from an unusual background. This time, all the great clans of the southern region are arriving. Could it be that he's that mysterious and unpredictable head of the departing fire god sect? The several elders of the Heavenly Mansion sect secretly exchanged words. It could be seen from their expressions that they wanted to kill Su Changqing to vent their anger. But as time passed, Su Changqing kept moving forward. A slight hesitation appeared in these people's eyes, because Su Changqing was really the head of the Lihua sect, not to mention killing Luo Fei's 3 people, or doing something even more excessive. The Heavenly Mansion sect could only choose to turn a blind eye. That's the stark reality. While the outside world was sensationalized by Su Changqing's rapid ascent to the 6th prison peak, Su Changqing was looking at the 4 doppelgangers that appeared in front of him and slowly took a step. Misty levels that are exponentially more difficult each time. His heavenly opening of the dust became some kind of opportunity because it could not be duplicated. Still half an incense burner, when Su Changqing appeared at the 7th prison peak, at a glance, he saw 2 figures who were sitting cross-legged not far away. It was none other than Ding Fan of Heavenly Sword Mountain and Chang Sun Yu of Yin-Yang Valley. Du Qian of the Guiyuan sect was not here, and was clearly ascending the 8th prison peak, just 1 step away from the final inheritance. Another person has broken through the mists. I wonder if it's Pei Qingfeng or Chen Hai. Sensing something strange behind him, Ding Fan slowly opened his eyes and looked toward Su Changqing. Upon realizing that the visitor was an unfamiliar face, he was first stunned, but he quickly reacted and nodded his head remotely at Su Changqing, revealing a kind smile. Whoever it was that had made it this far was already the leader of the younger generation in the southern domain. As for Chang Sun Yu, the moment she saw Su Changqing's face, she stood up violently. The drastic shock transmitted by its beautiful eyes caused the spiritual energy around it to be briefly disorganized. "You're alive," a voice came out through gritted teeth. Although it was the same words as Pei Qingfeng and the others, Chang Sun Yu clearly quickly suppressed the shock in her mind. Not only that, due to the recollection of the scene that happened at the immortal ancient ruins, there was even more amazing battle intent rising in her eyes at this moment. "I knew it. How could a heavenly pride like you die easily at the immortal ancient ruins?" Su Changqing really didn't expect that he would meet Chang Sun Yu, who had already died in his hands. Here, but, meet all of them. He didn't mind killing this woman once more. Ding Fan seemed to be able to see the existential grudge between the two as he first looked at Chang Sun Yu and then Su Changqing. Just as this Heavenly Sword Mountain's teenager was planning to make an exit to persuade him, the entire 7th prison peak, heck, it trembled at that moment. Next moment, the mists whistled, and there seemed to be a vicissitude of an indifferent voice that came out from an unknown place. "Someone has climbed to the 8th prison peak. The final trial opens." These words resounded through the 9 prison peaks, whether it was Pei Qingfeng and Chen Hai from the 6th prison peak, or the 4th prison peak, the 3rd prison peak, and so on, all of them could clearly hear it. 7th prison peak. Ding Fan's complexion changed slightly, and without further words, he turned around and rushed into the misty barrier. He didn't care who the inheritance went to. It was just that if the inheritance was terminated, where would he go to find such a good detachment to condense his own sword heart? Chang Sun Yu's face was also permeated with hesitation. She stopped at the same spot for a moment, and only then did she look fiercely at Su Changqing and turned around flatly. Because in Chang Sun Yu's mind, since Su Changqing had left the immortal ancient ruins alive, then sooner or later, she would have the opportunity to fight with him to avenge the revenge of that day. But the legacy is different. Just this once, if it fell into Du Qian's hands, not to mention anything else, her master was afraid that he would be disappointed in her to the core. Su Changqing had the same idea. Sooner or later, he would visit the 3 great sects one by one. The final trial? Su Changqing pondered slightly and was the last one to break into the misty barrier. Without any surprises, the 7th prison peak's barrier was 5 of themselves with the same cultivation level. Su Changqing did not know how Ding Fan and Chang Sun Yu were doing. His mind shook for the first time when he arrived at the 8th prison peak, because there was no misty barrier in the middle of the 8th prison peak and that final 9th prison peak. All there was an ancient staircase spreading across the sky. At the end of the ladder, in the area where the green altar is located, a mountainous, black vertical pupils, like an ancient being occupying the firmament, it was silently watching the heavens and earth. Du Qian of the Guiyuan sect was currently climbing the ladder with difficulty in the gaze of the vertical pupil, slowly approaching where the final altar is. Chapter 38 Heaven's Pride Competition. You're worthy? The old ancestor once said that the 9 prison peaks use the illusion of equal cultivation doppelgangers as a trial. Therefore, I refined my body to the limit of my physical body, and my baleful energy condensed into a pearl. thus ascending to the 8th prison peak, fitting all the needs within the inheritance. Du Qian whispered. He had noticed Su Changqing's appearance at the very first moment, but Du Qian didn't care. He raised his head to look at the black vertical pupil in the distance. Even though his forehead was dripping with sweat, he was still gritting his teeth. He, on the other hand, was less than 1,000 feet away from the final altar. Su Changqing withdrew his gaze and stepped out thoughtfully. Just stepped on the steps. I don't know if it's an illusion. Su Changqing only felt that one huge pupil, gazing straight at him. It was as if a god or devil who was high above and looking down on all living beings was looking at himself with incomparable indifference. A roar that seemed to come from the ancient past came from his ears. What followed was a shocking pressure that wanted to suppress all living beings. Just for a moment, Su Changqing stifled a grunt. His torso trembled, and his entire body was like carrying 1,000 pounds. A flash of excitement came through his eyes. Amidst the terrifying pressure, Su Changqing's spirit orifices within his body hummed as he walked forward step by step. It was not long after Su Changqing stepped into the ladder. Ding Fan and Chang Sun Yu rushed out from the misty barrier one after the other. Both of them were in an extremely sorry state after they appeared, with their bodies covered in wounds and blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Obviously, the incident happened suddenly, and forcing their way up to the 8th prison peak was not an easy task for them. This is what old ancestors said. Ancient devil's eye? Ding Fan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. He chose to sit down on his knees, and with the help of the rich spiritual chi of this place, he quickly exhaled to heal his wounds. Is this the final trial? For her part, Chang Sun Yu gritted her teeth and raised her head, her gaze skimming over Su Changqing and finally stopping on Du Qian at the very front. She actually ignored her injuries and rushed to the steps as well. As soon as she stepped on the ladder, accompanied by the terrifying pressure, Chang Sun Yu's face suddenly changed, and her figure even directly rolled backwards and fell, ruthlessly smashing into the ground. Wah dash! She sprayed out large mouthfuls of blood, her beautiful eyes shocked, revealing an unbelievable unwillingness. Impossible. My cultivation is already in the late stage of dust opening, and I have even condensed the earth's lack of Tao foundation. How can? Chang Sun Yu seemed to think of something, and fiercely looked at the two people in front of her. Could both of them be heaven's destiny for the dustbusters? The moment this thought was bred, Chang Sun Yu's mind exploded with a buzz, and her entire breath seemed to wither. And her guess was right. The reason why the 9 prison peak inheritance, the reason why no one has ever gotten it, is precisely because the only person who was qualified to step on the final ladder is the Heaven's Destiny Open Dust Realm. Su Changqing needs no introduction. Du Qian of the Guiyuan sect had clearly condensed the Heavenly Fate Tao Foundation as well. At this moment, tens of thousands of southern region cultivators at the 8 entrances to the outside world had already set off a buzzing sound that shook the 8 directions. Their gazes fell on Du Qian, Su Changqing in unison. All eyes on the world. 9 prison peak, the inheritance of the ancient devil. I, Du Qian, am determined to get it. When the people outside roar, Du Qian was honored as the heaven's mandate dust opener, but he did not put the later in the least, for he was only 900 feet away from the altar. The 9 prison inheritance is at your fingertips. Just as Du Qian took another step, he suddenly seemed to feel something and skimmed his remaining light behind him. Just a glance, Du Qian's mind buzzed, erupting with a shock that was no weaker than Chang Sun Yu's, only to see that Su Changqing, at some point, had already arrived 100 feet away behind him. If that is the case, there is no harm in it. What really made Du Qian look at him squarely for the first time was that Su Changqing's speed hadn't slowed down in the slightest. One step, almost exactly a dozen breaths later, already stood beside Du Qian. The returning sect? Su Changqing frowned slightly, looked at Du Qian who was filled with incredulity, and continued to walk within 900 feet. Such coziness and ease. It immediately triggered Du Qian's condescension as a heaven's mandate dust opener. The storm formed by the baneful chi outside his body curled, and the moment Su Changqing surpassed himself, he similarly took a step. Next moment, Du Qian's figure once again surpassed Su Changqing, and the moment he crossed Su Changqing, Du Qian's eyes were cold and proud, and he fiercely bit the tip of his tongue. His figure also came to 800 feet at this time, almost the instant he landed on his feet. A shocking oppression that made Du Qian's heart palpitate rolled out from the sky. His forehead veins bulged, and his body shook as he trembled. But in the end, it was steady. Du Qian strongly endured the unceasing source of pressure and turned to look at Su Changqing. Perhaps stimulated by Su Changqing's contempt, a little bit of dominance and provocation came out from his eyes. In the southern region's Heaven's Pride competition, there's no way I, Du Qian, will lose to anyone of my generation. It's an innate arrogance. It was also the disdain of those who honored Heaven's mandate to open dust for their peers in the southern domain. Heaven's Pride fights? Su Changqing froze. Whirling around he smiled. The pressure of this place was not bad. Su Changqing was able to walk here with seemingly ease, but in reality, he had used up a lot of his mind. But he didn't mind thwarting Du Qian's condescension. Who made Du Qian the last hope of the Guiyuan sect? Su Changqing similarly took a step. This step seemed to be light and fluttering, not causing any ripples, but his figure appeared 800 feet away in an instant. No more, no less. It happens to be 110 feet more than Du Qian. Why don't we compare and see who can go farther? A more bemused voice rang out. Su Changqing opened his mouth without looking back. Seeing Su Changqing's actions, Du Qian was first shocked, but soon laughed in anger. Since his cultivation, no one had ever dared to speak to him with such a tone of voice from the southern region's clan's heavenly prides. Du Qian let out a low roar and responded to Su Changqing with his actions. The Dharma body belonging to him coalesced with a bang, and its appearance was clearly none other than Du Qian. Heavenly Destiny Dharma body. Seeing this scene, the beautiful eyes of Chang Sunyu, who had long ago guessed at the bottom, dimmed. Ding Fan similarly changed his expression. Under everyone's attention, Du Qian's body violently sprang out and went straight further ahead. At the same time that Du Qian flew out, Su Changqing once again took a step, and the two figures approached where the altar was one after the other. When Du Qian came to 700 feet, Su Changqing stood at 699 feet, still an extra 10-foot gap. The pressure of this place contained a certain ancient aura that had reached an extremely terrifying level. Du Qian's body had begun to tremble slightly, and the Heaven's Destiny Dharma body had become somewhat distorted between hisses. What? Can't keep up? Su Changqing's expression was subdued. He did not continue to move forward and turned around to speak with concern. I am the Dao son of the Guiyuan sect, the Heaven's Destiny Dust Opener. Du Qian. Du Qian's eyes were covered with blood in a flash. He let out a steep gulp, and while his cultivation completely dispersed, he once again took a step. This 700 feet distance, however, was like a heavenly rift across the front. Even if Du Qian's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes and he had raised his cultivation to the extreme, he could only move forward within this distance, inch by inch, just a little bit more at the end. Du Qian inwardly hissed madly, his body trembled even more violently, and his forehead veins bulged. At this level, you're worthy of competing with me? Su Changqing sighed lightly and shook his head. He could tell that Du Qian had reached his limit. This kind of contest was too childish for Su Changqing. If it wasn't for Du Qian's provocation, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to disintegrate his Dao heart. With the final opening, Su Changqing no longer stayed his hand. The 11 spirit orifices in his body hummed at their full capacity, almost instantly crossing over Du Qian and rushing within 600 feet. It's not over yet. Du Qian, won't lose to anyone. Du Qian saw Su Changqing's figure getting farther and farther away from him. His eyes were red, and there was even a wave of obsession and madness as he hissed and raised his feet again. However, just this simple action caused his body to stagger, spewing out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body, as if struck by lightning, rolled backwards and fell. Du Qian's face showed despair and unwillingness. He knows he defeated. Looking at this scene of images, Chang Sunyu was dumbfounded, and Ding Fan was breathing heavily. All of the southern domain cultivators at the 8 entrances to the outside world were in an uproar, and booming sounds erupted from the sky. However, Du Qian's failure is just the beginning. Su Changqing's figure did not stop for a moment due to his opponent's inability to hold on. At this moment, he was getting closer and closer to the green-colored altar. 500 feet, 400 feet. When it came to 300 feet, suddenly, Song Dom's black vertical pupil moved violently, as if his gaze had changed from being dispersive to locking onto Su Changqing. The ancient vicissitudes of the thick pressure. In this instant, all converged on Su Changqing, draining the mountains and seas. It seems to want to bring all things to their knees. Su Changqing's entire body had a tremor for the first time. A touch of madness came out from his eyes, and behind him, the heavenly Dao Dharma body finally descended and fell at this moment, rushing towards the virtual black vertical pupil to let out a soundless roar. Boom! Invisible touch, like an ocean rolled 8 directions. Su Changqing stifled a grunt as if he had been hit hard, and blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. His silhouette also came within 300 feet at this moment, and continued to move forward quickly. 200 feet. 100 feet, until under the shock of all the southern region cultivators who were paying attention to the 9 prison peaks inheritance, a buzz, Su Changqing stood heavily on top of the green-colored altar. Chapter 39 Ancient Demon Inheritance. The heavens and the earth were dead silent, and all the people were in an uproar. No one had thought that the 9 prison peak inheritance would fall into the hands of a strange teenager. Therefore, as Su Changqing stood on the altar, the shock brought about was no less than the sensation of the 3 great clans being completely wiped out at the time of the immortal ancient ruins. Near the firmament, black vertical pupils reflect the sky. On the altar, while the outside world was stirring, Su Changqing's gaze had already landed on the center of the altar. A fist-sized black crystal suspended in midair. To be precise, it's an eyeball. It seems that the vertical pupil of the dome of the sky is its reflection. This black eye is the real body. This is the legendary, ancient devil's eye? Su Changqing lightly exhaled turbid breath and raised his hand to grab this black eyeball. After he had just touched the ancient demon's eye, his heart and mind trembled violently, and it seemed like a monstrous roar roared in his mind. This roar, such as through the vicissitudes of 10,000 years, even more unyielding, sky-shaking, overbearing, flamboyant, lawless. In a trance, Su Changqing seemed to see a picture that he could not forget. It was a vast starry sky with endless stars, and a monstrous back figure was standing on top of the bright starry river. In front of him, thousands of stars seem as small as gravel. The screen suddenly flickered. Only the monstrous back figure standing on the star river was seen roaring up to the sky, its momentum shaking the heavens, and in an instant, the stars burst and the star river rolled backwards. Right here and now, there was a chaotic and misty hand that probed out from the unknown depths of the starry sky, covering the sky and the sun, and when his figure was completely shrouded, there were murmurs that resounded through the starry sky. Ancient demon Bai Feng, I have been searching for you for a long time. So, thou art hiding here. Next moment, the picture in Su Changqing's eyes fragmented. At some point, his right hand had already held the ancient demon's eye in his palm. Not waiting for Su Changqing to return to his senses, the ancient demon's eye trembled lightly, turning into a wisp of pitch-black mist that rushed into his mouth and nose, eventually recondensing in the center of his brow. Su Changqing could clearly feel that his body, and even every inch of his body, seemed to have undergone subtle changes, like some kind of amazing body refining method that constantly reorganizes. Su Changqing's physical body was already strong, but now he only felt that the once so-called body refining was as unbearable as a child's in front of this physical body reorganization. Su Changqing vaguely realized, the so-called 9 prison peaks was actually an ancient demon that had died for an unknown period of time, leaving behind the idea of inheritance for future generations. It was just that the inheritance was not complete, only the method of forging the body about the ancient demons. It's just that I don't know how long it will take to reorganize the flesh for the first time under the inheritance of the ancient devil. As Su Changqing was thinking about it, suddenly, the entire altar trembled with a roar. The 9th prison peak, the 8th prison peak, until the 1st prison peak, the heaven and earth aura that existed within it, actually boomed at the same time and rolled towards Su Changqing, like the rise of a fog that covered the sky and the moon. This fog filled the 8 directions and transformed into a huge vortex. The center point of the vortex, it was Su Changqing. Under this indescribably majestic aura, the speed of his fleshly body reorganization suddenly increased, and even the spirit orifices in his body were being ignited one after another at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Changqing immediately closed his eyes tightly. As his body continued to metamorphose, his heartbeat gradually slowed down, as in a virtual state similar to death. This astonishing scene immediately caused Du Qian, Chang Sunyu, and the others to change their complexion drastically. They stared dead at the blurred back on the altar, resignation and envy nearly drowning their minds, but they could do nothing about it. Due to the appearance of the inheritor, the 9 prison peaks had already appeared to repel. No matter who you are, as long as you are still in the southern region, I, Du Qian, will make you regret taking away my creation. Du Qian gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Immediately after, his figure gradually dissipated in reluctance, and when he reappeared, he had already returned to the 4th entrance. I'm glad you made it out of the immortal ancient ruins alive, because that's the only way, so I can take your head myself. Chang Sunyu similarly opened her mouth, seeming to seal Su Changqing's figure into her soul with death. Su Changqing is strong, but her secret method had not yet been truly perfected. If the time of true consummation comes, the heavenly mandate Tao Foundation is not impossible. This was also the reason why Chang Sunyu was able to come out so quickly from her gloom. Not much longer, her figure likewise disappeared. Ding Fan, and even Pei Qingfeng, Chen Hai, and so on, who were still stuck at the 6th prison peak, all the southern region celestial pride who had entered the 9 prison peaks except Su Changqing. As the inheritors appeared, they were teleported away. In the meantime, in the area where the 8 entrances were located, the green aura dissipated, and the tens of thousands of cultivators from the various clans in the southern region could no longer see everything that was happening within the 9 prison peaks. However, the scene of Su Changqing stepping on the altar still remained in the minds of the crowd, unable to be forgotten for a long time. The legacy of the 9 prison peaks has been obtained by a nameless person. What nameless person? Can't you see that this person not only easily decimated 3 quasi-Taoists of the Heavenly Mansion sect, but also crushed Chang Sunyu, Du Qian, and other Taoists in the final trial? When did such a pervert appear in the southern region? What the hell is he from? While many people were clamoring and discussing, the southern region great sect was thinking differently. The Heavenly Mansion sect had already had an elder at the perfection of the spirit transformation realm start to act the moment the 9 prison peaks inheritance ended. The inheritance is over, and this person should step out soon. Search all the boundaries of Ling Yuan and upload news of the 9th entrance as soon as you have it. This elder opened his mouth in a murderous manner. Any cultivator of my Heavenly Mansion sect who encounters this person will be killed directly. It wasn't just the Heaven's Mansion sect that made a move. The protector of the Guile sect, the purple-shirt old man from the Heavenly Sword Mountain and the old crone from the Yin Yang Valley, their divine senses had also been dispersed, tacitly blocking the entrance where they were. The same is true for the rest of the great clans. They knew that the 9 prison peaks inheritance was a matter of great importance. No matter who the person who obtained the inheritance was, it was a great threat to the clans. Or maybe, such a heavenly pride can only belong to their own forces. If it does not have a background, can be included under the banner of the best, if not able to become their own people. The old ancestors of the various clans looked at each other and knew the answer by heart. A moment of darkness. The end of the 9 prison peak inheritance seemed to have become the beginning of a true upheaval at this moment. A strong person from all the great sects transformed into a long rainbow, using the 8 entrances as the center, whistling towards the various boundaries of Lin Yuan. It's just that Lin Yuan is too big, and the 9th entrance is already mysterious, so it's not easy to find it in a short period of time. But whatever the outcome, this day is destined to be filled with clouds from all directions, and this sensation, after Chang Sun Yu walked out of the 9 prison peaks, reached an unprecedented level. When this woman's figure surfaced at the entrance, she did not make any unnecessary movements, and only uttered a single word when the old woman from the Yin Yang Valley arrived. The young man who obtained the inheritance of the 9 prison peaks is none other than the mysterious loose cultivator within the immortal ancient ruins. That man left the immortal ancient alive. Chapter 40 Exposure of Identity and Assault and Killing. Chang Sun Yu's words spread out, instantly creating a storm in the Lin Yuan realm, and even in less than half a day, they spread throughout the southern region. Countless people were in an uproar. That teenager is the mysterious loose cultivator who slaughtered the disciples of 3 great clans by himself within the immortal ancient ruins? Not only did he come out alive, he also obtained the 9 prison peaks inheritance? One must know that in the beginning, due to the deaths of all the disciples of the 3 great sects, I don't know how many forces were laughed at. Therefore, when they learned of this matter, the 3 great sects completely changed the sky. This was no longer a matter of inheritance, but a matter of the face of the clan, the foundation of the clan. Find the sun and live or die. Almost on the same day that the news fermented, within the 3 great clans, all of the old ancestors passed out sealing orders. For their part, the Ziyang sect and the 5 Yaoyao sect remained silent for the time being after Pei Qingfeng in Chen Hai's mouth certified that what Chang Sun Yu had said was true. The storm is coming. That's what you call hilarious? At the first entrance, Shui Qianshuan's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She had also heard these rumors. Maybe, it's that the buzz seems to be more than I expected. Yun Mengzi gave a dry cough and then spoke, and a little bit bigger. Yeah, Snow Chance was non-committal, but that teenager is a bit odd. Being able to obtain the 9 prison peaks inheritance aside, he was actually able to walk alive after the entrance to the immortal ancient ruins closed. Shui Qianshuan was suddenly stunned, and her beautiful eyes showed a never-before-seen essence. There is a familiar feeling of the young man, since the immortal ancient relics within the living out, and can make Yun Mengzi this kind of nature. So concerned. Her hands clenched suddenly, and her breasts rose and fell even more with some sort of speculation. Ahem, don't get any ideas, my lord didn't say anything. Snow Maiden. Miss Shui, what are you going to do? Yun Mengzi snickered and just wanted to digress, only to see Shui Qianshuan's figure disappear, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Yun Mengzi, and his jade hand lifted up and grabbed him by the collar. Shui Qianshuan's stunningly beautiful face was covered in frost as she coldly opened her mouth. Say, who the hell is that teenager? This gentleman does not know. Yun Mengzi's face was suffocatingly red, not daring to meet Shui Qianshuan's eyes. When he was about to continue denying it, he suddenly sighed softly after glancing at the corners of this woman's mouth that trembled slightly with his afterglow. That's just it. Let go. 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 Snowchance didn't move a muscle. Look at you. Why are you so impulsive? Yun Mengzi's old face darkened as he skimmed his lips and muttered. Who else could it be? That brat who has been dead for 1,000 years by all accounts. Boom. The moment Yun Mengzi spoke the truth, there was a monstrous spiritual energy that suddenly rolled around. Outside the first entrance, many southern domain cultivators looked up in fear, only to see that a towering mountain peak top, even at this moment directly frozen into ice. The sky seems to be drifting snowflakes, cold to the bone. Ninth prison peak, green-colored altar. A rumbling vortex of aura surrounded it. From afar the entire space of the 9 prison peaks seemed to be distorted at this time as well, and it was feared that it wouldn't take long for it to dissipate. I don't know how much time has passed. The center of the vortex. Su Changqing's eyes suddenly opened and closed. It's like waking up in some strange state. An indescribable breath emanated from his body, although still young, but under this breath, it gave a sense of vicissitude. Su Changqing could clearly feel how strong this body was after the reorganization was completed, and the spirit orifices in his body had also ignited a full 37 under the near-mad rush of spiritual qi. Middle of the open dust realm. Su Changqing exhaled a long, turbid breath, and after sensing in place for a moment, he raised his head and looked around. The 9 prison peaks inheritance is over, and this world is dissipating. However, having fused the ancient devil's eye, he could leave at any time if he wanted to. Just don't know. The sky in the outside world should have changed drastically, right? Su Changqing muttered, leaving aside the matter of inheritance. The moment Chang Sun Yu, Pei Qingfeng and the others saw him, Su Changqing understood that there were some things that could not be hidden. Soon, the repulsive force came from the altar, and Su Changqing instantly disappeared in place and walked out from the 9th entrance. The smell of sulfur hits you. The lava at the bottom of the volcano remains calm, as if the lava had cast an icy gaze at the spirits within the lava. Along with the 9 prisons inheritance has a master, thus falling into eternal silence. I don't know how senior sister and the others are doing. It's time to go back. Su Changqing looked up at the gray hazy sky, and his figure leapt up. The journey home was long and not peaceful, just as Su Changqing had thought. At this moment, in the Lin Yuan Earth realm, the figures of the 3 great sect cultivators would pass within the clouds at regular intervals. Everywhere was searching for that mysterious loose cultivator who had made it out of immortal ancient alive. But Lin Yuan is too big. Other than Yun Mengze and Shui Qianshuan who knew where Su Changqing came from, the rest of the southern region cultivators were not clear. Therefore, even though the 3 great clans hated Su Changqing to the bone, they could only be like headless flies, losing their direction. This was also the reason why Su Changqing wasn't worried about his identity being exposed. 7 days passed in a flash. Su Changqing was less than a day's journey away from the edge of Lin Yuan. It was an unfamiliar area with millions of mountains stretching out. When Su Changqing's figure appeared at this place, the sky was overcast with clouds, there were bursts of thunder streaking through, and the loud rumbling sound spread in all directions, causing the beasts in this barren mountain to tremble, as if they were deterred by the might of the sky. Beams of rain fell with a crash. The moment a bolt of lightning crossed the sky, suddenly, a layer of ripples violently spread outward in mid-air. Su Changqing stopped and frowned slightly, only to see the ripples' rippling position, such as the void was forcibly torn apart, within which a dark. At the same time, there is a thrust diffusion, so that the surrounding rain was bounced away. Immediately after, a black-robed figure whistled and suddenly rushed out from within the pitch-black nothingness. There's no bull ********. After these black-robed figures rushed out, each of them exuded an intense fury, killing Su Changqing since the heavy rain in the sky. I didn't realize it was them who found me first? Su Changqing's eyes revealed some surprise. He had thought that he would encounter the people of the 3 great sects, but he just hadn't expected that the first to penetrate his trail would be a member of the Divine Fire God sect. The people of the 3 great clans are really trash. Su Changqing snorted, but his eyes were suddenly icy cold. His body took a step forward, approaching in a flash in front of a leading fire cultist. This person was middle-aged in appearance, with a cultivation of the middle stage of the dust opening realm, and the moment Su Changqing stepped out, he quickly took out a palm-sized incense burner. Even though Su Changqing's right hand was already about to press on his brow, this fire devotee's expression remained unchanged, and he actually didn't bother to resist, instead choosing to pinch his hands together and ignite this incense burner in the rainy night. With a click, the off-fire devotee's eyes widened and he died of gas. In the meantime, the smoke rising from the incense burner also coalesced in mid-air, forming a circle of runes that seemed to form the appearance of a formation. Next moment, there were obscure murmurs that echoed through the rainy night. A black-robed teenager slowly walked out from within the formation. Upon seeing this person, the rest of those leading fire devotees ignored Su Changqing, their faces showing reverence as they bowed their heads fervently. Your Holiness, this son has been found. Chapter 41, The Strongest Opponent. Thunder roars and wind and rain fall like waterfalls. The black-robed teenager stepped out and did not directly strike, his eyes peering through the bucket hat, sizing up the cultivator in front of him who could make their fire god sect suffer. Don't be nervous, my name is Ling Chen, and I'm specially waiting for you here. He laughed softly as he explained. You're strong. stronger than any southern region heavenly pride I've encountered. Thanks. Su Changqing responded politely. He was not clear about the meaning of the head of the sect, but through the behavior of those Lihua followers around him, he could still tell that this person's identity must be extremely respected within the Lihua God sect. The fact that such a person could come in person was a sign that he looked up to himself, calm and collected. No wonder he was able to seize the ancient devil inheritance from the hands of those so-called Taoists of the southern region great sect. But, Ling Chen shook his head. I'm curious to see how the inheritance of the ancient devil is different. The words just fell. Ling Chen's gaze was suddenly calm. The black mist around him surged and roared, coalescing into a twisted and grievous soul, emitting a mournful hiss that seemed to invade the heart and soul, rushing towards Su Changqing. Su Changqing wasn't surprised by Ling Chen's words. The departing fire divine sect was already mysterious, and knowing about the ancient demon inheritance was expected. With his body-spirit orifices rumbling operation, the roaming ghosts, altogether a shock, seems to be burned by this cultivation power in general. The expression of distortion do not dare to approach. Can you use spiritual power to force back the killing machine? And heaven's destiny is to open the dust? Ling Chen gently eeped. Su Changqing grinned as his figure buzzed and closed in on Ling Chen in an instant. Raise your hand and punch down. Ling Chen seemed to have sensed the amazing power contained in Su Changqing's punch, and an illusory shadow suddenly appeared in his pupils. It was extremely similar to the blood-colored figure that Su Changqing had encountered before. Boom! Su Changqing's strike, which was enough to kill late-stage or even consummate cultivators of the dust-opening realm, only caused Ling Chen's body to tremble lightly. This is the power of the fleshly body after the inheritance of the ancient demon? Ling Chen's gaze was slightly grave. Just beneath this gravity, what was contained was a touch of bloodthirsty greed. This bizarre scene caused Su Changqing to look sideways. Next moment, Ling Chen advanced instead of retreating, and even took the initiative to rush towards Su Changqing. Before they even approached, a terrifying pressure came over them. Su Changqing grinned and greeted him with a straight face. Ling Chen didn't use any arts. His fleshly body was rare in its strength, and each punch blasted out was enough to tear apart an ordinary dust-opening perfection cultivator. Su Changqing was somewhat alarmed. He, who had obtained the inheritance of the ancient devil, was actually an even match. After another fist clash, Ling Chen raised his right hand and swung it as he retreated. The world in Su Changqing's eyes was instantly plunged into darkness, because in Su Changqing's field of vision, it was as if a sight of crimson dome appeared, such as some kind of vision shaking the 8 directions, bombarding towards him to suppress. This was already beyond the realm of magic techniques and belonged to the category of divine powers. Su Changqing coldly grunted. He stepped hard on the void with his right foot. The black amazement transformed into a storm, shocking the heavens and the earth in an instant, and met with this crimson dome in mid-air, and a loud rumbling echoed out. Once again, it was evenly matched. Heavy rain, pouring more and more. Su Changqing's eyes erupted with intense battle intent. It was no exaggeration to say that the sect head of departing fire in front of him was afraid to be the strongest young generation he had encountered after stepping out of the immortal ancient ruins. Yet just at this moment, Ling Chen, however, uttered a sentence that caused Su Changqing's heart and mind to tremble. Not bad. You actually know the ancient spirit sect's Tianxian seal of life and death? As he looked at the black flames surrounding Su Changqing, his expression revealed a strange look, as if he recalled something, and then he added, Tianxian life and death. Black amazement, white blaze. This divine ability caused our sect to suffer a lot that day. Su Changqing's entire body was stunned as thousands of thoughts surfaced in his mind. Lu Shuyao's speculation, Yun Mengzi's admonition, and all the other clues finally turned into a mouthful of turbid gas that had been suppressed for 1,000 years and slowly exhaled. The power behind the 3 great sects. Is it your leaving fire god sect? 3 big clans? Gravel only. If it were not for the great plans of our sect, would those wastes be placed in our eyes? Ling Chen didn't retort. Just without waiting for his words to be uttered in full, a spiritual pressure that was enough to horrify all the dust-opening realm cultivators swept through the 8 directions with a loud boom. You were saying you finally waited for me? Su Changqing whispered. The dust-opening dharma behind him slowly coalesced, and after igniting 37 spiritual orifices, his 10-foot body became more and more solid, like an ancient demonic god. He looked up slowly and spoke calmly. I, too, have finally sought you out. The second sentence came out for a split second. Su Changqing's figure buzzed as he headed straight for Ling Chen, and his speed seemed to cause space to tremble slightly. With bursts of distortion, the killing intent materialized like a substance, vaporizing the rain. Ha! Finally a little more interesting. Ling Chen laughed out loud, not caring about the shocking killing intent emanating from Su Changqing's body, and instead licked his scarlet lips. At this moment, there was the same Dharma body manifestation behind him, and his appearance was clearly an angular, extremely young-looking teenage figure. It was none other than Ling Chen's heavenly destiny Dharma body. Moreover, the spiritual pressure emanating from the viewer's body could only be coalesced by a cultivation level of the perfection of the dust-opening realm. For a moment, the roar was monstrous, with the location of the battle between the two of them as the center. The rain rolled back, the aura rippled and hummed, and the rest of the fire devotees' faces changed drastically, and they all moved away. It wasn't until they had avoided 1,000 feet that their faces revealed a shock they had never seen before. For in the eyes of these departed fire followers, the head of the departing fire sect was not only a title of identity, but also the strongest person of the departing fire divine sect in this generation, with the blessing of the gods, not to mention this small place in the southern region. Even if it was the holy land of the great teachings in the desolate state, there were few people who could be Ling Chen's enemy in the same realm. I'm afraid, this was no longer a battle between dust-opening realm cultivators. This young man in front of me, he's not losing the battle? Boom! Just as these leaving fire devotees were shocked beyond words, as Su Changqing's cultivation was unreservedly declared, piercing clicks emanated from Ling Chen's Dharma body amidst the onslaught of his punches. Not long after, it collapsed with a bang. This head of the leaving fire sect let out a muffled grunt, and as his body rolled backward rapidly, the black robe under his bucket hat was dyed red with blood. Although Su Changqing was a bit stronger than Ling Chen here, blood was also spilling out from the corners of his mouth, and for the first time, he had an injury in a battle with a cultivator of the same realm. No more playing with you. It's time to end this. After Ling Chen managed to stand still, all of the teasing in his eyes tightened. Flesh body, arts and crafts, all of them were tied, and he was even more defeated in the battle of the Dharma body. Although to Ling Chen, this level of defeat was harmless, this battle had dragged on for far too long, and it was time to end it. Ling Chen let out a cold snort as he suddenly pinched his hands together. The blood-colored figure within its pupils made the same move at this moment. Between the two, an overlap is created. An obscure murmuring voice, as if from an unknown land, resounded from afar. Without waiting for all of Su Changqing's moves, Ling Chen's indifferent voice had already come out from under the bucket hat. God Advent. 2-word exits. The rain stopped abruptly. Behind Ling Chen, a prime, blurry, blood-colored figure suddenly appeared. Even if this figure is illusory, the moment it appears, it still makes the wilderness underfoot silent for a moment, like everything hibernating and shivering, especially when the blood-colored figure's eyes opened and closed. It was even more like the gaze of a god gazing at heaven and earth. Cold, deep and impossible to look at. Su Changqing's pupils flickered imperceptibly, ripples spreading in his heart. For this gaze was familiar to him. The last time I saw him, he was climbing the ladder. Its source, the eye of the ancient devil. Chapter 42, the High Priestess of the Fire. Dying under God's presence is enough for you to be proud of yourself. Ling Chen's indifferent voice buzzed. The blood-colored figure, like an eternal body, slowly raised his hand and pointed a finger towards Su Changqing. 100,000 thunderbolts exploded in Su Changqing's mind, and an unprecedented life and death crisis erupted. Just as he was about to wake up Little Green and waste the second chance given to him by the bronze sword, it was as if he heard a slight grunt of anger. This angry grunt was equally vicissitudinous. Only the source of the transmission was not the blood-colored deity figure, but from his brow. Next moment, Su Changqing's forehead split open, and a black vertical pupil like a brand, like a round of black sun, violently opened outward. It seems like a collision between God and the devil. The color of blood and darkness met, splitting the firmament in an instant. Boom! The clouds rolled back and swept away. A shocking roar erupted in the midair of the barren mountain. If one were to look from afar, one would be horrified to find that this uninhabited mountain range had rumbled and sunk, revealing a huge deep pit that was almost 1,000 feet deep. During the incessant roaring, layers of ripples swept the dead wood and debris in all directions. Su Changqing and Ling Chen, both of them simultaneously had their bodies lurched, as if they were hit by countless mountains. Ling Chen here sprayed out large mouthfuls of blood, and when he jerked his head up, his face under the bucket hat was slightly more hideous. He didn't expect Su Changqing, who had just gotten out of the 9 prison peaks, to be able to fit the inheritance so well, causing the ancient devil's eye to erupt with such a terrifying demonic might. Su Changqing similarly rolled his figure backwards, the ancient devil's eye and his brow closed, his throat slightly astringent. But unlike Ling Chen's serious injuries, a white flame was hiddenly rising from Su Changqing's body. The white incandescence that represented vitality was rapidly recovering from his injuries. Take advantage of this moment. Su Changqing forced himself to endure the excruciating pain coming from his internal organs, gritting his teeth and rushing straight towards Ling Chen, whose breath was withering, because he was clear that now was the best chance to kill Ling Chen. Ling Chen's expression changed abruptly. With his cultivation to awaken the divine spirit blood shadow, he had already consumed too much of his mind. At this time, he could only watch Su Changqing rushing towards him, and he was already powerless to fight anymore. But just at this critical moment, all of those Li Hua followers on the side actually flew out and blocked in front of Su Changqing without any regard for life and death. Although Su Changqing was injured, he wasn't something that these leaving fire cultists could fight against. Several people died in his hands in a flash. However, none of these fire devotees retreated. Their eyes showed the fervor of death, and a steady stream of them rushed towards Su Changqing from all directions. It was as if the most devout of believers were using death to gain Ling Chen a chance to escape. Since you are seeking death, I will fulfill you. Su Changqing frowned. He had no compassion in the face of these lunatics. The only remaining spiritual energy once again condensed the black amazing storm. It emitted chilling black flames, like the yellow springs of the underworld that harvested life, continuously devouring each and every departed flame devotee that rushed like moths to a flame. Congeal. Su Changqing's eyes were icy cold as he exited with a single word. The black amazement converged with a roar, like an arrow formed by flames, swept past all of the departing flame cultists with a buzzing sound, and steeply closed in on Ling Chen, due to the frantic blocking of the fire devotee. Behind Ling Chen, the formation as it was when he arrived had been reimagined. Just as his figure was about to merge into the formation, the black amazing arrow was already approaching, crossing over from Ling Chen's arm and igniting half of his body. Next moment, Ling Chen's figure disappeared into the formation. Today's insult, in the future, Ling will pay back 100-fold. With an angry, mournful roar echoing for a long time, this piece of heaven and earth regained its peace. The storm had stopped and the sky was no longer dim. The early sun rising in the east slowly dispersed the darkness of the night, shedding rays of warm light. Looking around at the dead and dying leaving fire cultists, Su Changqing lightly exhaled turbid air, turned around and sped towards the more distant pallor. A battle with Ling Chen. It allowed him to witness the peak battle power that belonged to the heavenly Tao's dust opening after igniting the 37 spiritual orifices, the strongest of the dust openings that was comparable to the pseudo-transformation spirit realm. It's just a pity that it still let that head of the Li Hua cult escape. However, it was good that Su Changqing truly knew the black hand behind the siege of the ancient spirit sect. Just as he continued to move forward towards the ancient spirit sect, Southland, an unknown realm. Unlike the southern region's great sects, the sky here was blood-colored, as if covered with a crimson veil, bizarre and mysterious. It is where the headquarters of the leaving fire god cult is located. If any southern region cultivators could enter this place, they would be shocked to find that there were no houses here. All there was one magnificent and deep divine hall after another. These divine halls were as large as 1,000 feet, while the smaller ones were merely tens of feet in size. Although it emitted a dim aura, anyone who looked at it would feel a sense of holiness in their hearts. The moment Ling Chen fell, in the center area of the departing fire divine sect, inside the divine hall that was 10,000 feet tall and resembled a mountain range in the sky, the cloudy eyes of an old man with a pale face, as if he was withered and decayed, revealed an unprecedented look of astonishment as he hoarsely opened his mouth. Chener actually lost? He awakened a wisp of the Lord's projection, and he still lost? The withered old man slowly got up and looked in the direction of Lin Yuan, his eyes slightly closed, falling into an eternal silence like a deduction. Immortal ancient ruins, slaughtering the cultivators of the three great clans. I don't know how much time has passed. A low, hoarse voice slowly echoed from within the temple. After walking out of the ruins, to the Qiyang mountain range, the Qinglian sect was destroyed, and the pattern of the Qiyang mountain range changed. Via Nantian City, finally go to the Lin Yuan, stepping into the 9 prisons from the 9th entrance and obtaining the ancient devil's inheritance. As the voice broke off, if Su Changqing was here, he would definitely have a chill down his back, because his every move after he walked out of the immortal ancient ruins, he was clearly exactly the same as what this withered old man had said. Yet it's not over. When the unknown deduction ended, the withered old man slowly opened his cloudy eyes. There was a distortion of nothingness behind him, and a figure wearing a black mask silently appeared in the darkness. If the old man is correct, divine slave, word has spread that the man sought by the 3 great clans knows that the Tianqian seal of life and death comes from the once number 1 power in the southern domain. Ancient Spirit Sect. After the 3 words Ancient Spirit Sect were spoken, a long-lost trance permeated the eyes of the withered old man. He still remembered the middle-aged man whose cultivation was only at the perfection of the spirit transformation realm, but who had the qualifications to make him leave his memories behind. 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. Divine slave, you also make a personal trip to bring back the ancient demon's eye. It's time for this once number 1 clan to completely disappear from the southern region. As the withered old man passed out his last words, the figure wearing a black mask behind him nodded slightly, and a terrifying pressure that overrode the spirit transformation realm, and even the Tanshan realm, emanated from his body. The pressure was so strong that it made this place seem as if it was covered by a layer of dark clouds, oppressive to the extreme, with the aura of a deity looming. On our High Priest's command. Chapter 43, A Visit from a Mystery Man. Sunset light scattered. A glance at the vast undulating, such as a copy of the landscape painting. More than half a month had passed since Su Changqing's battle with Ling Chen. Apart from rushing, Su Changqing focused more on the Eye of Ancient Devil. Time had been rushed after leaving the 9 prison peaks, and if Ling Chen hadn't summoned a wisp of the deity's blood-colored projection, he was afraid that he wouldn't have known that this object was even still tainted with the aura of an ancient demon's life. Borrowing to be born again? An alternative takeover? Many speculations were born in Su Changqing's heart. No matter how he studies, the black vertical pupil is a line, always set in the center of his eyebrow position, such as into the dead silence and then no different. As for the method of forging the body brought about by the ancient demon inheritance, Su Changqing also thoroughly understood at this moment. Wanting to truly make oneself practice the body of the ancient devil, there were a total of 9 times of flesh reorganization similar to that during the inheritance. Do you need a certain opportunity to do that? Su Changqing's gaze flickered slightly. During this time, he had used every means at his disposal, but to no avail. Su Changqing meditatively felt that if he wanted to reorganize for the second time, he seemed to need some sort of other thing. But everything is an afterthought. The moment. Su Changqing's eyes were grave and his speed was even faster. The reason for this is because shortly after he left Lin Yuan, when he was passing through a city, he had already heard from the mouths of some cultivators. The 3 great clans actually knew that I came from the ancient spirit sect? Su Changqing never intended to keep hiding his identity. It was just that when he left the 9 prison peaks, the people from the 3 great sects were still kept in the dark, only knowing that he was the mysterious loose cultivator from the immortal ancient ruins. The reason the answer is so clear so soon now is that there is only one reason to be afraid. The leaving Vulcan cult. It seems that this sect is indeed the force hiding behind the 3 great sects. That's right. The departing fire divine sect doesn't cultivate scriptures and only honors deities. And the divine spirit flower is precisely related to the rumored deities. So everything makes sense. Su Changqing muttered, rushing towards the city at his feet. As he expected, outside of the teleportation array in this city, there were no more secret ambushes from the 3 great sects. Su Changqing's heart sank slightly when he saw this scene. Being able to borrow the teleportation array, although it would allow him to rush back to the ancient spirit sect at the fastest speed possible, it also happened to represent. The 3 great clans had already turned their attention to the ancient spirit sect after knowing Su Changqing's identity. I hope little sister is safe for now. Su Changqing exhaled turbid breath and his figure disappeared from the formation. Su Changqing guessed correctly. Above the sky of the Chiang mountain range now, dark clouds covered the sun, thick and depressing. Looking around, nowadays, the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate, besides the main peak at the very beginning, there was also an additional off-peak that was a little shorter. Obviously, the Green Lotus sect had already been swept away by Lu Shuyao, and its resources had been recovered in full. However, none of the disciples of the ancient spirit sect laughed. Upon learning that Su Changqing was the mysterious loose cultivator within the immortal ancient ruins, Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er and the others were first shocked beyond words. But what followed was a deathly silence. Elder Ouyang, do you think he'll come back? Inside a large hall in the remote peak, all the core personnel of the ancient spirit sect were gathered here. The person who opened his mouth was an old man and one of the few senior members of the ancient spirit sect who survived after the battle with the Green Lotus sect. I don't know. Ouyang Ku bitterly shook his head and then spoke, but I hope he doesn't come back. Upon hearing Ouyang Ku's words, although the remaining dozen or so executives fell silent, none of them spoke out in rebuttal. After the battle of the Green Lotus sect, the remaining people of the ancient spirit sect had truly viewed Su Changqing as one of their own. And here's the kicker. Unlike the Green Lotus sect, the current ancient spirit sect was not only being targeted by the 3 major sects, but even more so, there were other major southern region sects eyeing it. It wasn't true that Su Changqing's natural talent was demonic, but his cultivation was only at the dust-opening realm after all, facing the most powerful force in the entire southern domain. Not to mention him, even the clan's underbelly, that one pseudo-realm passing God's heavenly Shen war general, could not play a decisive role. By the way, Elder Ouyang, do you think that person will? Another ancient spirit sect senior spoke up. When the words came out, not only him, but the eyes of everyone in the great hall flickered with the color of hope. I don't know. Ouyang sighed again. He naturally knew what these fellow disciples expected. Just a little while ago, the crowd had just learned of Su Changqing's identity and had not yet recovered from the shock. When a mysterious person had already arrived at the ancient spirit sect before the people from the 3 major sects. In front of this mysterious person, even a Tian Xian war general was far inferior. Ouyang Ku had already planned to guard the clan with his death. but the visitor did not seem to be an enemy. With everyone in the ancient spirit sect waiting for her, she didn't destroy a single blade of grass or a single tree of the ancient spirit sect upon her arrival. Instead, she swept through the entire mountain gate with her terrifying divine sense before walking into the main peak hall in silence. To this point, nothing more has been heard. Yang seriously doubted it. The reason why the three great sects hadn't made a move until now was perhaps because of this mysterious person. Her cultivation is too horrible, and the character is even more indifferent. Even if the Lu patriarch opening this person is also as if he is oblivious, can temporarily stay in the ancient spirit sect, has been a great help to us, and, if I'm not wrong, that mysterious person isn't coming towards the ancient spirit sect. Yang could turn to look in the direction of the main peak, just when he wanted to say something. Suddenly, a familiar fluctuation came from the clan protection formation outside the mountain gate. Yang was first stunned in his eyes, but quickly reacted. He sprang to his feet and rushed outside as he opened his mouth quickly. Quickly, go tell the patriarch. Su Changqing. Back. In the meantime, outside the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate, the moment Su Changqing's figure had just appeared, he was instantly relieved. Right now, the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate was far more oppressive than before, but fortunately the people from the three great sects didn't seem to have made their moves yet. Looks like he got back just in time. The clan is still there. Just as Su Changqing walked into the mountain gate, he seemed to notice something strange and looked up at the main peak hall. Just don't wait to think about it. Yang Ku, Ji Pei'er and other familiar one's figure has already rushed out. Only a moment's effort. The entire ancient spirit sect 90% of the people have been all out. Unlike the strangeness of the first time, when the ancient spirit sect saw Su Changqing, they immediately erupted into a clamor. It's really Su Changqing. The three great clans have already blocked off the Qiang mountain range with their formations, only allowing them to enter and not to leave. I didn't think he would actually dare to come back. Greetings, Master. Amidst a clamor, Yang took the lead and came before Su Changqing first. The shock in his eyes had receded, and all that remained was a touch of relief and bitterness as he spoke hesitantly. You shouldn't have come back. Thank you, Elder Yang, for your concern. Su Changqing revealed a smile and did not explain too much to the crowd. As he turned around and walked towards the back hall of the main peak, he only left behind a bland sentence that fell into the ears of Yang and the others. This matter started because of me, and it's time it ended because of me. Yang froze, not understanding why Su Changqing was so calm, but he quickly seemed to think of something, and was just about to say that a mysterious woman was at the main peak, perhaps seeking you. Su Changqing's figure had already disappeared. Chapter 44, Snow Chance. Strange, junior sister didn't even come out to greet me? On his way towards the back hall of the main peak, Su Changqing had some curiosity in his heart. If not for the fact that Yang and the others looked no different, he almost thought that something had happened to Lu Shuyao. Could it be that his cultivation has reached a bottleneck and is in seclusion? Just thinking about it, his figure had already arrived at the rear hall of the main peak. Just stepped in. Su Changqing's mind suddenly trembled, only to feel a divine sense that could be described as terrifying, instantly locking him firmly, not waiting to make a move. Next moment, Su Changqing only felt a blur before his eyes, and it was as if his entire body was picked up and slammed heavily to the side. Boom! The entire back room seemed to shake. Su Changqing stifled a grunt. His head was dazed up by the impact, and the whole person was in pieces, but he quickly reacted and raised his hand with a wave after he managed to stabilize his stance. A wisp of black flame whistled instantly, like a chilly storm that rolled straight towards the person who attacked him. Just then, Lu Shuyao's urgent voice rang out. Eldest brother, don't! The words were not yet spoken. Su Changqing's pupils suddenly contracted, because he was horrified to realize that the moment the black amazing storm approached this person, it was actually like a tangible thing that came from the sound of clicking and clacking. A few short breaths, the surface of the black amazement was as if covered with a layer of frost, and it was clearly frozen in mid-air. Humph! With a crisp cold hum came out. Immediately after, Su Changqing's eyes once again flashed before him, and his entire body seemed to be picked up again. Give it back! He also gave birth to anger at this moment, and while cursing darkly, his cultivation revolved as much as he could, and the heavenly Tao Dharma body descended with a roar, blasting out a fist at the incoming person. Spiritual pressure rolled and waves of air exploded. Su Changqing once again stifled a grunt as his entire body rolled backwards out. In the meantime, in the ripples that were created, the figure of Xue Qianshuan slowly emerged. After 1,000 years of goodbye, you're quite the tactician. Su Changqing said the last few words. This stunningly beautiful woman was close to gritting her teeth, and her face was even covered in frost as she raised her jade hand for the third time without a word. No, let me explain. Su Changqing immediately sensed that it was not good. When Lu Shuyao's voice rang out, he had actually recognized the visitor. Although he didn't know why Xue Qianquan was here. With Su Changqing's understanding of this woman, if he didn't say something again, even if you don't die, you'll shed a layer of skin. Sex hasn't really changed at all. Crazy woman. Su Changqing cursed inwardly, but his mouth flew open. I was trapped in the immortal ancient ruins for 1,000 years of time, and when I came out things were already different. And the ancient spirit sect was even more in crisis. Besides, noisy. Xue Qianquan frowned slightly and interrupted his explanation with a cold voice. That said, the woman still put her hand down. Thousands of years ago for now. Su Changqing was just about to take a long sigh of relief when the clear and cold words came out once again. Since you went to Lin Yuan, and even captured the 9 prison peak inheritance, why are you hiding your identity? Is it because you're afraid I'll eat you? Su Changqing was dumbfounded. Isn't the answer to this question obvious? This was still with Lu Shuyao watching from the side. If there was no one else, he had no doubt that the woman in front of him could really do something like that. By the way, how did you know I was back? He quickly digressed. Did Cloud Dreamer tell you that? Snowchance nodded coldly. She didn't continue to speak, only that her gaze always fell on Su Changqing, looking at him a little hairy. Ahem. Taking advantage of this period, Lu Shuyao hurriedly stepped forward and spoke while helping Su Changqing up. Eldest senior brother, you shouldn't have come back. She had long since seen that this mysterious woman had struck out seemingly viciously, but in reality, she did not have the slightest intention to kill. Because of this, it was only then that Lu Shuyao didn't make a move to stop him. Of course blocking is useless. However, all of this was not the point. Now that the 3 great sects were aware of Su Changqing's identity, for him to come back now was tantamount to throwing himself into the net. No harm done. Su Changqing showed his teeth and grinned. I came back to settle this matter. Xue Qianquan's hand was not light. Even though he had an ancient devil physique, his body now looked like it was falling apart. How to fix? As Lu Shuyao sighed softly, she suddenly detected a chill. Enough said? Only Xue Qianquan's brows were furrowed. She had too many questions to ask Su Changqing. Seeing that Lu Shuyao was still rambling, it was clear that she was getting a little impatient. As if Lu Shuyao didn't leave in the next breath, she would continue to strike. And the object of this strike, it was none other than Lu Shuyao. Lu Shuyao's breath stuttered as she glanced at Su Changqing worriedly, and when she was about to leave in a sensible manner, Su Changqing raised his hand to stop her. Speak faintly. Not enough. Lu Shuyao was violently stunned. Xue Qianquan's beautiful eyes were also flickering with strange colors. I don't care what you do to me, because it would have been justified 1,000 years ago. Su Changqing spoke without thinking. His gaze was a little cold at the moment, and he continued, but if you have the idea of harming those around me, this is not a matter between you and me. Inside the back hall, it was quiet for a split second. Xue Qianquan was silent for a long time, and finally nodded slowly, the coldness radiating from his body dissipating. Only then did Su Changqing turn to look at Lu Shuyao. The coldness in his eyes faded and he smiled as he spoke. Don't worry about how to solve it, junior sister. Have you forgotten the consequences of the Green Lotus sect? Lu Shuyao seemed to have not regained her senses from that scene just now. Only after hearing Su Changqing's confident words did she then nod her head heavily. Not much longer. After talking about some more matters about the internal matters of the ancient spirit sect, only then did Lu Shuyao cup his fists at Xue Qianquan, who was waiting at the side, and turned to leave. With the 3 great sects watching intently, the ancient spirit sect needed her to preside over the big picture. If it wasn't for Snowchance's sudden visit, Lu Shuyao wouldn't have delayed in the back hall for so long. She's the senior sister you once mentioned? Waiting for Lu Shuyao's figure to leave, Xue Qianquan reopened her mouth, her voice still clear and cold, seemingly unaffected by the unpleasantness of the party. She's not only my senior sister, she's... Su Changqing nodded his head and walked towards the entrance of the back hall, his gaze falling on the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate at his feet. From this position, one could clearly see that Lu Shuyao had already walked into the crowd of the ancient spirit sect, making final preparations for the life and death battle that was to follow. He smiled dotingly. The only family left. Snowchance was silent. She gazed at Su Changqing's angular side face for a long time, as if she was recognizing this late friend for the first time, and suddenly opened her mouth. I was in a hurry in the party. I'm sorry. It was Su Changqing's turn to be surprised. The memory of the woman in front of her was as high-minded as the sky, like a brightly colored flower with thorns, and had never yet bowed her head to anyone. His eyes softened as well. Actually, I should be the one to say thank you. If it wasn't for you being here, the 3 great clans would have already trampled the ancient spirit sect flat. I'm afraid. No need. Xue Qianquan's face was always as cold as frost. Although the 3 great clans had made no moves until now, everything was only temporary, like the last moment of calm before a storm. She's right, Su Changqing, you shouldn't come back now. Shui Qianxian followed Su Changqing's gaze to the ancient spirit sect and spoke in a serious tone. The three great sects are not enough to worry about. The leaving fire god sect hidden behind them is the real threat. I naturally understand. Su Changqing's eyebrows jumped and he looked at Shui Qianxian with some surprise. But how do you know that behind the three great sects is the Lihua divine sect? Chapter 45, Southern Domain Sects. All arrive at ancient spirit. Su Changqing was certain that he had never mentioned the matter of the three great clans and the departing fire god sect to Shui Qianxian. Look at the look on Snowchance's face. This woman was clearly very confident and seemed to know some insider information that he was not aware of. Shui Qianxian didn't respond to Su Changqing's question at first. Her eyes showed a gravity that she had never seen before, and only after a long time did she open her mouth in a low voice. To the cultivators of the southern region, the departing fire divine sect is extremely mysterious, and to the great sects and holy places of the desolate state, the departing fire divine sect remains mysterious. Su Changqing's pupils flickered imperceptibly. It is also this moment. Shui Qianxuan's last words fell into his ears with it, shaking his heart and mind once again. The roots of this religion may come from other states. Su Changqing was silent. Although the southern region was large, it was only a corner of the wasteland state. He had had a suspicion that the divine fire god sect should be inextricably linked to some mysterious great power in the desolate state, but never expected. Is it even from other states? Su Changqing slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. What Snowchance said, he believed. Therefore, whether the female was powerful in her cultivation or honorable in her status, it meant that she would not lie to a little person like herself. I will help you. But if someone from the Li fire god sect comes in person. Shui Qianxian suddenly sighed softly as she glanced at Su Changqing and spoke again as she turned to walk into the back hall. And I will only help you. Thanks. Su Changqing waved his hand. He could already tell at this moment that both Yun Mengze and Shui Qianxuan seemed to be very wary of the departing fire divine sect. Although Su Changqing had never expected these old friends since the beginning. But good intentions are appreciated. At this moment, the southern region. Perhaps Su Changqing hadn't expected that after the high priest of the divine fire god sect exposed his ancient spirit sect's identity, the reason why the three great sects didn't directly kill the ancient spirit sect, except for the sudden appearance of Snowchance, a bigger part of the reason. The three great sects had already verified and compared the identities of every single heavenly pride that had entered the immortal ancient ruins after they opened that day, one by one. It was important to know that those who could enter the immortal ancient ruins were the heavenly prides of the various sects. Therefore, with the full force of the three great sects, it was extremely simple to verify a person's identity. However, nothing. So the three great sects took another route. They focused on all the disciples, elders and others of the ancient spirit sect over the past few hundred years. Still bewildered, it seemed that the mysterious loose cultivator, just like appearing out of thin air that way, without any traces, until one day, there was an old ancestor of the Guile sect who looked through the ancient books and finally saw a name at the end of the ancient books. Su Evergreen. All doubts, instantly traceable. The three great sects trembled, and everyone in the entire southern region was even more in an uproar. Like memories that have been dusty for a long time, they are gradually being torn apart. Ancient spirit sect's eldest disciple, once the first of the young generation within the southern domain, after entering the immortal ancient ruins, he encountered a great demon, and since then he has no news, and his life and death are unknown, etc. A scene from 1,000 years ago was once again brought up by many people. The name Su Changqing was suddenly known by all the sects in the southern region at an unimaginable speed, and countless people were sensationalized by it. No wonder this person was able to snatch the inheritance of the 9 prison peaks from Mr. Du. Du Qian's eyes flickered, as if he was still immersed in the failure of that day. Learn the truth. This Daoist son of the Guiyuan sect was instantly relieved as he laughed coldly inwardly, because whether or not the mysterious loose cultivator was really Su Changqing, he was already a dead man, so why should he be angry with a dead man? Chang Sun Yu, Pei Qingfeng, Chen Hai and the others thought differently from Du Qian. As for the Yao Lu siblings who have had 2 encounters with Su Changqing, the 2 of them learned the truth and their minds boomed, only to feel as if the world had turned upside down. That pervert is actually Su Changqing. No wonder he would be the Tianxian seal of life and death in his master's mouth. Amidst a clamor, a shocking color erupted in the eyes of the 3 great sects' old ancestors, the Heavenly Sword Mountain, the Violet Sun sect, and some of the 5 Yu sects' old ancestors were similarly stirred in their hearts and minds. Perhaps some of them still remembered Su Changqing, and some even had grudges with him, but not everyone was like Yun Mengze and Shui Qianxuan, still remembering the old feelings they once had. What really concerns these great clan elders is, it was rumored that the immortal ancient ruins had once been an ancient battlefield, and although it was full of crises, there were just as many creations. How did Su Changqing stay in there for 1,000 years and come out alive unharmed? One time, in addition to the three major clans that already had grievances, the gazes of large and small forces such as Heavenly Sword Mountain, and even the many scattered cultivators in the southern domain, all gathered at the ancient spirit sect. They also wanted to see what secret Su Changqing had on him. It was on the third day after Su Changqing returned to the ancient spirit sect, Chiang Mountain Range, all parties gathered. It seemed like black clouds were pressing down on the city, and the sky of the ancient spirit sect was suddenly gloomy. Finally, coming, in the back hall of the ancient spirit sect's main peak, Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the end of the sky from afar. In the meantime, Lu Shuyao, Ouyang Ku and the others all looked up in silence. Ji Pei'er and the other 300 or so disciples of the ancient spirit sect were breathing heavily. Before the people of the three great sects arrived, the formations preceded them. A reddish rune suddenly rose up from the earth, twisting and spreading, and in just a few breaths of time, it was as if it was connected to the dome of the sky. From afar, it looked like a mantle hanging upside down in the sky, enveloping the ancient spirit sect for 100 miles. Immediately after, there was a figure in the formation that slowly stepped out. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black Taoist robe. As he looked towards the ancient spirit sect at his feet, his voice then fell into everyone's ears. Within one incense stick, hand over Su Changqing, or else, ancient spirit sect is extinguished. Its words were calm, but fell in the ears of the crowd like thunder roaring, and even instantly passed through the protective formation, shocking many of the ancient spirit sect's disciples with lower cultivation to spurt out blood. False realm Tongshan. I didn't expect that the three great clans would be pseudo-realm Tongshan's powerhouses as soon as they struck. The ancient spirit sect is completely finished today. Many southern region cultivators hidden in the shadows were terrified. The Purple Sun sect, the 5U sect, and other sects also had people watching from afar at the moment. Some of them recognized the identity of this black-clothed middle-aged man as an old ancestor from the Heavenly Mansion sect. The ancient spirit sect has finally declined. They thought this was a war, but in fact, it's a devastating crushing. The truth is that these people were right in thinking that. The three great sects were extremely well prepared this time. The appearance of the black-clothed middle-aged man was precisely a downward spiral to the ancient spirit sect. Just as all parties were lamenting this once number one sect in the southern region, inside the ancient spirit sect, suddenly the sword chimed and trembled lightly. Only a sword light suddenly shot straight up into the sky, like the sharpest thing in the world, and chopped straight toward the Tianfu sect's strongest person. Chapter 46, The Undesirables. How dare you! The black-clothed middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrunk. He didn't expect that the ancient spirit sect, which had already declined to such an extent, would still have such a lingering sword aura. Caught off guard at this moment, the sword light flashed past, and it clearly chopped off his right arm in unison, splattering blood in all directions. The black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly changed color, and his eyes looked dead on at the source of the sword awnings. Follow his gaze. The Tianxian war general slowly appeared in everyone's field of vision. The 3-foot statue that eternally guarded the ancient spirit sect, the stone sword in its hand was once again raised, pointing directly at this heavenly mansion sect's old ancestor. The scene, immediately, it caused all the forces to shake, but that's as far as it goes. Along with the distortion of nothingness, besides the black-clothed middle-aged man, 4 more figures slowly stepped out. Wen Rin Yen. We have long said that the ancient spirit sect is ultimately the former number one sect in the southern region, but you tend to disbelieve it. The person who opened his mouth was a man dressed in a yin and yang Taoist robe. Hearing the man's words, the black-robed middle-aged man known as Wen Rin Yen had an ugly face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't give it a chance, but instead lost an arm, a painful price that he would surely seek back on all the people of the ancient spirit sect one by one. In the meantime, looking at the several figures in mid-air, Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er and the others were near despair, although the Tianxian war general was strong. However, the pressure emanating from these 4 other people who appeared was certainly not weaker than the black-clothed middle-aged man. This kind of cultivation crushing made the situation no longer something that could be changed by the so-called fight to the death. It was as if time had gone back to that day 300 years ago. The 5 old ancestors of the 3 great clans. Once again, they all arrived at the ancient spirit sect. No one noticed that Lu Shuyao's jade hand was clenched tightly, and what came out of her eyes was even more of a shocking fury that Su Changqing had never seen before, because she recognized the person who just rushed to the man in black to open his mouth. It was one of the several people who surrounded and killed Feng Wanzi 300 years ago. In Yang Valley, Gwen Lu. Lu Shuyao stared at this person with a deadly stare, itching to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Yet how terrifying were the 5 false realm Tongshan. Just by standing there, the pressure they emitted already caused the ancient spirit sect's protective formation to emit clicking sounds, as if it would collapse in the next breath. As ever, isolated and desperate, inside the back hall, Su Changqing's face was calm, unable to see any difference. 5 false realm tongs? As he murmured in a low voice, Snowchance's voice came from beside his ear. Remember what I said. If the leaving fire god sect comes, the most I can do is to protect you from death. The words just fell. The figure of this stunningly beautiful woman had already appeared outside the ancient spirit sect's protective formation, wanting to face the 5 strongest members of the 3 great sects alone. Su Changqing froze, but nothing more was said. As for the well-being of Yuki Chihiro, as a demon that was second only to him 1,000 years ago, if it was said that after so much time had passed, he was still not a match for the 5 pseudo-realm Tongshan, Su Changqing was disbelieving. In the meantime, with the appearance of Xue Qianxian, snowflakes vaguely drifted down from the sky. Wanli and the others, who had just been unimpressed, immediately frowned. Before coming to the ancient spirit sect, they already knew that a mysterious person had appeared in the ancient spirit sect. When they saw with their own eyes that the so-called mysterious person was actually the woman, Xue Qianxuan, all of the 3 great sects powerhouses still had a slight color change, like the unfathomable one of the divine fire sect. In the southern domain, there were likewise a few people who were not to be messed with, and this was already the consensus of the various sects. It is Snowchance. This stunningly beautiful woman appeared to be temporarily residing in Lin Yuan, but she was actually not from the southern region, with a mysterious background, suspected to be from one of the major forces in the desolate state. Leave, or die. Xue Qianxian ignored the constant changes in Wan Li's and the others' expressions and spoke in a clear and cold manner. It seemed that in her eyes, there was no one in the entire southern region other than Su Changqing who deserved to be looked at differently. Fellow Daoist, this is a matter between the sects of my southern domain. This son Su Changqing has committed a great crime. Hearing Xue Qianxuan's words, a woman among these 5 people's eyes flickered and wanted to say something else. She was cultivated as a pseudo-realm Tongshan, and her status within the Guiyuan sect was esteemed. Just don't wait for this returning sect woman to finish. Xue Qianxuan's beautiful eyes were slightly wrinkled, and when she slowly took a step forward, her jade hand was raised and she gently shook it towards this woman. This Guiyuan sect woman's expression changed drastically, and she only felt a terrifying cold aura, like snowflakes in the sky, as if it was coming at her from all directions along with Xue Qianxuan's move. The woman from the Guiyuan sect immediately pinched her hand, and an astonishing rune of spiritual energy emerged around her body. This was a secret method that belonged uniquely to the Guiyuan sect. The pressure emitted by each spiritual rune could easily kill an idle spirit transformation realm consummate cultivator. But in front of Snowchance, everything she did seemed futile. The snow is as cold as it can freeze the soul. The naked eye can see as spiritual power runes instantly be frozen into ice. Along with the Guiyuan sect woman's body also vaguely appear frost. Seems to be the next breath of her divine sense of fire will be extinguished. A strong life and death crisis erupted from this woman's mind in an instant. Help me, she screamed in horror. No more contempt on her face. All that remained was violent fear. When the other 4 saw this scene, their minds exploded with a buzz. They never expected that the woman in front of them would directly strike at the drop of a hat. It's just nuts. Wu Guinle cursed angrily in his heart as he flew backward. Because the pressure radiating from Xue Qianxuan's body at this time was already far above the pseudo-realm Tongshan. That was the aura of Dao rhythm that belonged to a true passing god realm powerhouse. Seeing that the woman from the Guiyuan sect was about to die under the coverage of the frost intent, a pale voice suddenly came from the firmament above the formation. Miss Snow, if the junior is unreasonable, just teach him a lesson. Why do you need to take his life? Hear that voice. The Guiyuan sect woman's eyes, which were already desperate, suddenly revealed ecstasy. Next moment, an old man stepped out from the firmament. His silhouette appeared as if it had overlapped, and in just an instant, he came directly between the woman from the Guiyuan sect and Xue Qianxuan. Raising his hand and waving it seemingly casually, the surrounding snowflakes abruptly stopped in midair. Along with the chop, there was a touch of soul-eroding cold. The woman of the Guiyuan sect managed to escape from death with great difficulty, and without waiting for her to catch her breath, she immediately rushed at the visitor and opened her mouth in hindsight. Lu Hui greets Master Zhong. Wanli and the others also looked happy to see the visitor as well, no longer backing away, but instead respectfully cupping their fists towards the old man, because they had already recognized that the true identity of this ordinary-looking old man was one of the 3 great god realm ancestors of the Guiyuan sect, Zhang Yuanqi. With his old man's personal presence, if Xue Qianxuan wanted to insist on protecting the ancient spirit sect again, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it. Same time, the 5U sect, the Purple Sun sect, and the others who were hiding in the shadows were also shaken to the core when they saw the old man who had appeared. Zhang Yuanqi's name, who in the southern region great sect did not know. This was the first generation of ancestors who had established the Guiyuan sect. It was rumored that he had already stepped into the passing god realm a few hundred years ago, and now his strength was even more unfathomable. To everyone's surprise, Xue Qianxian merely glanced at Zhong Yuanqi before proceeding to take a second step forward. As she raised her jade hand once more, she spoke coldly. What are you? And you deserve to lecture me? Chapter 47, another one? As Xue Qianxuan's clear and cold voice echoed, the surrounding area fell silent in an instant. Guile Lu and the others turned around and looked at the woman in shock. Zhong Yuanqi's face was even steeper. Even though his status was not as good as Xue Qianxuan's, he was at least the first generation of the Guiyuan sect's oldest ancestor. Xue Qianxian clearly didn't put him in his eyes by opening his mouth like that in front of so many juniors. Miss Snow, this is the southern domain. Zhong Yuanqi spoke hoarsely. The threat was clear. Strong dragons do not suppress snakes. So what if the people of the great powers of the deserted state? It is difficult to quench the thirst of the nearby distant water. What responded to Zhong Yuanqi was only a calm cold snort. Meh. Xue Qianxuan's right hand was already raised at this time, rushing towards Zhong Yuanqi with a slight grip. Snowflakes in the sky, drifting backwards. The invisible coldness that could freeze heaven and earth shrouded Zhong Yuanqi. She even directly chose to take the initiative to strike out at this Generation 1 old ancestor of the Guiyuan sect. There was hidden anger in Zhong Yuanqi's eyes, and his pale words came out. Since this woman has to protect Su Changqing, fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for? The words just fell. In the other two directions, an old man in yin and yang Taoist robes and a black-robed crone with a thin face like a withered and resentful ghost came out. Seeing these two figures, Ruanli, Lu Hui, the 5 pseudo-realm passing god powerhouses of the 3 great clans, their eyes were surprised, and their faces once again showed respect. Yin Yang Valley's Yin Suzi, Heavenly Mansion Sect's Zhanyu Shangren, the two of them are actually here as well. Some people from the outside clans recognized these two figures and their pupils suddenly shrunk. Yin Suzi and Zhanyu Shangren were both strong members of the older generation, sharing the same name as Zhong Yuanqi, and were both true ancestors of the 3 great sects like the bottom of the earth. Just as the cultivators of the southern region were shocked by the big scene, the old ancestors of these 3 great clans actually disregarded the so-called face and all rushed towards Xue Qianxuan. Miss Snow, Su Changqing must die today, and the ancient spirit sect likewise has no reason to continue to exist. If you don't back off, don't blame us old guys for being offended. Yin Suzi smiled shadily. As he rushed towards Xue Qianxun, there was a voice transmission falling into the ears of Ruanli and the others. This woman cannot be killed, but she can be hindered. Why don't you and the others quickly break open the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate and bring Su Changqing? Honor the order of the old ancestor. Seeing this, Ruanli, Lu Hui, Wen Rinyans who had broken an arm, and the other 5 people immediately turned around and went straight to kill the ancient spirit sect below. Xue Qianxuan's beautiful eyes were slightly wrinkled. Now she was already surrounded by Zhong Yuanqi, Yin Suzi and Zhanyu Shangren. These 3 great ancestors' cultivation are all past God realm. Single person is a little weaker than Xue Qianxuan. At the moment under the joint forces, for a time also makes Xue Qianxuan have no time to care. As Ruanli and the other 5 pseudo-realm Tongshan powerhouses approached the ancient spirit sect, the Tianxian war general's eyes, which were originally devoid of emotion, suddenly erupted with an astonishingly fierce aura. Its duty is to guard the clan. The sword chirped and trembled again. Tianxian war general's huge body also rushed out of the clan protection formation at this time, and swept his sword towards the 5 people. The reason why Wen Rinyan had his arm chopped off by the sword light was more due to a lack of defense. What's more, at this moment, there were 5 of them. Even though the Tianxian war general was strong, he was only able to delay the footsteps of Lu Hui, Wen Rinyan and the other Heavenly Mansion sect powerhouse. Ruanli and a scar-faced youth-like man arrived outside the ancient spirit sect's formation in a flash. Break! One word opening. The two raised their right hands at the same time and pressed down towards the formation. Boom! The ancient spirit sect's formation only lasted a dozen or so breaths before it steeply collapsed under a single gaze. Lu Shuyao slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er, and the rest of the ancient spirit sect's crowd also had their hearts sink. They could naturally tell that the situation at hand Xue Qianxuan had already done her best. Perhaps the stunningly beautiful woman had struck out because of Su Changqing alone. But anyway, she was able to do so much for Su Changqing. Ouyang Ku and the others, who were originally from the ancient spirit sect, would not be able to take even half a step back at such a moment. Yet all is vanity before absolute strength. When Lu Shuyao and the others intended to protect Su Changqing with their deaths, Ruanli showed disdain on his face and transmitted a cold snort. The pseudo-realm Tongshan's pressure swept toward the ancient spirit sect's crowd like a tidal wave. Only in the twinkling of an eye, Lu Shuyao then spilled blood from the corners of her mouth in this pressure, and her figure rolled backwards. Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er and the others were even directly suppressed on the ground, all of them spitting out blood, unable to even lift their heads. Griffins dare to turn over the sky. Guile sneered. The instant he and the scar-faced youth rushed into the ancient spirit sect, their divine sense had already discovered where Su Changqing was. At this moment, fearing that Su Changqing would take advantage of the opportunity to escape, the two of them didn't even look at Lu Shuyao and the others below and went straight to the main peak hall, obviously wanting to make it quick. But what the Guile duo didn't expect was, not waiting for them to approach the main peak, Su Changqing actually took the initiative to walk out of the Great Hall, his figure appearing in front of everyone for the first time since the three great clans' strong attack. Although Wan Li and the scar-faced youth were surprised, but there was not the slightest hesitation in their hands, and they raised their hands and grabbed towards Su Changqing in unison. See this scene. The various forces watching from afar shook their heads, although I don't know why Xue Qianshuan, this strange woman, is protecting Su Changqing. It's hard to beat four hands with two fists. The ancient spirit sect is ultimately too weak. Even with a pseudo-realm passing god puppet, it is powerless against the three great sects. It's all over. While the forces were talking, Su Changqing looked faintly at the approaching Wan Li duo, and a touch of disappointment seemed to flash under his eyes. He sighed darkly and spoke softly. Brother Yun, when else are you going to see? At the end of his words, the wind rose. Seeing that Wan Li and the young man with the face were about to charge in with a smile, a light eek of surprise seemed to emanate from the void. The smile on Wan Li's face abruptly froze, and his eyes even revealed shock. Immediately after, his body was like being set on fire by an invisible force, and it was futile to resist. In just a few breaths, this man from the Yin-Yang Valley was then burned to ashes 3 feet away from Su Changqing. Dan fire. This is a Dan fire formed by the Dao rhythm breath. As if the scar-faced youth could see what was going on, his mind exploded with a buzzing sound, and when he turned around and just wanted to escape, his body was actually ignited by the Dan fire at that moment. The mournful wail spread across the square in an instant. Whether it was Zhong Yuanqi, Yin Suzi and the other 3 old ancestors who were still blocking Xue Qianshuan in midair, or the various forces further away, when they heard the scar-faced youth's miserable scream, all of their hearts jumped and they turned to stare. Dawning eyes. A young man in white slowly walked out from nothingness. This person seemed to enjoy the feeling of being a force to be reckoned with and in the limelight. As the corners of his mouth rose and he cloaked the 8 directions when his head was raised. Perhaps the only complaint is that, after Yun Mengzi enjoyed the shock of everyone in the meeting, he looked at Su Changqing and spoke quietly. Evergreen, how did you know I was in the neighborhood? Su Changqing responded with a calm face. Montes, Chapter 48 Divine Slave. Slave of God. Mund? Yun Mengzi froze. Su Changqing smiled without saying anything. It's not like he's a little cutie. In accordance with the understanding of this close friend, the reason why Yun Mengzi will tell the news that he is still alive to Snowchance, in addition to wanting to see the hilarious, the more reason was that he was certain of Xue Qianshuan's character, knowing that this crazy woman would definitely come to the ancient spirit sect to wait for Su Changqing. In a sense, Xue Qianshuan, the external aid, was exactly what Yun Mengzi had found. How could he himself stand by and do nothing? That's just it. That probably guessed I was coming too. Yun Mengzi smiled helplessly, and as he turned towards the mid-air battlefield, a rare bit of fervor came out of his eyes. He never thought that 1,000 years had passed. He even had the chance to fight alongside this only best friend of the southern region, although one appears to be still weak. Does your excellency also want to meddle in the affairs of my southern region? In mid-air, Zhong Yuanqi, Yin Suzi and Zhanya Shangren all had heavy eyes, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. You guys bit me? Yun Mengzi was even more rampant than Xue Qianshuan. He disdainfully glanced at the 3 old fellows, his Dan fire roaring around him, and in the next moment, he charged straight at the nearest Yin Suzi. The terrifying fluctuation of Dao rhythms seemed to lift the clouds. Yin Suzi was already cursing inside at the moment, giving birth to a sense of indignation that he had never felt in hundreds of years, for being the same as Snowchance. Yun Mengzi's master is the heavenly flame superior, and also a person who should not be messed with by the southern region's great sects. He never thought that a small ancient spirit sect repair, but at the same time there is such a character backing, and there is more than one. Now that Yun Mengzi had joined the battlefield, the situation on the field was completely reversed. Snowchance was as cold as ever. She lightly looked at Yun Mengzi, did not speak too much, but the hand is more and more lingering, almost to a person's strength to fight Zhong Yuanqi and Zhanya Shangren, and vaguely in the upper hand. The ancient spirit sect actually has such a background. No, if it's because of the ancient spirit sect, 300 years ago, it's impossible for the 3 great sects to win. It's Su Changqing. This son is the leader of the young generation of the southern domain 1,000 years ago. The woman of the Ling Yuan and the disciple of the heavenly flame lord should be the one who knew him at that time. When the various forces in the southern domain saw the 3 great sect ancestors gradually being suppressed, They glanced at each other and all saw the shock in their hearts, especially here in Su Changqing. The incredulity brought to the crowd was one after another. Even if this teenager was only at the dust-opening realm, he was not worth mentioning to the great sect forces. However, the terrifying connections it displayed were enough to make it impossible for the great sects of the southern domain to go ignore. After today, the person who must not be messed with in the southern region. I'm afraid that there will be one more quota. Unlike the shock of the various forces, the crowd of the ancient spirit sect was now in a state of surprise. When Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er, and every other person looked at Su Changqing, a kind of awe that only existed when facing a patriarch had already appeared in their eyes. Especially Lu Shuyao. This turquoise-clothed woman didn't even have time to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth as she looked over at Su Changqing. Frozen in place. 300 years ago, the three great clans attacked. At that time, she could only look on helplessly as her close friends, relatives, and even her master died one by one, curling up in a corner and crying alone. 300 years later, the three great clans came again. What a similar scene. Lu Shuyao knew that her cultivation was too weak, so she had actually planned for the worst in her mind. That is, die before Su Changqing, because she didn't want to see her only big brother die again, didn't want to experience that heartbreaking despair again. Looking at Su Changqing at this moment, Lu Shuyao had a trance in her eyes. Thankfully, the imagined image did not appear. She thought silently. Su Changqing also noticed Lu Shuyao's gaze at this time, and as he turned to look, he grinned at this junior sister, his smile radiating confidence and relief. The corner of Lu Shuyao's mouth moved slightly, and just when she wanted to open her mouth to say something, a wind suddenly rose. The sky of the ancient spirit sect became crimson as if it was covered with a layer of blood color. This sudden bizarre scene immediately caused Lu Shuyao to jerk her head up and look toward the firmament. Not only her, but Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er and the rest of the ancient spirit sect, and even the various forces of the southern domain hidden in the Chiang mountain range, all looked up in horror. Only the crimson dome of the sky was seen as if a red moon had surfaced. Inside the red moon, a figure wearing a black mask was walking towards the ancient spirit sect. The moment they saw this figure, all of the southern region sect ancestors who were paying attention to this place, but whoever recognized the identity of the person, had their minds rumbling like thunder exploding. Zhang Yuanqi, Yin Suzi and Shangren Zhanyu were even more shaken. The three of them actually disregarded the fact that they were still fighting with Yun Mengzi, Shui Qianshuan, and immediately rushed at the figure within the red moon and lowered their noble heads. It is? Seeing this scene, Yun Mengzi similarly changed his face slightly after withdrawing his hand. Snow Chance reveals gravity in his eyes. She didn't expect the departing fire divine sect to let a divine slave personally descend, which was out of her expectation. So much for that. It was feared that it would be extremely difficult to protect only Su Changqing. At this moment in a horrified gaze, the divine slave was like a true deity, a sense of indifference radiating from his body. His eyes seemed to only have Su Changqing within the mountain gate of the ancient spirit sect. There were hoarse words coming from under the mask. By the order of the high priest, take thine magic eye. The words were not yet spoken. Just now, the divine slave who was still within the red moon of the dome of the sky, his figure was suddenly blurred, and when he reappeared, he had already come to, in front of Su Changqing. Su Changqing, brother Su, Shui Qianshan and Yun Mengzi changed color in an instant, and the two of them didn't hesitate to abandon Yin Suzi and the other three great clan ancestors, all rushing towards the divine slave. Snowflakes and coldness filled the sky, and the Dao Rime and Dan fire covered the eyes. Those who stand in my way, die. The divine slave's figure did not move, and when the second sentence after his descent came out from under the mask, the divine aura exploded, rendering the heavens and earth into crimson like a blood-colored gauze. The snowflakes melted in a flash, and the Dan fire was extinguished. Together with Shui Qianshuan and Yun Mengzi, the two of them were also affected by the divine aura, as if they were struck by lightning, and sprayed out blood in unison. Eldest brother, Lu Shuyao also reacted at this time, and instantly lost her face. However, Shui Qianshuan and Yun Mengzi were not the divine slave's opponents, and she was even unable to even get close to the divine slave and try to protect in front of Su Changqing. Just then, the divine slave had already raised his right hand and pointed a finger at Su Changqing's brow, where the eye of the ancient devil was. The 8 directions were in an uproar, and heaven and earth trembled. Everyone sucked in their breath, even Zhang Yuanqi, Yin Suzi and Zhanyu Shangren, the old ancestors of the 3 great sects, didn't seem to expect that the divine slave sent by the divine flame sect would be so strong. But it's finally over. Just as the 3 great sect elders were agitated, the people of the ancient spirit sect such as Shui Qianshuan, Yun Mengzi and Lu Shuyao were in utter despair. The corner of Su Changqing's mouth, who was shrouded by the aura of a deity, finally raised an arc. I thought that the people from the divine fire god sect wouldn't come. No one knows that the moment he saw the divine slave, he had quietly put his own spiritual energy, surging into the body of the handle that had been silent for a long time. Bronze sword. With the spirit as a guide, 3 swords may be allowed. Just at the moment when the divine slave pointed out a finger, Su Changqing slightly raised his right hand, as he was holding an invisible sword in his palm, chopping towards the divine slave. There were words of anticipation coming out. Let me see how powerful this second sword is. Next moment, when a sword fell, heaven and earth were shocked. Chapter 49, The 3 Great Sects Shock. Like a crimson world, a sudden flash of aurora borealis appeared. Just for a moment, the divine breath seemed like an ocean, splitting in 2 from the center. Shock was rarely revealed under the divine slave's mask, still trying to struggle again when his eyebrow suddenly appeared a line of blood. From the mask to the body split, straight cut it in half. All vitality and even the soul seems to be erased under this split. The might of the bronze sword, even after killing the divine slave, brought up a splash of blood red as it swept past Zhong Yuanqi, Yin Suzi and Zhan Yushangren, and eventually landed on the formation farther away. Ka Chao sealed the entire ancient spirit sect mountain gate steeply and lightly trembled. It crumbled like a sky full of spiritual fireworks. The earth-shattering roar not only echoed in the Chiang mountain range, but also exploded in the hearts and minds of everyone from all the forces in the southern domain. Yun Mengzi looked up dumbfounded. Xue Qianxuan's beautiful eyes revealed a rare color. Lu Shuyao's mind boomed. The crowd of the ancient spirit sect were all molded in clay, completely frozen in place. The heavens and the earth were quiet. Everyone subconsciously gulped, and their gazes immediately looked at the source of the sword awnings in unison. Su Changqing. 1 sword divine slave died and the formation broke. Zhong Yuanqi's 3 Tongshan realm ancestors were all heavily injured. What the hell is he from? Although that sword in the square is far away, but the old immortal's scalp is still a little numb now. Shocking background not to mention, there's even such a terrifying killer mace. Su Changqing is really just a disciple of the ancient spirit sect? When a monstrous clamor rang out, Zhong Yuanqi, Yin Suzi and Zhan Yushangren and the other people from the 3 great sects all retreated violently in horror. They turned and fled almost as fast as they could in their lives. Although he was not sure why Su Changqing had such a killer weapon, that sword just now was clearly not aimed at the 3 great clans. Even so, Zhong Yuanqi and the other 3 old ancestors were also struck by lightning in the aftermath of the wave of power, and no longer had any thoughts of continuing the battle. There was more than one thought in his head. Su Changqing the man, categorically not to be messed with. Want to go? Yun Mengzi was the first to react as he suppressed the throbbing in his heart and rushed towards Yin Suzi. Xue Qianxian similarly took a step, and coldness rolled towards Zhong Yuanqi, Zhan Yushangren, and the others. As for Lu Yun, Wenran Yanfeng, the 3 remaining pseudo-realm Tongshan practitioners, they were also killed one by the Tianxian war general. Just as the battle situation was completely reversed due to this sword, Su Changqing's gaze had already landed not far in front of him. The strength of the bronze 1 sword was no surprise. After all, the first sword had cleaved a gaping hole in the immortal ancient ruins for departure. He cares about the location where the god slave died. There was a fist-sized, heart-like red crystal that was slowly beating. Perhaps it was affected by the bronze sword. This red crystal had a fine crack on it, as if it would shatter in the next breath. The breath of the gods. Su Changqing's mind moved slightly. For the moment he saw this red crystal, he clearly sensed a light tremor of the demon eye in his brow. Eldest brother. Lu Shuyao finally came to Su Changqing's side at this time. The despair of the party seemed to remain in her eyes, and now that she saw that Su Changqing was safe, her eyes could not stop reddening. Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er and the rest of the ancient spirit sects crowd were at a distance and didn't come forward. Every single one of them had inexplicable respect for Su Changqing in their eyes. It's okay. Su Changqing put away the red crystals, and after smiling softly in relief at Lu Shuyao, he turned to look at the distant sky. If there were only 3 great clans left, with Yun Mengzi and Xue Qianxuan around, they couldn't make any waves. As Su Changqing thought, after about an incense stick of work, Xue Qianxuan was the first to return. 1 escaped with a secret method and 1 was slaughtered by me. This stunningly beautiful woman didn't say anything more, only leaving behind a clear and cold sentence as she walked straight into the main peak hall. Not much longer. Yun Mengzi appeared shaking his head and sighing with a very unconvinced look on his face. That old fellow from the Yin Yang Valley really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but he suffered a huge loss in cultivation, and in the future, he'll at most explode with the strength of a pseudo-realm Tongshan. With those words, he also walked towards the main peak. Only the shocked ancient spirit sect crowd was left behind. However, when they came back to their senses, they immediately showed ecstasy in their eyes and couldn't stop trembling with excitement. For all men understand one thing. After today, the ancient spirit sect no longer had any southern region forces that dared to underestimate it. And that's exactly what happened. The siege of the ancient spirit sect by the three great sects had been noticed by the entire southern region before. Now as everything came to a close, the scene that happened on this day suddenly spread to the large and small forces in the southern domain at an even more astonishing speed. The divine slave died in the divine fire cult. 3 big clans, 5 pseudo-realm Tongshan all destroyed, not to mention 3 old ancestors, 1 death, 2 seriously injured to escape. This scene was like a heavenly fantasy, sensationalizing all the cultivators in the southern region. The ancient spirit sect is worthy of being the former #1 sect in the southern region. What's the connection with the ancient spirit sect? It's clearly that ancient spirit sect's great disciple from 1,000 years ago terrorizing. I heard that he killed the god slave with 1 sword, and even chopped a hole in the sky. Impossible. Su Changqing is only at the cultivation level of the dust opening realm. How could he have such a sword Dao? Even if the rumors are true, the sword that decapitated the divine slave must be a killer that cannot be used more than once. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the 3 great sects besieging the ancient spirit sect, but the ancient spirit sect killing the 3 great sects. So what if it's true or false? Su Changqing's 2 close friends have even more notable origins. One is a disciple of the heavenly flame superior, and one is even more suspected to be from the desolate state. If you have the ability, go hit the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate and ask Su Changqing face to face? Of course I wouldn't dare. By the way, do you think the 3 great sects and the leaving fire god sect will retaliate? Just as the cultivators of the southern domain were once again shocked by the name Su Changqing, their gazes subconsciously landed on the 3 great sects and the divine flame sect. Anyone with eyes can see that these 3 great sects and the divine flame god sect had suffered such a great loss, it was impossible for them to just let it go. Same time, inside the gate of Heavenly Palace, there was a wave of grief and indignation. Their clan only had 2 passing god realm ancestors, and with such a person dying in battle, the loss could be considered heavy. Almost at the instant of Zhan Yushang's death, the only remaining old ancestor of the Heavenly Mansion sect didn't have any intention of retaliating, but instead chose to immediately seal the mountain and open the sect protector formation. Although the Guiyuan sect and the Yinyang Valley are a little better, but with the old ancestors seriously injured, the same as a great enemy, will be closed to the mountain gate, not to mention the matter of revenge, because to the 3 great clans, it was already the limit for their old ancestors to personally visit the ancient spirit sect. After all, Southwick, not only were they the only 3 major clans, what truly surprised the various forces throughout the southern region was that the departing fire divine sect had actually also remained strangely silent after the death of the divine slave. Just as the southern region was sensationalized, ancient spirit sect, main peak hall, Su Changqing, Xue Qianxuan and Yun Mengzi were gathered around a stone table, wide-eyed. Frankly, that sword of yours almost scared me too. Yun Mengzi was the first to break the silence, but he didn't bother to ask the source of that sword. Sorry. Su Changqing gave a dry cough. Your kid hides deep enough. Had I known that I and Xuanyang, Miss Snow wouldn't have had to do it personally. Right. Yun Mengzi was filled with disgust, and when he wanted to say something, he was suddenly interrupted by a clear and cold voice. I'm leaving. Yun Mengzi was violently stunned. Su Changqing also looked at Xue Qianxian at this time. Xue Qianxian didn't bother to look at Yun Mengzi, but instead landed his gaze on Su Changqing and spoke again. I'm going to leave the southern region and return to the desolate prefecture. Chapter 50, Another Bloom of the Divine Flower. Snowchance is from the wasteland state. This matter was known to Su Changqing, but he did not expect her to go back so soon. In a hurry? Yun Mengzi also asked unexpectedly. Well, the elders of the clan sent word not too long ago that I had been delayed for some time. Snowchance nodded. I don't know if she was about to leave the southern region, but she seemed to be showing some reluctance on her cold face like the permanent snow. The deserted state is not like the southern region. There was basically no one who could make Xue Qianxian have the patience to sit here and talk at length. Yun Mengzi fell silent in a rare moment. And why wouldn't he be thinking the same thing? The 3 don't fight. Now it's so hard to reunite after 1,000 years, only to be broken up like this again. Su Changqing similarly exhaled a stuffy breath and looked at Xue Qianxuan and spoke. Be careful along the way. I believe that not long from now, Brother Yun and I will be able to meet you again in the desolate state. These aside, the 3 big clans should not dare in a short time to seek your trouble, but be careful away from the fire god religion. Snowchance didn't respond with a straight face. After she thought for a moment and took out a jade talisman with a greenish aura, she then proceeded to speak. This item, ancient Rui seal, could have been transmitted 9 times in an unordered manner, and the powerhouses above the Tongshan realm can't detect it. I've already used it twice, and now, send it to you. When the last 2 words came out, without waiting for Su Changqing to refuse, the jade talisman had already landed in front of him. Xue Qianxian looked deeply at Su Changqing, then nodded at Yun Mengzi, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. I don't know how much time has passed. It was still Yun Mengzi who was the first to break the silence. He shook his head, pulling a less than self-effacing smile. This pussy is really a style to death. Walking away are so painful? Su Changqing was silent. That's just it. I'm also going back to South Heavenly City. I was also going to send you a protective item, with the ancient Rui seal in place. It's a waste. The words were not yet spoken. Yun Mengzi's figure similarly disappeared. Inside the Great Hall, Su Changqing was soon the only one left. He first looked in the direction where his two best friends had left for a long time before he looked down at the jade talisman on the stone table and murmured in a low voice, "Ancient Rui seal?" Su Changqing heard about this item for the first time. But according to what Xue Qianxuan said, the ancient Rui seal could teleport 9 times in an unordered manner, which was enough to see the preciousness of this jade talisman. It's not too much to say that it's a life-preserving treasure. Such a supreme treasure. Just give it to yourself? She really doesn't care. There was suddenly a flash of trance in Su Changqing, such as surfacing the image of once meeting Xue Qianxuan for the first time. At that time, he was spirited. Xue Qianxuan was even more equally radiant for being from the desolate state. As soon as the two of them met, they barely opened their mouths too much before they directly fought together. Results: he wins. Every so often after that, Snow Chance challenged the door, and as for the results, still he wins. Su Changqing also couldn't remember how many times the two had fought, but he is not a cutie. It is natural to know that this one bright as a star, the proud daughter of the sky of the wasteland state, in the process of challenging him again and again, has a love for him. It was just that Su Changqing was honored as the #1 demon in the southern region at that time, carrying all the expectations of his master, and even the ancient spirit sect. The last time he met with Xue Qianxuan, he only left behind one sentence before resolutely stepping into the immortal ancient ruins. Su Changqing suddenly smiled when he thought of this. As he took the ancient Rui seal away, he softly recited that one sentence out as he had done back then, but not in the same state of mind as back then. "Woman, you will only affect my Tao to become the #1 in the southern region." The time wobbles. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed since the battle between the 3 great clans surrounding the ancient spirit sect. The ancient spirit sect was gradually taking the shape of renewed splendor under Lu Shuyao's leadership. The smiles on the faces of Ouyang Ku and the other one of the executives were almost unbroken. When everything is thriving, Su Changqing sat alone in the back hall. Placed in front of him was the very same red crystal like a heart that was left behind after the death of the divine slave. It's been a while. Su Changqing already had some understanding of this red crystal. His mind moved slightly. The devil's eye in the center of his eyebrow suddenly opened and closed. A wisp of vicissitudes like the breath of the gods. In an instant from the red crystal toward the devil's eye influx. Like some kind of ancient secret technique working on its own. Su Changqing had attempted the ancient demon forge countless times, and it actually reacted at this time. He could clearly feel that the flesh seemed to appear different from the first time it appeared to be reorganized. Sure enough, only things related to gods can make the body of an ancient demon begin to grow. Intense dissimilarity erupted in Su Changqing's eyes. Gods and demons are all above ordinary beings. Therefore, for each of his growths, today's heaven and earth aura cannot truly satisfy it, and a medium of the same level is needed. That red crystal was not only the heart of the divine slave, but it also contained a bit of the ancient breath bestowed by the gods. As the devil's eye devoured the ancient aura contained in the red crystal, next moment, all the auras within a radius of 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet and even within the mountain gate of the ancient spirit sect, rumbled and drew towards Su Changqing. This sudden scene immediately made Lu Shuyao and Ouyang Ku and the others look like enemies. But soon, they realized that the difference originated from the back hall of the main peak, and even though they didn't know how Su Changqing managed to do it, they were all still relieved and chose to guard the law not far away. Have no other choice. Nowadays, Su Changqing's status in the eyes of the ancient spirit sex people was already not too much weaker than Lu Shuyao. The outside world was unknown to Su Changqing. Amazing aura rushing in. His fleshly body had already begun to devour the vicissitudes of the red crystals overflowing from the devil's eye after the second reorganization. His body is also in the process of continuous metamorphosis. The spirit orifices in his body incidentally ignited the 38th, 39th, 40, until 10 days later. Only then did Su Changqing slowly open his eyes. And while the second reorganization of his fleshly body was not complete in this retreat, the spirit orifices in his body were lit up with 59. It was only one step away from the late stage of the dust opening realm. Now if he encounters the head of the departing flame sect again, this person should not even have a chance to escape. Su Changqing nodded in satisfaction. The eyes also looked at the piece of red crystal. The red crystals under the devouring of the devil's eye were getting dimmer and dimmer, as if they would go up in smoke in the next moment. But this was after all from a divine slave, and looking at its state it seemed that it could still be refined once more. After Su Changqing collected the red crystals, He walked out of the back hall for the first time after almost a month. Lu Shuyao had already been waiting outside for a long time. Her eyes immediately brightened when she saw Su Changqing's figure. Obviously, Lu Shuyao could tell at a glance that this senior brother of his seemed to have a stronger cultivation level. But now is not the time for congratulations. Lu Shuyao's urgent words came out as she walked quickly towards Su Changqing. Eldest senior brother. During the time you were in seclusion, news came from the desolate state. The celestial wood blooms. The divine flower. Bloom again. Chapter 51. A big gamble of 5 youth sung. Su Changqing's pupils flickered imperceptibly. The Tsuntian wood is a tomb of a god. Master Feng Wanzi was the one who seized a divine spirit flower, thus being surrounded and killed by the departing flame divine sect with its 3 great clans, which was enough to see the preciousness of this item. Besides, take a step back. Even without obtaining the divine spirit flower, the ancient aura contained in the divine spirit tombstone alone was feared to have reached an unimaginably dense level. In the sense of the word, he should all move directly to the deserted state. I know, but before that, a long trip is needed. Su Changqing pondered slightly. He nodded at Lu Shuyao, then turned into a long rainbow under Lu Shuyao's surprise and left the ancient spirit sect. Sprinting along, Su Changqing kept calculating in his mind. The moment he heard Lu Shuyao's words, he had already vaguely guessed that Xue Qianshuan might be precisely because of the Tsungtian wood opening, which was why he had to rush back to the desolate state. Even the fact that the departing fire divine sect had not reacted to the death of the divine slave until now was feared to be because of this matter. After all, this sect honors the gods, and obtaining the divine spirit flower is the #1 priority of the fire god sect. These grudges in the southern region were completely incidental to it. As for the 3 great clans, they have lost a lot of money despite their defeat a month ago, but these few forces were, after all, the southern region's great clans, and existed in the depths. Su Changqing knew it by heart. In the short term, want to rely on his own cultivation to uproot the 3 big sects, not leaving a single one behind. Somewhat unrealistic. For the time being, regardless of whether or not Xue Qianshuan and Yun Mengzi left, Su Changqing was also unwilling to let these 2 people out again. After all, to help once, is already a great favor. Once you leave, it's hard to avoid accidents. In this way, if you want the 3 great clans to throw in the towel, you need to. Borrowing momentum. Su Changqing's expression was calm, and the direction he was moving forward was precisely one of the 7 major clans in the southern domain. Pentagon. This sect was located in the central region of the southern domain, and from afar the mountain gate looked like 5 fingers in the sky. Those were the 5 main peaks of Wu Yao Zone, each of which represented a lineage of the 5 elements technique. 7 days later, the moment Su Changqing's silhouette appeared within the range of the 5 Yu Zone mountain gate, the 5 Yu sect's protector disciples were first stunned, but soon their faces changed drastically as they reported the news of Su Changqing's arrival to the higher echelons of the sect. In today's southern region, who wouldn't recognize Su Changqing? In just less than a dozen breaths of time, the entire 5 Yu sect shook. Brother Su, is it really you? When Su Changqing had just landed, a middle-aged man with sharp angles and looking quite imposing immediately appeared from the main peak to personally greet him. Long time no see. Jiang Ichuan, your cultivation isn't what it used to be. Su Changqing greeted with a light smile. Ha ha, where are your words? It's rather that Brother Su was able to walk out of the immortal ancient alive. It's a delight for Jiang. Jiang Ichuan laughed long and hard. And with that, he invited Su Changqing down to the main peak. Su Changqing didn't see any outsiders and stepped in. Because of his appearance, there were more than a dozen high-level people from the 5 Yu sect, and many of the 5 Yu sect disciples were watching from afar with curiosity, surprise, and other emotions. Siblings Yao Luoyang and Yao Lu were among them. Upon seeing Su Changqing, Yao Lu immediately widened her eyes, as if she wanted to see how different this 1,000-year-old demon was. Yao Luoyang, on the other hand, couldn't stop shivering, thinking of a scene once upon a time, subconsciously hiding behind his master. As for Chen Hai, this 5 Yu Zone Taoist son stood in the distance, his eyes complex, with even a touch of bitterness. Who would have thought that at the time of the immortal ancient ruins they were all still at the Qi condensation realm perfection, and after a short period of time, Su Changqing had already grown to a level that was hard for him to reach, and his own elders personally greeted him. In the midst of a gaze, Su Changqing arrived at the welcoming hall with a calm demeanor, while the crowd of the 5 Yao Zone, except for Jiang Ichuan, the rest of the senior management had a tacit understanding to stop. Inside the great hall, there were only 2 people left. Jiang Ichuan's eyes flickered as he smiled and shushed Su Changqing for a while before he spoke. Brother Su's recent popularity has not diminished. Why have you suddenly remembered to visit Wu Yao Zone? Is the wind at your back? Su Changqing smiled and shook his head, speaking very directly. It was only when he destroyed the 3 great clans in the day that he barely made some headway. Jiang Ichuan froze abruptly. He naturally knew that Su Changqing was a former great disciple of the ancient spirit sect, and his grudge with the three great sects was already immortal. To be able to come to the 5 Yao Zone, which was also a great southern region clan, at this time, one didn't need to think to guess some of the truth. But what Jiang Ichuan didn't expect was the first thing Su Changqing said when he arrived. He opened his mouth to say that he had exterminated the 3 great clans? Su, brother Su is still as good as 1,000 years ago. That is, I don't know whether the 3 great sects have been destroyed or not, and how is it related to my 5U sect? Jiang Ichuan opened his mouth in mock surprise. I'm going to go to a trip to the deserted state. I also hope that brother Jiang and even the 5 Yao Zone can protect the ancient spirit clan some days. He day 3 big clan extinction. It's mountain gate all resources. Su Changqing grinned, not intending to beat around the bush, slowly stretching out 3 fingers. 5 utons, 30%. Hearing such blunt words, Jiang Ichuan stopped playing dumb and fell into silence. If it was before, Su Changqing's cultivation was weak and his portion was low. Even if he was a demon 1,000 years ago, Jiang Ichuan would only take what Su Changqing said as a joke, at the very least until he really grows up. But now it is different. Not to mention whether or not there was a price for the shocking sword that Su Changqing himself had used to decapitate the divine slave. Just the relationship between these two, Xue Qianshuan and Yun Mengzi, and Su Changcheng, made the weight of his words so that Jiang Ichuan didn't dare to ignore it. The only thing that makes Jiang Ichuan hesitate is the leaving fire divine sect behind the 3 great sects. Brother Su. Ah, one word from you puts me, Wu Yao Zong, in a dilemma. This is a big gamble. It's up to brother Jiang to see if he has the confidence to take the gamble. When Jiang Ichuan wanted to say something else, he was interrupted by Su Changqing opening his mouth. And after Su Changqing said this, he stopped talking and just quietly looked at this familiar deceased person in front of him. The 3 great sects are ultimately a later force, and now it is even more of a great loss of top combat power, with him backing them up. As long as these ancient great clan forces were not little darlings, then they would not continue to willingly cede a portion of the southern region's cultivation resources. I don't know how much time has passed. Jiang Ichuan looked deeply at Su Changqing and spoke silently. How will it be after that? No one can guarantee it. But the 5 U zones can protect the ancient spirit sect as far as they are able. Enough. Su Changqing nodded. He didn't expect Wu Yao Zone to take sides anytime soon. Having such a promise was already enough. Now the purpose is achieved. Su Changqing exchanged pleasantries with Jiang Ichuan for a few more moments, got up and cupped his fists to leave. Looking at Su Changqing's departing back, Jiang Ichuan put away his smile and frowned. The reason why he agreed to Su Changqing's conditions just now, aside from his trust in this contemporaneous demon, it was more because after Su Changqing opened his mouth, he had received transmissions from the other old ancestors. The content of the transmission. Only one sentence. This son said true or false regardless. A lone snow thousand hunter, this woman identity than we imagine more respected. Is the ancient capital of the falling sky? The royal family first daughter. If you can take this opportunity to befriend the ancient capital of the falling sky, Wayazong may bet once. As Su Changqing left the range of the 5 Yaozong mountain gate, he took one last look behind him at this one southern region great sect, as if he had sensed that there were gazes that were sending him off. It must be none other than the 5 U zone's true ancestor. Su Changqing rushed towards the main peak of the highest vein and clasped his fists again. Only then did he turn around and sped off in the direction of the Violet Sun sect. Chapter 52, One by One Visits. When Su Changqing stepped into the area of the Purple Sun sect, the reaction of the Purple Sun sect was no different from that of the 5 U sect. As a matter of fact, looking at the entire southern region, there was no power today that dared to show disrespect to Su Changqing. Su Changqing is not strong, but his means can kill the divine slaves, and his best friend is the proud daughter of the sky of the great power of the deserted state, the only disciple of the heavenly fire lord. For Su Changqing's arrival, not only did the Purple Sun sect graciously host a banquet, but they even stepped out of a Tongshan realm elder ancestor to personally welcome Su Changqing's arrival. Pei Qingfeng here. His complexion was even more complicated than Chen Hai's. He had but teased Su Changqing, and now that he saw his own old ancestor talking happily with Su Changqing, he was both shocked and afraid in his heart. When Su Changqing's gaze occasionally looked over, the smile that Pei Qingfeng squeezed out of his face all of a sudden. Only this smile. It was even harder to see than crying. Is he, already, standing at such a height? Parisia stood amongst the Purple Sun sect's disciples and did not walk forward. A scene from the first time she saw Su Changqing at the immortal ancient ruins when she had also been coerced by him to lead the way emerged in her eyes in a trance. Su Changqing seemed to feel something. Before he followed an old ancestor of the Purple Sun sect and walked into the main hall of the council, he turned to look at Ing Xie, who was very inconspicuous in the crowd, and greeted him with a smile. Miss Xie, today Mr. Su still has important things to do. So when he comes on another day he will be catching up with you, okay? This statement was made. Perry Xia was violently stunned in place. Today's Su Changqing was not a junior at the dust opening realm. His identity and influence was in no way inferior to that of a sect ancestor. Therefore, the moment Su Changqing's voice came out, Ying Xia could clearly feel that the surrounding Ziyang sect disciples immediately followed Su Changqing's gaze and looked at themselves. These Purple Sun sect disciples were first shocked, and then they were different from what they had once ignored. And there was more than a touch of surprise and envy. Pei Qingfeng also did not expect that Ying Xia had such a relationship with Su Changqing. He looked thoughtfully at the woman who was otherwise out of his sight with a kind smile. If that's all there is to it, so be it. That old ancestor of the Purple Sun sect who had invited Su Changqing to the banquet also stopped in his footsteps at this moment and looked at Ying Xia appreciatively. Fellow Daoist Su and my Purple Sun sect disciple turned out to be close friends. Well said. If you are free in the future, you can always come back as a guest again. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and with a ha-ha laugh, he continued to lead Su Changqing into the grand hall. You're welcome, old ancestor. Only then did Su Changqing withdraw his gaze and followed, waiting for Su Changqing's figure to disappear in the eyes of the people of the Purple Sun sect. Perry Xia didn't seem to have reacted. Long. Feeling a strange gaze around her, she took a deep breath and inwardly muttered silently as she felt an unspeakable gratitude towards Su Changqing. Thanks. Perry Xia's thoughts. Su Changqing did not have much interest in guessing. It was just that Ying Xia was not only the first person he met after he stepped out of the realm of void, guiding the way for him, not to mention that he even took her 9 orifices down at the 9 prison peaks. With such an opening, it was certain that her treatment and status in the Violet Sun sect would be a little better than it once was, and the grudge is settled. The moment Su Changqing had already arrived at the main hall, looking at the Ziyang sect's old ancestor in silence for some moments, and uttered the words he had said to Zhang Ichuan. After hearing this old ancestor of the Ziyang sect actually didn't hesitate too much, and immediately nodded his head decisively. Seemed to see Su Changqing's surprise, he smiled and explained opening. The old man is not betting on whether or not he can get the 3 big clan resources. Not to mention your background, the old man is really betting on, fellow Daoist Su, your future. Su Changqing was silent, rushing towards this old ancestor of the Violet Sun sect. He clasped his fists and bowed. Ha ha, fellow Daoist Su was courteous. As the old man said that before, if you are free, feel free to come to the Violet Sun sect as a guest. The Ziyang sect's old ancestor smiled brightly. He seemed to want to retain Su Changqing and the Purple Sun sect for some more time, but Su Changqing still had a case to go to, so he could only politely refuse. The Ziyang sect's old ancestor didn't force himself, and after promising once again that he would protect the ancient spirit sect, he immediately personally sent Su Changqing away. Wait until Su Changqing's figure disappeared. This Violet Sun sect's old ancestor smile did not diminish as he immediately turned around and transmitted his voice. Tell the clan's preaching elders that Su Changqing's that close friend, I, Qianfu Zi, personally accept the position as the 11th disciple, can stay at the Cloud Sea Spirit Peak, said, as Qianfu Zi retraced his steps back into the depths of the Purple Sun sect. Hidden voices gradually came out. Immortal ancient relics, only Qi condensation realm consummate, less than half a year to crush the Zong Daozi, cultivation approaching the late stage of dust opening. I really don't blame Pei Qingfeng for this kid not being competitive, although he is not a disciple of my Purple Sun sect, but looking at the words of this son just now, it is enough to see that he is a person who values love. For such a person, snow is better than icing on the cake. This time, earn your keep. Qianfu Zi was leaving the great hall with a smile on his face. Perhaps Su Changqing himself did not expect that Qianfu Zi could so cleanly agree to protect the ancient spirit sect's integrity. More reasons. It was his casual help to parry Onwen. But in any case, with the cultivation status of the Violet Sun sect's old ancestor, to be able to do so to such an extent was already sincere. As for Su Changqing at this time, he had already rushed to the last clan, Heavenly Sword Mountain. It seemed that through Su Changqing's successive visits to the 5U sect, Purple Sun sect, Heavenly Sword Mountain guessed Su Changqing's intentions, not waiting to get within range of the mountain gates. Su Changqing's ears then heard the voice of an old ancestor of Heavenly Sword Mountain. If little friend Su is here for the feud between the 3 great sects and the leaving Fire God sect, then you can go back. Hear the transmission. Su Changqing's figure lurched and looked at the prime Sword Mountain not far away from him, and after some silence, he turned around and left. Heavenly Sword Mountain's choice was no surprise. This clan to the Sword Tao based, rarely pay attention to the outside world, fixed or not willing to wade into the muddy water. For Su Changqing, with the promise of the 5U sect and the Purple Sun sect, it was already considered a worthwhile trip. The 3 great clans, when I return, that's when we'll end all our grudges. Su Changqing took a deep breath, and after being turned away by the Heavenly Sword Mountain, he didn't stay too long, and finally sped past in the direction of the desolate state. Just as Su Changqing was visiting the southern region's great clans one by one, within the 3 great clans, there was no peace. Among them, Du Qian, a Taoist son of the Guile sect, slowly walked out of the closed mountain gate after a retreat. Last time, due to the divine spirit flower blossom, the Li Fire divine sect gave a lot of treasures, and now this time, the Guile sect naturally can't be absent. Said, he clasped his fists in the direction where Zhong Yuanqi was in turn to leave. The target was none other than the Arakan state. Same time, Chang Sun Yu of the Yin Yang Valley, and a few powerhouses from the Heavenly Mansion sect, also rushed toward the desolate state at the first opportunity. Like the 5U sect's big gamble with the Purple Sun sect, the departing Fire Divine sect's eyes had already fallen as far as they could go in the Tsongtianwood Forbidden area. Unlike the southern region, there were many great religious sanctuaries in the Wasteland state. Even though the Divine Flame Divine sect was strong, even though the head of the Divine Flame Divine sect had already personally rushed to the desolate state, however, wanting to seize the Divine Spirit Flower in the hands of the desolate state great sect's sacred ground was not a simple matter, and he was afraid that he would have no time to take care of such trivial matters in the southern region. The 3 great sects knew that they were in a difficult situation, with Su Changqing in front of them, and forces such as the 5U Zong sitting on the sidelines waiting to take advantage of the situation. Want to get through this hurdle? The only way to do so is to help the Li Fire Divine sect capture the Divine Spirit Flower. They're betting on it, too. Just will bet on the battlefield. Placed in Cthulhu, Chapter 53, Desolate State. Foreign race. Wasteland state territory of 10,000 miles. The great religions and holy places, but also a variety of foreigners living in them. The so-called 7 southern region. If placed in the wasteland state, but the unusual forces only. For every southern region cultivator, the wasteland state was the true stage. Not everyone, however, was qualified to set foot in the desolate state. For in the circumference of the deserted state, there existed a million great mountains. Unlike the southern region of the land, millions of mountains within the great demons and beasts everywhere. Idle forces do not have any shortcuts that can be transmitted. Want to cross can only rely on their own ability. This day, beyond the $1 million mountain, the clouds suddenly lifted to the sides. A figure slowly landed on top of an unremarkable mountain peak as it whistled and sped. It was Su Changqing, after he visited the 5U sect, the Purple Sun sect, all the way. Even though he kept moving forward, it took nearly half a month, which brought him to the border of the southern domain and the desolate state. According to my current speed, if I want to cross the million mountains, it will take at least another month or so. Su Changqing looked away, into the lush vicissitudes of the eye, a mountain range in the ups and downs as if the coiled dragon lying quietly. Maybe a few hundred years ago, Master Feng Wanzi, too, set out for the desolate state from here, capturing a divine spirit flower, thus incurring the trouble of killing him, right? Thinking so, Su Changqing no longer hesitated. His figure swayed and disappeared into the pale lushness. For him the trip to the desolate state was both a rush and likewise an experience. The time wobbles. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Changqing encountered quite a few ferocious beasts blocking him along the way, but these beasts quickly died in his hands, becoming a touch of sustenance for the millions of mountains. His cultivation level also ignited the 60th spirit orifice without him realizing it, truly stepping into the late stage of the dust-opening realm. It's been more than half a month again. Just when Su Changqing was less than a third of the way from the desolate state, his footsteps stopped for the first time and he raised his head to look up through the thick layers of the sky above. Next moment, in the afterglow of the setting sun in the sky, a black wooden ship broke through the clouds and fog, extremely fast, setting off the sound of breaking air, with an astonishing momentum. From a distance, the black wooden ship was extremely huge, engraved with complex runes and inlaid with scales and armor, resembling a huge evil lizard, emitting its breath like no one else in the sky above the millions of mountains. Where it was aiming was, again, the deserted state. Su Changqing was on the black wooden ship and clearly perceived a spiritual energy fluctuation of a different human cultivator. I've long heard that in addition to the great sect Holy Lands in the desolate state, there are likewise many foreign races occupying quite a few frontiers. I didn't expect to see the alien race before I actually reached the desolate state. He murmured softly, not surprised. To be precise, Su Changqing also knows a foreign race. No, it is a woman with other bloodlines. I wonder what level the falling sky ancient capital that Xue Qianchuan is in belongs to among the great powers of the desolate state. Looking at the blackwood ships that were drifting away, Su Changqing lightly exhaled turbid air and continued to rush. If he wasn't wrong, in less than 3 days at most, he would actually set foot on the edge of the desolate state, a small city called Nanbin. Young lord, we're about to enter the boundaries of the desolate state. While Su Changqing was rushing, A middle-aged looking foreigner on the black wooden ship that was one step ahead of him was bowing and opening his mouth to a tall and thin youth beside him with a frown. The young lord in his mouth was enjoying the deference of the surrounding Fey-like guards while he had his arms wrapped around two cloaked women. These two women didn't look very old and their appearance was quite charming. They were dressed boldly, seemingly with only a cloak wrapped around their bodies, revealing large swaths of pale skin, making a glance at them an involuntary primal urge. These two women were both cultivators of the human race. Got it, Uncle Key. At the moment, the young lord of this foreign race is very enjoyable wantonly kneading the side of the petite girl, from time to time to send out the sound of laughter echoing when the perfunctory response. It can be clearly seen that underneath its gills, there are faint gray scales looming. The moment, there was a woman, holding a crystal bottle with all sorts of nourishing things bubbling inside, who was feeding him bite by bite. Suddenly, because of the increased strength in the hands of the young lord of the foreign race, this woman suddenly let out a cry, and as her body stumbled, she spilled those nourishing substances onto his robes. Master, this woman's pretty face went pale in an instant, and she stammered out a complete sentence. Baby, don't be afraid, it's just a robe, just change it. The Fey young lord looked at the pitiful, delicate and fearful myriad girl with a face full of favor. He stroked the woman's cheek gently, and seemed to feel the human woman's trembling. Just, as the alien young lord's hand swept across the woman's cheek, this human woman's entire body shook. Her head split in four and exploded directly into a bloody mess. When the other woman saw this scene, she immediately trembled with fear, and between trembling, she carefully continued to serve. The Fey young lord ignored the woman's fear. He took the woman's blood that had stained his fingertips and placed it in his mouth and tasted it, as if tasting the most wonderful and delicious food in the world. He said with a satisfied face, Uncle Chi, how much longer until we reached Song Tianmu? 10 days away. Chi Tan looked at the bloodstains on the deck and frowned more tightly. As for the other Fey guards, each one of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at this young clan master, and flew to clean up the bloody meat on the chopping board, seemingly taking it for granted. It was only because this foreign youth in front of him came from the land of the overwhelming sea. He is the contemporary young chief of the sea lizard clan. Yen, is it still so long? Not far ahead should be Nanbin City. Stop there. This young lord, hungry. Yen glanced at the other human woman who was shivering beside him, her expression clearly a bit tired of it. See the look on his face. The sea lizard clan members on the side immediately understood and dragged the human woman down. Not much longer. Then a heartbreaking screaming wail came from the depths of the ship. Yes, but this is the last time. Chi Tian was silent. This young clan master's character, he is very clear. It said hungry. South Beach City is afraid. It is difficult to exist. But he didn't say much. The wasteland state was boundless, and a small city on the edge was just a small city. Not enough to attract the attention of those great sects' holy places. Got it. Chien waved his hand impatiently, but soon he stood up with glowing eyes. Because South Beach City has arrived. This sea lizard clan's young lord seemed to have smelled the fresh human maiden scent, and the corners of his mouth raised in a greedy arc. It wasn't long after the Blackwood ship slowly descended on Nanbin City. A figure leapt out from the lush green pallor and landed steadily on top of an ancient tree. Finally out of the millions. Su Changqing looked at the small border town not far away and was just about to emote when he suddenly frowned slightly. He smelled a strong odor of blood. Just as Su Changqing was considering whether or not to mind his own business, an inhuman roar suddenly resounded from Nanbin City, only to see that in the distant Nanbin City, strands of scarlet blood were rapidly converging in mid-air, eventually transforming into a 100-foot pool of blood. Inside the pool of blood, an alien youth bathed in it. Like some sort of bizarre technique, an indescribable satisfaction permeated his face. Blood sacrifice, Su Changqing whispered, recognizing this rumored bloody technique. But that's not the point. What really moved him was, looking at the scene in front of him, that foreign youth blood sacrifice is not one or two people, but a whole city, daring to make such a blatant blood sacrifice in the confines of the deserted state. It was enough to see that this foreign youth's background was feared to be not bad. Su Changqing just wanted to collect his breath. In mid-air, Shi Yin, who was bathing in the blood pool, seemed to have a feeling as he looked in the direction of where Su Changqing was, the corner of his mouth raised in a dangerous arc. Another human? Too bad it's a male. Just kill it straight away. Chapter 54, First Battle with the Spirit Transformation Realm. The words just fell. Su Changqing immediately saw that in Nanbin City, there seemed to be a dozen or so alien figures flying out and quickly rushing towards his location. These alien cultivators were all open dust with indifferent faces. The speed was so fast that it was approaching in a flash. Without waiting for Su Changqing to make any moves, he raised his hand and a spell came at him. It was as if killing this human teenager in front of them was the same as stepping on an ant by the side of the road, without any difference. Su Changqing didn't expect to encounter this kind of unwarranted disaster just after entering the desolate state. Sort of. Teach him a lesson. Are all the forces of the wasteland state so overbearing? Su Changqing's face went cold, just as the dozen or so foreigners approached. His right hand lifted and clenched violently. The black flames roared out, enveloping the entirety of these dozen or so alien figures in almost an instant. Su Changqing's figure also flew out at this moment. Objective. It was Qi Yan in the pool of blood. Su Changqing was unwilling to cause trouble just after arriving, but his nature is people do not offend me, I do not offend. This foreign youth took the initiative to strike. The grudge has been knotted words. All die here is. Qi Yan was slightly surprised to see his guards, who were instantly engulfed in black flames. But that's about it. He looked at the rushing Su Changqing and opened his mouth with a fierce smile. Interesting human race. Uncle Qi, this young master is going to take over. The instant these words came out, Su Changqing's complexion changed slightly, and his figure suddenly retreated violently when he was still 100 feet away from Qi Yan. Next moment, where he was just now, the figure of a middle-aged looking alien man slowly emerged, and it was precisely Qi Tian. Qi Tian first glanced at one of his fellow clansmen who had died in the distance before landing his gaze on Su Changqing. His brows furrowed. The reason he didn't just strike. It was because Su Changqing's cultivation had caused this middle-aged foreigner to be somewhat shocked. If it was in the land of the overwhelming sea, it would be fine to kill such a human genius. However, right now it was located in the desolate state, and the death of the human race in Nanbin City was not enough to worry about. But Su Changqing's cultivation and battle power is likely to come from a big power in the desolate state. It's still a bit of a pain in the ass to just kill it straight away. After all, his main mission was to escort the young lord to the Tsongtian wood safely. Thinking about it, Qi Tian was silent for some time and slowly spoke. Human youth. You. Not waiting for Qi Tian to cautiously test Su Changqing's origin. In the blood pool, Qi Yan dissatisfiedly interrupted his words. Uncle Qi, what's the point of wasting words with these lowly blood eaters? Qi Tian took a deep breath at once. It took him some time, which calmed his anger, and between shaking his head without saying anything, he slowly walked towards Su Changqing. Fluctuations belonging to the spirit transformation realm swept across the square, behind Qi Tian's back, as if a white ocean of spiritual energy had appeared. It set off a shocking pressure. See this scene. Su Changqing's eyes were heavy. He had seen Qi Tian's hesitation in his eyes, but now was not the time to think about it in detail. At this moment, when he saw the spirit sea behind Qi Tian, although Su Changqing was like an enemy, he was quietly relieved and not truly desperate. As the dust-opening realm is divided into human spirit, earth lack, and heavenly faith this way, the spirit transformation realm similarly had a difference in levels. And this difference existed greatly due to the different spirit orifices opened up in the body. When an idle human spirit open dust cultivator stepped into the spirit transformation realm, he would often only condense a white spirit sea. The stream of heavenly pride can condense the green-colored Shinhai. Only 100 orifices. Only then will you have a chance to visualize your own purple sky sea. In front of this foreigner middle-aged, if only condensed out the white spirit sea of the early stage of the spirit realm cultivation. Su Changqing was also curious. With his cultivation at the late stage of the heavenly Dao dust opening realm, could he fight? Therefore, just at the instant Qi Tian took a step, Su Changqing decisively rushed towards this middle-aged foreigner. Qi Tian saw that Su Changqing's mere dust opening realm cultivation dared to take the initiative against himself. The hesitation on his face faded as much as it could, and his eyes suddenly clouded over. He raised his hand and waved it, and there was a black mist that curled up and transformed into a giant net that was 100 feet in size. As if it was woven by one soul shadow after another, radiating a strong baleful aura. The fog rolled in, and the web of souls was invisible. In an instant, it surrounded Su Changqing, and when it violently contracted, the soul shadow within it seemed to emit a mournful scream, wanting to devour Su Changqing alive. Su Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Just by glancing at these giant nets of black mist, one had the illusion of one's own soul leaving the body. He didn't dare to be careless and merged his fingers like swords to chop down towards the soul net. The soul net seemed indestructible, but it was actually just a slight blur. Seeing the situation, Su Changqing no longer hesitated. The black flame and white blaze mingled out at the same time, as if transforming into a storm of yin and yang, spreading out towards the incoming soul net in all directions. The soul net, which was already a blur, suddenly collapsed. Qi Tian's face changed uncertainly. He could tell that the human teenager in front of him was not bad, but no matter what, he did not anticipate that Su Changqing would be able to come out of his own spell hard. Even if he was only a cultivator of the white spirit sea, He was not an existence that could be countered by an ordinary dust-opening realm perfection. Is this person really someone from the legacy of some great power in the desolate state? Looking at his age, he shouldn't be Zhao Wuchen of the Tai Dao sect, the holy son of the Haotian Holy Land. Could it be those perverts from the Ling Shao Academy? Qi Tian was secretly alarmed when, the instant Su Changqing stepped out from the soul net, there was only a residual shadow left in place, appearing in front of Qi Tian. His indifferent eyes were as if they were affected by demonic eyes, carrying an indifferent look down. A punch is thrown. Qi Tian completely changed color. He could vaguely sense that although the human teenager in front of him had strong divine abilities, it seemed that his physical body was the bottom line, and in fact that's exactly what happened. The metamorphosis brought about by the reorganization of the ancient demon body close to the second time had already caused Su Changqing's fleshly body to be strong to an appalling degree. That punch, directly Qi Tian's entire body, such as a meteorite, ruthlessly smashed down to the ground. Buzz! The earth trembled lightly, with Qi Tian as the center, such as appeared like a watery twist, lifting up layers of ash and dust. But quickly, a shocking roar suddenly emanated from the deep pit in the ground. Blood spilled from the corner of Qi Tian's mouth as he rose from the dust. In the eyes of shock and anger, in the blink of an eye, it even transformed into an evil lizard that was almost dozens of feet in size and rose up to the sky. It was gray all over, like the old tree bark, like the cortical scale armor, transmitting endless killing intent, and the sharp claws of the sharp fingers of the limbs scattered the sharpness, making people chilled. Sea lizards? For the first time, a death crisis arose in Su Changqing's heart. Just as his heavenly Dao Dharma body was about to descend, it appeared that an invisible sword came from afar and flickered away, only to see Qi Tian body, this a huge evil lizard in the process of rushing towards Su Changqing. The vertical pupil suddenly collapsed, and even directly from the center of the eyebrow was chopped into two. Green blood scattered all over the sky. Su Changqing was stunned. Then he violently turned to look. In his field of vision, there was a young man in a long shirt who was walking slowly. This person's eyes were like containing stars, and his body radiated book business as he smiled and nodded at Su Changqing. The moment he saw this youth, there was no harm in Su Changqing here, as he was already a stranger to the desolate state. Inside the blood pool, Qi Yan's face was steeply pale. To the human race disdainfully this sea lizard young sect, the body actually shivered with fear. Lost his voice murmured, Ling Shao Academy, Jun Bufan. Chapter 55, It is difficult to unite the hearts of the human race. Ling Shao Academy? Su Changqing heard Qi Yan's murmur and thoughtfully nodded at the green-shirt teenager. Next moment, with a sway of his figure, he had already arrived in front of Qi Yan. Looking at the suddenly appearing Su Changqing, Qi Yan, even though he had already been scared out of his wits by Jun Bufan, subconsciously opened his mouth. Lowly blood food. You. Not waiting for Qi Yan to finish, Su Changqing frowned slightly. He raised his hand and slapped his right hand hard across Qi Yan's face. Snap! Qi Yan's body was slapped out of the pool of blood like a stray arrow under this huge force, and slammed down to the earth viciously. Just as this sea lizard young lord struggled to raise his head, still wanting to mouth off, Su Changqing once again appeared in front of him, rushing at his waxen face and stomping down. Boom! The entire ground buzzed and trembled. Do it all. Only then did Su Changqing turn around again and look at Jun Bufan, who had already walked a short distance away. The land that covers the sea lizard clan. This person is its young patriarch. High human girl essence blood. Jun Bufan was as familiar with Qi Yan's life as he was with his family. He smiled appreciatively at Su Changqing and concluded, So, good kill. You're good too. Su Changqing's gaze moved slightly. He could now already tell that the youth in front of him was a friend and not an enemy. Although the Arakan state doesn't seem to be as peaceful as one might think, but the name of the Holy Land is as good as it gets. Only just now that sea lizard young master's cultivation reached the late stage of the dust opening realm, far above those Daozi in the southern domain. As for this youth in front of him, his age was similar to his cultivation level was even at the spirit transformation realm, and what was condensed was not the ordinary white spirit sea like the middle-aged foreigner. In the Ling Shao Academy, Jun Bufan didn't seem to expect Su Changqing to open his mouth like this. He smiled awkwardly and hurriedly spoke politely next. Fellow Daoist, how do you address yourself? Unknown loose cultivator. Su Changqing. Su Changqing responded as usual. Is it a nameless loose cultivator? Fellow Daoist Su, are you also here for the Tsong Tian wood? Aha! Jun Bufan suddenly fell silent. His handsome face hidden some urgency, some uncertainty asked. I also, or, we travel in pairs? That would be a pleasure. Su Changqing looked deeply at the long-shirted youth, and had a new evaluation in his heart. Cultivation is strong, but, seems a little unsociable. At this moment, he saw Su Changqing agreeing to the request of his peers. Jun Bufan was delighted and let out a long sigh of relief. But, before leaving this place, Jun Bufan first glanced at the shocking Nanbin city, lifting his hand and pinching his finger to erase the grievances from the grievous souls of those tragically dead human beings. Only then did he smile at Su Changqing and turn around to lead the way. The process. Su Changqing saw a touch of sadness and anger in the depths of Jun Bufan's eyes. He couldn't help but raise his voice to inquire. There are many holy places of the great sects in the desolate state, so why are they still letting these foreign races go so wild? It's a long story. Jun Bufan smiled bitterly. Through his words, Su Changqing slowly also gained a rough understanding of the desolate state. Although there were many holy places of the great religions in the wasteland state, they were not the one word of the human race. The land of the sea is located in the barren state and the North Sea of the intersection of the survival of many foreign races. In addition to the sea lizards and other weak foreign races, there are also not weak large religious holy land of the royal hegemony. These royal clans originated from the North Sea, and their sphere of influence encompassed nearly 30% of the territory of the desolate state. In terms of true strength, the desolate state human race could completely drive these royal clans back to the land of overwhelming seas and even the North Sea. But, it's hard for human forces to be united. For example, in the Ling Shao Academy where Jun Bufan was from, they would often go out to behead those foreign races that did not abide by the rules of the human race. Because of this, the current Ling Shao Academy was almost the #1 enemy of those great royal clans in the North Sea, the Tai Dao sect, Haotian Holy Land and other sects. On the other hand, were indifferent to the foreigners' move? Not to mention the rumor that they seem to have some kind of private connection with the royal family of the North Sea. On top of that, there are some neutral forces, as falling sky Gudu. Between the two of them talking, their figures had truly arrived at the land of the desolate state. Nowadays, there is still more than a month to go before the opening of the Tsong Tianwood. As he sped along, Jun Bufan looked rather emotionally at the pallor beneath his feet. Fellow Daoist Su, why don't you follow me to Red Sky City? A few of my senior brothers along with some holy sons and daughters of the great powers of the desolate prefecture are afraid that they have already gone one step ahead. Is it the Heavens Pride Fest? Su Changqing frowned slightly. It can be understood in this way. After all, the internal space of the Tsungtian Wood is unstable, and it's difficult for a powerhouse of the passing god realm to enter it. Jun Bufan nodded approvingly and matter-of-factly then opened his mouth. Therefore, every time that Tsung Heavenly Wood opens, the main force competing for the divine spirit flower is none other than the spirit transformation realm heavenly pride of the holy lands of the major sects. The reason why he had such an attitude towards Su Changqing was precisely because he came from the Lingxiao Academy. When he saw Su Changqing killing those foreigners without mercy, he inevitably had the idea of making good friends and cherishing his talent. Such a human teenager. It's a rarity in today's barren state. Could be. Su Changqing slightly pondered and nodded his head in agreement. The desolate state was not like the southern region, as could be seen through Jun Bufan. His cultivation might be considered good among the younger generation, but it was by no means the top group of powerhouses. Before entering the Tsungtian Wood, this event was also a way to familiarize oneself with the competing opponents. As for the Red Sky City that Jun Bufan spoke of, this city was quite far away from the frontier of the desolate state, and was situated on both sides of the banks of a water called the Heavenly River. Rumor has it, the Heavenly River had been flowing in the land of the desolate state for 10,000 years, 100 miles wide and endless in length. Its water metaphysical. It had been said that the Heavenly River originated from other states, passed through the desolate state, and eventually flowed into the North Sea. Some people have also said that the Heavenly River is an ancient river, whose source is unknown, suspected to come out of thin air, crossing the entire land of wasteland. For this reason, there are powerful people who swim against the current, wanting to explore a little, but in the end, nothing. Before this great power sat down, he left a last word. The river of heaven is unfathomable. To this point, the source of the Heavenly River then became a mystery in the desolate state and was talked about by countless cultivators. But no matter what, there is no way to hide the long years and mysterious feel of the river of heaven. The time wobbles. For about a little over half a month, with Jun Bufan's guidance, Su Changqing finally saw this rumored heavenly river after he had shuttled through the clouds, and saw the Red Sky City that was situated on the banks of the Heavenly River. With this glance, Su Changqing's breath caught slightly. The massive loftiness of the Red Sky City seemed to be beyond his imagination. From a distance, it is large enough to be compared to the gate of a large sect in the southern region. Fellow Daoist Su, it's here. As Jun Bufan opened his mouth in disbelief, his figure headed straight for Red Sky City. Su Changqing followed. The closer he got to Red Sky City, the stronger the shock the city brought him. When landing, Su Changqing looked along the city gates that were as high as 100 feet, only to see that the city was soon filled with an endless stream of coming and going cultivators, with people of all shapes and sizes. Even more so, There were also some other foreign figures that looked as high and mighty as Qi Yan and the others, scoffing at the passing human cultivators. Chapter 56, The parties make their appearances. Jun Bufan was used to this scene in Red Sky City. There seemed to be anger and helplessness in his eyes, which eventually turned into a long sigh. Fellow Daoist Su, let's go. I don't know if elder brother and the others have arrived yet. Su Changqing was silent. It's a very different feeling to hear it and to see it with your own eyes. If he didn't know that this was the hinterland of the desolate state, just a glance at the flailing colors of the foreign races in the city would hardly make one treat Red Sky City as a human city. But here's the strange thing. After Su Changqing entered the city, he found that both the human and foreign races in Red Sky City were all looking excited, and they were all speeding towards the distance, looking a bit impatient. Fellow Daoist Su doesn't know. Jun Bufan spoke. Every 3 years, the water of the heavenly river will hang upside down in the sky like a star waterfall. This is the wondrous heavenly river waterfall, and one of the most mysterious visions of the heavenly river, and this is the right time to do it. Sky River Falls? Su Changqing was slightly stunned. That's right. It coincides with this period of time when the heavenly river falls phenomenon manifested. So the major heavenly prides of the desolate prefecture have placed the location of the event in Red Sky City, which is also considered to be a shared view of the spectacle. As Jun Bufan opened his mouth, the two of them traveled along, and within a short time, the heavenly river appeared in front of them. The moment he saw the heavenly river, Su Changqing's first feeling was that this river was too quiet. It is difficult to see the edge of the monstrous river, the sound of its water flow, but very weak, slowly flowing, with a sense of thickness, ripples, occasionally some splashes of water rose, but it was insignificant for the heavenly river, which was 100 miles wide. The moment, a vast flat area on the edge of the heavenly river had already gathered over 10,000 cultivators and foreigners, with a sea of people in clamor. An attic and elegant hall stood high above, and most of the cultivators standing on it had brocade clothes and jade robes, with extraordinary temperaments. There was even a beautifully chic building ship slowly sailing by, a few of which were as majestic as small mountains. 7. You're here? Jun Bufan and Su Changqing had just appeared, and excited words immediately came from a building ship in the heavenly river. The person who opened his mouth was also a man in a green shirt. Behind him, there was also a man and a woman. Looking at their attire, they were all disciples of the Ling Shao Academy. Senior Brother Meng. Jun Bufan's eyes lit up, and as he led Su Changqing to the building ship, he separately rushed to explain to Su Changqing and the green-shirt man at the head of the group. Fellow Daoist Su, this is my third senior brother Meng Yang Yuan. Senior Brother Meng, this is a fellow Daoist I met not long ago. Su Changqing. As he was talking, Su Changqing's figure had already landed on the deck, and he rushed at these disciples of the Ling Shao Academy and cupped his fists one by one. Greetings to Brother Meng and all of you fellow Daoists. On the way here, Jun Bufan had already introduced him to many. The Ling Shao Academy was valued as one of the top forces in the desolate state, and unlike other sects, the younger generation was divided by 9 sons. Just as Jun Bufan was ranked as the oldest 7, the young man in front of him named Meng Yang Yuan was the 3rd son of Ling Shao, with a cultivation of the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. The other man and woman were the 8th son, Ji Yuba, and the 9th in line, Bai Jin. These two were slightly weaker in cultivation, still stuck at the dust opening realm perfection. Ha ha, well said. Shao Qi's friend is my friend. Meng Yang Yuan smiled and responded without any doubt. It seemed to him that anyone in the desolate state who could get Jun Bufan's approval would naturally not be bad. Ji Yubo and Bai Jin also flashed kind smiles at Su Changqing one by one. Just as the crowd smiled and greeted, Jun Bufan looked around and frowned in confusion. Right. Senior Brother Meng. Where is senior brother and second senior sister? Why haven't they arrived yet? It's a long story. They went on a trip to the North Sea and couldn't get away for a while. Meng Yang Yuan responded. Hearing this, Jun Bufan, Ji Yubo and Bai Jin just let out an "oh." Su Changqing's pupils then flickered imperceptibly. He knew quite a bit about the pattern of the wasteland state during this period of time, and the North Sea had always been at odds with the human race of the wasteland state, with the Ling Shao Academy being the most important of them. I didn't expect this big brother and second sister of the Ling Shao Academy to dare to enter the North Sea range just like this. While Su Changqing waited, he continued to familiarize himself with the desolate state. Unconsciously, there were more and more cultivators on both sides of the heavenly river, and as far as the eye could see, the pavilions on both sides of the heavenly river were lined up, and the figures of one cultivator after another continued to arrive. On the second day, a huge building ship appeared on the heavenly river. This building ship is not bad spiritual treasure transformed, radiating a faint pressure at the same time, vaguely visible on the deck of the building ship. There is also the figure of the cultivator. The heavenly soul palace people are here. That's the young palace master of the Heavenly Soul Palace, Cold Fong Yun. Seeing the appearance of the young man at the head of the deck, excited words came out from some cultivators on both sides of the Heavenly River, immediately causing a burst of clamor. In the midst of a gaze, the corner of Cold Fong Yun's mouth raised in a slight arc. Behind him at this moment such as an invisible soul statue roaring up to the sky, making tens of thousands of cultivators all breath a screen. Mind as if also by this soul shadow roar deterrence. Almost at the same time that Cold Fong Yun appeared, a clamor with shock resounded once again from both sides of the Heavenly River. Look! Isn't this the boat of the Tai Dao sect? I didn't expect that aside from the 9 sons of the Ling Xiao and the young master of the Heavenly Soul Palace, someone from the Tai Dao sect would also come. Hearing these remarks, Cold Fong Yun's originally haughty demeanor abruptly became grave. Jun Bufan, Ji Yubo and Bai Jin also turned to look at this moment. Zhao Wuchen from the Tai Dao sect has even come? Meng Yang Yuan frowned even more slightly. Su Changqing thoughtfully followed the gazes of these people, only to see a 100-foot building ship with a body like white jade, slowly speeding from the distant Heavenly River. A sail flag stood in the wind on the ship. On it was written the word Tai, hunting, like a divine power. A cultivator with low cultivation would be burned to the heart and soul if he looked at it. But these are not the point. What really caused the clamor of the cultivators on both sides of the Heavenly River, and Meng Yang Yuan and the other 9 sons of the Ling Xiao to stand in strict anticipation, was the line of figures standing on the boat of the Tai Tower, especially the white-clothed young man at the head of the group. This person was none other than the contemporary leader of the younger generation of the Tai Dao sect, Zhao Wuduan. He just stood there quietly. His body seemed to be surrounded by a wisp of misty halo, as if he was in the presence of a god, more like an exiled immortal. Surrounded by the Tai Dao sect disciples, he instantly became the center of attention. Maybe Su Changqing didn't know. However, Meng Yang Yuan and other cultivators from the desolate state were clear. Not only was Zhao Wuchen's cultivation at the perfection of the spirit transformation realm, but he had also condensed the purple heavenly sea, and among the major forces of the current desolate land, he was the top group of heavenly prides. There are only 3 or 5 who can match it. The crowd was in awe. Zhao Wuchen's gaze skimmed over Meng Yang Yuan and the others, and he even ignored the Heavenly Soul Palace's Cold Fong Yun, landing on a void space beside him and passing out faint words. Fellow Taoists have pretty much arrived. Holy son of Haotian, how much longer do you have to hide? Chapter 57, The Smell of Gunpowder. Ha ha. Brother Dustless hasn't seen you in a few years. Your elegance hasn't diminished. Zhao Wuchen's words just fell. The piece of void space that his gaze was looking at suddenly had a youth figure slowly emerge between the distortions. It was the holy son of Haotian. The moment he appeared, he was like a golden sunrise, dispelling the dampness on the Heavenly River while at the same time causing the clamor on both sides of the Heavenly River to completely shake the heavens. How Tian Holy Son? Heavens, what's going on here? I didn't expect these sacred land great sect inheritors, who are not seen by the dragon, to appear one after another. There was a cacophony of chatter. On the building ship where the Ling Xiao Academy was located, Meng Yang Yuan's frown tightened, with the 2 of them coming in person. Apart from the eldest senior brother, I'm afraid that the second senior sister will not be an opponent even if she comes. Jun Bufan spoke in a low voice, more like explaining it. Su Changqing beside him. It was no wonder that the 9 sons of the Ling Xiao had such an attitude. The world knew that the Ling Xiao Academy did not deal with the North Sea Royal Clan, but the Tai Dao sect and the Haotian Holy Land had a close relationship with the North Sea Royal Clan. Therefore, this led to the fact that there was no small amount of friction between the 3 major forces. However, not waiting for Jun Bufan's words to come out in full, halfway up the Heavenly River, a big, arrogant laugh suddenly spread across the 8 directions. Ha ha ha, Brother Dustless, Brother Luo Yang. I didn't expect the 2 of you to appear at the same time. It's really rare. The voice seemed to contain spiritual pressure, and as it was emitted, it caused many cultivators on both sides of the Heavenly River to stifle a grunt and spill blood from their mouths and noses. Next moment, a figure came rushing in from the clouds, with extremely dense demonic power covering his body. This was a young man with a cloaked and proud face, and there were some hidden bumps on both sides of his forehead, like a pair of dragon horns that hadn't completely grown out yet. Almost at the same time that this foreign youth arrived, the originally calm Heavenly River trembled slightly. It was as if there was a prime living being walking towards this place step by step. The water surface of the Heavenly River was like transforming into the earth, and on its way forward there was a constant buzzing and trembling, with ripples rippling out and rolling up huge waves. It was a stout man. Although there is no foreign atmosphere on his body, his appearance is even more different from the human race, but the exposed skin presents a bronze color, a line as if the grooves and gullies, full of desolate and vicissitudes of feeling. This person walked slowly along the water of the Heavenly River. The pace seemed slow, but with every step that fell, Overlapping shadows would appear on his torso, as fast as an instant, approaching in the blink of an eye. The North Sea Kings, the Ao clan line and the giant demon Koan clan. The moment he saw these two figures, Su Changqing's ears immediately heard Jun Bufan's grave voice. The attitude was different from that of Jun Bufan and the other 9 sons of the Ling Xiao. When Zhao Wuchen, the holy son of Haotian, saw these two royal youths, an imperceptible smile appeared on his face, and he greeted them at the first opportunity. Ao Guangyu, Kuan Tai, what great wind has even blown the two of you here as well? Ha ha, the wonders of the heavenly river falls occur once every 3 years, and since I, Bei Hai, intend to go to the Tsungtian wood, I naturally have to take a look along the way as well. Ao Guangyu responded with a big smile. That said, after arriving at this place, the first thing this young man from the royal clan did was to look at the building ship belonging to the Ling Xiao Academy, his eyes transmitting a teasing color. Did Xian Xiao not come? Kuntai also looked toward the Ling Xiao Academy at this time, frowning slightly as he let out a cold snort. The Xian Xiao he spoke of was the great disciple of the Ling Xiao Academy, and a demon of the younger generation who was not weaker than any cultivator of the same realm. See this scene. The corners of Zhao Wuchen's and Hao Tian's sacred sons' mouths lifted, and they tacitly did not continue to speak, as if they were watching the fun. The Heavenly Soul Palace's cold Fangyun was similarly silent, not daring to interject too much. Even the three of them were like this, and they were even more terrified of those cultivators on both sides of the heavenly river. Countless gazes looked at the Ling Xiao Academy's building ship in unison with different expressions. Big Brother has his own priorities, and besides, facing the attention of the two royal youths, Jun Bufan was about to take a step when Meng Yang Yuan stepped forward first. If you want to see elder brother Xian Xiao, the two of you are afraid that you're not qualified yet, so let you and your elder brother come personally. Hearing these words, the originally noisy tens of thousands of cultivators on both sides of the heavenly river had their hearts and minds shaken. Su Changqing was also stunned. He knew that the Ling Xiao Academy was at odds with the North Sea royal clan, but he did not expect that the gunpowder smell between the two had become so thick. The first time we met, we were in a war of words, and we didn't give an inch. Sure, it was only Su Changqing who felt this way, and Zhao Wuchen and the holy son of Haotian and the others were clearly not the least bit surprised by Meng Yang Yuan's attitude, as if these people in the Ling Xiao Academy love and hate clearly or not, will not be attached to the trend of inflammation or not, should have been so. Hear the murmurings all around. Kuntai let out a sardonic laugh. Oh, I really want to rip your head off and taste what it tastes like, said. He tightened his fists, emitting a regal crunching sound, as if he would storm out in the next breath and directly kill Meng Yang Yuan and Jun Bufan and the others. When the atmosphere was steeply depressing, the imagined great battle did not happen, because right now, above the heavenly river, two more heavenly prides from the great forces of the desolate prefecture appeared. One of them was a young, clean-cut monk, who walked slowly without any ostentation to speak of, like an ordinary ascetic. But after favoring the sight of this clean-cut monk, whether it was Meng Yang Yuan and the others or the two royal youths from the North Sea, all of their pupils actually shrunk slightly. Bitter Lord Zen Center, monk without a phase. This guy usually keeps a low profile. Why is he here too? Zhao Wuchen and the holy son of Haotian glanced at each other and also saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although the withered bamboo Zen Academy was not part of the great powers of the desolate state, no great religious sanctuary dared to take it lightly, because its roots are the same as the Li Fire God sect. From other states, the clean-cut monk in front of him was the contemporary Buddhist son of the dead bamboo Zen Academy. His cultivation was unfathomable, and similarly ranked among the top group of existences of the young generation in the desolate state. As for the last heavenly pride that came, was a stunningly beautiful woman. The appearance of this woman made the temperature above the heavenly river plummet, and the sky seemed to have hidden snowflakes and cold winds spreading. The moment you see this person, the sidekick for now, for the first time, Su Changqing's mind appeared to vibrate. Although this woman was unfamiliar, he still saw something of an icy temperament similar to that of Shui Qianxian in this woman's body. Are they from the ancient capital of falling sky? Su Changqing whispered when. This proud daughter of heaven who also came from the ancient capital of the falling heavens seemed to be aware of this, and her beautiful eyes also looked in the direction where Su Changqing was. Her gaze lingered briefly on Su Changqing for some time before she stopped paying attention to this teenager who was only at the dust-opening realm. Because the wonders of the heavenly river falls were finally manifested at this moment, only to see the vault of the sky suddenly cloudy, such as the silver-white moonlight dropping down. The originally calm water of the heavenly river abruptly began to boil. It seems to want to hang upside down, like a waterfall against the current, with the dome of the moon intertwined into a piece. Chapter 58, adding a first prize. Such a wondrous scene is beautiful, so why should you all be angry at this time? Just as the two sides of the heavenly river were shocked by this scene due to the manifestation of the heavenly river waterfall, Faint words came out from the woman from the falling sky ancient capital. Amitabha Buddha. What fellow Taoist Shirlan said is very true. Monk without a face also joined his hands together at this moment and lightly recited the Buddhist text. Then it will be as the two fellow Taoists say. Hearing the words of these two, Meng Yangyuan pondered briefly, and his tightly furrowed brows seemed to calm down. He distantly clasped his fists at Shirlan and the faceless monk. Withered Bamboo Zen Academy and Falling Sky Ancient Capital. Although these two forces are neutral, the strength of the foundation is not at all weak to other Holy Land great religion. Even if his eldest senior brother were to come in person, he would still give a few points. Kun Tai, on the other hand, grunted coldly. He looked fiercely at the Ling Shao Academy's crowd, and even though he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to continue seeking trouble at the moment. Brother Cohen, why take offense with those rotting deadwood? Ao Guangyu's eyes flashed with a shadowy color, but he quickly shook his head full of concern. See how things are going. Zhao Wuchen, who was watching the show with the holy son of Haotian, also immediately laughed and passed out words to make peace, such as to uncover that unpleasantness just now. A bunch of hypocrites. On the Ling Shao Academy building ship, when Jun Bufan, who saw this scene, murmured disdainfully, he turned around and rushed towards Su Changqing and spoke apologetically. I've made fellow Taoist Su look at the joke. No harm done. Su Changqing waved his hand. Although the forces of the various parties in the deserted state were strong, in the final analysis, they were no different from the 7 great clans of the southern region. He had seen this kind of thing too many times when he honored the ancient spirit sect's great disciple. Next time, as the vision of the heavenly river waterfall becomes more and more intense, the entire dome of the sky seems to be mingled with the water of the heavenly river, such as the delicate veil, which will cover this piece of heaven and earth hazy. Among the desolate state cultivators on both sides of the heavenly river, soft laughter and long sighs were faintly heard. The attic elegant room. It seems that there are also people pushing the cup. The building ship where the Ling Shao Academy is located. Su Changqing also gradually became acquainted with those 3 Ling Shao disciples other than Jun Bufan. The moment when Meng Yangyuan heard about Su Changqing actually coming from the southern region, he even revealed a face of consternation and spoke in surprise. The southern region is separated from the desolate state by millions of mountains, and for Brother Su to be able to cross over on his own is really admirable to Mr. Meng. That's natural. Without waiting for Su Changqing to open his mouth, Jun Bufan took the lead and responded with a big, bright smile. Third senior brother, you are unaware that when I saw Brother Su, he was fighting with one of the sea lizard clan spirit transformation realm reptiles. Hear that? Meng Yangyuan was even more moved. Even the two of them, Ji Yubo and Bai Jin, subconsciously looked at Su Changqing, their eyes flickering. The world knows that it is not easy to practice. Between each realm, there existed a gulf like a rift in the sky. Su Changqing was able to use his cultivation at the late stage of the dust opening realm to battle a strong person of the spirit transformation realm, which is enough to see that he is not bad. I'm afraid that he has condensed the Heavenly Destiny Dao Foundation. Such a human pride, even without Jun Bufan's pull from it, was worth their friendship. Feeling the strange gazes cast by these Ling Shao Academy disciples, Su Changqing's rare old face slightly reddened. Just then, Bai Jin seemed to have thought of something and suddenly inquired and opened his mouth. Right. Since Brother Su is from the southern region, he should have some knowledge of the immortal ancient ruins, right? There is the power of law outside the immortal ancient ruins, and I don't know much about it. Su Changqing shook his head. Familiar, but there are things that are at the very core of his secrets that he must not tell anyone. Hearing his reply, Bai Jin wasn't surprised as she then spoke. It's true that it's as rumored. The immortal ancient ruins, a battlefield from ancient times. Jun Bufan also spoke with emotion. Rumor has it that this relic is not only related to the ancient gods and demons, but also to the ancient immortals that have faded away over the ages. It is reasonable for such a party to be forbidden and have laws draped around it. Deliberate. I remember the dean once said that the immortal ancient ruins are battlefields, but they are likewise burial grounds. Meng Yangyuan obviously knew the most, and immediately spoke out to stop his senior siblings from speculating, his expression becoming serious. The stabilization of the laws around the ruins is precisely to prevent any undead beings from breaking out, so don't have any illusions about this matter, and it's better for us to talk less about it. Jun Bufan, Bai Jin and the two of them immediately understood, and no longer continued to ask Su Changqing about the matter of the immortal ancient ruins. Su Changqing himself here, but his mind was slightly shaken, because through the reactions of Meng Yangyuan and the others, it seemed that they, the people of the great powers of the desolate state, did not know that the laws outside the immortal ancient ruins would weaken every once in a while. The 7 southern domain clans had precisely taken this opportunity so as to sneak into it to compete for the power of the earth veins. If it was really as Meng Yangyuan had said, the laws surrounding the immortal ancient ruins were meant to prevent undead beings from breaking out within the ruins. The bronze sword was still fine. After all, it was now lying in his dantian. But once there are other living beings, and in the immortal ancient relics of the law seems more and more unstable. Su Changqing glanced at Meng Yangyuan's serious expression and his breathing became more and more rapid. Fine thoughts. However, when he tried to open his mouth to say something, as the spectacle of the heavenly river falls in the outside world reached the climax stage, Zhao Wuchen's voice suddenly fell into the ears of the heavenly prides of the various forces in this place. Fellow Taoists, it's not easy to take this opportunity to gather together. Why don't you take advantage of this to add a piece of fun to this event? In the meantime, the other man's voice came with great timing. Ha ha, what Brother Dustless said is right up my alley. Only to see the holy son of Haotian lifting his wine cup, distantly rushing towards the bright moon of the pale dome and taking a drink. He once again smiled and opened his mouth. However, Monk Wuxiang and fellow Taoist Snow said just now that they don't want us to go out and fight so as not to hurt today's peace. Then I do have a good idea. The words are gone. Meng Yangyuan, Jun Bufan and the others frowned as they looked over. The faceless monk and Shueshirlan were also puzzled in their hearts, and they looked at Zhao Wuchen and the holy son of Haotian who were not far away. A gaze. The holy son of Haotian's eyes frivolously glanced at everyone and faintly spoke. Since it is inconvenient for us to do it ourselves, we might as well let our respective open dust realm cultivators compare and contrast. It's also a way to add a head start to the Cthulhu that's about to open. How's that? Not waiting for the crowd to return, Kuntai laughed out loud in perfect silence. I don't understand what the first prize is not the first prize, but if we want to talk about the clansmen below the realm of the transformed spirit, although my Koan clan does not dare to trespass on the first, at the very least, when he slowly walked out, he did not know when there was an additional young man of the Koan clan beside him, and looking at his cultivation it was precisely the dust opening realm perfection, in front of tens of thousands of cultivators on both sides of the heavenly river. Kuan-Tai raised his right hand, pointing straight in the direction where the Ling Shao Academy was located, and his words spread in all directions. At the very least, one punch will smash the putative. The Nine Sons of the Sky, Chapter 59. When Zhao Wuchen opened his mouth, Meng Yangyuan and the others had already detected a hint of an unkind rhyme. At this moment, as Kuan-Tai walked out, the discerning have already seen it. The so-called adding a share of the first prize is exactly rushing towards the Ling Shao Academy. It's nakedly targeted. Brother Koan is not so good at this. Ao Guangyu was also well suited to open his mouth at this time. Who in the desolate state doesn't know that the 9 sons of the Ling Shao are all heavenly prides? Not to mention the spirit transformation realm. They won't be weaker than anyone else at the dust opening realm. As he said that, his gaze fell on the Ling Shao Academy crowd, his eyes teasing. Then who knows? Rumors sometimes aren't to be trusted. Kuntai laughed out loud. One time, these few people had a word for each other, and they were clearly framing Meng Yangyuan and the others in front of tens of thousands of desolate state cultivators. Complicated and in cahoots. Jun Bufan was infuriated and spoke through clenched teeth. But no matter how they think about it, they have been forced into this situation right now. Bai Jin's eyes were ice cold, and as he slowly walked out from the building ship, he rushed towards Meng Yangyuan and Jun Bufan and spoke categorically. 2 senior brothers. I'll do it. Although she was ranked last among the 9 sons of the Ling Shao, her cultivation was not weak, and she had already attained the perfection of the heavenly fate open dust. Oh, that's right. Kuan-Tai glanced at Bai Jin, who had walked out, and turned back to rushing at that Koan clan youth and opened his mouth in a hideous manner. Since Xian Shao isn't here, it's good to break this female's limbs. Kuan Xian. Gotcha. The young man of the Kuan tribe who was called Kuan Xian showed disdain in his eyes, and immediately his figure swayed and rushed straight to Bai Jin without any pleasantries, and raised his hand to blast out a fist. Bai Jin's complexion was slightly stagnant. She didn't know when she had an extra long sword like a transparent sword in her hand, and instead of retreating, she similarly killed towards Kuan Xian. Boom! A shocking spiritual pressure immediately rippled above the heavenly river. Tens of thousands of wasteland state cultivators on both sides of the heavenly river have been looking over their shoulders, sending out bursts of clamor and discussion, only to see the reflection of the wonders of the heavenly river waterfall. Bai Jin's first battle with Kuan Xian really had a sense of colorfulness. The Koan clan was known for their physical bodies, and Bai Jin's sword intent was clear. The two of them fought together in an instant, and for a while it was difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat. The beautiful eyes of Shueshirlan of the falling sky ancient capital flashed. The monk without a phase was also in the distance with his hands clasped together, chanting the Buddha in a soft voice. They naturally saw the situation on the field, yet avoiding the battle of the spirit transformation realm was already the result of Kuan-Tai and the others taking a step back. Nowadays, if it was just a match between the dust opening realm cultivators, it would not be good for these two to say anything more. The Ling Shao Academy often presents itself as the leader of the righteous path, not realizing that how about the human race? And how about the foreign races? Cultivators don't all act against the heavens. It is pedantic to confine oneself to the distinction of species. Although Zhao Wuchen, the holy son of Haotian, and the others were also watching, their inner thoughts were diametrically opposed. They were deliberately trying to make the Ling Xiao Academy make a good fool of itself for once. Third senior brother. Can she win? Junior sister? While everyone on the field had their own thoughts, on the building ship, Jun Bufan and Ji Yubo looked nervously at the mid-air battlefield. Meng Yang Yuan frowned. The reason for his demeanor may be unknown to the onlooker. Su Chongqing, however, was clear. By Jin, I'm afraid I'm going to lose, he sighed in his mind. The moment the young man from the Kuan clan struck out, Su Changqing's gaze had already fallen dead center on the ditch-like lines that appeared on this person's body. This pattern is obscure. It actually seemed to have a slightly similar flavor to the reorganization of his flesh when his ancient demon body metamorphosed. Although I do not know how these North Sea kings do it, look at its forging method, is clearly borrowed from similar ancient demons this level of beings. And the strength of the physical body existed certain limitations in the spirit transformation realm, and even the Tongshan realm. It could be enough to turn the tide of battle at the dust opening realm, where it was difficult to perform too many divine secret techniques, just as Su Chongqing thought. In mid-air, only to see Kuan Xian hard to flesh to take down by Gina's sword. His body outside the lines suddenly seemed to come to life in general. Flesh will be stuck in the bones of this sword. Feeling the terrifying power coming from his sword-wielding right hand, Bai Jin's face changed drastically. It was as if the long sword in her hand was not stabbing into a foreigner, but some kind of hardened magic weapon. You're very good, but you're facing my North Sea royal clan. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of Kuan Xian's mouth. Next moment, his figures appeared to overlap, and an increasingly astonishing burst of power abruptly caused the long sword in Bai Jin's hand to fall off. Take advantage of this moment. Kuan Xian raised his hand and blasted out a fist, directly making Bai Jin while spewed out blood. The figure seems to be like a stream of light was smashed down in the river of heaven. This scene immediately caused all tens of thousands of people on both sides of the heavenly river to clamor. They didn't expect that the people from the Ling Xiao Academy would fall so quickly. Gio, sister, Meng Yang Yuan. Jun Bufan's complexion suddenly changed. They immediately rushed out, which was the only way to pick up this little senior sister's figure a breath before Bai Jin fell into the heavenly river. Kuan Xian didn't stop it, but stood quietly in mid-air, disdain in his eyes even more intense. Is this the rumored 9 sons of the Ling Xiao? 9 sons of the Ling Xiao? This is clearly the Ling Xiao 9 worms. Ha ha ha. Old me said long ago that they are not a single enemy of our clan. Kuan Tai. Oh Guang, you two people how can let go of such a good opportunity? Although now is not the time to go to war with the Ling Xiao Academy, can take advantage of this humiliation is also excellent. A voice of mocking and teasing words instantly fell into everyone's ears. Zhao Wuchen smiled without saying anything. The holy son of Haotian lightly shook the wine cup in his hand, delighted at this. That young man from the Kuan clan is also heaven's destiny open dust, plus the Kuan clan is already strong in flesh. The people from the Ling Xiao Academy lost without complaining. Shuesherlan sighed softly in regret. Amat Ba Buddha. The cultivators of the North Sea were indeed prepared. The monk without a face also saw the signs and folded his hands. When the crowd clamored, blood once again spilled from the corner of Bai Jin's mouth, and his face turned white as he gave a bitter smile. Senior, I'm sorry. Cough. Not your problem. Meng Yang Yuan's face was extraordinarily ugly. He looked at his own senior sister and chose to squeeze out a relieved smile even though he heard the mocking words that kept coming out from all around him. The Kuan clan is already known for its strong physical body in the North Sea. And this reptile's cultivation level is only one step away from the spirit transformation realm. It seems like they've really planned for a long time for today's battle. Right about this time, Kuan Xian's words came out again. Does anyone else from the dust opening realm dare to answer the battle? His voice was very loud, and it even contained a not so small amount of spiritual pressure, making it clearly audible to all the desolate state cultivators on both sides of the heavenly river. Ha ha ha, if you don't dare, I, the North Sea royal clan, won't force myself. Just say Ling Xiao Academy. The skill is not as good as the others, so let's call it quits today, shall we? Every word in the discourse was like a sharp thorn, ruthlessly piercing into the hearts of Meng Yang Yuan, Jun Bufan and the others, and as Kuan Xian's words echoed, they could clearly feel that countless gazes all around them were gazing at this moment, with different colors, shock and ridicule mostly, because in the weak and strong cultivation world, worshipping the strong is an eternal essence. After all, not everyone could see that this battle was originally a long-prepared young conspiracy by the North Sea royal clan to purposely go against the Ling Xiao Academy. More people. Just look at the results. Chapter 60, May I Face the Battle? The rivalry between the forces of the desolate state is far more revealing than I had imagined. Su Changqing was silent. From the time he came to Red Sky City to the moment this scene happened, he had seen it all in his eyes. Because of this, Su Changqing had an illusion. It seemed as if there was only an opportunity missing between the great sect sanctuaries of the desolate state, and there was a high chance of causing a real war. Actually, as Su Changqing thought, if it wasn't for the fact that the wasteland state great sect sacred grounds were too deep, scruples existed between each other. Naked targeting and humiliation like this will never stop at the younger generation, but is truly the death of the two forces. Elder brother, let me do it. While Su Changqing was pondering, the only remaining Ji Yubo could no longer remain calm, and when he gritted his teeth and wanted to rush out, he was stopped by Meng Yangyuan. You're no match for him either. Meng Yangyuan bitterly shook his head. But, just let these North Sea reptiles rise above us? Ji Yubo let out a low growl of resignation. Bai Jin, who had a similar cultivation level to him, had lost so quickly in the hands of Koan Xian, and he himself was naturally no match. But in the face of such humiliation, how could the young and vigorous Ji Yubo swallow this breath? If one person from the Ling Shao Academy doesn't dare to come and fight, I would like to follow the order of the young clan and let those of you at the dust opening realm go together. How about it? Just then, Koan Xian continued to speak out. It seemed that today, in front of these tens of thousands of cultivators, the face of the Ling Shao Academy would be completely trampled underfoot, and they, the North Sea royal clan, would never stop. Looking at Jun Bufan, whose fists were clenched and whose eyes were frantic with rage, but who could do nothing about it. Su Changqing was silent for a long time, and finally let out a light sigh. Although he didn't want to meddle in too many feuds between the forces of the desolate state, he really couldn't stand to watch. Sure, the bottom line is this. The moment Su Changqing came to the desolate state, he did not have any good feelings towards these North Sea foreigners who viewed the human race as blood food. How about, let me try. As he opened his mouth, he took a step and arrived in midair outside the building ship. Brother Su? Fellow Taoist Su? Seeing Su Changqing's sudden action, Meng Yangyuan, Jun Bufan and the others first froze, but quickly reacted and hurriedly tried to open their mouths to admonish him. On the one hand, they were aware that Su Changqing was strong, but Bai Jin was all defeated, and they didn't think Su Changqing could win against that Koan clan man. On the other hand, it was because this was a matter for the Ling Shao Academy. Jun Bufan or not, Meng Yangyuan and Ji Yubo and the others, they didn't want to involve Su Changqing, thus causing unnecessary enmity. As Su Changqing's figure stepped out of the building boat, the gazes of everyone on both sides of the heavenly river converged on him at that moment, and bursts of murmurs were heard. Who is this person? He's very unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be from the Ling Shao Academy? I just saw him with Jun Bufan from the Ling Shao Academy. I guess he must be a friend of those heavenly prides from the Ling Shao Academy? No matter who he is, it's rare to be able to stand up for the Ling Shao Academy at this time. I see difficult. Ling Shao Academy's Bai Jin was defeated. This person's cultivation looks even weaker than Bai Jin. A clamor in the midst of the noise. Zhao Wuchen and the holy son of Haotian also cast their gazes with considerable interest. The two of them had naturally seen Su Changqing beside Jun Bufan and the others long ago. Although he didn't know what kind of connection Su Changqing had with the Ling Shao Academy, he was just watching the show at the moment, so naturally he wasn't afraid of a big deal. The faceless monk in Shuesherlan, for the first time, also looked squarely at Su Changqing. Ha ha, Ling Shao Academy is really getting worse by the day. Could it be that with Xian Shao out of the picture, are all of you wastes going so far as to let a late-stage dust-opening realm brat face the battle? The openness in Kuntai's eyes became even more intense. Ao Guangyu even shook his head with a fake sigh, seemingly disappointed with the present-day Ling Shao Academy, just as the various heavenly prides looked at Su Changqing. Su Changqing's gaze had landed on Koan Xian and politely opened his mouth. I'm also at the dust-opening realm. I wonder if I can fight. Ha ha, since you dare to step out of the building ship, you can sense. Koan Xian sensed the looks around him. He laughed out loud. His figure once again appeared to overlap, charging straight at Su Changqing, and a fist blasted down. The best way to humiliate is to do it quickly. Su Changqing looked calm. His right hand was lightly lifted, seemingly light and powerless, but it blocked all the terrifying power contained in Koan Xian's punch. Koan Xian's eyes changed slightly. It was important to know that the Koan clan was known for their strong physical bodies in the North Sea and even in the desolate state. Even the perfect dust-opening realm wouldn't dare to underestimate this punch of his, but the human in front of him had stopped it so simply? Su Changqing ignored Koan Xian's shock. He sensed the strength of this Koan clan youth's physical body and quickly shook his head. The Koan clan's physical body and the ancient devil's body did have similarities. It's too weak. Do you want a quick fight? Coincidentally, that's what I intend to do. Su Changqing's eyes were no longer casual. It wasn't true that he chose to stand up for the Ling Shao Academy, but too many people were watching at the moment, and for safety's sake, the The faster Cohen Xian lost, the less he would be exposed. Thinking about it, Su Changqing raised his hand and fist fell. The corner of Cohen Xian's mouth reveals a fierce smile. Actually does not retreat but advances. The same as another fist blasted out. Seems to want a physical strength. From the front to crush the human cultivator in front of him. Only his smile only appeared for a moment before it froze on his face. For the moment both fists made contact. Cohen Xian only felt like a punch landed on a large mountain. His fist bone that was comparable to a magic weapon emitted a clicking sound. And his entire right arm became numb from the recoil of the immense force. How can it be? Cohen Xian's inner heart trembled, not waiting for him to back up. As Su Changqing took a step forward, his second punch also fell, and it certainly shattered Cohen Xian's entire right arm, splattering blood and bone in all directions. Ah! A mournful wail immediately escaped from Cohen Xian's mouth. But it's not over, because at the same time, Su Changqing's third punch was already coming towards Cohen Xian's face through the spattered blood mist. Young patriarch, help me! A never-before-seen death crisis erupted from the heart of this young man of the Cohen clan. Without thinking, he shouted at Kuntai as he stormed back. Human boy, are you looking for death? Seeing that Cohen Xian was undefeated, Kuntai's face was violently gloomy. The pressure of the spirit transformation realm rolled out with a roar, suppressing in the direction of where Su Changqing was. I think you're the one looking for death. Almost the moment Kuntai opened his mouth. Although Meng Yangyuan was shocked by Su Changqing's cultivation, he still quickly reacted and opened his mouth with the same violent anger. The cultivation belonging to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm was like the rolling of heavenly might. Next moment, he had already disappeared from his original position and appeared in mid-air, protecting Su Changqing behind him. Same time, Jun Bufan's figure also rushed out of the building and ship at this moment. The sword in his hand buzzed, pointing directly at Kuntai, with the posture of decisively striking at the slightest word, coldly opening his mouth. Reptiles of the North Sea, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Chapter 61 Ling Xiao, Xian Xiao. Since Su Changqing's strike until Cohen Xian's defeat, it seemed to be a long time, but in reality, it was only a short dozen or so breaths. Looking at this sudden reversal of the situation, the 8 directions were steeply dead silent. No one would have thought that Cohen Xian, who defeated the 9th son of Ling Xiao, would be so simply defeated in the hands of a teenager. Still, he was crushed with his physical body. Zhao Wuchen's expression moved slightly. The holy son of Haotian put down his wine cup, but the surprise brought by Su Changqing was limited to this. The center of attention of the two of them had already been placed on these people from the Ling Xiao Academy. After all, Zhao Wuchen and the holy son of Haotian were waiting for this moment. Now with Meng Yangyuan, Jun Bufan and the others no longer able to endure the humiliation of the North Sea Kings, they have chosen to walk out of the building ship. Shuesherlan and the faceless monk also sighed darkly and no longer have words to exhort. None of it. The Ling Xiao Academy's grudge with the North Sea royal clan was too deep. Just as this event has been a flurry of activity from the beginning, it is no longer a gap that can be erased with a few words from the sidelines. However, just as everyone's attention shifted from Su Changqing to Meng Yangyuan and Kuntai and the others, the only one who was still looking at Su Changqing with a thoughtful expression was the faceless monk of the Withered Bamboo Zen Academy. This clean-cut monk who was chanting Buddha with his eyes deep in the sky. In the meantime, Kuntai let out a sardonic laugh and formed a confrontation in midair without showing any weakness. Reptile? Say that again if you dare? Ao Guangyu's teasing demeanor faded and he similarly stepped out, choosing to stand beside Kuntai. The atmosphere became more and more stagnant. The battle of the heavens pride of the seemingly transforming spirit realm was imminent. Trouble can't really be avoided anywhere. Su Changqing was silent. He had thought of this scene when he stepped out on his own accord. But the choice has been made. The big deal is that it's like facing the 3 great clans. The war is just that. Just as Su Changqing was thinking like this, Jun Bufan was obviously thinking the same thing. And with the flip of his wrist, the long sword in his hand suddenly emitted a crisp sword sound. He coldly looked at Kuntai and Ao Guangyu, and without any trepidation, he wanted to continue speaking. Crawl. However, before Jun Bufan's words could be fully uttered, a calm but extremely domineering voice interrupted what he was about to say. The North Sea is full of reptiles, so what's the point of saying it? The words just fell. Su Changqing's mind was shaken, and he immediately turned to look into the distance. In his gaze, a figure appeared at the end of the dome at an unknown time, only the blink of an eye. This figure was like traveling through nothingness, and even appeared directly above the heavenly river. Until now, only then did the crowd see clearly, the person who came to look handsome, wearing a green shirt like a fluttering gentleman, in his right hand but also seems to be carrying a blood-stained head. Jun Bufan similarly saw this person at this moment, and with surprise in his eyes, he couldn't care less about those northern sea kings and hurriedly spoke. Eldest senior brother, why have you come? Eldest brother, eldest brother. Meng Yang Yuan. Bai Jin and Ji Yubo reacted no differently than Jun Bufan, saluting and clasping their fists at the visitors. Xian Xiao actually came too. Isn't it rumored that he went to the North Sea? Zhao Wuchen, the holy son of Haotian, and the others immediately got up, and it was difficult to be subdued any longer. Even the seemingly transcendent Shuesherlan, the faceless monk's gaze gazed up when he saw Xian Xiao, who among the heavenly prides of the major sect sanctuaries in the desolate state didn't know of Xian Xiao's name. And the reason for it. It is this great disciple of the Ling Xiao Academy. Hiddenly, he already had the qualifications to become the leader of the young generation in the desolate state. The people of the Ling Xiao Academy, have repeated the word reptile. Xian Xiao first nodded slightly at Shuesherlan and the faceless monk, and then he immediately flashed a smile at these junior siblings of Jun Bufan's. Finally, he landed his gaze on Kuan Tai and Ao Guanyu and spoke faintly. And then what? With that, he threw the head in his hand in front of these two North Sea King clan youths. After Kuan Tai and Ao Guanyu saw Xian Xiao appear, their already ugly faces turned ugly. Now with Xian Xiao's move, they then noticed the blood-stained head, and their minds immediately exploded like 100,000 thunderbolts as they lost their voices and opened their mouths. This is Uncle Park. How is it possible? Uncle Park's cultivation has long been through the gods. Isn't he in the North Sea? As the appalled voices of these two came out, everyone on both sides of the heavenly river, without fail, soaked in cool air. Even Zhao Wuchen, the holy son of Haotian, Shuesherlan, and the faceless monk were no exceptions, all of them looking at the figure in mid-air in shock. Su Changqing's pupils even shrunk. At this moment, how could he not guess why Meng Yang Yuan had previously said that Xian Xiao had gone to the North Sea? This is not a simple trip to the North Sea. This great disciple of the Ling Xiao had clearly rushed back after he had gone deep into the North Sea alone and slaughtered a North Sea royal family of the Tanshan realm. If anything, this is the time to keep your composure. It was feared that only Jun Bufan, Meng Yang Yuan and these few disciples of the Ling Xiao Academy, they seemed to be used to their eldest brother doing anything amazing. The moment. A shocked gaze. Xian Xiao's gaze was calm, his face growing more and more handsome under the moonlight, ignoring everyone's clamoring comments, always looking at the Kuan Tai duo, and then opened his mouth. You two little creeps, you haven't answered my question yet? The moment the last word came out, behind Xian Xiao, like a sea of purple spiritual energy emerged. Amazing spiritual pressure. Instantly toward Kuan Tai and Ao Guanyu two people suppressed and fell. Boom. Just for a moment, these two heavenly pride of the North Sea royal clan spewed out blood. Xian Xiao, how dare you? Are you trying to cause a war between the Ling Xiao Academy and the North Sea? They roared angrily and lowly, but even if they exerted their entire body's cultivation, they were unable to get up amidst the pressure of this purple heavenly sea, and their figures involuntarily half-kneeled in the void. With the two of you, you're not qualified enough to represent the North Sea, so get lost. Xian Zhao's expression remained unchanged, but Kuan Tai and Ao Guanyu were not weak after all. He still had some scruples after all, and did not directly behead these two in public, but instead looked towards Kuan Xian who had long been scared out of his wits. As for you, the one who injured my Ling Xiao, shall be executed. Hear that? Kuan Xian's face paled for a split second and he turned around to flee. It was just that the spirit transformation realm's Kuan Tai had been easily suppressed by Xian Xiao, and he was even more unqualified to even escape. Just the moment the word punish landed, with Xian Zhao's cold snort, Kuan Xian was abruptly and violently shaken, as if he was wiped out of existence by a pair of invisible hands. His pupils collapsed, and he fell down to the heavenly river. Do it all. Only then did Xian Zhao's figure slowly land on the building ship belonging to the Ling Xiao Academy. From start to finish, he didn't bother to take a glance at the Zhao Wuchen and Haotian Saint Sun duo, such as Jun Bufan and the others. This Ling Xiao big disciple didn't seem to have any good feelings towards these hypocritical people either. After he greeted Jun Bufan and Meng Yang Yuan, he instead turned to look at Su Changqing at the first opportunity and opened his mouth with a light smile. You're good. These boys new friends? Chapter 62, The Heavenly Pride of the Wasteland State. None of them are good. That's right, eldest brother. Without waiting for Su Changqing to reply, Jun Bufan took the lead to return to the building ship and rushed to Xian Xiao to introduce himself. The reason why Xian Xiao revealed his goodwill towards Su Changqing was precisely because when he arrived just now, he had already seen the fight between the dust-opening realm in his eyes. I didn't think that this uncharitable senior brother of his would be so enthusiastic. The physical body is very strong, but one should never rely on the method of forging the body alone. The perception of the divine Tao rhythms is the most important thing. Xian Xiao pondered slightly and rushed at Su Changqing to open his mouth and give him some instructions. Thanks a lot. Su Changqing returned the smile. He knew that with Xian Zhao's terrifying cultivation, to be able to open his mouth like this was already for the sake of Jun Bufan and the others. As for the meaning of his words, Su Changqing was naturally clear. Cultivation of the road. The condensation of gas and dust is only the most basic realm. The only way to be considered a real starter is to cultivate their own spirit. See. At this point in the realm of spiritual consciousness illusion, arts and magical powers at your fingertips, and if you reach the realm of God, spiritual consciousness into divine consciousness, the birth of the only spirit within the body, you can sense the Taoist rhythm of heaven and earth, raising their hands and feet to resonate with the might of heaven and earth. According to unusual cultivators, the strength of the physical body ultimately existed at its limit, and it was difficult to influence too much after stepping into the spirit transformation realm. The body of the ancient devil was different. Su Changqing can't be sure if he can physically reorganize his body for a second time, a third time, or even a fourth time, a fifth time. But there is one thing, that is, after the body of the ancient devil grows to a certain level, it is not a simple physical body metamorphosis, but a leap in the level of life, which cannot be measured by common sense. Sure, Su Changqing naturally wouldn't try to explain anything, only keeping Xian Zhao's kindness in his heart. Immediately after, Xian Zhao then stopped paying attention to Su Changqing and instead turned around to communicate with Meng Yangyuan and the others. Seeing the situation, Su Changqing had the sense not to interrupt. In the meantime, halfway up the heavenly river, Kuantai and Ao Guangyu's faces were red for a while and green for a while, but in the end, they still chose to swallow this bad breath. But they didn't have the face to continue staying, and before they left, they gave a deathly glance at the building and ship where the Lingxiao Academy was located. In addition to Xian Zhao making these two royal prides hate him to the bone, Su Changqing was likewise remembered in their hearts, only waiting for another day when they had the opportunity to come back to avenge today's insults. He, it seems, has gotten a lot stronger again. Zhao Wuchen and the Holy Son of Haotian also had no time to watch the show. Regardless of whether or not Xian Zhao placed them in his eyes, these two undoubtedly already viewed Xian Zhao as their greatest rival, and as they looked at each other at this moment, they both saw the colors of gravity and scorn in their eyes. I haven't seen you for a while, but I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Xian Zhao is only one step away from the passing God realm. To be able to counteract the Tongshan with the spirit transformation realm, this matter is also very difficult for the young monk to do. Shueishilan and monk Wu Xiang also marveled, their thoughts seemingly still stuck on the scene where Xian Zhao briefly struck out just now. But anyway, with Xian Zhao's strong appearance, this heaven's remarkable event had no other ripples. The tens of thousands of cultivators on both sides of the heavenly river were also re-immersed in the wonders of the heavenly river falls in the time that followed. This time, in addition to the duo of Zhao Wuchen and the Holy Son of Haotian, the heavenly soul palace's Cold Fong Yun and some other heavenly prides from other forces had all walked towards the building ship where the Lingxiao Academy was located. To be precise, it was specifically for the placement of the Xian Zhao. To this, Xian Zhao didn't continue to be overbearing, as if it wasn't him who was domineeringly suppressing the Northern Sea King clan, and talked and laughed with these desolate state celestials. Not much longer, Shueishilan and the faceless monk also came one after the other. The two of them were talking to Xian Zhao about something unknown, and Shueishilan did not stay long before turning to leave. On the other hand, after greeting Jun Bufan and the others, monk Wuxiang turned towards Su Changqing who was on the side, joining his hands and chanting Buddha, Amat Ba Buddha. Little monk Wuxiang, I wonder how to address you. Su Changqing. Su Changqing was a bit surprised, but still responded politely. I don't know if there's something wrong with fellow Taoist Wuxiang. In the short less than 1 month that he had been here, he had already seen that although the monk in front of him was not very old, he was also a leading figure in the younger generation of the Wasteland State. The fact that he was able to defeat Koan Xian might be very conspicuous in the southern region, but it wasn't too outstanding in the Wasteland State realm. It wasn't worth the side eye of a heavenly pride at this level. It's not a big deal. If the young monk didn't guess wrongly, Brother Su should come from the southern region. As expected, after Su Changqing was surprised and opened his mouth, the monk without a phase joined his hands and recited the Buddha, his eyes as containing a touch of unspeakable wisdom, and opened his mouth again. It's just that I don't know if Brother Su, has he ever been to the 9 prisons of Lin Yuan? Words. Su Changqing's pupils flickered imperceptibly. He didn't deny it, and he didn't admit it outright. Amat Ba. The faceless monk lightly recited the Buddhist text, as if he could see Su Changqing's caution, and explained, the young monk has no malicious intent. It's just that when he was able to see Brother Su fighting with the Kuan clan of the North Sea, he was a bit curious. The might of Brother Su's fleshly body seems to contain some ancient demon body forging method. Ancient demons? Su Changqing's heart was slightly shaken, but his face left no trace of surprise as he opened his mouth. What is an ancient demon? The faceless monk looked deeply at Su Changqing. After briefly explaining that the ancient demons were rumored beings, he didn't continue to dwell on the issue. Yet before leaving, this clean-cut monk still rushed at Su Changqing and said something that seemed to have a deep meaning. If Brother Su wants to understand what an ancient demon is, he can come to the withered bamboo Zen garden on another day, and he will know the truth then. Su Changqing was silent. First, it was Meng Yang Yuan talking about the immortal ancient ruins, and at this moment, it was the faceless monk's understanding of the ancient demon inheritance within the 9 prison peaks. He should know that he had been extra cautious during the battle with Koan Xian, but he had still been seen to be a bit of a fool. It seems that I have to be more careful. Su Changqing shook his head. As he looked at the departing back of the faceless monk, he suddenly felt that none of these great power heavenly prides in the desolate state were good. It wasn't about cultivation, but the insight was so deep that it gave him a strong sense of crisis. Brother Su? While Su Changqing was thinking about it, Jun Bufan slowly walked in after exchanging words with some friends. Eldest senior brother will be going back with us in a few days, so if Brother Su has nothing to do, he can first take a break in the Lingxiao Academy, and then go to the Cong Tianwood together with us. How about that? Su Changqing had originally been afraid of the forces of the desolate state and thus intended to refuse when he did. Jun Bufan was a bit anxious, and with an apologetic face, he seemed to organize his language before explaining and opening his mouth. Those reptiles in the North Sea won't let up easily if they can come together. They can be considered to have a caretaker. Seeing Jun Bufan's sincere look, Su Changqing exhaled a cloudy breath. Good. Then I'll take care of it. Jun Bufan saw Su Changqing nodding his head and immediately smiled with joy. Great. This trip to Heavenly River was in a hurry. On the way back I'll give Brother Su a good introduction to the scenery of Wasteland State. P.S. Seeing this Taoist friends, can you click a hyped up as you go? Kneel down and thank. Chapter 63, Returning and Interception. The blue sky is 1,000,000 miles away and the wilderness is vast. 100-foot ship whistled past from the firmament, setting off the clouds to roll backward. The moment. On the deck of the building ship, Su Changqing looked at the land of the desolate state, his brows slightly furrowed. 7 days had already passed since the Heaven's Pride extravaganza. He was always pondering over the matter of the Tsungtian wood and the invitation from the faceless monk. Su Changqing didn't understand why the faceless monk would say those words, but he didn't see too much hostility on that clean-cut monk's face. The dead bamboo Zen center? Su Changqing muttered. Through Jun Bufan's introduction, the withered bamboo Zen center originated from the Buddhist Taoist tradition. The main camp of the Buddhist monks is in a large state called the Western Sky, and it's just one of the branches in the deserted state. The faceless monk was none other than a contemporary Buddhist cultivator, a Buddhist son who walked in the deserted state. The withered bamboo Zen monastery belongs to the neutral side, never getting involved in the grudges of the major sect sanctuaries in the desolate state. Jun Bufan didn't know when he came beside Su Changqing and spoke with a smile. When the Cong Tianwood ends, if Brother Su wants to pay a visit to the withered bamboo Zen Academy, I can accompany you, and I think those vultures will sell my Lingxiao Academy a face. He had already learned of the invitation from the faceless monk from Su Changqing's mouth. As to why, Su Changqing did not go into detail, and Jun Bufan did not inquire, as he was clear that every cultivator who could make it this far had their own secrets. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Jun. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Su Changqing responded. Any time. Brother Su doesn't have to be too polite. Jun Bufan waved his hand graciously, obviously recognizing Su Changqing as a friend from the bottom of his heart. During this period of time, the Lingxiao Academy's building ship passed by several sect boundaries. Su Changqing was also considered to be the first time he personally experienced the power pattern of the desolate state. These clans were not conspicuous in the desolate state, and the ancestors of each of them were all strong at the passing god realm. What's more, there was a force called Qingyun, which had a full 5 Tongshan realms sitting in the town, and its depth was still above the 7 major clans in the southern domain. It's such a clan, even though the highest cultivation of Su Changqing's group, Xian Xiao, was only at the consummation of the spirit transformation realm. The moment they saw the Lingxiao Academy's building and ship, all 5 Tongshan realm ancestors stepped out to personally welcome them. The southern region is still too small. Su Changqing looked at those passing spirit realm ancestors in front of Jun Bufan and the others, but they were actually without the stance of a strong man, and for a while, he was quite emotional. He seemed to have seen how fierce the competition would be when the Cong Tianwood opened. Not much longer. After bidding farewell to the Green Cloud sect, the building ship once again whistled in the sky. Time passes. When Su Changqing's group was less than 7 days away from the Lingxiao Academy, Jun Bufan who was chatting, Meng Yang Yuan who seemed to notice something, all turned to look at the lofty mountains and ridges in front of them which were covered by a sea of clouds, murmuring in a low voice. Something's not right. Ji Yubo and Bai Jing glanced at each other, and it was obvious that these two were not cultivated enough to notice anything wrong. In the meantime, Su Changqing also opened his eyes from his coiled knees, his pupils flickering imperceptibly. Too quiet? His spiritual sense was also not as good as Jun Bufan's duo, but he was able to detect why Jun Bufan and the others were frowning due to too much experience. Below the building ship's current forward direction was a lofty mountain range hidden in a sea of clouds. But the weird thing is, the ferocious beasts that originally existed in this place seemed to have dissipated, falling into a deathly silence. Quick! Open the formation! Just as the crowd was hesitant, Xian Xiao inside the building ship violently rushed and gave a low roar towards Su Changqing and the others. Right at the moment Xian Zhao's words came out, a rune suddenly surfaced around the building ship, turning it into a formation light curtain. Next moment, the front of the building ship, but suddenly set off a red hurricane, invisible whistling, so that the sky and sea of clouds seemed to have been dyed a layer of bizarre red. Jun Bufan, Meng Yang Yuan and the few people whose hearts and minds were suddenly shaken. Su Changqing's eyes also contracted, transmitting a look of heart-stopping shock. Because of those red hurricanes, when looked at closely, they were clearly a red spider the size of a fingernail cap, with wings on its back as if it had wings, and it was speeding towards the building ship at an astonishing speed. They were as tiny as gravel and densely packed, forming a terrifying storm that covered the sky. Blood Spider. This is the tactic of the Blood Spider clan of the North Sea. When looking at the scene, without waiting for Su Changqing to react, Jun Bufan and Meng Yang Yuan and the others' faces changed as they immediately opened their mouths. Xianxiao similarly frowned. He decisively raised his hand and choked, pointing out a finger toward the formation's light screen. In a flash, the light curtain shook greatly, and while the rolling mighty pressure erupted, it scattered a brilliant aura, causing the bloody spiders that were approaching the building ship to be directly annihilated. Just then, the change regenerated. Just see the whistling in the outside world of the blood-colored hurricane, suddenly rolled backward and returned, instantly turned into a bat with 2 wings, the size of 100 feet, such as bathing in blood-colored spiders. Its huge mouthpiece was hideous and its scarlet eyes transmitted a bloodthirsty aura as it stood above the void, coldly looking toward the Lingxiao Academy crowd. Killing my North Sea powerhouses and insulting my North Sea royal family. Do you want to let it go like this? A figure slowly coalesced on top of the blood spider's head, and Jie's cold smile echoed above the sky. The moment he saw the figure, Jun Bufan, Meng Yang Yuan and the others' expressions suddenly changed. Blood spider ancestor. This person already stepped into the passing god realm many years ago. When did he sneak into the depths of the desolate prefecture? Hear these words. Su Changqing's breath also stuttered. He had never expected that these foreign races from the North Sea would be so bold as to dare to intercept them so openly not far from the Lingxiao Academy. And here's the kicker. The return of the Lingxiao Academy is not certain. Those clans we visited earlier. Someone snitched. Su Changqing frowned. Jun Bufan and the others also reacted as an afterthought, their faces rising with extraordinarily ugly expressions. Has the hand of the North Sea Fae reached this far? However, the situation at hand is not the time to think about that. As the blood spider elder ancestor's words landed, there was another voice that resounded, reverberating in the 8 directions while the pressure of the passing god realm rolled up a monstrous sea of clouds. Inside the clouds, a short man stepped out slowly. It was as if there were wisps of fire burning in his eyes, and at a glance his body's spiritual energy seemed to have been ignited, which was heart-stopping. But it's not over yet. After the blood spider ancestor and the midget man appeared, a third Northern Sea Fae race powerhouse suddenly stepped out from the back of the Lingxiao Academy's building ship. In the moment of seeing this person, even Xian Xiao couldn't help but stare, because this third North Sea foreigner was actually a clan elder of the Ao clan's royal clan, whose cultivation was clearly already in the middle stage of the passing god realm. This clan elder of the Ao clan lineage didn't pay any attention to Su Changqing and the others after he appeared. His gaze fell on Xian Xiao and he spoke indifferently, trespassing into my North Sea heart abyss and seizing a holy relic. Xian Xiao. Do you really think that my North Sea royal family, afraid to kill you? P.S. The new book period, all the friends can be more urging more. In addition to what ideas, you can directly comment on Ha. Chapter 64 Red Moon Spirit Race. Oh show lie. A cold aura flashed in Xian Zhao's eyes as he recognized this old friend. When he broke into the North Sea alone that day, it was this Ao clan elder in front of him who had been hanging behind him and chasing after him, and at this moment, he had actually sneaked in here. Next moment, the array light curtain outside the Lingxiao building ship boomed, and even decisively slammed into the direction of the midget man in a most direct direction. The speed was as fast as streams of light, for it was at the instant these 3 North Sea powerhouses appeared. Xian Xiao had already discovered that this place had long been laid down with formations, cutting off all means of voice communication. The only way out is by force. The midget man's eyes suddenly clouded over. Now that 3 North Sea passing god realm powerhouses were surrounding him, Xian Xiao chose to break through in his direction, clearly looking down on him. The Fire Dolphin clan ancestor. Want to go? Can you get away? As the cold humming sound came out, The flames reflected in the midget man's pupils seemed to reverse with the present world, causing a sea of terrifying fire to appear around him. Vaguely, there seemed to be some sort of living being roaring within the sea of fire, and a giant formed by flaming lava blasted out a fist towards the approaching Lingxiao building ship. Buzz! The entire Lingxiao building ship violently trembled. Even if there was an array of light curtains blocking it, it was still like a heavy hammer striking at the hearts and minds of Su Changqing and the others. Not only that, right at the moment the Lingxiao building ship moved, the blood spider ancestor and Ao Xiu all shot out almost at the same time. The red mist spread. The oozing rustling sound made the scalp of anyone who heard it numb, because this mist was composed of a single blood-colored spider, a steady stream of them rushing towards the formation light screen. Another direction. The claws of the dragon seemed to travel through nothingness, containing the might of heaven and earth, and when it ruthlessly landed on the Lingxiao building ship, it made it seem as if the 10,000 feet in circumference was plunged into a thunderstorm. The roar was unrelenting. With the full force of the three Tongshan realm powerhouses, even the Lingxiao Academy's formation light curtain seemed to be difficult to support at this point, emitting a clicking, piercing sound. 1 can fight, 2 can tangle, and 3 Tongshan realm then. Jun Bufan and the others in Su Changqing's ears all heard Xianzhao's grave voice at this moment. Senior, get ready to run with everyone. The words are gone. Xianzhao's eyes flickered, radiating a strand of lingering coldness as he took the initiative to kill the midget man closest to him before the erased curtain of light crumbled. Compared to the fire sea giants, Xianzhao was as small as a mole cricket, but in the eyes of the crowd, this Lingxiao great disciple behind the purple sea ocean illusion at this moment, as if it had become a majestic star falling from the sky, wrapped in a terrifying power to suppress and go. For a time, it actually directly forced back the lava giant. Is this the might of the purple heavenly sea? Is this the top group of demons in the young generation of the desolate prefecture? On the deck of the building ship, Su Changqing's heart was shaken. There was still a considerable gap between him and this level of heavenly pride, but now is not the time for sentimentality. As Xianzhao took the initiative to meet the battle, Ao Xiu and the blood spider old ancestor decisively ignored the few people on the Lingxiao tower ship and all rushed towards Xianzhao. In their eyes, Su Changqing and the others could be destroyed by lifting their hands. This great disciple of the Lingxiao Academy was the true threat to the Northern Sea Fei race. This scene was a long story, but in reality, since the appearance of the North Sea powerhouse to Xianzhao taking the initiative to meet the battle, it was only a matter of moments. Meng Yangyuan glanced at his eldest senior brother who was surrounded by Ao Xiu and the others, and without much hesitation, he decisively rushed towards the core of the Lingxiao tower ship's formation light curtain. Other than Xianzhao, he was the one with the highest cultivation level in this place, so he had the greatest possibility of escaping this killing opportunity by riding the building ship. Eldest senior brother doesn't die that easily. This battle is not something that we can intervene in. When opening quickly, the array light curtain that originally had the limit of crumbling, once again coalesced a spiritual rune, causing the speed of the Lingxiao building ship to not decrease, quickly reversing direction away from the battlefield above. In just a few short breaths, the Lingxiao building ship had already crossed 10,000 feet. Face the move. Jun Bufan, Bai Jin and the three of them had ugly faces, but did not have any objections. Su Changqing was at first puzzled, but reacted just as quickly. First, he feigned to force his way into the siege of 3 Tongshan realm powerhouses, and then Xianzhao took the initiative to meet the battle, and the ultimate goal was to escape from this side of the battlefield by riding a building ship. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, gaining a deeper understanding of the tacit understanding between these disciples of Lingxiao Academy. It doesn't take much to figure it out. Meng Yangyuan's idea was to get away from here as fast as possible and inform the Lingxiao Academy of the news of the Northern Sea Fei's attack as fast as possible. This fit. It was clearly forged through countless times of life and death. Yet it was at this time. Suddenly there was the sound of light laughter murmuring, violently resounding from the minds of Su Changqing and Jun Bufan and the others. 10,000 spirits transform into bones, and the sea of blood blossoms, only to see one after another blood-colored petals. In the shock of the crowd, from the Lingxiao tower ship outside the array of light curtains, slowly blossomed and opened, seemingly transformed into a volume of blood-colored scrolls. A blood-red particle like a flower seed drifted out from the core of this blood-colored flower, densely packed, transmitting a creepy and bizarre fluctuation. When these red particles appeared, they immediately spread out from nothingness like flower seeds, constantly rooting themselves in the array's light curtain. The formation's spiritual power quickly dissipated, only for a moment. In Ao Xiu and other 3 North Sea powerhouses can also block 1 or 2 of the light curtain, steeply collapsed. In the meantime, diffuse sky blood-colored petals, its largest one within the core of the flower, but slowly out of a red dress woman. Red Moon Spirit Clan. Meng Yangyuan, Jun Bufan and the others suddenly changed their expressions when they saw this woman. Among them, Bai Jin and Ji Yubo's faces were even slightly pale. Su Changqing similarly had his mind booming. Because of this red-skirted woman's stunning appearance, her face was strangely pale, though she looked shaky and weak. However, the moment he saw this woman, an extremely dangerous feeling was born in the bottom of his heart, as if the next breath, just die. In fact, he felt right. The red-skirted woman in front of him was the third largest royal clan of the North Sea, the Red Moon Spirit Clan's cultivator. The Red Moon Spirit Clan had very few clansmen, yet for 10,000 years it had always made the clans of the North Sea, and even the other two royal clans, extremely fearful. Therefore, the clan was mysterious. Not to mention the major forces in the desolate state. Even the foreign races in the North Sea knew very little about them. The only thing that was certain was that any member of the Red Moon Spirit Clan possessed all sorts of incredibly bizarre secret techniques, with no soul and no spirit, and with heaven and earth as their destiny. If they are willing, then there is a great probability that today's North Sea will no longer have 3 major kingdoms, but 2 major kingdoms, and a real royal family. The crowd was creeped out. The woman in the red dress covered her mouth and laughed lightly, like a weak little woman. Her words were soft but deadly. Where is this running to? Little brothers? Chapter 65, Her Old Flame? The moment the red-skirted woman's words echoed, Meng Yang Yuan, Jun Bufan and other people's hearts. In an instant, such as by the invisible hand clenched hard, the blood flow backward, seemingly want to break out of the body. The same is true here in Su Changqing. The Red Moon Spirit Clan's bizarre techniques, coupled with the suppression of the realm, made it seem as if the crowd had become mundane, along with their spiritual awareness being frozen, and they could only watch in despair as the red-skirted woman walked towards the building ship step by step. Brother Su was sorry for not. I didn't realize that the people from the Red Moon Spirit Clan had come. As Su Changqing's face hardened, Jun Bufan's bitter voice came from beside his ears. However, no matter how much the Ling Shao Academy people struggled, they were all like being fixed, and could only look horrified as they watched the red-skirted woman's approach. The Red Moon Spirit Clan doesn't care about the outside world. Does Senior want to break this rule? Faced with unprecedented death threats, Meng Yang Yuan couldn't help but ask in despair. What rules? The little lady doesn't know. Oh. The woman in the red dress laughed softly, shaking her head slowly as she walked. But you guys are bold. How dare you seize my North Sea's holy relics? If it wasn't for my daughter's personal presence, you would have really gotten away with it. Saying that, her figure had already appeared on the deck, licking her scarlet lips, revealing a different kind of elegance, and her laughter came out once again. Hee, it's been a long time since I've tasted tender flesh and blood. I really miss it. Your Moon Spectre. Hearing this, Meng Yang Yuan and Jun Bufan's eyes widened violently, seeming to think of something as lost in thought as they opened their mouths, their complexions growing paler and paler. Due to the name of Moon Spectre, unlike the mystery of the Red Moon Spirit race, it had become famous throughout the desolate state 1,000 years ago, belonging to the top generation of the older generation's heavenly pride. Alongside the Snow Maiden of the current Falling Sky ancient capital, it was one of the most likely demons to step into the realm of greatness. Yo, there's someone who still remembers the little lady. Yu Yunmai surveyed the crowd with interest, and her jade hand was slightly raised. Meng Yang Yuan, Jun Bufan and the others, along with Su Changqing, immediately sensed that the reverse flow of blood was even more intense, as if the next breath would break out of their bodies and their vitality would be swept away. But then again, it's death to know. Oh, who made your vitality so fresh and moist? Everyone in despair. The Moon Spectre's smile remained the same, seemingly enjoying the pleasure of such eating, his crimson pupils revealing a sense of fulfillment. But just before she laid her hands on him, her eyebrows frowned slightly, and she fiercely looked at Su Changqing at the very back, a strange aura appearing in her eyes. It seems like the wind is sweeping by. Moon Spectre's figure appeared in front of Su Changqing in an instant. She did not strike the first time, and her eyes revealed a flash of essence as she murmured and opened her mouth. Strange. Why is it that your blood gives the young woman a sense of eccentricity that she has never encountered before? Su Changqing was silent, but the heart is clear. He was honored as an ancient devil's body, and his fleshly body was naturally different from that of an ordinary human cultivator after reorganization. Just as Yu Ming was startled for a moment and just wanted to probe for an answer, Su Changqing's originally desperate face finally squeezed out a miserable smile. There's a lot more you haven't encountered. The words just fell. Inside his Qiankuan ring, the ancient Rui seal suddenly erupted with a brilliant aura. As a matter of fact, when he saw the formation crumble, Su Changqing's attention had already been placed within the Qiankuan ring, on that one ancient Rui seal. Don't blame him for being selfish. In the face of a strong person who could easily break through the array's light curtain, if he didn't flee, it would be nothing more than one more corpse. Now with the Moon Spectre's sudden strike, this ancient Rui seal given by Xue Qianxian was instantly effective at this moment. and Su Changqing's figure became unlockable and blurred. Teleportation treasure? Moonspector was slightly stunned. But soon, disdain came through her eyes. Her jade hand lightly lifted, and a blood-colored petal floated and came, and even vaguely had the illusion of blocking the power of teleportation from Su Changqing's body. Su Changqing's mind was shaken. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to have such a high level of cultivation. You made me do it. Seeing that the power of teleportation was about to be blocked, Su Changqing's eyes iced down, and the bronze sword in his body began to tremble. He had been unwilling to waste this last chance at a sword, but right now life and death are at stake. It won't do to not use this last of the underpinnings. It was all a long story, but from the time Yu Yuming noticed Su Changqing until the teleportation was interrupted, it was only a few breaths of time. Just in the nick of time, Yu Yuming seemed to have sensed something. Her smile froze, and her raised jade hand stopped in mid-air. Next moment, the ancient Rui seal that had lost its suppression erupted with a shocking power of teleportation, and Su Changqing's silhouette completely disappeared on top of the Lingxiao building ship. Faced with this sudden scene, although Meng Yuan and the others were first shocked, none of their faces showed any resentment. Jun Bufan, in particular, had revealed a genuine smile for the first time at this critical moment of impending death. This was originally a feud between the Lingxiao Academy and the North Sea. Therefore, death was not scary, and they had long been prepared to die in battle for the human race at any time. Involving Su Changqing was what made Jun Bufan and the others feel guilty. Now that Su Changqing had his own means to escape from the poisonous hands, not only did these disciples of the Lingxiao Academy not hold any grudges, instead they were happy that their friend was able to survive. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Yume actually did not show the color of anger, but instead stood frozen in place, her stunningly beautiful face full of surprise. The fluctuation of that teleportation just now, ancient Rui seal? She murmured to herself, her mind rippling. Because of the ancient Rudraksh seal, Moonspector had seen it before. How did something of hers end up in this little guy's hands? The strange color in Yu Yome's beautiful eyes became even more intense. As she remembers it, Snowchance is a woman who was even more proud than she is. The life-preserving item of such a proud daughter of the heavens was naturally not something that a tiny dust-opening realm cultivator could seize. Then, that leaves one possibility. The woman offered it? As Moonspector drifted off, she couldn't help but birth a guess that surprised her. TSK, that little guy in the party. It can't be her old flame. I didn't expect that the cold and icy snow woman would not only fall to the mortal world, or an old cow eating young grass. Thinking about it, the Moonspector hummed lightly, and the original killing thoughts were replaced by the excitement of learning this little tidbit of information. Itching to go to the falling sky ancient capital right now. Have a good laugh at your former best friend. And so, under the shocked gazes of Jun Bufan and the others, this woman from the Red Moon spirit race actually turned around and disappeared after Su Changqing teleported away without even looking at them people. Third senior brother. What happened to her? I don't know either, but I heard that the Moonspector's character is already eccentric. It wouldn't be surprising to see what kind of behavior it would do. Feel the oppression originating from the soul dissipate. Meng Yuan heavily spat out a stuffy mouth, and after the robbery, he didn't dare to make any stops, and immediately redrove the Lingxiao building ship, rushing in the direction of the academy. This scene that happened afterward, Su Changqing didn't know. With some apologies, under the teleportation of the ancient Rui seal, his figure had now appeared, 10,000 miles away. Chapter 66, One Wave After Another. The ancient Rudraksh seal is a disordered transmission. Su Changqing also didn't know where he had been teleported to. Unlike the pallor of the first time he entered the desolate state, his location was situated on a huge plain, which was still vast but covered by a sky full of snow. Only the cold, biting wind, whistling, in the sky and the earth rolled whimpering sound echoed. Long-lasting, not just any snow? Su Changqing raised his hand and watched the snowflakes melt in his palm, immediately noticing the coldness that seemed to freeze everything. It was as if the snow in the sky was not only snow, but more like the spiritual power of heaven and earth was contained within it, turning it into a cold that made it impossible for cultivators to avoid. I wonder how Jun Bufan and the others are doing now. Su Changqing sighed softly, a touch of complexity and emotion on his face. Facing that red-skirted woman, if he didn't leave, it would be nothing more than one more corpse. But when he really escaped out, his heart was still inevitably a bit helpless. A moment of silence. Su Changqing pushed these thoughts down, and now the top priority was to figure out where this place was located and how far it was from the Tsongtian wood. As his figure flew out in a flash, he raised his hand and scattered a curtain of light, blocking the cold wind and snow, and his breath was also hidden at the same time. I don't know how long I've been traveling forward. When he saw the image at the end of the sky, Su Changqing's figure suddenly lurched, and his breathing was vaguely shortened. Only in his field of vision, on the distant horizon. The original plains were replaced by a magnificent mountain range, covered in snow. But that's not the point. When the sunrise slowly sprinkled down, one could see that in the center area of the mountain range, there stood a heaven-shaking mountain that could not be described as majestic. The clouds were at its feet, and the firmament was penetrated by it. It was as if this mountain was enough to form a world of its own, as if it was difficult to measure. The moment all living beings saw it, their hearts would be filled with the feeling of insignificance. Su Changqing slowly exhaled a stuffy breath, and his speed became even faster. After approaching, he then realized that in the rolling mountain range at the foot of this great mountain, a snow-covered city rose up like a snowy kingdom, perhaps due to a change in circumstances. Most of the occasional cultivators looking in from the city were wrapped in thick robes. Seeing the situation, Su Changqing took out almost the same clothes from within the Qianquan ring and put them on, before revealing his figure and walking towards the nearest city. This city, named Snow Spirit City. The people who resided within this city were basically all cultivators, and mortals were rarely seen. Therefore, the appearance of Su Changqing, an unfamiliar face, did not attract much attention. Take this opportunity. Su Changqing also gradually understood that he had actually been teleported by the ancient Rui seal to the Tianshan realm in the desolate state. The so-called heavenly mountain was the very same great mountain he saw shaking the heavens, and at the top of the mountain in the sky there is an eternally existing ancient city, which is the most mysterious among the holy places of the great religions of the desolate state, the ancient capital of the fallen sky. Su Changqing's eyes flickered with a flash of dawning realization. No wonder it's extremely cold and snowy all day long. I just don't know if Snow Chance has gone back. However, the good thing is that the ancient capital of falling sky is not far away from the Tsongtian wood, so it is only necessary to surrender a certain amount of spirit stones to teleport a few times. He shook his head and walked down the bluestone road squeezed by the heavy snow into a restaurant that was only open for cultivators. Just got seated. Bursts of chatter from some loose cultivators then came from within the restaurant. The Song Tian Trojan horse opens, and I heard that this blooming of the divine spirit flower will be unprecedented. I'm afraid that this trip to the Tsong Heavenly Wood will be unimaginably brutal in terms of competition. Hearing these remarks, Su Changqing's eyes moved slightly. Sitting not far away from the window seat, his gaze fell on the cultivators traveling to and from the street, but his mind was on the conversations of those people. Yes, this time the opening of the Tsongtian Wood is different from the past. Not only is the sacred maiden of Shirlan from our falling sky ancient capital here in person, but some second-rate sects and even loose cultivators are all eager to try out, just wanting to soar through the Tsongtian Wood trip. That's the tomb of a deity. I heard that when it was opened last time, many clans received unimaginable creations, and their depths became more and more unfathomable. Your news is outdated. Not only our desolate prefecture, but those foreign races in the North Sea and even the 3 great royal clans are also eyeing this time. Most of these cultivators who were able to talk highly about the restaurant were of low status. What they said was known to everyone, and Su Changqing didn't hear the hidden secrets he wanted for a while. Right about this time, a cultivator who looked like a disciple of the clan, his eyes revealed disdain as he rushed out words to the murmuring crowd. If it's not my kind, it's not my heart. I'm afraid that all of you don't know that a few days ago, there were powerful people from the North Sea royal clans passing God realm who had infiltrated into the core frontier of the desolate prefecture and rounded up those heavenly prides from the Lingxiao Academy. With indignation on his face, as if he felt shame, this youth then spoke. None of these North Sea foreigners are good, even if they are eyeing the divine spirit flower. So what? The Lingxiao Academy has already sent out a message. This time, when we enter the Tsongtian Wood, we'll kill every single one of the Northern Sea Fae we see. You are too young. The young leader of this generation of the Ao clan's royal family and the Kuan clan, no less than the holy son and holy daughter. When someone heard this, they just wanted to retort, but were immediately interrupted by that sect disciple. They and strong can be stronger than the Lingxiao big disciple. Xianxiao Sr. personally let out a word. The North Sea dares to enter the Tsongtian Wood person. He won't let go of a single one. When it comes to the name Xianxiao, a flash of fervent reverence was clearly revealed in the eyes of this sect disciple. If it's really that powerful, it wouldn't have been chased to the desolate state by the Northern Sea King clan. Another old man-like cultivator refuted the opening words. As if stung, the sect disciples slammed the table and roared loudly and lowly, seemingly unable to allow the faith in their hearts to be slandered by these people. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Aren't those foreign races just bullying the small with the big? If they have the ability to fight their way up to the Lingxiao Academy, cultivation is inherently weak and strong. If you have the ability to let the Lingxiao Academy kill the North Sea. Seeing that the discussion that had just taken place suddenly turned into a comparison between the stronger and the weaker, Su Changqing was suddenly disinterested. The only thing worth celebrating was only the news that Xin Xiao was not dead and had escaped alive from the interception of the three Tongshan realm powerhouses. To be able to achieve such a level with a cultivation of the perfection of the spirit transformation realm, it's truly remarkable. He sighed darkly, just about to get up and leave. There was suddenly a line of people on the street where the cultivators were traveling to and from. Dressed in white robes, they hurriedly passed through with cold eyes. The moment he saw these figures, Su Changqing's gaze steepened. Perhaps these cultivators were dressed no differently than those in the Tianshan Earth realm. Through the indifference of these people that seemed to originate from their bones, Su Changqing still recognized at a glance that they were none other than the fire separation cultists. The departing fire god sect also had power in the desolate state, a matter that Su Changqing had long known about. But seeing the cautious look of these off-fire devotees, Su Changqing thought about it. Immediately, he left the restaurant and followed silently. Chapter 67, A Weird Sacrifice. The night in Snow Spirit City seemed to be much dimmer than the rest of the realm under the heavy snow cover. In the faint moonlight, Su Changqing's figure flashed past. That line of fire devotee was extremely cautious, and his costume was no different from that of an ordinary Tianshan cultivator. If not for the fact that he had fought with these leaving fire cultists, he would have been afraid that it would have been difficult to realize, let alone follow in secret. Not much longer. Su Changqing saw those fire devotee walking into a remote area in the city, and only then did he reveal his figure under the faint moonlight. Their destination, that courtyard? His eyes stared slightly, only to see that these leaving fire cultists were very careful and were rapidly rushing towards a courtyard not far away. The snowflakes reflect the moonlight and glow with a faint light. The interior of this courtyard was pitch black, like a giant mouth of the abyss, devouring the little light that remained. In the moment of seeing this courtyard, the ancient demon's eye in Su Changqing's brow trembled lightly, emitting a certain kind of longing will as it did when it devoured the ancient breath within the divine slave's body. He slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. Something in his mind that he didn't quite understand. This was the boundary of the Falling Sky ancient capital. Could it be that those strong men of the Falling Sky ancient capital hadn't discovered the traces of these Lihua cultists before? Or say, the Falling Sky ancient capital's attention was focused on the Tsung Tianwood. The secret moves of the offspringists are lights out for them? That's just it. The thoughts of these great powers are not something I can speculate on, and since I've encountered them, it's also considered unlucky for these Lihua cultists. Su Changqing looked at the few leaving fire devotees who were about to step into the courtyard, and his eyes suddenly turned icy cold. He's not a nice guy. Regardless of what these Lihua cultists wanted to do, there was an opportunity to get his foot in the door, and there was no way he would miss it. Same time, as he watched the several leaving fire followers who were about to walk into the courtyard, the leader of one of them seemed to have sensed something. A flash of suspicion flashed in his eyes, and just as he was about to turn around and look away, he only felt the world in front of him suddenly appear in a trance. Immediately after, the world dimmed in the eyes of this off-fire devotee, head and body separated. This sudden scene, immediately causing those of his companions' pupils to shrink. However, without waiting for any reaction from these fire devotee, a wisp of black flame curled up from underneath everyone's feet at an unknown time, enveloping all of their silhouettes, only for a moment. These leaving fire followers, then there was only one left. The man's scalp exploded as he looked at the inexplicable death of his companion. But soon, a hand, as if traveling through nothingness, pressed dead center on his brow the moment before his words came out. Soul search. The murmur seemed like a life-threatening note in the darkness of the night. The fire devotee's eyes were horrified, but with the horrifying spiritual power venting, his mind was instantly impacted into a mass of blood mist, and his scattered memories were like being flipped through by an invisible hand. But in 3 breaths, the gas died. Su Changqing didn't even look at the corpse in front of him. Lifting his hand, the black amaze devoured it without leaving the slightest trace. A stronghold? Through this man's memory, he already knew that this one, hidden deep in the courtyard of Snow Spirit City, was precisely a stronghold of the leaving fire god sect, maybe its fear of spooking. Within it, there were only 3 perfection of the dust-opening realm rising flame protectors guarding them. As to why a stronghold was set up here, that person's rank was not sufficient. There was no answer in the scattered memories. Thinking about it, Su Changqing no longer hesitated, shakily came to a wigwam in the courtyard, and in the way he learned in his memories, opened a gap in the formation outside the wigwam before stepping into it. Just stepped in. A twisting passageway suddenly appeared before Su Changqing's eyes. The end of the passageway was even emitting a sickeningly heavy smell of blood. He took a deep breath and, with caution, slowly walked in the direction of the source of the blood. As he continued to approach, the area at the end of the passageway was filled with bursts of spiritual energy fluctuations, and there was even a cryptic chanting sound intermittently, about an incense stick of time. After Su Changqing walked out of the passageway, his eyes opened up, This place was clearly an underground space that was hundreds of feet wide. In the center area of the space, a huge scarlet blood pool existed. Above the pool of blood, a massive heart, silently suspended in mid-air. The heart did not beat. It was more like a stonified carving. Each vein was so lifelike that at a glance, it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The moment you see this heart, Su Changqing immediately recalled the piece of crystal that was red like a heart that was left behind after the death of the divine slave. However, that is not the point. What really made his whistling stagnate was that around the crimson blood pool, there were nearly 100 men and women of different ages standing densely. There was no light in these people's eyes, as if their souls had been wiped out and they were left with an empty shell. However, through their dress, it can still be vaguely seen that it is precisely the casual cultivators who have been living at the foot of the Tianshan mountain for many years, of which, there was even a youth with an ice-cold temperament. People from the falling sky ancient capital. Su Changqing's pupils flickered imperceptibly, like some kind of sacrifice. The moment, as they sat cross-legged on their hearts, the sound of chanting sounded from the mouths of the three fire-departing protectors. That young man from the ancient capital of the falling heavens, along with the nearly 100 loose cultivators behind him. All of them had dull gazes as they jumped into the blood pool one after another. Their bodies were instantly swallowed by the blood pool and became part of it. The smell of blood got stronger. A blood-colored line could be seen with the naked eye, sticking out from the pool of blood and fusing with the veins of the stony heart. Thud! After absorbing the nutrients from the blood of these people, the heart beat slightly. An indescribable fluctuation instantly filled the air and spread out. This fluctuation is exactly what can be perceived by Su Changqing under the traction of the ancient devil's eye. The scent of the ancients. Who, just as Su Changqing saw a bizarre scene in front of him, those three leaving fire protectors who were sitting on their knees opened their eyes in unison and turned around to stare. When they saw that an unfamiliar face had appeared in this underground space, the three of them changed their faces, revealing an unbelievable expression. Obviously, they didn't expect that other than those powerful people from the ancient capital of the falling heavens, there would be others who would be able to conceal themselves from the formations and seek out this hidden stronghold. But it is a question that is destined to go unanswered. It was at this very moment when these three rising flame protectors turned around. Su Changqing's figure had already rushed out, and there was even a heavenly Tao Dharma body manifesting behind him. It's indescribably creepy everywhere, especially the stony heart that made him think of a god slave like a puppet. He struck with all his might. The heavenly Tao Dharma body's pressure boomed, and without waiting for these three leaving fire protectors to return to their senses, one of them was obliterated by a single punch. The other two fire guardians suddenly changed in expression, but not waiting for them to use their secret methods. The black amazement white blaze came out in unison, such as the mingling of yin and yang, life and death, and in an instant, the other person's silhouette was completely submerged. As for that last leaving fire protector, Su Changqing didn't directly decapitate it, but rather, his figure appeared in front of it as he did. Raise your hand and search your soul. Unlike the ordinary departing fire cultists, this protector of the departing fire god sect obviously knew more. Therefore, as the memories of the fire guardian rolled through like books, Su Changqing immediately had a chill down his back. Chapter 68, The Secret of the Ancient Capital of the Lock Heaven. Su Changqing had thought that it was just an accident that he was able to discover the leaving fire cultists in this place. But in the memory of the fire guardian, within the countless cities and pools at the foot of the entire heavenly mountain, there clearly existed not only one stronghold of the departing fire god sect, and Snow Spirit City's stronghold in general. Inside every stronghold of the leaving fire god sect, there was a stonified heart, like the ancient devil's eye that Su Changqing obtained. This heart is the heart of an ancient god. To be precise, it was a seed similar to the heart of an ancient god that had been artificially forged by using the heart of a true ancient god as its source. For these seeds to have enough nutrients, the countless strongholds of the divine fire god sect seemed like a giant beast of the abyss hidden in the darkness, constantly harvesting the lives of the scattered cultivators of the Tianshan Earth realm. Even some of the cultivators of the falling sky ancient capital were not spared. And the reason why we chose the Tianshan territory, it was because the casual cultivators who had lived in Tianshan for a long time were all influenced by this place, thereby more or less born in the body. Demon bloodline. This demon is not a simple demonic beast, much less those foreign races in the North Sea. Rather, they are like gods and devils, with a level of life above that of all beings. Ancient demon. As Su Changqing murmured, a bit of dawning in his eyes. If his ancient demon body wanted to grow, it needed a medium of equal life level. The leaving fire god sect wanted to nurture a seed like the heart of an ancient god, similarly to refine those Su-weak ancient demon bloodlines contained within the bodies of these cultivators. Su Changqing couldn't help but think of that person from the falling sky ancient capital in the party. If I'm not mistaken, The reason why the Divine Fire God sect secretly hunted these casual cultivators of the Tianshan Earth realm. It's just the next best thing because of the fear of the falling sky guru. Their real purpose. It was the ancient capital of falling heaven that stood on the top of Tianshan Mountain. Because Xue Qianxian had mentioned that she seemed to have other bloodlines flowing through her. Thinking about it nowadays, not only was it Xue Qianxian, but the entire falling sky ancient capital was afraid that they all contained an ancient demon bloodline. It was also due to the fact that within their bodies, there existed a bloodline power that was on the same level as that of the gods and devils. It was the falling sky ancient capital that was known as the most mysterious force in the desolate state. The status was vaguely above the holy land of the great religion. The depths of the wasteland state's forces are really terrifying. Su Changqing's right hand slowly left the brow of the already dead leading fire protector, turning to look at the stonified heart above the pool of blood. The more he learned about the holy land of the great sect of the desolate state, the more alarmed he became. The falling sky ancient capital possessed an ancient demon bloodline, and the withered bamboo Zen monastery knew a great deal about ancient demons. The Ling Shao Academy, Haoqian Holy Land and other forces can be known in the desolate state, so I'm afraid that they have the same unfathomable depth. Compared to these forces, the so-called great clans in the southern domain were simply ants. But Su Changqing was also a bit curious. As far as he knows, existences at this level of life, such as gods, demons and devils, had long since ceased to be visible and disappeared into the long river of years. Why are there so many traces left on the barren state? But these hidden secrets were no longer something Su Changqing could speculate on. The moment Su Changqing's gaze fell on the incomplete stonified heart, feeling the ancient aura emanating from within it, a flash of color flashed in his eyes. Come all the way. These ancient breaths. And he grudgingly took it. The ancient devil's eye in Su Changqing's brow suddenly opened and closed. The wisps of ancient breath that the Divine Fire God sect had refined with great painstaking effort were instantly devoured by the demonic eye. The spiritual energy of the underground space rolled in a flash. With the ignition of one spiritual orifice after another, Su Changqing's second reorganization of his fleshly body continued to converge to perfection in the underground of Snow Spirit City, which no one knew about. Feeling the constant metamorphosis of his strength, he suddenly had the urge to immediately go to the other cities in the heavenly mountain realm, uprooting each and every stronghold of the Divine Fire God sect as much as possible. The moment this thought appeared, it was vetoed by Su Changqing. It was known through the memories of that fire guardian. As Snow Spirit City was at the edge of the heavenly mountain's land boundary, the leading fire cultists in this place were not strong. However, the other strongholds of the Divine Fire God sect were guarded by truly powerful people. At the foot of the heavenly mountain, the floating Jade City. This city was similarly covered in snow. Unlike the Snow Spirit City at the edge of the heavenly mountain, the magnificence of floating Jade City was no less than the Red Sky City on the banks of the heavenly river. It is one of the 16 main cities in the Tianshan Earth realm. North of floating Jade City, in a hidden underground space, here again there is a stony heart. A heart that is just a little bit short of a stonified heart that was just shy of transforming into a crimson crystal-like form. There are seeds being destroyed. Just as Su Changqing swept away the departing fire divine sect's presence in the stronghold of Snow Spirit City and began to absorb the ancient breath, the departed flame cultists guarding this place suddenly all opened their eyes. The person who opens his mouth. It was one of the most respected men of the Lihua cultists here, dressed in black robes, with indifferent eyes. On top of his black robe, there existed a reddish-colored pattern, between the fishy red writhing, as if it possessed a soul, making it look extremely extraordinary. Its cultivation, it was far above the unusual departing flame protector, and even in the spirit transformation realm, it was still a strong person. Just as the man opened his mouth, behind him, one of the leaving flame religious, and even more than a dozen leaving flame protectors all looked at him in shock, and the words rang out, Lord Divine Guard. Could it be that the people of the falling sky ancient capital have noticed something? No. The man known as Divine Guard shook his head, his voice a little hoarse. If the people of the ancient capital of the falling heavens were to notice, the ones most likely to receive interference should be us, not the sacrificial place at the edge of the heavenly mountain. Those off-fire devotees were non-committal, leaving aside the fact that the falling sky ancient capital's attention was on the Tsong Tian wood. Even without the matter of the Tsong Tian wood, for those big powers in the desolate state, the death of some loose cultivators would hardly cause too many gazes. After all, people die all the time in the wasteland. I think someone should have intruded unintentionally. It's just a matter of a seed. It's useless to an ordinary cultivator. Seemingly sensing the thoughts of the person beside him, the departing fire divine guard's gaze sank, and his cold voice then came out. Don't be careless. His Holiness has already traveled to the Tsong Tian wood and attracted the attention of the vast majority of people. If we make a mistake, we will truly die 100 deaths. By order of the Divine Guardian. By order of the Divine Guardian. In this space, there were hundreds of leaving flame religious, and they all bowed their heads to receive orders at the sound of their words. However, there were also some leaving fire protectors who spoke up again after the silence. Lord Divine Guard, I heard that the people of the Falling Sky ancient capital, whose ancient demon bloodline is the most intense, returned from the southern domain not long ago. Why don't we design something and just capture that person? With her bloodline, it's not impossible to create a divine slave or even more. Meh, the divine fire god guard sneered. His gaze was as if he had passed through the underground space, looking distantly in the direction of the top of Tianshan Mountain. My lord, the divine spirit, is the lord of heaven and earth. Ancient demons who are qualified to rival my lord are known for their epilepsy, and his bloodline is not so easy to inherit. The denser it is, the more flavorful it is. Hear that? Those flame separation protectors seemed to think of certain rumors, and their bodies shook in unison. However, after the divine guard of the Li Fire God uttered his last sentence, he stopped explaining too much. Do you know why that man was suddenly called back? Oh, my lord expects to be reborn. So how can you be sure that the ancient demon that bestowed the bloodline of the Falling Sky ancient capital, completely dead? Chapter 69, Lake in the Mountain. Lake Realm. What happened in the outside world was not known to Su Changqing. Boom. Along with the stonified heart in front of him turning into flying ash, the demonic eye in his brow closed and his eyes opened in a flash. Spiritual power ripples rippled out in layers. Late dust opening realm. Su Changqing's eyes showed a strange color. After absorbing the ancient breath contained within the stonified heart, the spirit orifices within his body had already ignited at 83, and he wasn't far away from the 100 orifices of perfection. Not only that, when the second reorganization of the flesh was completed, Su Changqing's pupils appeared for the first time, like the eyes of an ancient devil that gaze. It was a kind of indifferent ruthlessness towards all living things, with a calmness different from the arrogance of condescension. The moment this gaze appeared, the ancient devil's eye in his brow trembled, seeming to emanate an affectionate aura of facing a true descendant. Buzz! An invisible fluctuation transformed into layers of ripples spreading out in all directions in an instant. It is an oppression from the level of life. If that floating Jade City's divine fireguard was here, he would be appalled. Because the current Su Changqing was not only a heaven's path open dust cultivator, it is more like a person who got the inheritance of the ancient devil, thus metamorphosed and born, and finally descended on the land above the barren state A. Hatchling ancient devil. Su Changqing had the illusion that the current him was able to suppress all dust-opening perfection cultivators with just the power of his physical body. Not a simple defeat, but a devastating crush. And Su Changqing's mind moved slightly. A wisp of black as ink mist slowly surfaced from its surroundings. These mists were the power of the ancient demon's original life that had been bestowed upon Su Changqing after the ancient demon had reorganized his physical body for the second time. Such as having its own soul, whistling and spreading, seems to be able to devour all living things. This is only the second reorganization of the physical body. If the third, fourth reorganization, what heights will the ancient demon body reach? Su Changqing took a deep breath, and his eyes rarely revealed thick anticipation. He couldn't imagine the might of the ancient demon's 9 fleshly reorganizations consummated. But this was also just Su Changqing's fantasy. He could feel that just the second layer of fleshly body reorganization alone, the required ancient breath had already doubled almost tenfold. If one wanted to truly consummate for the 9th time, they were afraid that they would have to devour a true deity or an ancient demon before they could do so. It's time to leave. Su Changqing shook his head helplessly, pushed down the excited thoughts, turned around and sped towards the exit. Snow Spirit City. The peace remains. The destruction of the divine fire god sect's stronghold was not detected by anyone. Su Changqing continued to stay in this city for a few more days, and only after he didn't see any more Li Hua cultists did he plan to leave. The departing fire god sect wants my ancient demon's eye. And my ancient demons I can devour the ancient breath. I just don't know what about this rumored ancient demon. Before leaving Snow Spirit City, Su Changqing turned back to look at the heavenly mountain from afar and murmured in a low voice. He always felt that the scene that happened in Snow Spirit City did not seem as simple as he had imagined. Although the gods, devils, and demons are beings of the same level, the traces they leave behind are in a relationship of devouring each other. Just like mutual sustenance. Wanted here. Su Changqing vaguely had an urge to go to the Falling Sky ancient capital right now to meet that proud woman. Nothing else. Just an inexplicable intuition. But he quickly vetoed the idea. The Falling Sky ancient capital was ultimately the top power in the desolate state. He was but a cultivator of the open dust. Even if Xue Qianshuan was willing, how could those people in the ancient capital of the falling heavens allow him to come into contact with the most central ancient demon secrets? After that Song Tianwood ends, bring Jun Bufan and the others along when you have the chance. Su Changqing let out a dark sigh as his figure disappeared into the white sky and earth. the land of the heavenly mountains is full of cities and towns. However, there were only 16 main cities that were qualified for teleportation. The time wobbles. Su Changqing spent 10 days before he was able to rush to the nearest main city to Snow Spirit City. This city, named White Crane. From a distance it looks like a crane bird with its wings outstretched, perched on the earth, and the snowflakes in the sky are its white feathers. When Su Changqing arrived, outside the White Crane City's teleportation formation, thousands of figures had long since converged. Some of these people were scattered cultivators from the neighborhood, but more of them were disciples from various sects in the Tianshan Earth Realm, and their destination was none other than the Tsuntian Wood. As for the people of the ancient capital of Falling Sky, they had long left not long ago through the exclusive ancient teleportation array, and now they were afraid that they had already arrived at the Tsongtian Wood. Alas, so many people have traveled to the Tsongtian Wood. I just don't know how many will return alive. As Su Changqing walked towards the teleportation array, this sound kept coming from his ears. Obviously, the Tsongtian Wood could be entered by anyone below the Tongshan realm though, but not to mention the divine spirit flower. Even if some of the chance of creation, not everyone can obtain, the competition within it far exceeds those inherited secret realms in the southern domain. That's normal. Su Changqing had long since seen the size of the desolate state. Thousands of people had traveled to White Crane City alone, and if the cultivators from other regions were counted, the number of people who had entered the Tsong Heavenly Wood this time must have reached an appalling level. Back then, Senior was able to seize a divine spirit flower in the hands of so many desolate state celestials. It's still really powerful. Su Changqing spoke softly. His figure also merged into a group of scattered cultivators, and after he surrendered his spirit stones, he was covered by the power of teleportation, trying to actually arrive at the Pale Wood. A teleportation such as that of White Crane City would require more than just one. It was as if he had crossed the entire southern domain, that vast territory, and after a full 7 teleportations, Su Changqing finally arrived at the remnant Sun Mountain Range. A glance at the outskirts of the gnarled mountain range had already gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators from all realms. These cultivators had set up a number of temporary strongholds in the surrounding area according to different sects, and in each of these strongholds, there were strong sect members. Long rainbows still crossed the distant sky from time to time, landing on top of the remote mountains, quietly stopping to wait. But again, some people with grudges also fought in this place from time to time, and many people died almost every day, both the Northern Sea Fae and the Wasteland State cultivators. The good thing is that because of the Tsongtian Wood is the attention of the Holy Land of the great religions in the desolate state, so the cultivators who can come here no matter what kind of identity, there is a scruple, do not dare to be too blatant, even if the chaos is also under control. Sure, more to the point, deep within the remnant Sun Mountain Range, that one mirror-like 10,000-foot lake. When Su Changqing arrived, the first thing he noticed was that within this 10,000-foot lake, there was a figure moving in and out, creating a layer of waves that were hard to detect with the naked eye. When these people rushed out of the lake, some of them carried injuries and immediately chose to stay away from the crowd, while others rushed toward the area where the clan's strongest people were with an excited look on their faces. The reason why? It was because the legendary Tsongtianmu forbidden area existed within this lake, such as the refraction of a mirror. It seems to be only 10,000 feet in size, but within it lies a that can only be stepped on at a specific time. Crippled World. Chapter 70, The Wood of the Sky. Su Changqing stared blankly at the 10,000-foot lake not far away. The information of the Tsongtian Wood kept surfacing in his mind. His appearance did not attract anyone's attention, and most of the gazes of all the desolate state cultivators and foreign races in the remnant Sun Mountain Range landed on the figure coming in and out. The Tsongtian Wood. The passing god realm could not set foot on it. Therefore, the strongest person in this forbidden area was only at the perfection of the spirit transformation realm. Because of this, some cultivators with backgrounds who acquired the opportunity were immediately picked up by the clan's strong guards, and some scattered cultivators with no background to speak of, they get the creation at the same time, but also the beginning of some kind of disaster, such as the Wind Wanza. As for the heavenly pride of the major powers in the desolate state, Su Changqing had already learned from the mouths of the surrounding crowd that most of them had long ago set foot in the Tsongtian Wood, and were now perhaps fighting it out in it for the divine spirit flower. He took a deep breath, and a glaring color appeared in his eyes. The figure shifted and shakily went straight to the 10,000-foot lake. Proximity. Immediately, Su Changqing felt a fluctuation of the laws as outside the immortal ancient ruins. Some of the surrounding cultivators who were also in the process of breaking into the Tsongtian Wood, when they saw Su Changqing, most of them had some disdain in their eyes. The Tsongtian Wood was a forbidden area, although the holy land of the great religion of the desolate state could not take possession of it alone, and any person who fulfilled the conditions could set foot in it. However, Those cultivators at the dust opening realm who dared to enter were mostly muddlers. Death is just a matter of moments. Su Changqing ignored these gazes. His speed was even faster. And in a flash, he scurried headlong into the calm water. Next moment, his body seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss and appeared above a river of stars. I don't know how much time has passed. When Su Changqing returned to his senses, his pupils shrunk slightly. At this time, he was already grounded in another strange world. The sky in this world is red. The earth was likewise covered by a crimson red, unable to see the end, and broken walls and cliffs abounded, revealing a desolation without any vitality. It's like a shattered world. The winds that greeted us all seemed to be different from those of the deserted states, carrying with them a sense of old age and vicissitudes of decay. Looking around, not only did he not see any cultivators from the desolate state, but he also did not see the so-called pale sky wood. In addition to the endless crimson stumps, Su Changqing hesitated for a moment and slowly walked towards the depths of the Tsongtian wood. Not much longer. A gully spreading endlessly appeared in front of him. Approach. Only then did Su Changqing clearly see that below this gap was not lava from the depths of the earth, but rather there was a scarlet-colored branch, as if withered, lying quietly in the depths of the soil. Could it be that this is the Tsongtian wood? Su Changqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Following this withered branch, it sped off into the distance. One incense stick later, a raised hill appeared in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Changqing leapt up and came to the top of the hill, looking out into the distance. The moment he looked at this glance, his mind suddenly shook, and his mind roared as if 100,000 thunderbolts had exploded. As far as the eye can see, this crippled pale land, Herculean existence of an endless number of gully cracks. Under each crack, there is a fishy red branch, densely embedded in the earth as if the blood vessels spread to the end of the earth. See this image? A creepy thought grew in Su Changqing's heart. No wonder he didn't see where that Tsongtian wood was when he came here. Because of the real Cthulhu. Fear is the prime tree that is rooted in this broken world. This one branch hidden within the furrows of the earth, but its root and beard and branches. It was impossible to imagine what kind of amazing supreme treasure the divine spirit flower that bloomed on the Tsongtian wood should be. A strange color erupted in Su Changqing's eyes. He slowly exhaled a cloudy breath and sped towards the depths of the pale skywood, following the red branches that seemed like veins. As it keeps getting deeper, these roots under his feet had become noticeably thicker, with a large portion buried in the earth's gullies and a small portion already exposed on the surface. It was like a gnarled dragon, sinuous and hideous. I don't know if it's an illusion. Su Changqing could vaguely perceive that these red branches seem to possess vitality. Only this vitality is faint, like an old man about to decay. With many questions, after Su Changqing traveled forward for about 2 hours, he suddenly had a slight movement in his eyes. Only a figure appeared in front of him. To be precise, it's the corpse of a wasteland cultivator. The bodies swung in the wind, and though they appeared to have died not long ago, their blood had long since dried up, and they hung as if dried by the wind from a bare red branch. There was a vague red figure that gradually emerged from this branch. It was as if it had grown from the roots and whiskers of the Cthulhu wood. The figure seemed to be of the same origin as the crippled world, just showing up. Then it was permeated with an indescribably eerie feeling, so much so that those dry corpses were affected, emitting a creepy crunching sound in the wind. The moment he saw this bizarre image, an intense crisis of vitality erupted from the bottom of Su Changqing's heart. However, without waiting to make a move, a lowered voice transmission suddenly sounded in his ears. The voice was small and contained more than a little tremor. Dao, fellow Daoist, don't be detected by him. Only then did Su Changqing notice that within a gully hundreds of feet away to his left, there were 7 or 8 cultivators from the desolate state, their faces pale as they waved their hands rapidly at themselves. Slightly more contemplative, Su Changqing rushed towards this line of cultivators. Seeing that Su Changqing had reversed his direction, these 7 or 8 desolate state cultivators breathed a long sigh of relief, especially the middle-aged man who had just opened his mouth. He even revealed a gaze that was after a robbery. He looked toward the approaching Su Changqing and opened his mouth in hindsight. Fellow Daoist, you're really bold. Looking at your party, could it be that you still want to make a move against the evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses? The words are gone. Those remaining desolate state cultivators suddenly looked at Su Changqing in unison, with different expressions, and even more with unkindness and grudges. Apart from the middle-aged man, only 2 of these people's cultivation levels were at the spirit transformation realm, and the rest of those were at the dust opening realm perfection cultivation. Obviously, it was a temporary team formed by some small forces and even casual cultivators. Evil thoughts of gods and goddesses? Su Changqing's gaze skimmed over these people one by one before he frowned at the middle-aged man who had opened his mouth to inquire. The Tsongtian wood is a tomb of gods and goddesses. So naturally, it will give birth to some terrifying beings, and the evil thoughts of gods and goddesses is just one of them. As the middle-aged man explained his opening, he turned to look at the red figure in the distance, and the fear in his eyes intensified. It wasn't that they were kind enough to purposely go and remind Su Changqing. It's just that the evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses are so creepy that he will do anything to obliterate them once he realizes that there are living things around. What's more, it will attract more evil thoughts to descend. If Su Changqing really made a move against this deity evil thought, if he dies, he dies. All the people present were afraid that they would be affected, like those hanging on the branches, and none of them would survive. Chapter 71, It's a Blessing to Leave Alive. As the middle-aged man's words came out, Su Changqing clearly saw a touch of creepiness in the eyes of the other few people. Damn it! I didn't expect that I had just entered the Zongtian wood and hadn't yet found the opportunity to create, but I had encountered a god and goddess evil thought. Another murmured in a low voice. This was a man dressed as a casual cultivator, and beside him stood a gentle woman who looked like a Taoist couple. These two were precisely the only two spirit transformation realm powerhouses in the group besides the middle-aged man. Chao Jun, Jia Shan. It seems like it's not the first time the two of you have entered the Song Heavenly Wood. Hearing this, the middle-aged man opened his mouth in a deep voice. The remaining few cultivators also had different expressions. Su Changqing was similarly stunned, but not shocked, but amazed that this duo had already entered the Zongtian wood for the second time, and their cultivation was only in the middle of the spiritualization realm. Ha! I know what you're thinking. The man known as Chao Jun coldly snorted. On this side of the Song Heavenly Wood's crippled world, the several caves at the very core, and even where the Song Heavenly Wood's main body is located, have long since been occupied by the people of the Great Sect's Holy Land. It's not easy for loose cultivators like us to find some scraps at the edge and make it out alive. Just saying. As if to corroborate Chao Jun's words, a person suddenly approached quickly in the distance. This is a scar-faced young man, although the same as the dress of the casual cultivator, but its cultivation has long been the late stage of the spirit realm, speeding on the way through the eyes of self-confidence and arrogance. After all, with his cultivation, as long as he didn't run into the heavenly pride of a great sect's holy land, it was enough to walk horizontally in Zongtian wood. Hold that thought. Not much longer. The scar-faced youth then appeared in the area where Su Changqing had just stood, looking at the god and goddess evil thought not far away in shock. The middle-aged man's complexion changed again, and he just wanted to transmit his voice to open his mouth as if to stop Su Changqing, but it's already too late. Only to see the scar-faced youth hesitated for a moment, but even directly revealed a sardonic smile, relentlessly rushed straight to the god and goddess evil thoughts, the words in his mouth even more with excitement. Ha ha, the Zongtian wood is truly magical. Let me see what's playing God. Stupid. The rule that everyone in Zongtian wood is allowed to enter is long overdue for a change. The scar-faced youth's movements were seen from afar. The middle-aged man, the Chao Jun Dao couple duo and those other cultivators all turned pale. Without even looking at the result, they turned around and erupted the fastest speed in their lives, immediately fleeing in the opposite direction. Su Changqing's pupils flickered imperceptibly. He also chose to leave this place of wrongdoing as the crowd did. Just before leaving, Su Changqing afterglow vaguely seems to see. The scar-faced youth didn't see any reaction from the red figure the moment he rushed towards the god and goddess's evil thoughts. This late-stage spirit transformation realm powerhouse suddenly let out a muffled grunt, and his skin suddenly cracked open with a fine line, as if there was blood overflowing from outside his body. Just 3 breaths, he then became a bloody man. When the whole body was helplessly smashed into the ground, a scarlet vine whistled up from the soil and firmly entangled this person, hanging amongst the dozen or so dry corpses. Very strong. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, and his speed was even faster. The evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses had already been enraged at this time, and the invisible aura swept across a radius of 1,000 feet, or even 10,000 feet away in an instant. The silhouettes of Su Changqing's crowd that were fleeing were immediately detected by him. The strong intention of death, like 100,000 thunderbolts, bombarded everyone's minds. Su Changqing's pupils suddenly shrunk. The evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses that were in the afterglow inexplicably disappeared in place. Next moment, a miserable wail emanated from one of the slowest desolate state cultivators, only to see that the evil thoughts of the god and goddess had appeared behind this person at an unknown time. And when the blurred figure flashed by, the blood of that person's entire body was drained in an instant, becoming a dry corpse that was entangled by a single vine. Disperse and flee. If the blood here is too thick, it will also attract the evil gazes of deities from other regions. The foremost duo of Chao Jun's Dao couple could no longer care about anything else when they saw the scene and roared out in a low voice. However, Chao Jun's words came out this time. Several more people were devoured by the evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses, turning into dry corpses, their vitality swept away. In the eyes of all people, this red figure seems to have become a ghost of the underworld, and anyone, no matter how much cultivation, in front of him, fragile and vulnerable. The same is true here in Su Changqing. He could clearly perceive that in this area, there seemed to be an indescribable gaze firmly locking him in place, as if in the next breath, the evil thoughts of that god or goddess would descend on his body, like a maggot attached to his bones. No wonder the major forces in the desolate state don't mind other cultivators entering that Song Tian would at all. Su Changqing smiled bitterly. It had only just begun, and there were such terrifying evil thoughts of gods. Unbelievable. Really go deep into the Tsangtian wood, especially when you are further away from the Tsangtian wood itself. There, what horrible beings would be birthed. The moment, the 4 words, spirit tomb, as if they were figurative, deeply taught Su Changqing a lesson. When thinking so, he was even faster, and in almost the blink of an eye, he swept past one figure after another, becoming the middle-aged man, the 4th farthest away from the evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses behind the Chaojun Taoist couple, and behind Su Changqing. Several people who had just been talking to each other were all dead. Damned fools, such people should be killed by 1,000 cuts. Seeing the aura of the evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses getting closer and closer, the middle-aged man cursed hoarsely and angrily, as if he wanted to skin that scar-faced youth. His hatred was monstrous. The words just fell from his lips. The 2 Chaojun at the forefront exchanged glances. The woman among them, named Jia Shan, suddenly turned around, wrapping her cultivation at the spirit transformation realm, and slapped out a palm at the middle-aged man behind her. What are you doing? The middle-aged man burst into flames, but he was not destined to hear the answer to his question. For right after Jia Shan struck out, the middle-aged man had to similarly strike out in defiance. Just for this brief moment, he had already fallen behind Su Changqing, becoming the last person. Feeling what came from behind him, the breathing sound that sounded like it was ringing in his ears, the middle-aged man only felt his scalp explode and his back go cold. But soon, his consciousness suddenly dissipated, and his vitality was drowned by the evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses. It was at the same time that the middle-aged man died. Chao Jun eyes through the shadowy color, and his Taoist couple in general, raised his hand and waved. There is the wind of spiritual energy whistling rolled toward the last person still alive. Su Evergreen. Is this the reason why the 2 of them, last time, managed to leave Song Tian Wood alive? It was different from the middle-aged man's shock, as if Su Changqing had guessed this scene. Just at the moment Chao Jun struck out, his eyes were suddenly indifferent, and behind him, the heavenly Tao Dharma body manifested, similarly blasting out with a fist. Chao Jun was surprised when he saw the heavenly Tao Dharma body behind Su Changqing, but this look of amazement had been the last expression he would ever wear in this life. A fist drop, rincewind avalanche, together with the shattered. There was also Chao Jun, who was standing behind Spirit Wind. Jun, in the other direction, Jia Shan saw that Chao Jun had actually died in the hands of a dust-opening realm cultivator. Her beautiful eyes changed in shock and she let out a desperate yell. Noisy. Su Changqing's speed did not decrease. His figure quickly swept past Jia Shan at the same time. A wisp of black flame was already in this woman's sphere, shrouding her figure. Chapter 72 Evil Thoughts of Gods and Goddesses. The moment Jia Shan died, Su Changqing's figure was already 1,000 feet away, but the gods' evil thoughts were faster. This being born from the Song Tian Wood, did not see any movement, such as crossing the void, but even appeared directly behind Su Changqing. A cold and icy aura swept over the area, as if heaven and earth were silent. An indescribable life and death crisis erupted from Su Changqing's mind. Su Changqing's eyes were grave as his heavenly Tao Dharma body suddenly descended, turning around and blasting out a fist at the approaching god and goddess evil thought. The fist light was misty, enough to suppress cultivators at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. However, it was difficult to dispel the een and cold scattered by the evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses. No wonder the wasteland state cultivators are so scornful of this object. Su Changqing's face was a bit ugly. He could already tell at this moment, the danger of life and death brought about by the evil thoughts of gods and goddesses has nothing to do with cultivation. This was a kind of origin crushing, like directly devouring life. Magic flame. A close call. Su Changqing murmured in a low voice. Wisps of black as ink mist suddenly surfaced from his surroundings. This was the ancient demon's innate divine ability brought to him by the ancient demon's body after it was reorganized for the second time. The demonic flames were as if they possessed a soul of their own, whistling toward the deity's evil thoughts and enveloping them. The god and goddess evil thoughts aura that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years had, for the first time, had the ups and downs of a mind like a monk's after sensing the demonic flames. It's like, saw some kind of scornful being that seals the soul. He briefly stayed in place for 3 breaths, and actually, in the midst of Su Changqing's shock, sure enough, he turned around. Escaped? Su Changqing froze. He knew that there was a connection between ancient demons and deities, so he had thought of many possibilities when he cast his ancient demon essence avatar. but never expected it. The evil thoughts of the gods will retreat without a fight. The scorn that he exuded just now did not seem to be directed at the ancient demon aura that I dispersed, but similar other beings. The deity's evil thoughts turned around at the same time. Su Changqing's pupils flickered imperceptibly as he turned his retreat into an advance, draping his body with demonic flames and charging towards the god and goddess evil thoughts. He seemed to have become the hunter at this point in time, and the evil thoughts of gods and goddesses that made everyone in the desolate state's cultivators fear for their lives were transformed into prey. Not much longer. After the deity's evil thoughts returned to the area where they were born, they no longer continued to flee, and their entire bodies quickly merged into the scarlet branches. Take advantage of this moment. Su Changqing's eyes radiated a decisiveness as he raised his hand and waved the devil flame to roll towards the evil thoughts of the god and goddess whose half of his body had already merged into the Tsong Tian wood. Roar! An invisible roar exploded in Su Changqing's mind like heavenly thunder. The deity's evil thoughts seemed to be very afraid of the demonic flames and continuously struggled up, sending up layers of amazing ripples that shook the surrounding dry corpses to smithereens. Luckily, deity evil thoughts were ultimately dead things without much intelligence, knowing only fear. Resistance is only out of instinct. Even so, Su Changqing also stifled a grunt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow during his struggle, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Trance. As the 9 prison peaks had obtained the ancient demon inheritance, it was as if he had seen a being that compared to the stars through the evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses. It was different from the ancient demon's dominance. This being contains the indifference of the high heavens. See this scene. Su Changqing's heart vaguely realized. The so-called evil thoughts of the gods, although they were the materialization of the dark side of the gods, they equally inevitably possessed a wisp of the god's aura. It was an origin that could not be worn away by the ages. In the meantime, the deity's evil thoughts were completely enveloped by the demonic flames. His figure appeared distorted, and invisible hideous roars hissed out one after another, seemingly making a final dying struggle. Right about this time, the ancient devil's eye in Su Changqing's brow suddenly opened and closed. His eyes were also pitch black at that moment, and his merciless and indifferent gaze, with the calmness of condescension, seemed to penetrate through the layers of distortion and gaze toward the deepest origin of the evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses. It was an ancient demon, casting a gaze. A deity's evil thoughts were, after all, just a wisp of breath that had been baptized through the ages and influenced by the dark side of the deity. If it was only the ancient devil's might that Su Changqing contained, although he was uneasy, there would be no fear. However, that one ancient devil's eye on Su Changqing's brow was the remains of a perfected ancient devil, an existence at the same level of life as his own body, driven by instinctive fear. The deity's evil thoughts held on for a dozen breaths of time before they completely twisted and crumbled. Wisps of scarlet red escaped from within his shattered body, eventually taking the ancient demon's eye as the centerpiece, dazzling and hibernating around Su Changqing's body. Su Changqing's gaze blossomed with a strange color, and his breathing became slightly rapid, because he could clearly feel this wisp of scarlet that condensed the evil thoughts of the gods and goddesses. He was certainly at this time to him. To be precise, it was showing submission to the ancient demon's eye. Only Su Changqing's mind moved. Wisps of scarlet red circled up around him, changing form as if driven by an arm. If he wants to, the deity's evil thoughts can be conjured up again at any time. Only in this illusion, as long as the ancient demon's eye existed, the power of the deity's evil thoughts could be used for him. Maybe someday, when the ancient demon's body reorganized for the 3rd and 4th time, and grew to a certain extent, without the help of the ancient demon's eye, Su Changqing could completely control this power of the god and goddess's evil thoughts by virtue of the ancient demon's might that was contained in himself. Su Changqing suppressed the excitement in his heart and his eyes grew brighter. After all, he had just witnessed the terror of a deity's evil thoughts. Ordinary middle-stage spirit transformation realm powerhouses were also unbeatable in front of him. Looks like the trip to Tsangtian Wood was the right one. Knowing that this was still only the periphery and he had obtained such a chance, it was hard to imagine what kind of astounding creations the real divine spirit flower would bring about. When thinking so, Su Changqing looked around and his figure disappeared in place in a flash. The moment. The evil thoughts of gods and goddesses that were once feared by the cultivators of the desolate state seemed to have become one puppet after another that could go and be taken in Su Changqing's eyes. As he made his way deeper into the Tsong Tian Wood, his spiritual sense spread out, constantly probing for more evil thoughts of gods and goddesses. Soon, in a gully, Su Changqing once again saw a blood-red figure hanging from a branch. It's different than before. The area where this deity's evil thoughts were located had not been intruded upon, and he stood quietly on the branches of the pale heavenly wood, like a red fruit, sensing the intrusion of a living being. This deity's evil-minded eye suddenly opened, killing towards where Su Changqing was. The corner of Su Changqing's mouth lifted up in an arc, and demonic flames erupted out, as if a true ancient demon rushed towards the second deity evil thought. The time wobbles. 7 days passed. During this period of time, Su Chongqing had encountered a total of 5 gods and goddesses' evil thoughts. These living beings that relied on the existence of gods, without exception, all submitted to the suppression of the ancient devil's eye, becoming a splash of scarlet around him. And these gods' evil thoughts can still fuse with each other. Su Chongqing had tried it in a deserted place. If the evil thoughts of the 5 gods and goddesses were to merge into one, the power of their origin would already be approaching the realm of what the ancient demons I could suppress. As for his battle power, Su Chongqing's current cultivation level could not be speculated. 3 days later, after he had subdued the 6th deity's evil thoughts, the ancient devil's eye suppression of these deities' evil thoughts had completely reached its limit. To this point, only then did Su Chongqing's gaze look distantly into the depths of the Tsong Tianwood. It was also just as the evil thoughts of the 6th god and goddess had just been subdued that a clean-cut monk in monk's robes slowly came from the distance. Su Chongqing seemed to feel something and turned to look, his brows slightly furrowed. The person who came was none other than Wuxia of the Withered Bamboo Zen Center. When he saw Su Chongqing's figure, he was not surprised to join hands and chant Buddha. The young monk sensed the fluctuation of the evil thoughts of gods and goddesses here from a long distance away. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Su to come first.